Extraordinary Genius. Chapter 1. Rebirth to 1988. Xiaoyu, get up. It's 12 a.m. soon. Get up and eat dumplings. Feng Xue felt this voice was a little unfamiliar, but yet felt very affectionate. He mumbled a reply and opened his eyes. He saw a young face which only exists in his memory. Sister, you are awake now. Hurry up and wash your face. I had told you not to drink, yet you still insisted. You had missed the Spring Festival Night show. Feng Dannying said with a smile. Spring Festival Night? Today is the Lunar New Year's Eve. Feng Xue, feeling confused, looked around. An old room, less than 6 square meters, a single bed, patched bedding, an old wooden table. Above was a 20-watt incandescent bulb emitting dim lights, old newspapers covering the walls, all of which were national events that he can't remember. Isn't this the old farmhouse from his childhood days? But this house had long been demolished with the development of the towns, and how did my sister become so young? Feng Xue raised his hand, only to find that this was definitely not a joke because his hands had become smaller and his arms grew thinner. He hurriedly jumped out of bed and stand by the door frame. The door frame had knife markings recording his height, which he made every year on Lunar New Year Eve. The highest marking indicates 1988, 166 centimeters. This was 1988? He had yet to graduate from junior high school. He pinched himself and almost cried out due to the pain. This was not a dream. Feng Xue opened the door. His mother is cooking dumplings with the kitchen pan. He lived in a small house. The kitchen was just outside of his room, and on the other side of the kitchen was the living room. The living room was also called Central Room on the farm. You are up? Do you still dare to drink in future? Zhang Muhua looks at his son affectionately. Feng Xue looked at his still dark-haired mother with teary eyes. Mom, you had worked hard. What are you talking about? Hurry up and wash your face and go watch TV. The dumplings will be ready soon. Zhang Muhua, after hearing what Feng Xue said, was very pleased. This showed that her son had grown up. When Feng Xue saw his father sitting on the bench in the living room, his lips trembled. In the future years, when he could make money, his father was detected with end-stage brain cancer and passed away within 3 months. Due to his father's passing, Feng Xue was upset for some years. Dad. Feng Xingtai turned and looked at his son. Oh, you are up. Still feeling giddy? Come watch TV. It's the traditional folk dance. Not giddy anymore. The buzz of the alcohol had passed. Dad, I want to drink with you later. Seeing his father's angry expression, Feng Xue quickly explained, beer will do. In his lifetime, Feng Xue had only drunk with his father a few times. Now, what Feng Xue wished the most was to drink with his father again. Still had not learned your lesson? Fine. Then drink more. See if you are able to wake up tomorrow for New Year's Day visiting. Dannying, go and get 2 bottles of beer. Feng Dannying shook her head helplessly and went to get the beer and glasses. There was also a single bed in the living room with bedding. Feng Dannying attended boarding school and only came back during holidays. When she's back, she will sleep with her mother. This bed was for Feng Xingtai, but 3 years ago, it belongs to Feng Xue. In the west wall of the living room was a 3-door vertical wardrobe, and above the closet were 2 luggage. On a solid wooden table stood a 14-inch black and white TV set, which was showing the Spring Festival Night TV program. In the middle of the living room stood a round folding table filled with dishes and tableware. A total of 8 dishes, but all were the leftovers from dinner. There was chicken, fish, pork trotters, etc. A total of 8 meat dishes. Feng Xue did not watch TV, but went to the front of the wardrobe and looked at himself in the mirror. Although the lighting is not very good, Feng Xue is able to see himself clearly. He was now a teenager with a little stub beneath his nose. He looked at the wall calendar at the door, February 16th, 1988, New Year's Eve. He can now be sure that he was reborn. The mother quickly cooked dumplings. Feng Xue and Feng Dannying went to the kitchen to help bring out the dumplings. After everyone was seated, Feng Xingtai picked up chopsticks. Xiaoyu, you are going to drink again. Zhang Muhua stared Feng Xue. Mom, it's New Year, let me drink more. Feng Xingtai also put in a few words for him. Zhang Muhua shook her head. Feng Xue diligently poured beer for his mother and sister. One family must have a drink together. Dad, Mom, sister, Happy New Year, cheers. Feng Xue casually ate the leftovers on the table, which he felt very delicious. During this time, there were no growth hormones, unlike in the future. All fishes and rabbits were caught from the wild. Chicken and pigs were reared by themselves. The father and son ate these dishes and the dumplings. Feng Xingtai only allowed each one to have only one beer. After dinner, Feng Yu washed up and back to his room to lie down. When lying in bed, he was tossing and turning. He thought back on his previous life before traveling back in time. Feng Yu Bin was a middle-aged man in his 40s. After resigning from the securities company, he did some investments and invested in stock, futures, gold, crude oil. Although he was not too successful, his income was still not bad. He had a wife, but no children. As his father had passed away early, his mother lived with him. He remembered that it was the spring of 2015. To bring his wife abroad to treat infertility, he desperately needed to make some money. He used all his savings, mortgaged his house and car, and borrowed a considerable sum of money to invest in the stock market. According to his analysis, it was a bull market, and even fools can make money. In the beginning, the market was excellent. His investment doubled in a short period of time, but he wanted more profits. So he boldly uses high leverage with an investment company. If his investments increased again, he would be able to do nothing for the rest of his life and still be able to live comfortably. When the stock index rose to 5,000 points, he was greedy like many other people. He thought the stock market would continue to rise. The stock market did rise a bit. However, the market soon dived, and because he used high leverage and had no additional funding, he suffered a significant loss. After paying the borrowed money, he was as poor as a church mouse. His wife did not know that the house and the car had been mortgaged. Feng Yu did not know how to face his family when he goes home. He was bankrupted. On that very day, he drank a lot and accidentally fell onto the road in front of many people and was hit by a big truck. This way, it should not be considered as suicide. The accident insurance policy he bought would pay out millions. It should be enough to redeem the house and car and also leave a sum of money for his mother and wife. He remembered when he looked at the big truck speeding towards him. He thought that if God could give him a chance to return, he would not want to die again. He wants his family to live a comfortable life. But he did not expect that God would actually give him a chance to come back again. Since God had let him come back, he will not relive his past life regrets this time. He wanted to become rich. He wanted to become a legend in the investment world. Thinking about this, Feng Yu could not help but shouted, Feng Yu, had come back. Xiao Yu, stop shouting and quickly go to bed. Zhang Muhua shouted from the other side of the wall. At the same time complained about her husband. How can he let his son drink at night again? Hearing his mother complaints, Feng Yu smiled and turned over to sleep. Chapter 2. Tragedy must not happen again. Chapter 2. Tragedy must not happen again. Feng Yu woke up in the morning and found a 10 renminbi New Year's money under his pillow. In this era, a popsicle only cost 2 cents and an ice cream only cost 3 cents. This was a huge sum of money. Feng Yu wished his parents a happy new year and ate a few dumplings. He then made a call to Wen Dongjun and went to his home for the New Year visit. Wen Dongjun, with a joss stick, merrily walked in front. From time to time, he would light a firecracker and toss around. Feng Yu was not a bit interested. He felt this was too childish. Dongjun, we had walked around half the village and the rest is more or less the same. Let's go back and play poker with Brother Liang. Although the village was small and has less than 100 households, Feng Yu could not stand walking around in this cold winter, especially when he was wearing heavy cotton-padded jacket and trousers. He missed the thermal underwear and down jacket in his previous life. Okay, let's go to Brother Liang. Dongjun, Xiao Yu, where did the two of you go? A 17-year-old boy came to greet them. Feng Yu's eyes narrowed. He had deliberately avoided this household, but the village was too small. Brother Chuan, we are looking for Brother Liang to play poker. You want to join? Poker can be played anytime. This afternoon, I am going to hunt. Want to join? Lu Jichuan invited. Hearing the word hunt, when Dongjun's eyes lit up. Usually, his father did not let him touch the shotgun. But now it was Lunar New Year and his father was going out. He can secretly borrow it. Yes, I want to go. No. Both Wen Dongjun and Feng Yu shouted at the same time. Feng Yu absolutely cannot let Wen Dongjun go. He will break one leg and regret forever. In his previous life, the reason Dongjun loses contact with him was because of this hunting incident. Xiao Yu, you don't want to go? Then Dongjun, get your shotgun and come over to my house in the afternoon. We will go to the duck ditch at the north side. Even we can't hunt foxes, we can at least find pheasant and ducks. I will go back and clean up the shotgun first. Come early in the afternoon. When Lu Jichuan turned around, Feng Yu saw a trace of resentment in Jichuan's eyes. He suddenly realized that incident was not an accident, but premeditated. After Lu Jichuan left, when Dongjun looked eagerly at Feng Yu. Let's go hunt together. Don't you always want to touch the shotgun? Dongjun, you listen to me. Let's go play poker and not go hunting. Hunting during the new year is unlucky. There are lesser people during this time. If it was before the new year, there will be a lot more people and nothing will be left for us to hunt. Come, let's go together. It will be fun. When Dongjun now had a vision of bringing back a number of trophies from the hunt and showing them to his father. I really do not want to go, and you don't go too. Usually, you also don't mix with him and we are also close to him. What are you talking about? We lived in the same village, and although we are not familiar, we are not strangers. Furthermore, my dad is the leader of the village and his family still need to seek my dad's approval if want to borrow the village's tractor to develop wasteland. Now Feng Yu understands why Lu Jichuan had resentment against Dongjun. It was because Dongjun's father, the village leader Wen Deguang, did not agree to lend the village's tractor to Lu Jichuan's family. Dongjun, let's not play poker now. I'm thirsty. Let's go to your house and drink your father's good tea. No problem. We have lunch at my house too. I will also show you my dad's shotgun. Along the way, Dong Wenjun was talking nonstop, but Feng Yu was not paying attention. In his head, he was thinking of how to tell Dongjun's father, Uncle Wen. Opening Wen Dongjun's door, a gust of warm air welcomed him. They threw their dog's fur hat and rabbit fur gloves on the table. Wen Dongjun then ran off to find his dad's tea leaves. Xiaoyu, have some sweets. There are pine nuts and melon seeds too. Dongjun's mother Tang Jing is at home. Seeing Feng Yu came to visit, she happily offered these New Year goodies to him. Happy New Year, Auntie. Where's Uncle Wen? He went to visit Secretary Zhao and will be back in a while. Feng Yu sat on the chair and casually asked, Auntie, we met Lu Jichuan just now. His family would like to borrow a company tractor to go to wasteland outside the dam. Did Uncle Wen agree to it? Tang Jing smiled and shook his head. Of course not. Although the village does not regulate about the development of private lands, the village's tractor was not for personal use. This morning, old Lu came and had an argument with your Uncle Wen. Feng Yu's heart sank. This was the reason why Lu Jichuan deliberately wanted to bring Dongjun along to hunt. He would then deliberately make Dongjun step into a bear trap, causing him to become crippled. To others, it may seem to be an accident. Even when Dongjun himself also thought it was an accident. But was it really an accident? Come, try this black tea. Look at the beautiful red color. When Dongjun proudly poured Feng Yu a cup of black tea, Tang Jing only smiled and did not say anything. Mom, you go to Annie Wang's place and chat with her. Leave the house to me. Someone will be coming over to play poker. When Dongjun said loudly, Fine, I will go visit Annie Wang's place. There are dumplings in the pot. Help yourself. After sending his mother out, when Dongjun quickly looked under the bed and dragged a wooden box out, a shotgun and a dozen round of bullets. Dongjun, don't go. Didn't you hear what Annie just said? Lu Jichuan's dad had just quarreled with Uncle Wen. I'm afraid that Jichuan is up to no good. Feng Yu grabbed when Dongjun's hand tried to stop him. He did not want the past tragedy to repeat. Many people had quarreled with my father before. The last time, Grandpa Li used his crutches to hit my dad because of some arguments over seeds. But what happened later? During harvesting, my dad sent people to harvest Grandpa Li's land first, and he cooled down. When Dongjun replied nonchalantly and pushed Feng Yu's hand away, he then took the shotgun out and put 6 bullets into his pocket. Dongjun, listen to me, don't go. All Lu Jichuan did when he go to school was to fight. I'm afraid he will have bad intentions towards you this time. I'm not afraid of him. Look at what is in my hand. See if he dares to play punk with me. My gun is not for show. Feng Yu was at a loss. Dongjun still insisted to go. He was not afraid of Lu Jichuan because, even though that guy got into fights frequently, he does not use weapons. If it comes to blows, Dongjun was not afraid of him. Looking at the clock on the wall, when Dongjun stood up, Okay, it's about time. You head home first. I am going to look for Lu Jichuan. Feng Yu remembered in the past life, Lu Jichuan did not use any gun till he became a soldier and left the village. If Feng Yu followed along, he should be able to help Dongjun to escape the bear trap. Wait a second, Dongjun. I'll go with you. Really? I knew you wanted to go. Hurry back and go steal your house's shotgun. Remember to use a sack to wrap it up and tell your mom that you are going to catch peasant. Wen Dong looked at Feng Yu eagerly, giving him an I knew you wanted to go look. Feng Yu sighed and hurriedly ran back home. Hoped that it was really just an accident. And this time, there must be absolutely no accident. Chapter 3, Bear. Chapter 3, Bear. Once home, Feng Yu quickly grabbed the shotgun, met up with Wen Dongjun, and proceeded to meet Lu Jichuan. Lu Jichuan froze for a minute when he saw Feng Yu holding a shotgun, but he did not say anything. He grabbed his own hunting rifle and walked together with Feng Yu and Dongjun towards the duck ditch. Feng Yu, you said you didn't want to come along, but why did you change your mind? Lu Jichuan asked suddenly, while they were walking. I had nothing to do at home anyway, so I decided to join you guys. Feng Yu answered, looking Lu Jichuan carefully. Feng Yu did not notice any changes in Lu Jichuan's expression. Could he have misunderstood him? I knew you wanted to go. Follow me today, and I will make sure you won't go home empty-handed. They walked for about 1 hour before they reached the duck ditch. Lu Jichuan took out a pack of black antelope cigarettes from his pocket. He took one cigarette and offered the box to Feng Yu and Dongjun. I don't smoke. Feng Yu waved his hand. Even if he wanted to smoke, he would not smoke this kind of filter-less dry tobacco cigarettes. Only those hardcore smokers can withstand this type of cigarettes. When Dongjun also waved his hand. Brother Chuan, I don't smoke too. However, when we are on our way back, and I am too tired to walk, I will take one from you. Okay, I will let the both of you experience my shooting skills. Remember, do not run around in this area. Many hunting traps are laying around here. Most importantly, when not using the gun, always point the muzzle down. This is to prevent accidents. Don't open fire too hastily. It is better to miss than to accidentally hurt someone. Lu Jichuan said. I know. Hurry up. A pheasant just flew past. When Dongjun urged. Feng Yu looked at Lu Jichuan curiously. From the way he speaks, he seems to have no intention of hurting Dongjun. Was it because I had joined them on this hunt, or am I overthinking and it was really an accident? Follow me and try to step where I stepped. Okay, stop. Feng Yu, you take cover behind this tree. You can load the rounds, but point the gun down. Brother Chuan, let Dongjun stay here. I will hide at the tree in front. Feng Yu is still wary of letting Wen Dongjun alone with Lu Jichuan. Well then, Dongjun stay here. We will be 30 meters apart. Even if the gun misfire, no one will be hurt. Remember to stay near this tree. There are traps for big games around this vicinity. Stepping into a big trap can be very dangerous. Lu Jichuan ordered. When Dongjun waved his hand indicating them to go faster. He then leans on the tree loading rounds into his gun while looking in front. You squat here. Do not shout unless you notice a big game. I will go there, and we will go back in an hour's time, Lu Jichuan instructed and walked towards the front in the deep snow. Okay. Feng Yu nodded and start loading his shotgun. No matter how you look at Lu Jichuan, he does not look like he was going to harm Dongjun. But how to explain the trace of resentment in his eyes earlier in the afternoon? Feng Yu was confident that he cannot be wrong about Jichuan with his 40-something years of life experience. After waiting for nearly half an hour, when Dongjun grew impatient. There are no pheasants, let alone larger games like roe deer, lynx, wild cats, foxes, etc. He wondered if they were going home empty-handed today. They had walked more than an hour to reach here and will take more than an hour to walk back. Furthermore, they had been waiting for an hour in this cold place. When Dongjun blew his nose, he should have followed Feng Yu's suggestion and stayed at home playing poker. It will be much more comfortable compared to this. Bang! A gunshot was heard in the distance. When Dongjun straightened up and looked over, Lu Jichuan had shot a lynx. When Dongjun excitedly stood up and ran towards Lu Jichuan, forgetting that he was not supposed to run about. Lu Jichuan suddenly ran out of the woods, crossing his hands to signal Dongjun. When Dongjun thought that Lu Jichuan was showing off to him and ran even faster. However, Feng Yu could tell that Lu Jichuan was trying to let Dongjun not to go over. Feng Yu grabbed Wen Dongjun. Dongjun, don't go there. There are traps in this wood. What's there to be afraid of? See these footprints? As long as I follow these footprints, I won't step into any traps. When Dongjun said indifferently, that lynx might be still alive. I have yet to see a live lynx. Feng Yu wanted to say something, but suddenly noticed Lu Jichuan running towards them and shouting, Hurry, run. Follow the footprints. Not far away, a huge shadow emerged from the woods. A bear. Brother Chuan dodged. When Dongjun aimed his gun, he had not shot any bears in his life yet. Feng Yu did not know what to say. Is this Dongjun stupid or brave? Unless that big bear was shot in its vital areas such as the eyes, it can't be killed easily. With its thick hide, 10 rounds might not even kill it. Lu Jichuan hurriedly lies flat on the snow the same time when Dongjun fired. Missed. Instead of injuring the bear, The shot made the bear even angrier. Stop aiming and quickly run. Feng Xue pulled Dongjun. With your shooting skills, by the time you hit the bears will be right in front of your face. All three ran like crazy. But because of the snow, they were not able to run fast. Mainly, they were still holding on to their heavy guns. Do not run towards there. There are traps. Lu Jichuan shouted loudly. Feng Xue grabbed Dongjun and changed direction. However, there was no way for these three to outrun a bear in this thick snow. The distance between them and the bear was getting closer. Lu Jichuan was only 30 meters away from the bear. Brother Chuan, lead the bear here. Feng Xue gritted his teeth and pulled Dongjun towards the traps area. If the bear was not caught by the traps, then at least one out of the three of them will have to die here. Of course, this person was most likely to be Lu Jichuan. At that juncture, Lu Jichuan had no other choice. He did not even have time to load his gun. He hurriedly ran towards Feng Xue. If he had unluckily stepped on any traps, he would definitely be dead. Shouldn't bears be hibernating at this time of the year? Why was this bear running about now? If the bear was just passing by, it shouldn't come towards us if we were hiding. This bear must be starving and came out of hibernation to look for food. Moreover, the bear was agitated by the gun shoot. When facing an enraged bear, even the most experienced hunter with a pack of hunting dogs will have to run. Feng Xue and Dongjun quickly loaded their guns and watched Lu Jichuan ran towards them with the bear following behind closely. Lu Jichuan prayed hard to not step on any traps while he ran. With the heavy snow, he could not really see if there are any traps on the ground. Snapped. A trap triggered. Lu Jichuan fell to the ground. Fortunately for him, it was a small animal trap. He sat on the ground and tried to free his leg from the trap with both his hands. The bear was getting closer and closer. There were only less than 10 meters between him and the bear. Bang! A gunshot. The bear took a step back, and there are bloodstains on its ear. Roar! The bear became even more aggressive. With his hands trembling, Feng Xue held onto his gun. Adding both his past and present lives, he had only shoot small birds. Bang! One more shot was fired. Some bloodstain appeared on the bear's mouth. Dongjun had also hit the bear. But the bear was not down yet. Instead, the bear increased its speed and rushed towards Lu Jichuan, who was still on the ground. Chapter 4, Returning Home. Chapter 4, Returning Home. Thank God. The bear stepped into a bigger trap, which was meant for bears, and fell to the ground, growling in pain. Lu Jichuan broke free from the trap around his leg and quickly loaded his gun. Crashed. Even with the trap, the bear still tried to attack Lu Jichuan. But the trap was attached to a thick metal chain and the other end was tied to a tree. The length of the chain did not allow the bear to reach Lu Jichuan. Bang! 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 3 consecutive gunshots were heard. Feng Xue, Dongjun, and Lu Jichuan each fired a shot. The bear was unable to dodge because of the close distance, and all 3 shots hit the bear on its head. The bear fell to the ground and twitched a few times. Blood slowly flowed out and stained the snowy grounds. Lu Jichuan quickly got up, reloaded his shotgun, and slowly approached the bear. Bang! The bear twitched 2 more times and stopped moving. Lu Jichuan leaned on a tree and reloaded his shotgun. With shaking hands, he took out his pack of black antelope cigarettes and lit 1 cigarette. Feng Xue and Dongjun walked over, grabbed the cigarette pack, and lit 1 cigarette each. Thanks. After smoking the cigarette, Lu Jichuan said, "Ha ha ha, stop thanking us. Brother Chuan, we had hunted a bear and we can definitely sell it for a lot of money." Dongjun's eyes shined when he thought of the envious look from other villagers when they returned back to the village. Feng Xue was speechless towards Dongjun's attitude. Feng Xue kept looking at Lu Jichuan. Lu Jichuan still had not released his gripe on his loaded shotgun. "Brother Chuan, Dongjun, let's have a deal. I will buy this bear from the both of you, and in return, I will lend you my family's 55 horsepower tractor for plowing and sowing." Feng Xue said. He had suddenly thought of this idea. This way, he was able to erase Lu Jichuan's resentment towards Dongjun and also make some profits as start-up capital for his future investments. He was not able to make much money using the tractor in the village, but there would be lots of buyers in the city for this bear. Although it was not a good time for investments now, there was a fantastic opportunity coming up. Initially, he thought he would have missed this opportunity, but now, not only he was able to grasp this opportunity, his investment plan can be several years ahead of his initial schedule. Lu Jichuan threw his shotgun on the floor and grabbed Feng Xue's hand excitedly. "Really? Will your dad agree to this?" If I promise my dad that I will be admitted to a prestigious high school in the city, he will definitely agree. Dongjun, how about you? You agree to this deal? When Dongjun said after thinking for a moment, I will take that lynx, and both of you have to tell others that I am the one who hunted it. Also, I am the one who hit the bear first. Okay, deal. Let's hurry and make a sledge and go back to the village. This bear weighed at least 100 to 150 kilograms. It won't be easy to bring it back to the village. Feng Xue said. He was not interested in bragging. Lu Jichuan checked the bear again. The bear's body had become cold. It was surely dead. Lu Jichuan also picked up the lynx. Feng Xue and Wen Dongjun used tree branches and gunny sacks to make a simple sledge. They will be the center of attraction when they return to the village. Old one, why is Dongjun not back yet? Could something bad happen to him? Tang Jing asked anxiously. What can happen to him? He stole my shotgun. He must be hunting at the duck ditch. He should be back in half an hour. As both of them two speaks, a neighbor ran into their house. Village leader, your hero is back. Eh? Old Zhao, what hero? Tang Jing asked. The great hero from your house. Sister-in-law, your son hunted a big game this time. You know what he had caught? A bear. A big bear. He used a sledge to bring it back. Everyone is crowding around looking at the bear, the neighbor said excitedly. Wen Deguang and Tang Jing rushed out and did not even lock their door. Brother Jun, did you really shot this bear and lynx? An 8-year-old child asked curiously. Of course, if it isn't for me, these two beasts would have escaped. I chased this bear for a few miles and kill it with one shot. Yeah, Jichuan and Feng Xue also helped too. When Dongjun boasted of the 6th time with the kids, the first version was all 3 of them hunted the bear together. However, his story slowly changed to him discovering the bear and killing it with a few shots version. Every time he relates the hunt, his story will change to exaggerate his role in the hunt. Sure enough, this child looks at him impressively. Both Feng Xue and Lu Jichuan did not expose Wen Dongjun's lies. He was indeed brave, but to say that he chases a bear for a few miles, no one will believe him. As long as someone who had hunted before will know that he was lying. When Wen Dongjun began bragging his courageous exploits for the 9th time, someone pulled his ears. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Who the hell? Mom, Dad. When Dongjun's voice trembled. He had stolen his father's shotgun for this hunt. Most likely he will be beaten to death by his father later when he gets home. However, this beating was worth it. Who else in the village was able to hunt a big bear? Only the best hunter, Wen Dongjun. Get your ass back home now. The rest of you, stop crowding around. It is getting dark. Hurry back home. Wen Deguang, as the village's leader, had some authority and respect. The crowd soon dispersed except for Feng Xue, Wen Dongjun, and Lu Jichuan's families. The 3 families helped to carry the bear corpse to Feng Xue's house, which was the nearest. Uncle Feng Xue promised that during spring, after you are done with your plowing, we can use the tractor. In exchange, the bear will belong to him, and the lynx will go to Wen Dongjun. Village leader had the least land, so he can use the tractor to plow the land before me. My family can plow last, but we will need to use the tractor longer. Lu Jichuan said. All adults look at Feng Xue. Seeing his father about to get angry, he quickly walked up to his father and whispered something to his ear. Feng Xingtai looked at Feng Xue and nodded his head towards Lu Jichuan's father. Brother Lu, no problem. Leader, what do you think? Okay, it's settled then. I will bring this lynx back first. Come to my place for a drink later. It's getting dark. We shall go back first. Wen Deguang carried the lynx and left with his wife and son. Lu Laosi and Feng Xingtai continued discussing about the tractor for a while, and he left satisfied with his son. He did not expect his son would solve the family's greatest worry with a hunting trip. The wasteland he wanted to cultivate was more than 100 acres. This year, his family would be out of poverty, and next year, he should be able to afford to buy a small horsepower tractor. After everyone left, Zhang Muhua started complaining to Feng Xingtai. Why did you listen to your son's nonsense? Think about how much we can earn with the tractor if we plow the land for others. What can we do with this bear now? Eat it. Mom, what if I can sell this bear in Bing City for 10,000 renminbi? Feng Xue said. How much? Zhang Muhua asked again. 10,000. Teacher's son told me. Feng Xue said confidently. Although it was not long before China's reform and opening up, there were still not many households who had 10,000 renminbi. For instance, Feng Xue's family was one of the 10,000 renminbi households. In the city, there were more rich people and foreigners. Feng Xue had told his father that this bear was worth 10,000 renminbi cash. Although, lending the tractor to others for land cultivation can also earn the same amount, but it was too tiring, and they can only collect the money in fall after the crops are sold. This sum of money can also earn some interest if kept in the bank. Son, you are so smart. Let your father sell the bear in the city tomorrow. He can also grab a set of new clothes for you and your sister on the way. Zhang Muhua smiled happily when she heard that the bear was worth 10,000 renminbi. Compared to lending the tractor to others, it was worth it, even if the bear was worth only 5,000 renminbi. Feng Xingtai glanced at his wife. Son got all the credit while I only get the blame. Who is the head of the family now? Chapter 5, Selling the Bear. Chapter 5, Selling the Bear. On the morning of the New Year's second day, Feng Xingtai along with Feng Yu loaded the bear onto a tractor cart, which will be pulled by the 55-horsepower tractor. Feng Danying also tagged along as she says she wanted to meet up with a classmate in the city. Feng Xingtai is not aware of anything, but Feng Yu knew. He remembered his brother-in-law had already started dating his sister. However, he did not expect his sister to be so brave as to visit her boyfriend in the city. The driving compartment of the tractor is not big, so Feng Yu and his sister can only sit on the metal mudguard above the tires. They reached the city after 3 hours. It was the second day of the new year. There are many people on the streets, but no shops were open. They are not able to get any new clothes. However, they are going to an international hotel which is open during this time. Hello, I am looking for Manager Yu. Feng Yu said. Young man, why are you looking for him? I have a bear to sell to your manager, Mr. Yu Chun Yuan. I had called up last night. Are you Mr. Feng's son? Wait a minute, I will call our manager. After about 2 minutes, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie came out. Manager Yu is followed by 2 chefs dressed in white chef clothing. All 3 look at Feng Xingtai, making him nervous. Hello, Mr. Feng. Bring your bear over. I bought 2 chefs along to take a look at your bear. Don't worry, we will give you a reasonable price. Manager Yu said while shaking Feng Xingtai's hands passionately. The bear is in the tractor cart outside. While they were speaking, sounds of people talking loudly were heard outside. Feng Yu rushed out hurriedly. He is afraid that someone would damage the bear's hide or steal his bear away. At the door, he saw 2 Lao Mao Zi Soviets looking at the bear. Fortunately, Feng Yu studied Russian in his previous life. Not only he is able to speak Russian, he has no problem reading and writing. He understands that they are amazed by the ferocious black bear. If they are able to buy the bear's hide back, they will certainly be basking in the limelight in front of their friends. Sir, I had hunted this bear with my friends. I intend to sell the bear's meat to the hotel, but we do not intend to sell the bear's hide and bear's bile. Kirilenko turned and looked at Feng Yu, surprised. This boy is only about 15 or 16 years old. How could he understand Russian? And he said that he hunted this black bear? Don't tell me he is from a legendary Chinese hunting family. The marksmanship is too good. All the wounds are on the head, and there is no other damage to other parts of the body. This boy is really a sharpshooter. I must buy this bear's hide back and tell everyone that I have hunted this bear in China. Friend, I am very interested in this bear hide. I just want the hide, and I can give you a very high price for it. Kirilenko said seriously. How much? I've contacted a buyer, and he is giving me a good price for it. How much is he offering? I will double what he offered. Kirilenko said. He offered $10,000. Kirilenko considered for a moment and said, 10,000? Then I will have to offer 20,000? A bit expensive though, but no problem. I want this hide. I am talking about ruble. Feng Yu added. At the current exchange rate, 1 ruble is equivalent to 3, 4 RMB. Kirilenko frowned. This Chinese buy is greedy. Ruble is worth much more than RMB. Impossible. If it is 20,000 renminbi, I can pay you immediately. I don't have anything more than that. Kirilenko did not know that his reply to Feng Yu indicates that Kirilenko really wants the hide and is willing to accept the price of 20,000 rubles. It's a shame then. I am going to sell the hide to another foreigner from the Soviet Union too. He is willing to pay 10,000 rubles. Feng Yu said and turned around with no hesitation. I can also offer 10,000 rubles, Kirilenko said urgently. No, we agreed that you will pay double. 20,000 rubles. I can hire people to help you skin and treat the hide. Feng Yu replied. At this time, Feng Xingtai and Yu Chun Yuan are looking at Feng Yu shocked. Feng Yu could actually converse to Soviets in Russian? But what are they talking about? They can't be discussing a deal to buy the bear, right? Kirilenko discussed with his companion and nodded at Feng Yu. Fine, but you have to act fast. I will be returning to Moscow in a few days' time. No problem, We can sign a contract. Kirilenko is convinced that Feng Xue is from a family of hunters and also often deal with foreigners. If not, how come he have thought of signing a contract? He also felt that Feng Xue is not only a splendid hunter, but also very smart. Kirilenko does not know about the market price of the black bear hide, but he felt that he is paying more. Feng Xue turned to Yu Chun Yuan said, "Manager Yu, I have sold the hide. My father will skin it and bring it away. We can discuss the price for the rest of the bear." Yu Chun Yuan, seeing no objections from Feng Xingtai, said to Feng Xue, "Initially, I wanted to buy the whole bear, but now, without the hide, I can't offer you a high price. The bear should not weigh 300 jin. I will still count it as 300 jin and offer you 1,500 renminbi. The price is too low even if the bear's paw and gall are not included. The bear, without the paw and gall, 3,000 renminbi. Bear's paw 1,000 renminbi each, and the bear gall is 2,000 renminbi. Total 9,000 renminbi. Feng Xue calmly negotiate with Manager Yu. "Mr. Feng, your son is not making any sense. He thought that we will just accept whatever price he offered. 1,000 renminbi for a bear's paw. Impossible. I will offer a total of 2,000 renminbi for the whole bear, including bear's paw and gall. This price is already very high." Manager Yu looked at Feng Xingtai said. Feng Xingtai is not stupid, but he is not as eloquent as his son. He shook his head and pointed at Feng Xue said, "He hunted the bear and studied more than me. He will negotiate with you. If both of you can't agree to a price, we will find someone else." "Someone else? In Bing City, other than our international hotel, who can offer such a high price?" "Mr. Feng, this bear will not be fresh if it is frozen for a long time," Yu Chun Yuan proudly said. "Manager Yu, do you think the two guests who just went in is willing to offer a high price for the bear's paws and gall? Also, with such a big bear, your restaurant is able to offer exotic dishes. I think the party leaders will be willing to dine here if they know about these dishes." Feng Xue said. He is not willing to lower the price as he felt that the bear is worth this price. If it is a few years later, black bears can still be traded legally. But at that time, the bears are so rare that a bear can sell for hundreds of thousands. There are many rich people who are willing to pay to eat a bear dish. A cooked bear's paw dish is able to sell for 100,000. You, young man, but the price you want is a too high price. 1,000 renminbi for a bear's paw. Do you know how much rice you can buy for 1,000 renminbi? Your whole family can't even finish those rice in a year. Well, they are coming out. If you are not interested, I will sell to them. They were asking about the price earlier, but I told them that I promised to sell to you first, and they gave up." Feng Xue said as he points to Kirilenko and his companion. Yu Chun Yuan gritted his teeth and said, 7,000 renminbi for the bear without the hide. In addition, I will help you skin the hide for free. Feng Xue smiled. You must also treat the hide within a week. We can sign the contract now. PS1, Wildlife Protection Act, only starts at the end of 1988. PS2, contracts have existed since ancient times. Chapter 6, Future Brother-in-Law. Chapter 6, Future Brother-in-Law. Feng Xue skillfully drafted 2 contracts, both in Chinese and Russian. There is no computer to print the contract. This made him not used to it. Both parties to sign the contract happily. Feng Xue only provided a black bear worth about 10,000 renminbi, and through negotiations, exchange it for 20,000 inch rubles and 7,000 renminbi. Even the skinning and treating of the hide is done by the International Hotel. Yu Chun Yuan wanted to exchange the rubles with Feng Xue directly, but Feng Xue refused. In the late 1980s, China's foreign currency exchange rates might not be the official rate. He clearly remembers that his future brother-in-law has ways to change foreign currencies to RMB. After Feng Xue left, Kirilenko's translator arrived. The translator learned that Kirilenko had bought a black bear's hide with 20,000 rubles and told him that he was cheated. The translator said that if Kirilenko wants, he is able to acquire a black bear hide with 5,000 renminbi. Kirilenko was furious. He is cheated by that Chinese kid. But he got over it quickly because the hide is obviously new, will be convenient for him to boast. If he were to buy a bear hide which is a few years old, he can always get it back in Russia. Nonetheless, if he meets the boy again, he will teach him a lesson. Are you going to meet your classmates? Is your classmate male or female? Feng Xingtai looked at his daughter and asked suspiciously, Dad, which girl will come and meet sister at this time of the year? I'm guessing that it's my sister's boyfriend. Just nice you are around. You can judge the boy's character and see through his lies with your years of experience. Feng Xue said, making his father very proud. Well, you're right. It is normal for your sister to find a boyfriend at her age. But his character must be good. Xiaoyu, can't tell that you actually studied hard in school, that you are able to converse well with Russians, and even drafts a contract in Russian. That look on Manager Yu's speechless face is priceless. Of course, I am your son, Feng Xue replied, making Feng Xingtai happier. Earlier, his son had negotiated with the two Russians and the manager of the international hotel on the price of the bear, resulting in the bear being sold at a higher than expected price. More importantly, it was the way those people at International Hotel looked at them. The Feng family finally have someone outstanding. Feng Xingtai tugged on the rope to start the tractor, and the engine roared. Feng Xue silently shook his head. The tractor is still using the old rope pull to start the engine. One could dislocate the shoulders while pulling the rope. Now with this money, he can guarantee that even if the family does not do farming, they will still become the richest family in the village next year. Feng Xingtai drove his tractor with Feng Danying's directions for half an hour, and he saw a lad standing by the roadside, wearing a thick cotton-padded jacket. In his hand, he is also carrying a military coat. Dad, stop the car, Li Shiqiang is there. Feng Danying tapped on her father's arm. Yesterday, after Feng Xue made his phone call to the hotel, Danying also gave Li Shiqiang a phone call. Missing Li Shiqiang, Danying followed along to Bing City to see him. Danying, it's cold, put this coat on. Seeing Feng Danying come out from the tractor, Li Shiqiang hurriedly ran over and used the army coat to cover Feng Danying. Cough. Feng Xingtai cleared his throat loudly. He is happy that this boy knows brought his daughter a coat, but he was very unhappy to see him putting the coat on his daughter in front of him. Hi uncle, my name is Li Shiqiang. I am from Bing City. I returned here to work after demobilizing from the military last year. I work at the post office nearby. You must be Xiaoyu. Your sister often tells me about you. Hi, brotherly. Feng Xue smiled, at the same time secretly shook his head. His father must be furious when he hears Li Shiqiang's sentence. By saying he heard a lot about Feng Xue from his sister, implies that they have been together for a long time. If Feng Xingtai did not come to Bing City to sell the bear, he could still be unaware of this relationship. Sure enough, Feng Xingtai's face became a lot more serious. He scans Li Shiqiang from top to toe. Li Shiqiang is not tall, only around 1.75 meters, but he looks very spirited. Working in a post office, a government servant. Not bad, but seeing his daughter behind his back left him very dissatisfied. Uncle, it's nearing noon. Come over to my place for lunch. Feng Xingtai hesitated, to eat at his house. This means both parents meeting. Feng Xue seeing his father's hesitation and egged, Dad, let's go. I happen to have some things I need to ask brotherly. Feng Xue thought of the big event happening this year, which could double his money several times. But for this to happen, he needs a very trustworthy person, and there is someone that fits the bill here. Okay, but there is no need for lunch. We will just drink something and be on our way. Seeing Li Shiqiang's parents waiting downstairs, Feng Xingtai felt flattered. He felt that this Li family is not bad. Mr. Feng, let's go upstairs. This must be Danying and Xiaoyu. You both have inherited Mr. Feng's good looks, Li's father said, praising the three of them in one sentence. Feng Xingtai did not feel anything when Manager Yu of International Hotel addressed him as Mr. Feng. But now, Li's father addressed him as Mr. Feng. He felt very respected, and a smile appeared on his face. On the stairs, Feng Xingtai still felt a bit uncomfortable. There are not a lot of buildings on their farm and village. Fortunately, there is a small shop downstairs, and Feng Xingtai brought some canned food and malt drinks as gifts. It is not nice to visit someone's home empty-handed. Once in the house, Feng Xue looked around. The house is not big. The usable area is more than 50 ping. It is even smaller than their farmhouse. At least their house at the farm still has a front yard and small garden. Feng Xingtai chatted with Li Fu happily. Mrs. Li brewed some tea and served them some melon seeds and sweets before going back into the kitchen to start cooking. Her son had brought his girlfriend and also his girlfriend's parent home for the first time. No matter what, she has to prepare lunch for the guests. Furthermore, it is the new year now. The two fathers were happily chatting. Feng Xue pulled Li Shiqiang to one side. Brother Li, you work at the post office. Yes, did your sister tell you? You want to buy monkey stamps? I tell you, now the monkey stamps are worth almost 50 renminbi per piece. It's not worth it. If you want other types of stamps, I am able to help you. Lots of people had approached Li Shiqiang to help buy monkey stamps. But there is nothing he can do as the stamps are no longer in circulation. No, I want to ask about treasury bonds. Are you able to help me buy treasury bonds? Feng Yu just remembered monkey stamps. Unfortunately, it is already too late. The golden age for stamp investment had passed. Even he invests now, the returns are not big. In his last life, there is someone who made his first bucket of gold from treasury bonds. He became a millionaire in 1 year, using only 20,000 renminbi as his initial investment. Treasury bonds. What do you want that for? The repayment time is long and cannot be exchanged for money. I worked in the post office and was forced to buy dozens of dollars worth of treasury bonds. If you like, I can give you a $10 treasury bond as New Year money. For someone earning only 80 renminbi a month, $10 is a lot. But for his girlfriend, Li Shiqiang must be willing to give Feng Yu 10 renminbi. Feng Yu looked at Li Shiqiang's uneasy smile. Brotherly, I don't want your treasury bonds. I just want to buy some treasury bills. Can you help? I want to buy the treasury bills from your colleagues and friends. I can buy whatever you can find. Li Shiqiang felt surprised. Is Danny Ying's brother stupid? I already told him that treasury bills are worthless, yet he still wants to buy. Translator notes, treasury bond is a debt security issued by a government to support government spending. Chinese government bonds were first issued in 1950 by the Ministry of Finance. The issuance was terminated in 1958, but resumed in 1981, primarily to address a shortfall in funding for national construction projects. The market remained quite small for many years, but has rapidly grown into one of the world's largest government bond markets in recent years. By Fleming and Horan, 2013. By J. Fleming, M. and Horan, C. 2013. The Microstructure of China's Government Bond Market. SSRN Electronic Journal. Chapter 7. Foreign Currency Exchange. Chapter 7. Foreign Currency Exchange. Feng Yu didn't have the chance to clarify further as lunch is served. Feng Xingtai drank only a bottle of beer as he still has to drive. The drive back home will take about 3 to 4 hours. Both families got along very well. If not for Feng Yu reminding his father, Feng Xingtai would have already discussed the details of the marriage with the in-laws. Come on, sister is only 19 years old and is still in school. Even if they were to get married, it should be after sister's graduation from the nursing school. Feng Yu continued to pester Li Shiqiang during lunch. However, it is not about treasury bonds. Feng Yu must first let Li Shiqiang believe that he has the ability to make money. What did you say? Uncle Feng got 20,000 rubles in his bag. Are you kidding me? Li Shiqiang jumped when he heard Feng Xingtai have 20,000 rubles in his bag. 20,000 rubles is a lot of money. It is enough to buy a few apartments like his house in Bing City. Didn't Danny Ying say that her family is just a $10,000 household? How come they bring so much money along to Bing City? This is not a joke. Brotherly, you are working at the post office. There must be a lot of people wanting to change RMB for rubles. But changing foreign currencies at the bank needs application. Not only it is troublesome, there is also a limit to how much currency they are able to exchange. I heard that doing currency exchange privately can get a better rate compared to the bank. Li Shiqiang looked at Feng Yu. You want me to look for people who are willing to offer higher rates for foreign currencies? Of course. You mean you can't do that? This is my father's idea, but he felt embarrassed to ask you. Feng Xingtai still did not know that he had been sold by his son. Since it is Danny Ying's father's idea, then Li Shiqiang must do. Anyway, he works in the post office, and there are many people approaching him to find out if he is able to get foreign currency. Although 20,000 rubles is a large sum of money, he is confident that he is able to change it to RMB at a higher rate within 3 to 5 days. Well, leave it to me. I guarantee I can help you change your 20,000 rubles to RMB at a higher rate. Okay, my father will pass you the money later. Also, this is a test for you, Feng Yu said. With so much trust in him, how can he disappoint his future father-in-law? He immediately promises Feng Yu that he will finish the job in 3 days. Half an hour later, Feng Xingtai went out to warm up the tractor. In this era, there is no antifreeze. If the car is not warm up, it cannot start. Li Shiqiang offered to help. Feng Yu also followed downstairs. Dad, I need to discuss something with you. Can I use the money first? Feng Yu asked cautiously. Feng Xingtai grabbed his bag with both hands and looked at Feng Yu vigilantly. What are you saying? You are still a little brat. You know how to use such a big sum of money. Besides, what do you need this money for? Dad, my teacher told me that when people in the city want to travel, they need foreign currency. However, they are not able to exchange for a bigger amount. They will find people to exchange the currencies privately at higher rates. Brotherly works in the post office and have his ways. If we let him exchange these 20,000 rubles, the rate will definitely be better than the bank. Feng Xue said. He is using him making more money technique again. The negotiations that took place in the morning had shocked Feng Xue. He discovered that his son had become more capable after attending school. If it is possible to earn more money, he certainly wants to earn more. Post office also do foreign exchange. How much more would that be? At least a few thousand. It is a few thousand RMB. Feng Xue felt that his current tone, his looks is just like the way he persuades customers to invest when he started working as an investment broker in his previous life. A few thousand? Really so much? This ruble is good, so much more valuable than the RMB. Can Xiaoli change it for us? If his family knows about this, will they think that we are greedy and have a bad impression of your sister? Feng Xue hesitates. Even though money is important, his daughter's happiness is much more important. Dad, it was Brother Li's initiative. I mentioned that we will be going to the bank to exchange the rubles, and he offered to exchange for us. He also says that the bank exchanges rates are not good. Besides, Brother Li and sister are together now. Uncle Li is even coming over to our house for a visit in a few days' time. Brother Li can bring the money with him when he visits. Feng Xue hesitated for a long time, took out 2 thick, paper-wrapped stacks of rubles, and asked Feng Xue to pass to Li Shiqiang. Feng Xue took the rubles to Li Shiqiang. Brother Li, if you are able to finish this task, your relationship with my sister will be approved. Li Shiqiang's face turned red due to excitement. He kept the rubles and nodded. He is afraid that Feng Xue would change his mind. The tractor is almost warmed up. Once again, Feng Xue took out the rope and started the engine. Li Shiqiang went upstairs to call Dannying. The Li family went downstairs to see them off. They even gave Feng Xue a lamb's leg and 10 renminbi to Feng Xue. Li Fucai noticed the 2 paper-wrapped blocks in his son's hands after the Feng family left. What are you holding? Li Fucai asked. This is the money Uncle Feng got from selling the bear. It is all in foreign currency, rubles. He is asking me to help him exchange privately to RMB. This way, it is better than exchanging at the bank. Your Uncle Feng really trusted you. Try to change it within these few days. We will bring it along when we go visit them. Also, how much rubles are there? Father Li is very happy to learn that his future in-laws have so much trust in his son. This is a good thing. How much? Father Li asked again. 20,000 rubles? How big is that bear? 20,000 rubles is more than enough to buy our house. Being a farmer is more profitable than working in the city. Father Li exclaimed. So what? Our son is Bing City resident, and he still works at the post office. Although Li's mother does not despise the Feng family, she still feels superior as they are living in the city. It's 20,000 rubles. According to the current exchange rate, it is about 80,000 renminbi. Li Shiqiang added. This time, Li's mother is unable to keep her cool and asked, about 80,000 renminbi? How many bears did they hunt? Mom and Dad, take these money home first. I will go out for a while. There are a few people asking around for private currency exchange before the new year. I will go and ask them how much they want to exchange. Li Shiqiang said while handing over the paper-warped stacks of rubles to his mother. Mother Li held on to the rubles tightly and pulled her husband along upstairs. She is very nervous as she had not seen such a big sum of money in her life before. Li Shiqiang's job at the post office gave him great convenience. In this era, post office takes on many roles. As such, it gave people the impression that Li Shiqiang is very capable and is able to do tasks which others are not able to do. For instance, there is a company's vice president who is traveling to the Soviet Union for a business trip. He wanted to buy some souvenirs for his wife and children, but the foreign currency assigned to him is too little. His wife's nephew, who is Li Shiqiang's classmate, came to look for Li Shiqiang asking for help to exchange some foreign currency. After an afternoon of negotiating, Li Shiqiang manages to exchange 8,000 rubles at 1 rubles to 4.5 yuan RMB. He even delivers the rubles personally to the company's vice president house. 3 days later, Li Shiqiang finished exchanging all 20,000 rubles, a total of 91,200 renminbi. There are 2 times where the rubles are exchanged much higher than normal exchange rates. Li Shiqiang is very excited. He had completed the task given to him, helped his girlfriend's family earn some money, and let many people think that he is very capable. But the one thing that bothers him, many people start to look for him to exchange RMB for rubles, but he does not have any more rubles. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. BJ 212. On the 6th day of the new year, the Li family arrived at Feng's house in their 212 Jeep, a model of Jeep from Beijing Jeep Corporation. Everyone from Feng's family came out to the courtyard to welcome them. Li's family brought along 2 cartons of cigarettes, 2 bottles of wine, 2 boxes of tea leaves, and 2 bags of red sausages. But Li Shiqiang's hands are holding on to a canvas tightly. Zhang Muhua went into the kitchen with Feng Danying to cook, while Feng Xingtai accompanies the Mr. and Mrs. Li in the living room. Li Shiqiang, holding on to the canvas bag, entered a room with Feng Yu. "Brother Li, you finished exchanging all the rubles?" "Yes, 91,200 renminbi. All here." Feng Yu raised his brows a little. It is much more than he expected. It seems that many people in Bing City need foreign currency. This can make a lot of money if I am able to seize this opportunity. Thanks for your hard work, Brother Li. I think my father will be very satisfied. If I still have rubles, are you able to change it? Sure. In fact, people are still asking me to change rubles for them, but I have none. You still got ways to get rubles? Li Shiqiang is very curious. It is not easy to get foreign currencies. He himself is working at the post office, and his father, who is also working for the government, is not able to get foreign currencies. How can a farmer's boy, who is still going to school, have ways to get foreign currencies? Feng Yu smiled and said, International Oat. International Hotel? International Hotel does have a lot of foreign guests, but how do you get in? Don't tell me you know the higher management in the hotel. Go directly to the foreign guests to change. We will give them slightly higher rates prices, and these foreign guests will be willing to take advantage of the higher rates. Li Shiqiang gave himself a facepalm. Why didn't he think of this? But to communicate directly with foreign guests, you need to understand the foreign language. Then I have to find an interpreter. It is not easy to find one. Feng Yu waved his hands in Li Shiqiang's face and pointed to himself. I can communicate in both Russian and English. He then speaks a few sentences in Russian and English. Li Shiqiang's mouth opened wide in shock. You know 2 foreign languages. Is he a genius? How old is Feng Yu, and how did he learn these 2 foreign languages? In this era, if one can understand a foreign language, he would have been worshipped by others, let alone understand 2. But in 2015, it is normal to see people well versed in 2 or more foreign languages. Feng Yu had ever met someone who is proficient in 8 foreign languages. Okay, I will go to Bing City with you tonight. I am going to visit my teacher. Tomorrow I will pass you the rubles after I have to exchange it, Feng Yu said. Li Shiqiang felt that Feng Yu, a 15-year-old boy, had the presence of a great leader. This future brother-in-law will certainly go far in the future because he is a genius who understands 2 foreign languages. When they came back to the hall, everyone looked at them. A smile appears on Feng Yu's face. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Xingtai is afraid that something might go wrong with the money. He did not tell his wife about this matter. He just told her that the bear was sold for 7,000 renminbi. Although 7,000 renminbi is lower than his wife's expectation, she is still happy, especially when she heard that her daughter's boyfriend is from the city and work in the post office. Li Shiqiang's parents are afraid that Feng's family is not satisfied with the amount and think that they had kept some of the money. Even though they are not as rich as the Fengs, they would absolutely not do such things. Li Shiqiang's parents really like the well-behaved and sensible Feng Danying as their daughter-in-law. They cannot let their future in-laws look down on them. According to the tradition of Feng's family, lunch is 8 meat dishes. Among these dishes are pheasant, wild rabbits, and wild-caught fish. Although they are city people, the food in the city is not as good compared to the countryside. Furthermore, their future in-laws are really nice people, so the Li family have an exceptionally good appetite. Feng Yu approached his father when the latter was going to the toilet. Dad, the rubles is changed to RMB. A total of 91,200 renminbi. At least 7,000 to 8,000 renminbi more if we were to exchange it at the bank. Later today, I want to follow Brother Li back to Bing City. Firstly, I want to visit Teacher Sunday. He is from Bing City. I should pay him a New Year visit. Secondly, I want to use this money to change to rubles at the International Hotel. This way, we are able to earn a few thousand more when we change back to RMB. Feng Yu thought that it would be very difficult to persuade his father, and he never expects his father to agree so happily. Feng Xingtai said, Okay, I will give you our family's saving passbook too. You can only do this one more time. Dad, rest assured. We are able to earn money this way for a period of time. Feng Yu said, You should be entering high school later this year. Our farm does not have a high school. The high schools in the county and district are just ordinary high schools. You should go to a good high school in the city so it will be easier for you to get into a good university. The expenses in Bing City is much higher compared to the village. As such, Feng Xue needs to earn more money. Dad, you can rest assured that I will be admitted to the high school in Bing City and a good university in future. Feng Xue is not confident with physics and chemistry college exams, but for high school entry exams, it is a piece of cake. His math, Russian, and Chinese will definitely give him high scores. He still has a school term to get used to it. He is not sure if he can enter the top high school in Bing City, but he is confident that he is able to get a place in those normal high school in Bing City. Good. Don't follow my footsteps and be a farmer. Your sister should be graduating this year from nursing school. I will buy an apartment for her in Bing City, and you can stay with her. She can take care of you. He had checked the pricing of houses in Bing City. A unit like Li Shiqiang's house cost around 20,000 renminbi. The Feng family now have more than 100,000 renminbi. He can afford to buy at least 3 to 5 units. Of course, Feng Xue's mother must not be aware of all these. Around 2 p.m., the Li family prepare to leave. Feng Xue and his mother help to load some farm produce on the top of the car. Mom, I will go to Bing City with Brother Li today to visit Teacher Sunday. Malt drinks. Zhang Zhanhua nodded. Yes, you should. Mr. Sun is so good to you. But you did not prepare any gifts. Wait a moment. Mom will give you some money, and you can buy some canned food, malt drinks, or something for Teacher Sunday. Not only Feng's family, everyone on the farm respect Teacher Sunday. He funded a lot of poor students and also gave up an opportunity to work in the city for these students. He is very well known in the farm. Feng Xue also respect him very much and really want to visit him. Mom, no need. Dad had given me money. Knowing Feng Xue is going to Bing City with them, the Li family is very happy. Anyway, the 212 Jeep can seat 4 people. But the only thing that is puzzling the Li Shiqiang's parents is why is Feng Xue bringing the canvas bag along? What is happening? In the Jeep, Feng Xue explained that he will be changing some rubles and making some money out of the difference in exchange rates. If they have spare cash, they can also join in. Using 10,000 renminbi to earn 1,000 renminbi shouldn't be an issue. Li's parents also want to earn some extra cash. Anyway, the money will be in their son's hands, and when their son gets married, they need to spend a lot too. Once back home, Li's parents also gave their savings passbook to his son and asked him to go and withdraw their savings from the bank tomorrow. That night, Feng Xue shared a bed with Li Shiqiang. He slept soundly, but the Li family did not sleep well. Chapter 9. Early next morning, they went to the bank and withdraw all their family's savings with the bank book and kept in a bag. A total of 143,600 renminbi. Feng's family had a total of 112,800 renminbi savings. The two then drove to the International Hotel. This timing is the time where the guest traffic is at the peak. When they reached, they saw 3 foreigners standing by the roadside waving for a taxi. Bing City is the first city in China to have the taxi. The development of the taxi industry here is the fastest and the best in China. Excuse me, are you waiting for a taxi? Feng Xue approached them and asked in English. A blonde foreigner looks at Feng Xue curiously and looks at the Jeep parked at a distance. He nodded and asked Feng Xue, "How much do you charge from here to the riverside?" They had been conned by these types of private hire taxi before. A normal taxi will charge them 5 renminbi, but these private hire taxi will charge them 50 renminbi for the same distance. $10, but we only take RMB. Feng Xue replied. Why? I pay you in US dollars. $5. You can exchange it for more than 10 renminbi. The foreigner replied, feeling puzzled. He had used USD here before, and most shops are more than happy to accept USD. The only exceptions are those small roadside shops. Why did this young man refuse to accept USD? No, we just want RMB. You have RMB? I can help you exchange your USD for RMB at a higher rate compared to the market. Feng Xue smiled slyly. During this time, it is not easy for foreigners to exchange foreign currencies for RMB. Furthermore, Americans always think that USD is a global currency and can be accepted everywhere. The blonde foreigner sneered. This young man's real intention is to exchange foreign currencies and have no intention of renting the car out. How much RMB can you offer for $1? The blonde foreigner asked. Feng Xue replied, 3 renminbi and 80 cents. It is higher than the market rate. The exchange rate is now about 3 renminbi and 70 cents. Blonde foreigner. No, for renminbi. Then this deal is off. There are many other guests at this hotel that needs to exchange currencies. I will not hold you back then. Goodbye, Feng Xue said. Wait a minute. How much can you change for us? The blonde noticed that this kid is not easy to deal with and is most probably a veteran. How many USD do you have? Feng Xue asked. The three foreigners discussed for a minute and replied, $5,000 USD. No problem. Please follow me to the Jeep. The deal went well, and both sides were happy. The Americans felt that they had gotten a good deal. Using RMB in China is more worthwhile and can avoid being cheated. Also, the exchange rate Feng Xue offered is higher than the market. Feng Xue is also happy. There are many people that want to exchange RMB for USD. Feng Xue asked Li Shiqiang, "You able to find people to exchange RMB for USD?" "Of course, and I guarantee the rate will be more than 4 renminbi." Li Shiqiang replied. When he was exchanging the rubles, someone had approached him asking for USD. Feng Xue continued to loiter around the entrance of International Hotel. Feng Xue will approach anyone who wears a suit or looks like a rich man. He will ask them if they need any RMB or foreign currencies. This continued till noon. Both of them had exchanged around 50,000 renminbi in return for USD and ruble. Other than USD and rubles, there is lesser demand for other foreign currencies. They had lunch at a small noodle shop nearby and returned to the International Hotel. Kirilenko had almost finished his work in Bing City and will be going back in 2 days' time. He intends to buy some China's products back as souvenirs for friends and family. In China, foreigners are often cheated. For example, the price tag would just display a number 1. The foreigners will think that it is 1 renminbi, but it actually meant 10 cents. Also, when the foreigners pay in foreign currencies such as rubles, the other party will just feign ignorance and treat these currencies as RMB. Kirilenko had decided to look for the hotel manager to help him exchange some rubles for RMB. The bank is too far and no one understands Russian there. Isn't that the young man who sold him the black bear fur at a high price? Just nice. I wanted to teach him a lesson for lying to me. Kirilenko walked over to Feng Xue angrily. Mr. Kirilenko, we met again. Feng Xue smiled. Are you here to sell your prey? The last time, you sold me the bear hide for 20,000 rubles, but I had asked around. The market price for bear hide is only 5,000 renminbi. You are a liar, Kirilenko said while holding on to Feng Xue's arm. Feng Xue immediately explained. There are many types of bear hide. The hide I sold you is an excellent quality hide. Those 5,000 renminbi hides are substandard old fur with bullets and wormholes. You can go and ask around. Is that so? Then I might have misunderstood you. Have hunted Siberian tiger? I want high-quality tiger fur, Kirilenko said and loosened his grip. He had always wanted to buy tiger hide. Siberian tiger. A rich man with low IQ. This is Feng Xue's impression of Kirilenko. The only time he saw a Siberian tiger is at the zoo during his previous life. Sorry, tiger fur is not easy to get. But if you want other animals, such as mink or fox's fur, I can help you get. Kirilenko disappointedly shook his head. If he is able to get tiger fur, then he can return to his country and boast to his friends. Who else can hunt a tiger and bear in a single trip? Seems like his dream will not come true. But to successfully hunt a black bear is enough for him to boast about the rest of his life. Seeing Kirilenko is about to leave, Feng Xue hurriedly stopped him. Mr. Kirilenko, if I am not wrong, you still have a lot of rubles with you? I remembered that you are going back soon. Will you be buying some Chinese souvenirs? It will be more convenient and cheaper if you are using RMB. I can exchange your rubles for RMB for a small transaction fee. When dealing with other guests, Feng Xue will offer higher exchange rates, but not for someone as rich as Kirilenko. Feng Xue have other ways to earn money from him. Kirilenko raised his brows and replied calmly, Transaction fees? There are no transaction fees if I go to the bank. Banks do have transaction fees, and you still need to queue. Also, you can't exchange large amounts at the bank, and there is no one who is able to speak in Russian there. Mr. Kirilenko, don't you agree that it is more convenient to use RMB in China? Feng Xue said. From Kirilenko's reply, Feng Xue knew that Kirilenko wanted to exchange rubles for RMB. How much can you exchange, and how much is the transaction fees? Kirilenko asked. The rate is 1 ruble to 4 renminbi. The extra is my transaction fees. I can exchange 20,000 rubles for you now. Anything more than 20,000 rubles will have to wait 1 or 2 days. Feng Xue replied. For someone who is able to buy a bear fur for 20,000 rubles must be very rich. Feng Xue wondered what business does Kirilenko do. Kirilenko looked at Feng Xue, who is not carrying any bags, and asked, You can exchange 20,000 rubles now. Feng Xue pointed to the jeep not far away. In the car, seeing Feng Xue pointing over, Li Shiqiang hurriedly waved back. Okay, I'll change 20,000 rubles. Wait a moment. I will go back to my room to get the money, Kirilenko said. Feng Xue clenched his fist tightly. It seems that he is able to exchange all his money within the next hour. The transaction went smoothly in the jeep, and before getting off the jeep, Kirilenko asked Feng Xue where can he buy Chinese specialties. Feng Xue is ecstatic. Kirilenko is letting him earn more money. Canned fruits. Feng Xue asked Li Shiqiang in Chinese. Brotherly, you know where to buy ham sausage, Jianlibo, a brand of healthy soft drink, and canned fruit. Jianlibo. In this era, these Chinese domestic products are very popular in the Soviet Union. I have a former comrade working in the supply and marketing cooperative. I heard that he has some goods which are not selling well. How much does this Russian want? Li Shiqiang replied. Feng Xue whispered to Li Shiqiang. Control your facial expressions and don't show any sign of happiness. Try have an expression like you are in a difficult position. He wants to use up all 80,000 renminbi. If not for Feng Xue, Li Shiqiang will certainly jump up excitedly. But now he has a troubled look on his face. Is it difficult to get these Chinese specialties? Kirilenko asked embarrassedly. Looking at the troubled look on that driver's face, it must be hard to get these souvenirs. Feng Xue replied, No. We have the connections, but we need his father's help. So, there will be some extra cost. He said, I understand. But I'm flying back to Moscow the day after tomorrow. So make it fast. These 1,000 rubles is for you. Enough. It is very common for people to give gifts in exchange for help. No problem. Feng Xue said happily. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. Li Shiqiang drove them directly to the cooperative to find his former comrade. Anyway, they had already exchanged a large sum of RMB for foreign currencies. Furthermore, Feng Xue said that this trip will let them earn a lot of money. China Cooperative. After meeting up with Li Shiqiang's former comrade, Feng Xue found out that the supply and marketing cooperative had a lot of stocks, especially canned food and ham. Learning that Li Shiqiang had brought a big Soviet Union client to the cooperative, the manager came down personally. The manager is arrogant and impatient, especially after he learned that it is a teenager who will be negotiating with him. The manager said, all these things are sold packaged together. Take it or leave it. Manager Sue, it seems the deal is off. I believe I can get these goods elsewhere besides the cooperative. The manager became anxious when he saw Feng Xue leaving with the foreigner. Feng Xue is right. Other than the cooperative, these goods are also available at the grocery shops. The manager just wanted to sell off those unpopular products, but he just found out that it is not easy to cheat this kid. This kid is not afraid of him. Wait, I will remove some products. Manager Sue said. No, we will choose the goods ourselves. Also, we traveled a long way here, and you have to give us some free gifts. We are very busy. If you don't agree, we will go elsewhere. Shops don't offer discounts in this era, but they will give free gifts. Okay, but have to buy more canned food. He has a lot of canned fruits left. People used to give canned fruits as gifts last year, but now, they give malt drinks instead. No problem. Feng Xue said. Feng Xue then explained to Kirilenko that because he is buying in large quantities, the manager needs to bring in the goods from other places. As such, these goods might be more expensive. However, the manager is willing to give him some gifts as compensations. Kirilenko is happy. He knows that if he were to buy these goods himself, it will cost several times more. But now, these goods only cost a bit higher and even comes with free gifts. Kirilenko had only wanted to buy canned fruits, ham, and Jianlibo initially. But now he picked a few cartons of cigarettes, malt drinks, and sugar. He also emphasized that he wanted peony flower embroidered pillowcases as free gifts. After some negotiations between Feng Xue and Manager Sue agrees to give more pillowcases as free gifts. This is mainly because Kirilenko is purchasing 60,000 renminbi worth of merchandise. Furthermore, he will be making a loss if these food products expire. Wait a minute, Manager Sue. We are unable to bring these goods with us as we are only driving a small jeep. You need to deliver these goods to the airport warehouse for us. Feng Xue said. Manager Sue is feeling troubled. Why is this kid so troublesome? I have already given him so much free gifts, and yet he wants me to deliver these goods to the airport? The airport is quite a distance from Bing City. While Feng Xue is negotiating with the manager in the office, Li Shiqiang is persuading Kirilenko to taste their local liquor. Of course, Li Shiqiang himself is not drinking as he still needs to drive. Baijiu. So, Kirilenko finished a bottle of Baijiu, Chinese spirits, alone and got a bit tipsy. Feng Xue appeared in front of Kirilenko and asked him in Russian, "Mr. Kirilenko, I have tallied all the goods. Do you want to check yourself?" Kirilenko waved his hand. He is seeing double now. How can he check? Feng Xue then asked, "Mr. Kirilenko, how are you going to send all these goods to the airport? I can help you get a truck to transport these goods to the airport cheaply." Kirilenko nodded, thinking to himself, this young man is very considerate and takes notes of such minor details. As someone for the Soviet Union, I must not take advantage of such nice person. In addition to the transportation cost, I will also give him a generous tip. Manager Su took down Kirilenko's passport details and start loading the goods onto a truck to be sent to the airport's warehouse. Because Kirilenko is a foreigner, he can easily retrieve these goods and ship back to Russia. Feng Xue instructed Manager Su to just leave the amount blank and only write the type and quantity of goods on the receipt. He explained that this is because this Russian will be claiming this amount as reimbursement from others back in Russia. Manager Su smiled knowingly. After making payments, Feng Xue specially mentioned to Manager Su that it was Li Shiqiang's former comrade asked them to come here. It is up to Manager Su whether to reward him. After passing the receipt to Kirilenko, Li Shiqiang sends Kirilenko back to International Hotel. Kirilenko wanted Feng Xue's contact details, and Li Shiqiang left him a telegram address. If this Russian comes back again, then they are able to make some money. On his way back to his room, Kirilenko stuffed his remaining rubles to Feng Xue, thanking him for his help. Feng Xue accepted it happily. If he had not helped Kirilenko, Kirilenko might be spending 80,000 renminbi and getting only 40,000 renminbi worth of goods. With Feng Xue's help, at least helped Kirilenko got 60,000 renminbi worth of goods and even helped him with the transportation. "Xiaoyu, you really earned a lot on this trip," Li Shiqiang said after Kirilenko entered his hotel room. "It's not me, it's us. We earned a total of 30,000 renminbi. Each person 15,000 renminbi. Feng Xue replied. No. All I did was to drive back and forth, and it was you who thought of this idea. I cannot take money." Li Shiqiang hurriedly waved his hand. Feng Xue smiled, brotherly. "You will be my brother-in-law in 2 years' time. Don't be so calculative. Also, you are the one who told me that the supply and marketing cooperative have leftover goods. Furthermore, you need a sum of money to buy a house when you marry my elder sister." "Yes, I want to buy a big house," Li Shiqiang thought and said to Feng Xue. "Then I will only take 5,000 renminbi." "Whatever. Wait here. I need to continue looking foreigners who wanted to exchange currencies," Feng Xue said. Originally, they had less than 10,000 renminbi left, but because of Kirilenko, they earned another 20,000 renminbi. 1 hour later, the two men drove away. All their RMB had been replaced with rubles and USD. In a few days' time, after all these currencies are exchanged, they will be looking at more than 10,000 renminbi profit. Li Shiqiang is smiling nonstop on the way home. Feng Xue is also very excited. The amount of money in his hands will soon exceed more than 13,000 renminbi. In 1 year's time, he will turn this 13,000 renminbi into 1.3 million. Chapter 11, Treasury Bonds. Chapter 11, Treasury Bonds. It's only 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but it's getting dark. Fortunately, they are driving and Feng Xue is able to reach Teacher Sun's house before dinner time. Teacher Sun is very happy that Feng Xue could come and visit him. To Teacher Sun, Feng Xue is usually a little quiet, but he studied very hard. Only his grades for Russian and math are poor, and most likely will not be admitted into high schools in the city. But he should still be able to enter other high schools in the district. After politely declining Teacher Sun's dinner offer, Feng Xue returned to Li Shiqiang's house. After dinner, Li Shiqiang went out to look for those people who wanted foreign currencies. Feng Xue will only return to the farm in the afternoon. Who knows, they might be able to get more RMB to exchange for foreign currencies at International Hotel tomorrow morning. It was about 10 o'clock at night when Li Shiqiang came back. He had brought out some foreign currencies and returned with more than 50,000 renminbi. "Brotherly, do you think it is easy to make money?" Feng Xue asked. Li Shiqiang nodded. "You are smart unlike me. I did not study much and is not highly educated. If we continue doing this for a month, the amount we earn in a month will be more than my annual salary. There is a more profitable business. You interested?" Feng Xue asked. "More profitable?" Li Shiqiang's breathing becomes more rapid. "Treasury bonds. Xiaoyu, you kept telling me about treasury bonds. But I understand more about treasury bonds than you. You can't make money out of treasury bonds, and these bills cannot be used as cash. You also have to wait till the maturity to get back your money. Li Shiqiang replied disappointingly. Everyone working for the government was forced to buy treasury bonds. They were promised that there will be interest for these bills in the future. But who knows what will happen in the future? Brotherly, don't you read the newspaper? Treasury bonds will be tradable soon, and it will be like commodities. $10 worth of treasury bonds could turn into $11. Li Shiqiang shook his head. I still think changing foreign currency is more profitable. Feng Xue said angrily. You really think that it is so easy to earn from trading foreign currencies? This is illegal. Although there is no one catching us now, how long more can we earn doing this? Also, you don't know any foreign language. What are you going to do when I go back to the farm? Besides, the employees at the international hotel have noticed us. They will be chasing us away tomorrow if we are there again. Li Shiqiang froze. This is so profitable, and we can't do it anymore. Seeing Li Shiqiang stop talking, Feng Xue continued. Is the treasury bill interest rates higher than the bank? Yes, it's higher than fixed deposits, but you can't withdraw it. Li Shiqiang replied. Of course, I will sell the treasury bill. I don't want to wait so long. Li Shiqiang replied. That's right. There are a lot of people that think the same way like you. That is when the price of the treasury bill drops and $10 will turn into $9. But there will be people who have spare cash and wants to own treasure bills, but are no treasure bills in the market. So, they will offer a higher price for it, and the price of a 10 renminbi treasury bill will become 11 renminbi. Feng Xue explained. Impossible. Who will be so stupid to spend 11 renminbi for 10 renminbi? The treasury bill interest rates might not be so high. Li Shiqiang can never believe that anyone will offer such high prices for treasury bonds. That was just an example. But if it is 10 renminbi and 10 cents, do you think there will be people buying it? Feng Xue asked. That's more like it, but there will really be people who want to buy it? And the government really will allow the trading of treasury bonds? Li Shiqiang asked. Teacher's son told me. His student from Capital gave him this internal information. When that happens, we will earn from the price difference. 10 renminbi will become 11 renminbi, and 100,000 renminbi will turn into 110,000. His teacher once again is used as a shield by Feng Xue. Li Shiqiang's eyes shine. 100,000 renminbi become 110,000 renminbi. This is really profitable. His salary is less than 100 renminbi a month. Xiaoyu, then what am I supposed to do? Li Shiqiang asked excitedly. Buy treasury bonds. Buy from coworkers and friends. Offer them 9 renminbi and 50 cents for 10 renminbi treasury bonds. Most of them are forced to buy these bills, and they will be willing to exchange these bills for cash. Remember, treasury bonds will be tradable in 2 months' time. In the meantime, buy as many treasury bonds as you can. No one will be willing to sell these bills 2 months later. Feng Xue said, You mean we are using all our money to buy treasury bonds? We have over 100,000 renminbi on hand now. What if the news is fake? Why not we just use 10,000 renminbi first? Li Shiqiang asked. He dares not take the risk. If the news is fake, all their money will be held in these bills and unable to liquidate till several years later. Even you don't believe me, you should trust my teacher. What he said is definitely true. This foreign currency exchange method of making money is taught by him, so just tell me, how much money did we make? If you are able to borrow money, you should borrow to buy more treasury bonds. Feng Xue again teacher's son's name to convince Li Shiqiang. Early the next morning, Li Shiqiang dropped Feng Xue at the international hotel and left. He wants to exchange these foreign currencies as soon as possible. Through word of mouth, many people now know that Li Shiqiang have the ability to get foreign currencies, and they even take the initiative to find him. Feng Xue continued to exchange foreign currency in front of international hotel. With his persuasive skills, he exchanged more than 40,000 renminbi for rubles and USD. Feng Xue is afraid that something bad might happen to him as he was alone and carrying so much cash. He stayed in front of International Hotel's main entrance. The doorman noticed him and reported him to the manager, Yu Chunyuan. Just when Yu Chunyuan came out, he saw Feng Xue exchanging foreign currency for some foreign guests. He is very angry. The guests at International Hotel often approach him to exchange foreign currencies for RMB, and then he will change these currencies with some government officials privately. Yu Chunyuan grabbed Feng Xue's sleeve. Who allowed you to exchange foreign currency with foreign guests here? I am going to get you arrested. Feng Xue smiled awkwardly. Manager Yu, I am helping cousin change. His leader will be going aboard next month and wanted to get some foreign currency to buy some souvenirs back. I got enough and will leave now. I promise you I will not be back. Yu Chunyuan looked at Feng Xue's bag. It seems full of cash. But Yu Chunyuan can only warn Feng Yu as he did not want to have a bad reputation for bullying children. Yu Chunyuan warned Feng Yu, I will let you off this time. If I ever see you harassing my guests again, I will call the police. You should go to the bank and make an application to exchange currency. Feng Yu nodded and left. 1 hour later, Li Shiqiang came and picked him up. Knowing that they are not allowed to harass the foreign guests at the international hotel, he felt very disappointed. This is an easy and fast way to make money. Brother Li, don't be demoralized. We can trade treasury bonds for a year or two. After you have changed these foreign currencies to RMB, you can start to buy treasury bonds. Once it is officially legalized to trade treasury bonds, we will be rich. You won't disappoint my sister and my dad, are you? Li Shiqiang replied firmly. I will not let them down. Starting tomorrow, I will start to collect treasury bonds. Chapter 12. All the money is gone. Chapter 12. All the money is gone. Feng Xingtai eagerly looks at Feng Yu when came back and asked him when can he collect back all the money and how much did they make this time. Feng Yu said, Dad, all the money is used to buying treasury bonds. What did you say? You use more than 100,000 renminbi to buy treasury bill? You this good-for-nothing son. Is Li Shiqiang the one who coaxed you into buying treasury bonds? Feng Xingtai asked angrily. Feng Xingtai's blood rushed to his brain. What is he going to grow on the farm now? He raised his hand to slap Feng Yu, but stopped. There is no beating this time. Dad, this is all my idea and got nothing to do with Li Shiqiang. I heard from teacher son that treasury bonds will be allowed to trade on the open market soon. Imagine this. Brother Li uses 9 renminbi and 50 cents to buy a 10 renminbi treasury bill, and a 100 renminbi treasury bill can be brought to 95 renminbi now. Once the treasury bonds are allowed to trade openly, we can make tens of thousands of profit, Feng Yu explained. Feng Xingtai sighed. Son, Dad had neglected you. I didn't even know that you are so good with Russian and can even converse with Russians fluently. You and Li Shiqiang really did make money by trading foreign currencies. Now you are saying to buy treasury bonds. Dad doesn't understand about all these, but I will trust you. Dad, do you really believe me? Feng Yu asked. Feng Xingtai replied. What else can I do? Even if I beat you up, can you get the money back? Xiaoli is a good man with a good family. Your elder sister also likes him a lot. If I were to go and get the money back from them, how would Xiaoli's family look at us? What is done is done. We also survived in the past when we had no money. Dad, are we in need of money now? Feng Yu asked cautiously. Your sister will be going to the hospital for her internship soon. You are going to start school as well. Spring is here soon, and we need to prepare seeds, fertilizers, etc. Which of these don't need money? You this good for nothing. You will be the death of me. Feng Xingtai replied. Feng Xingtai is getting angrier as he speaks. Dad, there's enough time. Treasury bonds will be allowed to start trading in April. It will not delay our purchase of seeds and fertilizers. As for my school fees, accommodation fees, etc., we can owe the school for 2 months. Nothing will happen. Sister shouldn't have anything to worry. Brother Li will certainly put aside some money, and it should be enough for sister to last 2 months. Things better turn out this way. We will keep this from your mother. If she knows about this, she will beat you to death. I will think of a way to get some money for both your sister and your school fees. Feng Xingtai said. Old Feng, Xiaoyu, what are you two whispering about in the room? Dinner is ready. Feng's mother shouted. Okay, we are coming, Mom. Feng Yu shouted back. Dannying will be starting her internship in 2 days' time. Whether if she is able to get a job at the big hospital will depend on her performance. Old Feng, should we give Dannying get some money and let her buy some gifts for her superiors? Zhang Muhua said while eating. Mom, giving gifts to superiors is unethical. That hospital has a shortage of nurses. Definitely. I am able to work there after my internship. Dannying shouted. I agree. Mom, it's not necessary to give gifts. It will be better if the hospital does not employ sister. I will build a hospital and let sister run it. It is better than being a nurse. Feng Yu said while stuffing rice into his mouth. Zhang Muhua knocked Feng Yu's head with chopsticks. You are just like your father. Only know how to brag. Build a hospital? Just look at our village's clinic. Do you know how much it costs? Do you know how many years Aunt Zhao worked in the clinic before she gets the chance to run it? Feng Yu curled his lip. It's only a hospital. In 3 years' time, he will be able to build a big hospital and let his sister run it. Then he will poach some experienced doctors and nurses from other hospitals and make them work for sister. Old Feng, I'm talking to you. Zhang Muhua said. What? I also feel that there is no hurry. We can just send some gifts before her internship ends. Feng Xue said. He would also like to let her daughter send gifts, but he does not have the money to do so now. What do you know? She can be posted to some better departments if we give the gifts now. According to Zhaojia from the clinic, some nurses often need to work night shifts and in the emergency room, which can be very tiring. It's best to get posted to a less busy department like the dentistry. Zhang Muhua said. Feng Danying also looked to her father. She did not want to work in the emergency room and do not want to work the night shifts. Feng Xingtai looks at Feng Yu. All the money is gone. Your mother will be taking out the passbook in a while, and this matter will be exposed. Cough, Mom, sis, both of you don't have to worry. Brotherly told me that he has the connections at the hospital. Sister will be posted to the orthopedics, and her job only requires her to pass some splint, bandages, or something to the doctors. It is a very easy department, as there are even lesser people at the orthopedics compared to dentistry. Feng Yu lied. Sigh. One lie after another. This evening must remember to give Brotherly a phone call and let him focus the acquisition of treasury bonds at Sister's internship hospital. Hopefully, this will let them know someone who is able to let Sister go through back doors. Zhang Muhua said, Really? Can't tell this Xiao Li is so considerate. Feng Yu immediately said, Mom, Sister have good taste in man, just like you. With one sentence, everyone in the family smiled. Old Feng, my eldest sister family wants to borrow some money from us to buy a 55-horsepower tractor. They will return us the money in fall after the harvest. Zhang Muhua suddenly said. Feng Xingtai asked, How much does she need? 5,000 renminbi. Zhang Muhua replied. Feng Xingtai has a big headache now. If he has the money in his hands now, even if eldest sister needs 10,000 renminbi, is not a problem. But now, his son and prospective son-in-law had invested all the money into treasury bonds. How is he going to answer to his wife? Feng Yu can tell his dad is about to sell him out. It will be better for Feng Yu to confess. If aunt needs to borrow money, let them wait 2 months then. Mom, I need to tell you something. Zhang Muhua looked at her husband and son. Earlier these two had been making eye contacts with each other. It is obvious that they are hiding something from her. What happened? Zhang Muhua asked. Can we let Big Aunt wait for 1 or 2 months? Anyway, even if they buy the tractor now, they can't use it now. Buying the tractor 2 months later will not delay the planting of farmland also. Feng Yu said. Bang! Zhang Muhua banged on the table. What are the both of you hiding? Earlier both of you stopped me from giving your sister some money to buy gifts. Now, you are trying to stop me from lending money to my eldest sister. Could it be? Zhang Muhua hurriedly puts down the chopsticks and ran to the room. After searching for a while, she discovered that the passbook is missing. There are more than 20,000 renminbi in it. Where's the money? Where did you two hide the passbook? Zhang Muhua asked angrily. This father and son had spent their entire savings of 20,000 renminbi. Feng Yu tried to calm his mother down. Mom, don't worry. The money is not missing. I just used it. The Zhang Muhua froze for a moment, then jumps up and picked up the feather duster hanging from the wall. You this good-for-nothing son. How dare you steal money from home? I will beat you to death. Chapter 13. Increase manpower. Chapter 13. Increase manpower. After a while, the Feng family sits down amicably again. Of course, this is at expense of Feng Yu's suffering. His body is covered with red bruises from the feather duster. I thought Xiaoli is not bad, but it seems that I am wrong. He is a grown-up, and yet he followed along with Xiao Yu's idea. What does Xiao Yu know about treasury bonds? Making money from treasury bonds? Tell me who else has ever made money with treasury bonds. Even if one can make money from these bonds, it is also speculation. Zhang Muhua scolded. She still did not get over it, and continued to scold her son and Li Shiqiang. Mom, Shiqiang is also influenced by Xiao Yu, and Xiao Yu also told him that this was Dad's idea. Shiqiang also had no choice but to go along with this. Feng Danying tried to explain. Go and call them now and get the money back. Zhang Muhua said. Mom, just trust me. We can really make a huge profit out of this. Even teacher son said so. Besides, this is not speculation. According to the newspaper, we have to develop a planned commodity economy, and this is commodity economy. Feng Yu said. Feng Yu said some investment jargons which his mother could not understand. His mother's anger died down after Feng Yu promised to call Li Shiqiang to keep at least 10,000 renminbi immediately. On the way to the village office phone, Feng Danying is still scolding Feng Yu. How can you push everything to Shiqiang? You are my sister, and you are not even his wife yet. Why are you helping outsiders? As you can see, Mom and Dad didn't get too angry because Brotherly is involved in this. Also, we can absolutely make money from this. Dad also needs a sum of money to buy you a house in Bing City. Feng Xue retorted. To sum it up, you are the scheming one and Shiqiang is an honest person who was conned by you. Fine. I am the worst. Don't forget it was because of me. You and Brotherly are able to meet the parents. Feng Xue muttered. At village office, before the two pick up the phone rang. Just happenly Shiqiang called up. Hello, Brotherly. You had just met my sister a few days ago, and now you are missing her. Feng Xue joked. Xiaoyu, actually I'm looking for you. I had just found out that the treasury bond is more profitable than we expected. Li Shiqiang said excitedly. What does he mean? We can make money from treasury bonds now. Feng Xue had only considered the issue of trading treasury bonds and forgot about the maturity value. There are many people holding on to 5 renminbi and 10 renminbi bonds. Some had already matured. Most of the bonds at that time are 5 years maturity bonds, and there is a 4% annual interest. This means that when a 10 renminbi treasury bond matures, they would have 12 renminbi. Just like Li Shiqiang said before, when the treasury bonds were issued, they met with a lot of resistance. The government then forced the workers in government agencies and businesses to buy these bonds. Many people had even forgotten that they owned treasury bonds. When they heard that Li Shiqiang is acquiring treasury bonds, they went back and looked for their bonds. It is only then some of them realized that their treasury bonds had matured. For these people, going to the bank for a 2 renminbi return is troublesome. Over the years, wages had been raising. 2 renminbi is not worth the trip to the bank. Li Shiqiang was not very successful when he went door to door to buy treasury bonds. He offered 9 renminbi and 50 cents for 10 renminbi treasury bonds, and most people refused to sell their bonds to Li Shiqiang. Occasionally, Li Shiqiang will meet someone whose bonds had matured and can be redeemed for cash at the bank. Li Shiqiang would offer the original value for these bonds. He would offer 10 renminbi for a 10 renminbi treasury bond. He is able to make a 2 renminbi when he redeems at the bank. But this way, these people can feel the pinch even more. The offer for a 10 renminbi bond should at least be 11 renminbi. Li Shiqiang thinks to himself, even if I use 11 renminbi to buy a 10 renminbi bond, I can still redeem it for 12 renminbi when I go to the bank. If I use 110,000 renminbi to acquire these bonds and bring it to the bank, I can get 120,000 renminbi back. As such, he called Feng Xue to ask if it was fine this way. He feels that they don't need to wait for the treasury bonds to be traded publicly. Feng Xue is shocked. He did not expect Li Shiqiang to be so smart and flexible. Of course, they can do this business. In his past life, he had also heard that some people also do this. They went door to door to buy maturing treasury bonds. For 10 renminbi bonds, they would offer 11 renminbi. They would just profit from extra interest. But this requires a lot of costs. Feng Xue had not expected that there are people who did not go to the bank to redeem the matured treasury bonds. Was due, and no one knew to change it. There are some who knew that their bonds had matured but can't be bothered to go queue up at the bank. Their time is worth more than the measly 2 renminbi returns. Brotherly, you are a genius. We can offer a higher price for those bonds that are maturing in 3 months, but not for those that mature more than 3 months. We will wait for the treasury bonds to be traded openly, and I guarantee that we can make thousands of dollars every day. What? Make thousands every day? Isn't that at least 30,000 renminbi a month and more than 300,000 renminbi a year? Li Shiqiang's hands began to tremble. To have 300,000 RM, he would have to save all his salary and not spend a single cent for the rest of his life. In fact, 300,000 renminbi is just Li Shiqiang's share. Feng Xue can earn at least a few million, but he will have to wait for cities to open up the trading of bonds. If it is only one city, there will not be a difference in the price of the market. Brotherly, how much bonds have you acquired today? Feng Xue asked. They're only around 1,000 renminbi. Feng Xue is speechless. One day can only acquire around 1,000 renminbi treasury bonds? How long will it take to acquire 100,000? How come it is so little? Feng Xue asked. No choice. It is all 50 renminbi bonds. There are very few big denomination bonds. The weather is cold and I, alone, have only a bicycle for transportation. Li Shiqiang replied. Li Shiqiang had returned the jeep and had been running around by bicycle. Brotherly, this is not like exchanging foreign currencies. You cannot do it alone. How much can you acquire if you are doing it alone? Do you have any trustworthy friends who have time and energy? Ask them to help you acquire treasury bonds. We pay them 100 renminbi a month. Feng Xue said. Li Shiqiang felt the salary was too high. 100 renminbi. I am only earning slightly more than 80 renminbi a month. Brotherly, you also mentioned that you still have to work. Where can you find time to do this? You can't be skipping work every day. Hire them to help you go door to door to acquire treasury bonds. The rules are what we had discussed earlier. Higher price for those bonds that are maturing in 3 months' time. Same price for those bonds that are maturing in less than a year, and for bonds that are maturing more than a year later, we offer 95% of the bond value. Feng Xue said. Okay, there is a motor factory dormitory behind my house. There are many 17 to 18 years old teenagers there. These kids are jobless, and all they did was to loiter around. I will let them collect these bonds. If the salary is 100 renminbi, they will certainly take up the job. Li Shiqiang replied excitedly. Li Shiqiang had started working for less than a year, and his position is right at the bottom. He didn't expect that he can lead a team of people just by doing some small business. Okay, brotherly. Sister, don't snatch the phone. I have not finished. Asterisk during that era, not many households have telephones. Most villages will have only one phone in the village office. If someone calls up, the office will announce using the village's P.A system. Chapter 14, School. Chapter 14, School. Feng Danying and Li Shiqiang whispered sweet nothings for 5 minutes, and then Feng Danying passed the phone to Feng Xue, telling Feng Xue to get 10,000 renminbi back. Both of them had chatted for so long, but didn't mention the 10,000 renminbi. Feng Xue then asked Li Shiqiang to remit 10,000 renminbi back. Although without this 10,000 renminbi will let them earn lesser, but the impact is not big. Hearing this, Li Shiqiang thought that there are risks. So, he also withdrew 5,000 renminbi. In case something unexpected happens, he will not lose all his money. Back home, Feng Xue told his parents that their savings had increased by a few thousand, and Li Shiqiang will remit 10,000 renminbi back. They are able to receive the money within 3 days, and there should not be any delays for Big Ant to buy a tractor. What about the rest of the money? The rest of the money, of course, is still with Li Shiqiang. This business makes more money than farming. Feng Xue even tried to persuade his parents to stop farming. Just by trading treasury bonds, they can make at least a few 100,000 a year. Farming is too tiring and doesn't earn much. But his parents refused. Firstly, Feng Xue is still attending the school in the village. Secondly, if this business fails, at least they still have land and the family will not go into poverty. Thirdly, they are used to the life here and does not want to move. The beautiful picture painted by Feng Xue had slightly moved his parents. He told them that they are able to afford to a few houses at any location in Bing City, own a brand new car soon. Even if this business fails, they will still own those treasury bonds which will mature in few years' time. Luckily, Feng Xue had been persuading clients to invest in his past life. Many people, especially farmers with little education, are willing to invest more if they believe that they are able to make a large sum of money. Feng Xue also saw his colleagues con some retirees to invest in highly risky investments. When these retirees lost money, his colleagues would just push the responsibility to these retirees. Feng Xue really despised such people. Once they received the 10,000 renminbi, his mother immediately remit 5,000 renminbi to Big Ant and save the rest. 1 week later, Feng Danying returns to Bing City. Li Shiqiang had already contacted her internship hospital. Deputy dean of the hospital is his father's old comrade in arms and promised his father that his future daughter-in-law will definitely able to carry on working at the hospital after the internship. Feng Danying had only brought 30 renminbi with her to Bing City. If she needs money, she can just get from Li Shiqiang. Anyway, Li Shiqiang is holding on to almost all of Feng's family savings. During this time, Feng Xue is grounded at home to study. Feng Xingtai had threatened Feng Xue that if he is unable to enter a high school in Bing City, he will break his legs. As such, Feng Xue stayed at home and did revision obediently. He had almost forgotten his physics, chemistry, and biology. Luckily for him, he is able to learn faster than a normal student. When Dongjun had only come to look for him twice. This is because each time he visits, Feng Xue will start pestering him with physics questions. Feng Xue's parents are very pleased with Feng Xue's attitude. This child is working hard and his foreign language is also very good. He can definitely get a place in Bing City High School and University in the future. After the Lunar New Year holidays, school begins. Feng Xue lives on the farm. Although it is not too far from the town, it still takes him more than half an hour to reach on a bicycle. As his family is able to afford, He chose to live on campus. On the first day of school, Feng Xue fire up his tractor. Today, 19 students from the village will go to school in town, and they will be riding his tractor. Everyone is carrying their beddings in sacks, and each of them has a wooden luggage containing their clothes. The schools, like government organizations, have a rest day once per week. The students can choose to stay in school or go home. The tractor cart is full of people. There are many others who are going to town to run errands. Every year, the villagers take turns to send people to and fro the town. This year is Feng Xingtai's turn. Feng Xue is very happy because he can sit in the driving area and not suffer in the cold like everyone else. Of course, when Dongjun, as the leader's son and Feng Xue's good friend, also gets to sit in the driving compartment. It is more than -10 degrees Celsius now. Less than 20 minutes, they reached and some passengers alighted. Feng Xingtai then goes to the primary school first. Feng Xue and the rest of junior high school students help those students whose parents did not come carry their luggage to the dormitory. Seeing his son so eager to help a small boy carry his luggage and spread the beddings, Feng Xingtai feels satisfied. See, my son is helpful and fast, just like me. He thought to himself, but in reality, he does not do any housework at home. Everything is done by his wife. Half an hour later, Feng Xingtai brought the junior high school students to their school. These junior high school parents did not accompany them. They are old enough to take care of themselves. They help each other unload their luggage and carry to the dormitory. The dormitory is a 3-story building. The 3rd floor is reserved for females, and the males stayed on the 2nd floor. The teacher's dormitory is on the 1st floor. Feng Xingtai carried the sacks of beddings, and Feng Xue and Wen Dongjun only carry their own wooden luggage. Looking at the other students struggling to move their luggage, Feng Xue felt relieved. Fortunately, this time it is his father's turn to send these students. His father is a great help. There are 8 students in a dormitory room. The students are separated according to their grade and class. So Feng Xue is assigned to the same dormitory with Wen Dongjun, and Wen Dongjun sleeps on the lower bunk under Feng Xue. Everyone in this dormitory is from the same class, but are from 3 different villages. Their village is the first to arrive, but these 2 did not unpack their luggage. Once everyone arrives, they will have to clean up the dormitory. After locking up the dormitory, they went to other dormitories to find other children. There is nothing delicious at the school canteen. Feng Xingtai brought all the junior high school students from the same village out for lunch. Anyway, there are only 7 of them. They drove to a small restaurant and ordered a table full of dishes. The lunch cost less than 20 renminbi. Feng Xingtai left after paying the bill. Wen Dongjun, the little leader, wiped his mouth and said, "Let's go to the video lounge later in the afternoon." Who is going? Chapter 15 Video Lounge. Chapter 15 Video Lounge. During this era, it is very boring at the dormitory. There were no mobile phones, internet cafes, and even television. Other than going to classes, the students will be hiding in their dorms playing poker. Ever since a classmate told them that there is a video lounge near the school, watching videos at the video lounge became their favorite pastime. Old Chinese theater. In Feng Xue's village, there is a movie theater. But it opens only on special festive holidays, and the films there were shown are all domestic films which are not popular. Instead, the theater is used for events like town hall meetings and other functions. Feng Xue had also gone to the theater to watch several films before, but it was organized by the school. He clearly remembers a classic line from one of the films: "Learn science, and you can travel around the world without fear." If one really wants to watch a real movie, the video lounge is the place to go. There are a 17-inch color TV and 3 to 4 rows of seats. The tickets cost around 10 cents RMB for 3 hours, which is almost about 2 movies. Feng Xue and his classmates had been to the video lounge several times before. It was during the weekends when the farms were busy with harvesting and they did not go home. Everyone supported Wen Dongjuan's suggestion as they have just started school and everyone still have their pocket money. Seeing the enthusiastic look on everyone's face, Feng Xue also decided to go along. This is the era of Hong Kong martial arts and crime films. Of course, the God of Gamblers series had also just began to become popular. Many of the Hong Kong's classic old films are hard to find on the internet now. But in this era, you can find almost any title at the video lounge. At the video lounge, almost 80% or more are Hong Kong films. The remaining are European and American, Southeast Asia, and other regions' films. There are also domestic films which no one watches. The video lounge plays 3 movies during the day and 2 at night. Those movies shown at night are not suitable for children. This is not the most profitable source of revenue for the video lounge. The most profitable is the rental of videotapes. With the improving living conditions, some households own video cassette player. Very few people choose to buy videotapes. After watching the videotape once, the videotape is basically useless. As such, people choose to rent it. When Feng Xue and his friends entered the video lounge, the third movie is just beginning. It is a classic Hong Kong film, A Better Tomorrow. Everyone rushes to the front row after paying for the ticket. It is closer to the TV and they are able to see more clearly. The lounge owner sat at the door, reading a Dragon Tiger Gate comic. The owner had watched these movies at least dozens of times, and he has absolutely no interest at all. Feng Xue bought 5 cents worth of melon seeds and share with everyone else. Although he had watched this film several times, he is still enjoying it. The door opened, and a gust of cold wind entered the room. Feng Xue glanced over, and 317 to 18 teenagers entered. Fuck. The first day of school, and we are made to do cleanings. I am not doing it. Let the others go and do the cleaning. Ha ha. Let's get 2 bottles of wine to drink at night. Night? We will go out in a while to grab a bite. We can continue to watch the movies at night. Those movies screened at night are more interesting than this. Those 3 chatted while paying. The video lounge owner tore a 1-cent sized homemade ticket with timings from a clip and let them in. You guys go to the back row. One of the 3 teenagers shouted. When Dongjun raised his head, look at them and ignore them. They had come first, why should they go to the back row? Fuck, I am talking to you little bastards. Are you all deaf? When Dongjun stood up, we came first, why should we give up our seats? You all can choose to go sit at the back or go somewhere else. How dare you talk to me like that? You are itching for a beating, right? The video lounge boss looked up, don't make a fuss here. Keep quiet and watch the video, or you'll be kicked out. Those who opened up video lounge in this era are mostly gangsters. Otherwise, if some troublemaker came, they are not able to chase them away. Brother Wong, don't stop me. I will teach this little bastard a lesson. If you all want to fight, go outside. You all can't afford to pay if you damage the things in my shop. The video hall boss, Brother Wong, obviously knew these 3 boys and can't be bothered with them. Feng Xue looked over. Shit. If a fight is to break out, they will be at a disadvantage. Even if there are 7 of them, these 3 teenagers are older, bigger, and fitter than them. It will not end well. But if they bow their head to these 3 boys, who knows how are these teenagers going to bully them? Feng Xue looked at the age of these 3 boys and thought of what they said just now. He can confirm that these 3 teenagers are not working and most likely are from the farm vocational school. Feng Xue thought of a way to deal with these 3. My uncle is Director Su of the vocational school academic office. The 3 of you are from the vocational school. Feng Xue stands up and said with an attitude similar to the guy in the My Father is Li Gang saga back in his previous life. Director Su? Which Director Su? One teenager asked. He is apparently a bit frightened, but he is not sure if this boy is scaring him. Su Lianflu, Director Su. How many Director Su do you have at vocational school? Feng Xue asked. Sorry, we do not know that you are Director Su's nephew. These are all your classmates. It was a misunderstanding. We are just joking. Brother Wong, give us 10 bottles of soda. The soda came, and the 3 teenagers gave Feng Xue and his classmates a bottle each. The 3 teenagers then sit at the back quietly. This Director Su will be transferred to the farm's high school as the headmaster 2 years later, so Feng Xue knew him. In this era, the tuition fee for vocational school is not cheap, and directors of the academic office have the power to expel the students. If the 3 of them had fought with the nephew of a director of the academic office, even if they are not expelled, they would be given demerit points. They would lose the chance to work on any farms after graduation if they have any demerit points. Feng Xue's other friends do not know Feng Xue so well, but when Dongjun knew. Absolutely bullshit. But it was nice to scare these teenagers, and they even treated them to a bottle of soda each. After watching 2 films, Feng Xue they all stood up and prepared to go back to school. Everyone should have arrived at the dormitory. They can go back to the dormitory and play poker or chat about the interesting things that happened during the winter vacation. Brother, you are leaving? Let's go for a drink at the bar at night, and we can return here to watch videos. My treat. The videos shown at night are more interesting. One of the teenagers said. No, we have to go back to school. There will be teachers checking the dormitory in the evenings. Feng Xue replied. Although Feng Xue is interested to watch the videos shown at night, he will not watch at his current age. Moreover, watching with these teenagers. But when Dongjun is enticed by the offer, Boys at their age are interested in these videos, but they don't have the opportunity to watch. Xiaoyu, let's stay and watch, when Dongjun pleaded. Feng Xue hurriedly shook his head and whispered, let's go now. There will be many students from vocational school at night, and it will be easy for them to find out we are lying. They will surely kill us. When Dongjun left reluctantly with Feng Xue. But on the way back to school, when Dongjun kept pleading with Feng Xue, they can go to other video lounge and they won't meet those teenagers again. Feng Xue sighed. This impulsive youth. You guys, stop right there. Chapter 16, The Real Director Su. Chapter 16, The Real Director Su. Feng Xue turned back. It was those teenagers from the video lounge. Fuck, they saw through my lies. Run, Feng Xue shouted. All 7 of them ran towards the school. Those 3 teenagers would not dare to touch them once they entered the school. Fuck, catch them. They deceived us. The 3 vocational school teenagers are chasing Feng Xue as they run desperately in front. After Feng Xue left the video lounge, the 3 teenagers met with a few schoolmates, and among them, there is really a relative of Director Su. The 3 teenagers found out from this schoolmate that Director Su only have 2 other brothers and do not have any sisters. If he has no sisters, how can he have a nephew? Feng Xue and Wen Dongjun are able to run fast enough to escape, but the other 5 are not as fast. They were caught after running for about 100 meters. This trouble is started by Wen Dongjun, and Feng Xue is the one who had tricked them. If the both of them escape by themselves, they won't be able to return to the farm and face their fellow villagers. Let go of them. I am the one you are looking for, Wen Dongjun said. He is a quite loyal friend. Okay, I had not wanted to do anything to them, but they had drunk my sodas. I will pay for those sodas, Feng Xue said. Okay, fine, but we can still afford to pay for those sodas. Since you are willing to compensate us, then give us 1 renminbi for 1 bottle of soda. A total of 10 renminbi. If not, don't blame us for letting our fist do the talking. One of the teenagers said. Shit, a big bottle of soda only cost 5 cents. They want 1 renminbi for it. This is clearly extortion. The other children certainly can't afford to give them 10 renminbi, but Feng Xue and Wen Dongjun have the money in their pockets. Let them go first. I will give you the money, said Feng Xue, biting his teeth. Yo, you are really rich. Okay, they can go now. But we still want to go drinking later, and we do not have enough money, the teenager said. From one look, these 3 teenagers knew that these 2 kids are from rich families. So, why not get more money from them since they are able to cough up 10 renminbi without blinking? You're robbing us. You can go to jail for robbing, Wen Dongjun shouted. Robbery? Who saw that? Do you have proof? You all volunteered to compensate us. The teenager replied. Ha ha, I say they owe us this money. It is perfectly natural to pay their debts. You guys, empty your pockets now. Another teenager laughed. These 3 teenagers intend to take every single cent from them. Not far from them, a few junior high school students walked towards Feng Xue's direction. But once they saw Feng Xue and his friends were stopped by these vocational school teenagers, those students turned and ran away. These vocational school students are always smoking, drinking, and fighting. If they get too close to them, they might get involved and get beaten. When Feng Xue wanted to refuse, the 3 teenagers out folding knives from their pockets and waved them in front of his face. Hurry up, we still need to go for a drink. Do you want to bleed instead? The teenagers asked. Other than Feng Xue and Wen Dongjun, the other students took out their money from their pockets and passed it over. Some had handed over 1 renminbi and some a few cents. The teenagers waved their hands. The 5 of them hesitated for a while and ran off as fast as they can. Feng Xue also can't blame them. It is normal for children to be timid. Feng Xue is thinking of how to keep his money and get away from these teenagers. Feng Xue is not sure if those 5 friends are going to ask for help from their teachers. The school is only a few hundred meters away. The teachers might still be able to save them if they rush over on a bicycle. You too. What are you waiting for? You want me to help you? One teenager said. I am not giving you. Wen Dongjun said. Slap. Before Wen Dongjun can finish his sentence, he received a slap on his face. Feng Xue's eye twitched. The feeling of resentment grew deeper in his heart. Now, Feng Xue does not want to escape, but instead, he is thinking of ways to teach these teenagers a lesson. You dare to hit me? My father is the leader of the 6th State Farm. Slap. Wen Dongjun received another slap on his face. Are you lying to me, leader? Why don't you say your father is the officer? You 2 little brats, still trying to trick us? Gongzi, Dazhuang, check their pockets. The teenager shouted. Feng Xue looked apologetically at Wen Dongjun. He forgot that in this era, a village leader is not a low position and have some authority. If when Dongjun had mentioned his father in the video lounge, they might have gotten away. But instead, Feng Xue lied to them and was exposed. Now, these teenagers do not believe when Dongjun. Stop. I will take out my money myself. Feng Xue suddenly changed his attitude and start panically digging his pockets. As a result, he dropped all his money on the floor. A total of 17 to 18 renminbi. You should have done so earlier. What about you? Hurry up, one teenager said and turned to Wen Dongjun. Wen Dongjun looked at them with anger and took out his money unwillingly. Feng Xue looked at Wen Dongjun and thought to himself, this expression is fantastic. Feng Xue suddenly sat on the ground and held on to one of the teenager's leg after the teenagers picked up the money. Feng Xue then started crying loudly. How can vocational school students bully us? How many times do I have to be robbed by you? What are you talking about? Taking money from you is giving you face. Let go of me, the teenager said while trying to get Feng Xue off his leg. Feng Xue used the teenager's leg movements and roll around on the ground, looking very pathetic. Giving them face by taking their money? Who taught you this? A voice boomed from the back of the teenagers. Fuck. Who are you to meddle? Sue. Director Sue. One teenager shouted. The three teenagers were dumbfounded. When did Director Sue appear? How come they did not notice him? At this moment, they saw Feng Xue's eyes shining brightly. Feng Xue is still rolling about on the ground, crying loudly. But there was not a single tear. Son of a bitch. This boy tricked us again. No wonder he had no hesitation when he took out his money. Also, the things he said is directed to Director Sue. Shit. Now we have been caught red-handed. Must find a way to bluff our way through. The teenagers thought. Are you three from the motorcar class? How many times have you all been doing this? Don't try to run. Director Sue asked. The teenagers gave up thinking of escaping. They have been identified and there is no way they can escape. If they anger Director Sue furthermore, they might be expelled and then will be killed when they return home. It's the first time. Really, this is the first time. The teenagers said. Nonsense. This is the 5th time I have been robbed. You can ask him how many times have he been robbed. Feng Xue shouted. Wen Dongjun also understands the current situation. Now they have a backer. He pointed to his face and said, see, they beat us so badly. Last year, they robbed me 6 times. This year, school just started and they are here to look for me again. Even I gave them my money, they still beat us. Director Sue looked at Feng Xue and Wen Dongjun pathetic look with twitching eyes. He must really discipline these vocational school students and make sure they will not do it again. Come over here. I am Su Lianglu, Director Sue of the Academic Affairs Office. Don't be afraid and tell me everything. I will help you punish them. Chapter 17, Top Student. Chapter 17, Top Student. 1 hour later, Feng Xue and Wen Dongjun left the vocational school's office with tens of RMB. This is also because of Feng Xue's magnanimous attitude. He is willing to forego some of the money they robbed from him. Otherwise, according to the amount Feng Xue and Wen Dongjun said, they would be carrying at least 100 RMB more each. Ha. Xiaoyu, you are so smart. How did you know that person is Director Sue? You have met him before. I've seen him before from a distance. Consider those 3 teenagers unlucky. Director Sue will be giving them demerit points, and they have to reflect and apologize in front of the whole school. Next time, these teenagers will be running from us when they see us. Yes, if they dare to bully us again, I will go to Director Sue, and they will certainly be expelled. Although they have demerit points, they still have the opportunity to enter the army. If they were expelled, they will have to spend their whole life farming. Those few slaps I return them are really enjoyable. My hand now still hurt. Wen Dongjun said excitedly. Feng Xue insisted that they had been robbed. It was only after Director Sue pleaded for those teenagers and agreed to Feng Xue's conditions, Feng Xue changed his statement. Feng Xue's condition is to return the beating they received to the teenagers. Feng Xue mercilessly gave them 3 kicks, and Wen Dongjun slapped them till their face turned red. They happily returned back to their school and returned the money back to other 5 students. Feng Xue and Wen Dongjun only explained that Director Sue just happened to pass by and help them. At the dormitory, they played poker till lights out and carry on chatting about the interesting things that happened over the New Year holidays. Before falling asleep, Feng Xue wonders if his brother-in-law's business is going smoothly. They will have to wait for 1 more month before they can reap the profits. Early next morning, Feng Xue was waked up by Wen Dongjun. They have to go to the school canteen for breakfast. If they are late, there won't be any breakfast left for them. Feng Xue wondered, Why school starts at 7 in the morning? Why can't school change to 9 to 5? Sitting in the classroom, Feng Xue watches the group of 15, 16 classmates sitting straight with their hand placed properly on the desk. He wanted to laugh, but someone grabbed his hands and placed on his desk. Lina, who is sitting beside Feng Xue, is a study committee member. Not only she has to watch over Feng Xue's studies, she also has to make sure Feng Xue comply with school rules. The first class is Russian. Feng Xue yawned. He can't help but want to sleep. The teacher's Russian is not considered good, but is still not bad. However, it was very boring for Feng Xue. Besides, his Russian is better than the teacher. Feng Xue, the teacher is calling you. Lina poked Feng Xue, waking him up. Feng Xue, what's the matter with you? This is the first day of the new semester, and you are not paying attention. Do you still want to go to high school? The teacher asked. Feng Xue replied, Teacher, I already know what you just taught. The rest of the students laughed. Although Feng Xue's studies are not bad, he is not considered a top student. How can he say he knows everything the teacher is teaching? Russian is not an easy language to pick up. Who dares to say that he has already mastered the language? Really? Then you translate this sentence for me. The teacher said. The great proletarian revolutionist Lenin said, morality can help mankind to reach a higher level so men would be free from the exploitation of labor. Feng Xue translated the sentence. Why are they writing these in textbooks? The teacher looked at Feng Xue surprised. Did this kid prepare beforehand? He had yet to explain this sentence. You translate the next sentence, the teacher said. Feng Xue correctly translated the next 5 sentences. The teacher and the rest of his classmates were shocked. To the teacher's surprise, Feng Xue even cracked a joke in Russian, but, other than the teacher, no one else understands. The students are all whispering among themselves. It seems that Feng Xue's Russian is more fluent than the teacher. What did he do during the holidays? How did he improve so much? Sit down. Even if you are good in Russian, you cannot be proud and cannot sleep in class. The teacher said. After class, when Dongjun came up to Feng Xue, Xiaoyu, I didn't realize that you are so good in Russian. Actually, my Russian have also been so fluent, but I just didn't want to show off before. Feng Xue said. Feng Xue, how do you read this word, and what does it mean? Lina, not wanting to lose to Feng Xue, pointed to a Russian word to test him. Traktor. It means tractor. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Feng Xue replied. Lina was originally best in Russian in the class. Not only is she in the school committee, she is also the Russian class representative. Now, Feng Xue had overtaken her in Russian. Looking at Lina's angry look, Feng Xue smiled. Did I shatter this little girl's confidence? From her eyes, she is not accepting defeat. The other students now think that Feng Xue must be studying during this winter vacation. If not, how can he improve so much? Only when Dongjun knows that Feng Xue did study. But Feng Xue only studied physics and chemistry. He had never seen Feng Xue picking up a Russian book. The students now see Feng Xue as someone who is good in studies. Many of them have hints of envy and worship in their eyes. But not for the proud Lina. She vowed to let Feng Xue know who is better in studying in the upcoming exams. That morning, Feng Xue easily to cope the Russian, Chinese, biology, and politics lessons. Russian is needless to say. Chinese, he is also far ahead compared to other students. The understanding of a 40 years old is much better than those in the teens. It is only the classical Chinese gave Feng Xue a headache. If he were to encounter such questions in exams, he would give up. As for politics, as long as you write good things about the government, nothing can go wrong. Lina's unwilling to lose confidence slowly turned into despair. Feng Xue's progress is too great. She can't catch up with him. She had been studying hard during the winter holiday. Why the gap is so big? Feng Xue, did you go for tuition during the winter vacation? Lina asked. Yes, Dongjun helped me. The Feng Xue nodded. Dongjun. Lina angrily turned her head away. When Dongjun's results are similar to Feng Xue, only slight above average. How can he turn Feng Xue into a top student? Liar. As the morning passed, all teachers know that Feng Xue had suddenly become a genius. Mr. Sun, can't tell that Feng Xue of your class is really smart. One teacher said to Teacher Sunday. Right. Why are there so many good students from your class? There are only mischievous students in my class, and I wonder how many of them can enter high school. Another teacher said. I can tell that Feng Xue will take first place in his grade. Teacher Sun had uncovered another promising student. The teacher continued. The teachers were all chatting and praising Feng Xue. Teacher Sun is confused. If not for Feng Xue visiting him in Bing City during the new year, he doesn't really have any impression of Feng Xue. But as the form teacher, he knows which student is better in the studies. Feng Xue can only be considered above average. He still needs to work hard if he wants to go to high school. How did he become a top student over the holidays? Since everyone is praising his student, he gladly accepts. In the afternoon, it is Teacher Sun's math lesson. In order to test what other teachers say is correct, Teacher Sun deliberately called Feng Xue to answer the question. Feng Xue is dumbfounded after seeing the question on the blackboard. He had learned higher math before and also practiced on algebra problems during the winter vacation for a few days. There shouldn't be many questions that can baffle him. But he had forgotten that junior high school mathematics is divided into algebra and geometry. The question on the blackboard is now a geometric problem. I'm sorry, Teacher Sunday. I don't know how to answer it. Feng Xue bowed his head. He can feel the surprised look of all his classmates. Mr. Sun frowned. This is a simple question. Then he called to Li Na to answer. Li Na easily answered the question and gave Feng Xue a proud look before sitting down. Li Na thought to herself, didn't you study? Didn't all the teachers praise that you are smart? So, you also have questions that you do not know how to answer. The next 3 consecutive questions, Feng Xue is called up to answer. But he is unable to answer even a single question, and Li Na got all the 3 questions correct easily. Every time before sitting down, Li Na would give Feng Xue a proud look and raise her chin higher. The other students also began to whisper, Feng Xue also not so smart after all. I can even answer this problem. The following class is physics. Feng Xue is called up again, and he still can't answer any questions. Li Na did not wait for the teacher to call her, stands up, and answered the questions. So Feng Xue is weak in physics too. The same happened for chemistry class. Feng Xue is called up to answer questions, and he got it all wrong. The other students start to laugh at Feng Xue. Feng Xue had turned from being a top student in the morning to a last student in the afternoon. Chapter 18, Rich Man. Chapter 18, Rich Man. Look, that is Feng Xue from class 2. He acted like he knows everything in the morning, but in the afternoon, the cat is let out of the bag. I think it is difficult for him to go to high school. Most likely he will be admitted to vocational school. One student said, Really? This afternoon our class teacher still asks us to learn from Feng Xue. So, this Feng Xue is selective in his subject. If he failed his math and physics, which high school will not want him? Someone replied. After school, Feng Xue walked calmly from the classroom to the canteen, and then back to the dormitory. Along the way, there are many students pointing at him. Feng Xue can't be bothered with them. He carried a small bag and slowly walked to the dormitory management teacher's door. Knock, knock, knock. Mr. Xiong, I would like to use the phone. Use the phone? Is there any emergency? Remember to hang up after 2 rings and wait for the other party to call back. This way it is cheaper. Feng Xue smiled and did say nothing. He watched Mr. Xiong unlock the wooden box containing the telephone and started dialing. Hello, post office. Who would you like to speak to? Someone answered. I am looking for Li Shiqiang. My name is Feng Xue. Feng Xue replied. Seeing Feng Xue's call got through, Mr. Xiong stared hard at him. The cost for answering phone calls is 20 cents per minute, and the calling party cost 50 cents per minute. This kid's family is rich and allows him to spend money like this. Hello? Xiaoyu? Is this about the treasury bonds? I tell you, this week alone, we had made a few thousand. Li Shiqiang said excitedly, trying to keep his voice down. Calm, brotherly. It is only a few thousands. Wait for another 2 months, and you will be earning tens of thousands. When that time comes, you won't be able to stop smiling. Feng Xue said these casually, but Mr. Xiong, who was sitting on a chair, pricked up his ears. What? 1 month can earn up to 10,000 renminbi? What are they doing that can let them earn so much? 1 month earnings is equivalent to more than his 10 years' salary. What does the child's family do? Feng Xue then continued. That's good. Are those you hired trustworthily? Set a target on how much to acquire for each of them. If they are able to push the price down further, don't care. Let them keep the difference. It's March soon. Calculate their salaries and give them before the month ends. They only worked a few days in February, and we have to pay them now? We can just pay them everything at end of March. Li Shiqiang felt that this is unnecessary. How can he pay them when they had not even worked for 1 month? Li Shiqiang replied. Feng Xue shook his head. This Li Shiqiang can't think out of the box and just stick to the rules. This is a way to motivate the workers. How can Li Shiqiang be a leader in future? Brotherly, didn't I told you to promise them that their salaries will be paid out at the end of the month? If some of them had acquired a lot of bonds, give them 5 or 10 renminbi as incentives. Although they had not worked for 1 month, it is still month end. We will give them their salaries now, and they will be working harder next money. March is a critical month for us. We must change all our cash to treasury bonds. Feng Xue said. Okay, then I will give them their salaries based on how many days they had worked at the end of the month. Li Shiqiang replied. Brotherly, don't forget to count the weekends. They also work during the weekends. Also, give everyone an incentive of 5 renminbi. Feng Xue reminded Li Shiqiang. It's fine to count the weekends, but why are we giving them incentives? Li Shiqiang asked. Brotherly, this is to keep them motivated. This way, they will be working harder and furthermore, their job is tiring. Feng Xue answered. That's true. Going door to door in the cold is indeed hard work. All right, I will listen to you. Oh yes, I bought a new coat for you and I had sent it to your school. You should be receiving it in 2 days' time. Li Shiqiang said. Thank you, brotherly. Take care of my sister and don't let her work too hard. Let her know that good days are coming soon. Feng Xue replied. The two chatted for a while. Basically, it was Feng Xue giving some instructions regarding some minor details, and Li Shiqiang listened. After hanging up, Feng Xue smiled. This brother-in-law treats everyone so well. Must let him and his family have a good life. Teacher Xiong, how much is it? Teacher Xiong looked at the wall clock. Oh my god, this phone call actually lasted 16 minutes. 50 cents a minute. That will be 8 renminbi. Does this kid have 8 renminbi? But if Teacher Xiong doesn't collect from Feng Xue, he will have to pay for Feng Xue at the end of the month. His little salary cannot afford to pay for Feng Xue. But it was all his own fault. If he had not been so engrossed in Feng Xue's conversations, he would have reminded Feng Xue. Child, didn't I told you to hang up after the phone rang and keep your conversation short? Why did you talk so long on the phone? It cost 8 renminbi in total. You go back and inform your family. Teacher Xiong said, with a sullen face. 8 renminbi is not a small sum of money. If this child's family knows that he had spent so much for a phone call, will they give him the money? Teacher Xiong never expect Feng Xue to just say, okay, and took out 10 renminbi and passed to him. Teacher Xiong? Teacher Xiong? My change. Feng Xue asked, is this money for you to buy meal tickets? If you give me this money, what are you going to eat? Teacher Xiong asked Feng Xue. Feng Xue took out a stack of meal tickets from his pocket and showed to Teacher Xiong. My meal tickets are all here. Should be enough for more than a month. Teacher Xiong opened his mouth wide with astonishment. How rich is this child's family to give him so much spending money? This child is just wearing normal clothes, and there is nothing special. How come he is spending money this way? Teacher Xiong's expression suddenly became serious. It is not right to steal from home. Feng Xue is getting frustrated. It is not a good thing for a teacher to be too responsible. Everything seems suspicious to him. Teacher, my parents gave me these monies to spend. We have a 55 horsepower tractor and a 512 harvester, a machine to harvest soybeans, wheat, etc. We had earned quite a lot. Feng Xue said with a my family is fucking rich expression. Teacher Xiong sighed. So his family is really from home. In this era, to own a 55 horsepower tractor can already let one earn a lot of money, and with a 512 harvester, it can bring in at least tens of thousands RMB. Okay, but you shouldn't be spending your money this way. Don't make such long phone calls. This is your change of 2 renminbi and hurries back to your dorm. Teacher Xiong said. Where the money comes from? Of course, it was from the 3 vocational school students. Feng Xue had already spent the money brought from home on meal tickets. Feng Xue took out some sweetened ha sheets, a type of preserved fruit snacks, and big white rabbit sweets from his pocket for Teacher Xiong and thanked him for his concern. Teacher Xiong kept the snacks and sweets. He intends to take these home for his children. Feng Xue did not return to the dormitory, but went back to the classroom for self-revision. This era, self-revision in the evenings is voluntary. Most students who come for self-revision are those that are hard-working and wanted to be admitted into high schools. As for those who want to go to vocational school, will be playing poker in the dormitory or making snowmen outside. Li Na, how do you do the question? Can you teach me? Feng Xue asked. Li Na glanced at Feng Xue. Didn't you tell me that you were a genius in the morning? Didn't you know everything? Why are you still asking me? The little girl is having resentment over what happened in the morning. But Feng Xue still have a killer move. He took out his snacks and put it on the table. I am good with Russian, but not the rest of the subjects. I will give you 1 big white rabbit sweet or 1 sweetened ha sheet for 1 question. He said with the attitude like those tyrants in films. 1 piece of clothing for 1 stack of cash. I have nothing else except for money. Li Na looked at the big white rabbit sweets and said unyieldingly, You don't try to bribe me. Feng Xue laughed to himself. I can clearly see you swallowing your saliva. How can this be bribery? This is friendship between classmates. You help me with questions which I don't know, and I share my snacks with you. This is friendship. Feng Xue argued. Well, if that's the case, which question you do not understand? Bring it over, let me take a look. Before looking at the question, Lina took the wrappers off a big white rabbit sweet and popped it into her mouth, smiling happily. Chapter 19. The news is out. Chapter 19. The news is out. Because of the snacks, Feng Xue is able to get Lina teach him every day at noon and evenings. With his concentration, Feng Xue's improved by leaps and bounds. As time passes, Lina also volunteered to help him even when Feng Xue does not have snacks. When Lina have snacks, she also shares with Feng Xue. Teacher Sun is very surprised. The former Feng Xue is not someone who likes to study. How come Feng Xue changed so much recently and studying so desperately? Is he stimulated by something? Also, Feng Xue and Lina are together every noon and evening. Are these two children dating? As such, he had a talk with Feng Xue. One should study hard, but studying too hard can have detrimental effects. But Feng Xue assured Teacher Sun that it is because he wanted to enter the high school in Bing City, and he is working hard because of this goal. He also explains that he exercises to relax himself every day. When Teacher Sun heard Feng Xue's explanation, he just reminded him to take care of himself. Since this child has his own ideas and goals, Teacher Sun is willing to let him try. Furthermore, he also felt that Feng Xue and Lina are just studying together and nothing else. The results for their monthly test is out. Feng Xue for full marks for Russian, language, and mathematics. His political studies scores are not low too. He had also passed his biology, physics, and chemistry. Feng Xue, with your results you enter the district and county high schools. But if you can improve your sciences, you have the chance to be admitted to the high schools in the city. Lina looked at Feng Xue's results, and she seems to be happier than Feng Xue. It's thanks to you for tutoring me every day, but I still can't compete with your grades. Lina raised her head upwards and said proudly, Do you think you can surpass me with just working hard for a few days? But starting today, you have to help me with Russian. We are friends. Feng Xue snapped his finger. No problem. When the first month test results are sent to the parents, Feng Xingtai is over the moon. The teacher said that his son has the chance to enter high school in the city. But Feng Xue have a bad habit. He is spending too much money. Every week when he comes back, he would ask for money. The amount he spends in a week is more than what he used to spend in a month. But Feng Xue told his father that Li Shiqiang had made tens of thousands RMB with treasury bonds this month alone. Compared to these, the money his son spends is peanuts. For many nights, Feng Xingtai sighed emotionally. It was the right choice to send his son to school. Not only is he so good with his foreign languages, he still knows how to make money. His son is a genius. The Feng family have a genius. Brotherly, is there any news yet? Feng Xue asked. Since the beginning of April, Feng Xue had been calling Li Shiqiang every day. Did he remember wrongly? It is not this April. What Feng Xue fear most is that his rebirth might have caused a butterfly effect and a lot of things might change. If the treasury bonds are not allowed to trade, then he really doesn't know how to make money so fast and safe. Feng Xue also does not know how to make those future inventions. In his past life, he only likes to play with mobile phones. But one does not need to know how to manufacture mobile phones to play with mobile phones. If the butterfly effect really happens, then he can only follow Li Shiqiang's method to go door to door to collect some treasury bonds and earn those errand money. How long will it take to make millions? When can he start his big get-rich plans? I haven't read today's newspaper yet as I have been busy all day. You wait a while, and I will call you back in 10 minutes. Li Shiqiang replied. Teacher Xiong had already gotten used to Feng Xue making calls every week. Someone from this kid's family is doing business in the city and making big money. But for the past 3 days, it is a bit unusual. Feng Xue is making calls every day. Feng Xue, come and drink a glass of water. These few days you have been making calls every day. Did something happen at home? Teacher Xiong asked. Thank you, Teacher Xiong. Nothing happened. It's only my brother-in-law's business. Feng Xue didn't want to explain much. It will be troublesome to explain, and also, what they are doing is not illegal. Oh, it is normal for couples to quarrel. Even your parents can do nothing. Why are you worrying? Teacher Xiong said. Feng Xue. This Teacher Xiong's imagination is too vivid. It is hard to explain to him. Ring, ring, ring. Feng Xue grabbed the phone before Teacher Xiong. Is this Feng Xue? Li Shiqiang asked. It's me, brotherly. Feng Xue replied. There is news. Shin City will start trading next Monday followed. Bing City and other 6 cities will also start within the next 10 days. Treasury bonds can really be traded officially. Li Shiqiang tried to speak softly, but his excitement was too much to conceal. Brotherly, lower down your volume. I can hear you. Monday, you take a day off and go to Shin City to look at the price of the treasury bonds. If the price is high, you can sell everything. But if it is at the face value, use all your money to buy everything. Xiaoyu, if the price at Shin City remains at face value, then would Bing City price rise? Li Shiqiang is still worried now. He employs 7 or 8 young men to help him collect treasury bonds, and he can earn a few thousand a month. Li Shiqiang asked. Not necessarily, but there will surely be cities in the country where prices will rise. When that happens, we can just go to the city with the highest price to sell. What we need to do is just to ask around for the prices in every city. Feng Xue said. Rest assured, I have friends working in the bank. I will go and apply leave from my supervisor and will change my weekend shifts with my colleagues. Li Shiqiang told Feng Xue excitedly. Well, buy the tickets in advance and go on Sunday night. You can reach there on Monday morning. Once you reach, take a taxi. Taxis are not too expensive, fast and safe. Feng Xue reminded him. Xiaoyu, are you coming with me? I do not trust others, and I am carrying a big bag of money. I'm afraid I will fall asleep, and there are many pickpockets on the train. Li Shiqiang said. Li Shiqiang is scared. He will be carrying more than 100,000 RMB worth of cash and treasury bonds. If it was stolen, he would surely commit suicide. Feng Xue also knew that in this era, there are many pickpockets on the train. If the money and the treasury bonds are lost, then Feng Xue's dream of having an economic empire would be postponed for a number of years. Okay, then you buy 2 train tickets. I will go with you, Feng Xue said. After hanging up the phone, Feng Xue paid and ran out to the field. At the field, he is shouting and screaming out in joy. The opportunity has finally come. Feng Xue can make a few thousands a day by trading treasury bonds. He can easily make a few 100,000 and even millions. That weekend, Feng Xue did not go home. He let Wen Dongjun pass a message to his parents that he will be staying back at school to study, and he will only come home next week. He also told teacher Sun that he has to visit a critically ill relative in Bing City, and he will be back before Tuesday. It was a bumpy 2 hours ride on the bus early in the morning before Feng Xue reached Bing City. Once alight, he saw Feng Dannying waving at him. Sis, what are you doing here? Feng Xue asked. If I don't come, how can you find your way? Brotherly have to work today, and he asked me to pick you up. You can really trouble people. Now your brother Li is earning a few thousand a month with the treasury bond business, yet you are still troubling him. Feng Dannying complained while helping Feng Xue carry his bag. Sister, you don't understand. You wait and see. We will make more than that in the future. Feng Xue retorted. More than that? Just keep bragging. I heard from Mom and Dad that you got good results recently at school. So, this time I will not tell our parents. Go and play in Shin City for a day and go back to school after that. If you can't make the grade for high school, I will not help you when Mom and Dad beat you to death. Sister, let's have a bet. Next month, we can earn more than 50,000 renminbi. You believe? Feng Xue asked. Chapter 20. The price rises. Chapter 20. The price rises. Feng Xue and his sister had lunch together. In the afternoon, they went to the bank to check the price of treasury bonds in Bing City. The price of treasury bonds is still selling at face value. 100 renminbi for a 100 renminbi bond. After dinner, Feng Xue and Li Shiqiang boarded the train. Their bags are full of treasury bonds. Feng Xue lets Li Shiqiang sleep first while he stand guard. When Feng Xue can't endure his sleepiness, he woke Li Shiqiang up and went to sleep. As a result, Feng Xue slept till daybreak. Li Shiqiang, on the other hand, smoked for 7 hours and didn't even drink a drop of water, did not even go to the toilet. Brotherly, why don't you wake me up? Feng Xue asked. Never mind. You can sleep a while more. Anyway, I can't sleep too. Li Shiqiang said with his 2 red eyes. There is 200,000 renminbi worth of treasury bonds in his bags. How can he fall asleep? At 8 o'clock in the morning, these 2 appear at ICBC, Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, main entrance. Seeing both of them are carrying a backpack each, the security guard kept looking at them. Comrade, do you buy treasury bonds here? Feng Xue asked. The bank staff looked at Feng Xue surprised. Shin City is the country's first city to allow secondary trading of treasury bonds. The banks have been informed in advance and are prepared for treasury bonds trading. However, they did not expect that their first customer is someone in his teens. Of course, we have received instruction to allow the trading of treasury bonds. The bank staff replied. How much is the 100 renminbi bond? Feng Xue hastily asked. The staff replied with a puzzled face. 100 renminbi treasury bonds is of course 100 renminbi. Crash. Feng Xue seems to hear the sound of his own heart breaking. How is this possible? The price of treasury bonds has not risen? Is it because this is the first city to allow trading of bonds, so the price had not gone up yet? What about the 500, 1,000 and 5,000? The Feng Xue asked again. 500 renminbi for 500 renminbi bonds, 1,000 renminbi for 1,000 renminbi bonds, and we do not have 5,000 renminbi bonds as of now. The bank staff replied. Feng Xue felt that the bank staff is looking at his as if he is an idiot. Feng Xue sat down on the chair dejectedly. Did he remember wrongly? Or is it because of his appearance and history has deviated from its original path? Xiaoyu, it's fine. Even if we can't make from selling to the bank, we can still earn from the interest. I had checked. Most of the bonds are maturing in 2 to 3 years' time. Li Shiqiang patted Feng Xue on his back, trying to comfort him. Brotherly, write down the telephone of this bank. Let's go to CCB, China Construction Bank. Feng Xue said. Feng Xue is not willing to accept this. There must difference in the prices between banks. He does not believe that the prices are also so low at other banks. But after going to China Construction Bank, the answer they got is exactly the same. After taking down the bank's telephone number, they went to the next bank. This year, China had begun to focus on the development of commercial banks. In addition to the Big Four banks, Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, China Construction Bank and Agricultural Bank of China, other banks, such as Bank of Communications, China Merchants Bank, Everbright Bank, etc. had opened branches in many cities. Feng Xue went personally to every bank to find out how much is the price of the treasury bonds. But the price of bonds at the banks are the same. The bonds are trading at face value. After coming out of the last bank, Feng Xue and Li Shiqiang sat on the steps. They felt tired and powerless. Brotherly, give me a cigarette. Feng Xue said. Forget it. Xiaoyu, let's go back. We had spent quite a lot on taxi today. Maybe the price will rise in future. Li Shiqiang comforted Feng Xue. But Feng Xue seemed zoned out. He kept thinking if he had remembered wrongly or history had changed. He can't remember when that guy in his past life began making money from trading bonds. He only remembers it was after all 7 cities began trading. Did he act too early? Is the demand for treasury bonds is still too low and result in the price not rising? Just then, several people drove over to the bank. I'm telling you, it's better to buy treasury bonds than savings in the bank. It is the same as a fixed deposit, but with higher interest. Also, it is to support the nation building. One man said. But didn't the treasury bonds was sold out a few days ago? Did the government release more bonds? Another man asked. No. Have you forgotten where my son works? According to the papers, treasury bonds are allowed to trading. That is, if you are in need to use the money, you can take the treasury bonds to the bank and sell to them. Very convenient. You think about this. Those that need money will come and sell their bonds, and we can buy those bonds. Most importantly, you don't have to wait long, and you can get 5 years of interest in a year or 2. The first man replied. Feng Xue's eyes were following these people. These are the people who got the news and wants to buy treasury bills. Since there are buyers, then the price of the bonds will fluctuate. If there is oversupply, the price will not change. But what if there is more demand? Brotherly, let's have lunch first, and then come back. Feng Xue said. Li Shiqiang wanted to say something, but sighed. Why is he so stubborn? It is also normal for the school teacher to be wrong. With the lads he hired to collect the treasury bills, they can still earn a lot in a month. Li Shiqiang thought to himself. Li Shiqiang had no appetite, but Feng Xue finished 3 big bowls of rice. Li Shiqiang thought Feng Xue was joking just now. After lunch, Feng Xue really went back to the bank to inquire about the price. But the bonds are still trading at face value. This time there was not a hint of disappointment in Feng Xue's eyes. It seems that his self-confidence is back. They found a small shop with phone, and Feng Xue made calls to several banks asking about the price of treasury bonds. Xiaoyu, forget it. Let's go back. Li Shiqiang tried to persuade Feng Xue. Just a while more. Feng Xue replied. Until the last one, Feng Xue still had not given up. Xiaoyu, we have gone to Bank of China twice today, and the price of the bonds will certainly still be at face value. Li Shiqiang said. Feng Xue shook his head and dialed the last number on the paper. The bank will be closing in 1 hour. Please rise. Please go up. Is the treasury bonds price up now? How much is 100 renminbi bonds worth? Feng Xue asked. Li Shiqiang sighed, went aside and lit a cigarette. After Feng Xue hang up, he will buy the tickets back to Bing City. How much? 100 renminbi and 20 cents. Feng Xue asked. After hanging up the phone, Feng Xue pumped his fist in the air. The price had gone up. It really went up. It turned out he was right. The treasury bonds had risen by several percentage points. It should be because it is the beginning now, so the price did not rise. After some time, the price will be much higher. Brotherly, go back to Bank of China. Feng Xue said excitedly. Bank of China is the first bank to adjust the price of treasury bonds because there are many people buying and fewer people selling. The bank staff informed their higher management, and they were told by their management to comply with the market. As such, they allow prices to rise up. When Feng Xue took out his 200,000 renminbi worth of the treasury bonds, the bank staffs were stunned. The little boy had so much treasury bonds. Chapter 21. The excited Li Shiqiang. Chapter 21. The excited Li Shiqiang. On the surface, this transaction had earned less than 400 renminbi. However, many of bonds are bought below the market value. They had actually earned close to 10,000 renminbi. Unfortunately, with so much money on hand, this 10,000 renminbi did not really surprise Li Shiqiang. This is the result of 2 months' worth of hard work and had used 200,000 renminbi as capital. Worrying for so many hours on the train and earn less than 10,000 renminbi is not really worth it. He would rather collect and redeem those maturing bonds. There is more money, less tiring, and also closer to home. Not to mention, this trip had cost quite a sum for the both of them. Li Shiqiang felt that there is no need for them to come again. If Feng Xue is able to get more foreign currencies, it would be better. Exchanging foreign currencies is more profitable. There are fewer people on the train when they return. Feng Xue and Li Shiqiang are sitting in the lower bunk. In front of them is a roast chicken, peanuts, etc., but the both of them are not drinking. Brotherly, let me ask you. When you acquire treasury bonds from people, are most of the bonds 5 renminbi and 10 renminbi bonds? But the treasury bonds still have 50 renminbi, 100 renminbi, 500 renminbi, 1,000 renminbi, and 5,000 renminbi. Why did you only receive 5 RMB and 10 renminbi? Feng Xue asked while tearing into a chicken leg. I am not sure too. It seems that there are lesser people willing to sell bigger face value bonds. Li Shiqiang said while throwing a peanut into his mouth. You guys are earning by running errands. The 5-year interest for a 10 renminbi bond is 2 renminbi. You give them 1 renminbi extra and they will sell it to you because they are lazy to go queue at the bank. But for 100 renminbi bond, the interest is 20 renminbi. Do you think they are still willing to sell the bond to you and forego 10 renminbi interest? Feng Xue asked. Then I can also make 1 renminbi out of it. For 100 renminbi bonds, I can offer them 119 renminbi. Li Shiqiang argued. Feng Xue shook his head. This is tying up capital, you know? Cost, you understand? We should try to make full use of the money in our hands and let it circulate smoothly. For example, we can earn 1 renminbi with 11 renminbi, and now you are trying to earn 1 renminbi with 119 renminbi. It may seem that you have acquired a large number of bonds, but do you think our profits have gone up? Li Shiqiang scratched his head. It really seems to be the case. But according to what Feng Xue said, buying and selling bonds between these two places is also not reliable. For less than 400 renminbi, he got to work so hard and still got to take leave from work. It is not cost-effective. Feng Xue can tell that Li Shiqiang is having some doubts. He waved the paper with the bank's telephone numbers and said, Bing City will start bond trading soon. When Bing City starts trading, you call these numbers and you will understand. Once again, Feng Xue stand guard before midnight, and Li Shiqiang takes the second half of the night. When Feng Xue wakes up, it was already time to get off. Feng Xue did not take the bus back to his school. Li Shiqiang let him hitch a free ride with the post office's car, and Feng Xue safely reached the school before noon. Back at school, teacher's son asked Feng Xue about his relative. Feng Xue just replied that his relative had recovered, and so, he came back. The next few days, Feng Xue just attends classes. After class, he would stay back in school and ask Li Na to help him with his studies. He, in return, helped Li Na with Russian. After 1 week, Bing City started to allow the trading of treasury bonds. Li Shiqiang remembered what Feng Xue said and dialed the Shun City's Bank of China number. Hello, how much is the price of the treasury bonds now? How much did you say? Li Shiqiang's eyes opened wide and his breathing became fast. He could not believe his ears and start calling all the numbers on the paper. The price had risen up a lot. Now in Shun City, the price for a 100 renminbi treasury bond had become 100 renminbi and 50 cents. It is only a few days, and the price had risen so much. If he brings 200,000 renminbi worth of treasury bills there, he can make 1,000 renminbi per trip. This business is a lot easier and faster compared to him acquiring those small denomination treasury bonds. Li Shiqiang immediately takes leave from work and brought all the money to the nearby ICBC, Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. At the counter, Li Shiqiang said loudly, "I am here to buy treasury bonds. I will buy whatever you have." "Young man, do you know how much treasury bonds we have?" 100,000 renminbi bonds. "How much do you want and how much can you buy?" The branch manager said. He really looks down on those who are arrogant because they have some money. Li Shiqiang can't be bothered with the manager and said loudly, "Then I will buy all 100,000 renminbi treasury bonds." "What did you say?" The manager jumped up due to the shock. He was holding a teacup and hot tea spilled onto his hand, but he could not feel anything at all. "I said I wanted it all." Li Shiqiang bangs on the counter and places his backpack on the counter. Everybody turned and looked at Li Shiqiang. This guy is carrying 100,000 renminbi cash with him. When Li Shiqiang took out 10 bundles of 100 RMB notes, everyone in the bank is staring at him with mixed thoughts. Some envied, some are jealous, and some are suspicious. "Close those counters and help to count these cash," the manager said. This era, there are money counting machines in the banks, but it is not very accurate. As such, most banks are still counting manually. Long queues formed in front of other counters. At Li Shiqiang's counter, there are many bank staff busily counting the cash. Even the branch manager stayed there. He offered Li Shiqiang a cigarette and lit for him. "Young man, what are you working as?" The branch manager smiled and asked. Li Shiqiang looks at him warily. "I am in leather goods business. I had made some money and wanted to support the country. That's why I am buying these treasury bonds. To make money from leather goods, one has to go to southern China. This young man must have just come back from the south." The branch manager looked at Li Shiqiang carefully and thought to himself, "This young man really has good luck." 10 minutes later, the counting of the cash was completed. Li Shiqiang also checked the treasury bonds and kept them in his backpack. He had brought 200,000 renminbi with him. He had only bought 100,000 renminbi of bonds here. He needs to find another bank to buy some more bonds. He went to another bank, and once again Li Shiqiang is the center of attraction and the object of envy and jealousy. Li Shiqiang took the night train to Shun City alone. He remembered Feng Xue's instruction to get an upper bunk ticket, as it is harder for things to be stolen from the upper bunk. Although there are very few people on the carriage, Li Shiqiang tried to endure the sleepiness, but in the middle of the night, he fell asleep. He was startled when the conductor woke him up. Seeing his bag is still in his arms, he quickly checked the bag. He breathed a sigh of relief at the sight his treasury bonds. Once Li Shiqiang sold all 200,000 renminbi treasury bonds, he bought a few buns and rushed back to the train station. He immediately boards the return train back, not stopping for even a minute. It was already evening when he reached Bing City. At the railway station, Li Shiqiang called Feng Xue at his school. After 10 minutes, Feng Xue called back. Li Shiqiang shouted excitedly. "Xiaoyu, 100 renminbi had become 100 renminbi and 50 cents. This trip I had earned almost 900 renminbi. We are going to be rich." Feng Xue replied in a relaxed voice. "Calm down, brotherly. These are just small amounts. In future, there will be more to come." Chapter 22. Li Shiqiang is quitting. Chapter 22. Li Shiqiang is quitting. When Feng Xue and Li Na were studying hard at school, a storm is brewing in Li Shiqiang's home. "What did you say? You want to quit? You brat. Do you know how hard I begged the post office manager for you to enter? I had to give gifts and treat them to dinners, and now you want to resign." Li Shiqiang's father scolded. He really wanted to give Li Shiqiang one tight slap. "Dad, do you know how much money I've made in the past few months? Tens of thousands. How much am I getting a month at the post office? Not even 100 RMB. I am earning a few years' salaries in a month. Why should I carry on going to work? All I did was to take a few days off work, and the leader scolded me in front of everyone." Li Shiqiang said, "You only took a few days off work? Don't think I don't know that you only attended 4 days of work last month. Which leader can tolerate for so long? If it is not for me, you would be fired long ago." Li Shiqiang's father said, "Then fire me. I don't want to work there anyway. There is no future doing those mundane tasks every day." Li Shiqiang shouted. "Shiqiang, how can you say this? What's wrong with the job? The work is not tiring and also stable. In the future, the government will assign houses too." Li Shiqiang's mother also tried to persuade him. "Mom, because of those houses? We can afford it now. We can afford any houses anywhere in the country, including the capital. Li Shiqiang said. Are you trying to rebel? You don't even want to listen to me. Li Shiqiang's father asked. Dad, Xiaoyu said people need to be forward-looking. We got to see the potential developments of what we are doing. Many people might be envied of my job at the post office now. But if we are able to buy a big house and a car, more people will be envied of us. It will be more meaningful that way. Li Shiqiang replied. Rubbish. I know what you have been doing. You are going to Shun City to sell treasury bonds every day. You are just speculating. What I'm doing is just normal tradings. Xiaoyu said this is in accordance to the state's regulations. We are allowed to buy and sell treasury bonds freely, and we don't even need to be taxed from this. You remembered Uncle Zhao's son Chuanqi. He bought a big colored television last year, and you were telling me how capable is he. Now, we can also afford one. We can afford an even bigger and better imported color TV. Li Shiqiang said. Li Shiqiang kept saying Feng Xue said this, and Feng Xue said that. The veins on Li Shiqiang's father is about to burst. Someone in his 20s listening to a teenager. This trouble soon spread to the Feng family. Just happened Feng Xingtai had just finished the sowing of their land. He went to Feng Yu's school and brought him to Bing City. He had heard from his future in-laws that Feng Xue had instigated Li Shiqiang to resign from his iron rice bowl job. Dad, I didn't have anything to do with this matter. I really didn't encourage him to resign. Feng Xue said weakly. Of course, Li Shiqiang was scolded by his leaders because he had kept taking leave from work. But it was also Feng Yu's fault as he was the one who asked Li Shiqiang to keep traveling to and fro from Shin City. Feng Xue, however, is not willing to be the scapegoat, and he will never admit it was his fault. Shut up and apologize to your Uncle Li when we reach there. Your Uncle Li is a leader. Didn't you see that he can drive a car, and during holidays, many people have to give him gifts? If your brother Li followed his footsteps, he can also be a leader in future. Feng Xingtai said. Feng Xue replied. What's so good about being a leader? Uncle Li is only a deputy chief. Car. We can also afford to buy one now. During holidays, Uncle Li also had to give gifts to his superiors. You look at Brother Li now. He is earning more than his last year's salary in a month now. This is what I call a winner. Feng Xue stopped trying to persuade his father after seeing his father's angry stare at him. Anyway, he had accumulated enough funds. So, he can let Brother Li stay low for a while. With the funds, Feng Xue is also able to earn more himself. Everyone is present at Li Shiqiang's home. Not only the Li family, Feng Danying is also there. Everyone sat there silently. But see Feng Xingtai came in. Li Shiqiang's parents still stand up to welcome him. But after Feng Xingtai sat down, the room became silent again. Feng Xingtai stared at Feng Xue. Feng Xue is feeling helpless. His thinking is more than 20 years ahead of everyone else. However, no one can understand his genius thoughts. Slapped. Feng Xingtai had mercilessly slapped the back of Feng Xue's head. Everyone is waiting for this kid to apologize, and yet he is still sitting there daydreaming. Boy, don't you know your sister's happiness is going to be ruined in your hand? If Li Shiqiang is going to resign because of your instigation, how can his family agree to your sister's relationship with Li Shiqiang? Feng Xingtai thought. Feng Xue sad look at the father stood up and said, Uncle Li, Auntie Li, it is all my fault. I shouldn't have asked Brother Li to join me doing this business. Brother Li, you should go back to work. You should be able to afford a car and a house if you spend your life working hard. At first, Feng Xingtai thought that his son is apologizing properly. But why is it he felt that something is not right? Besides, Brother Li, you had also made about 10,000 renminbi from the money you took from home. These should be enough. It is more than what you will get after working at the post office for 10 years. My teacher said one should be contented with what they have. It is not our business if other people can earn a lot of money. When they live in big houses and watched big color TV, we can still live in small houses and watch black and white television. Feng Xue continued. When you and my sister have children, let him study hard. In the future, he can also work at the post office. Even though the salary is little, but the work is relaxing. When other parents drive their kids to school, we can use bicycles to send them to school. Men should not be courageous and strive to be successful. We should be just working hard quietly towards the 4 modernizations: modernization of agriculture, industry, national defense and science, and technology. Let the others do those glory stuff. Feng Xue said. Feng Xue is used to doing brainwashing and persuading work. Otherwise, how is he able to get so many investment customers? He is confident to change the minds of anyone in this room within 5 minutes of talking. Li Shiqiang's parents frowned and thought to themselves, yes, What future will Shixiang have if he carries on working at the post office? If he really has children in future, it will just be like what Xiaoyu said. Other people are sending their children to school by car. His son is still riding bicycles to send his kids to school. This is the first time his son had his own ideas. Is it really fine to kill his ideas? If he is to go back and work at the post office, can he work at ease? Li Shixiang's father suddenly asked. Shixiang, what do you think? Li Shixiang heard his father asking, and he raised his head. Dad, I had thought about this carefully. I want to earn money. Earn a lot of money, and let you and Mom have a good life. I will work hard and not let Feng Dannying suffered. Didn't the Great One said, we must develop a socialist economy and allow some to get rich first. Why can't I be one of those who gets rich first? Li Shixiang's father looked at his son and the in-laws and finally sighed. Okay, I will talk to your leader to approve a 1-year no-pay leave for you. If you can't make it, then you go back to work at the post office and don't think so much. If you really can make it, then you can quit your job at the post office. Chapter 23, News from Brother Qi. Chapter 23, News from Brother Qi. With Li Shixiang's father giving in, the Li family's storm is finally over. Feng Yu knew very well that Li Shixiang will never go back and work at the post office. Feng Xingtai grabbed Feng Yu by his ears and brought him back to school. He promised Feng Yu a beating if he is unable to get into the city's high schools. Feng Xingtai didn't ask Feng Yu much about the money. Feng Yu had thought Feng Xingtai had forgotten about it. But Feng Yu did not know that Li Shixiang had already told Feng Xingtai that the Feng's family money is now about 200,000 renminbi. Anyway, these are treasury bonds. Even if they did not sell, they are also able to earn from interest, and the interest is more than keeping the money in the bank. Feng Xingtai knew that their family can have such a drastic change, is because Feng Yu had attended school and understands a lot of things. As such, Feng Yu must continue going to school and eventually attend university. When Feng Xingtai returns home, he also brought an imported 19-inch color TV set back. He saw the colored TV at Li Shixiang's house and really wanted to get one too. Feng Xingtai returned home with the colored TV and Zhang Muhua complained about him being a spendthrift. But once she knew that their savings had become 200,000 renminbi, she wanted to buy a refrigerator. Feng Yu's performance in school had gotten better with each passing month. His progress is very obvious from the results of April and May's tests. Teacher Sun concludes that with Feng Yu's result, he should be able to enter the best high school in Bing City if Feng Yu maintained these types of results. As for Feng Yu and Li Na spending so much time together in the classroom, he pretended he didn't see. These two are improving together and they should be praised. Just when Feng Yu is buried in a mountain of books, he received a call from Li Shixiang. What? Brother Qi is coming to Bing City again. Feng Yu said. Li Shixiang had received Kirilenko's Russian telegram, and he paid a teacher to translate for him. He still remembered that they had earned a large sum of money from Kirilenko, and they must not miss this chance. However, this will disrupt Feng Yu's studies and Feng Xingtai will not be happy. But if Feng Yu is not around, they will need to hire a translator, and the translator does not know how to do business. When will he arrive? Feng Yu asked. The day after tomorrow. He will be staying at the International Hotel. Li Shixiang replied. Okay, you need to get a jeep on that day to show that we are rich people. I will reach Bing City in the evenings on the day after tomorrow. We will talk more when I reach. Feng Yu replied. I'll drive straight to pick you up the day after tomorrow. I had already borrowed the jeep. Li Shixiang said. Feng Yu smiled. Li Shixiang is smarter than he imagined. After trading treasury bonds for a few months, his horizon had broadened and is more holistic when it comes to working. What? You going to take leave again? It will be the midterm exams soon. This will be the final preparation for the final exams. What's the reason for taking leave this time? Teacher Sun asked. Teacher Sun, my brother-in-law has some connections in Bing City. I am going to meet with his friend who can guarantee my place in Bing City's best high school. Feng Yu replied. Sure enough, this lie is very effective. Teacher Sun finds it hard to reject Feng Yu's leave application when he heard that Feng Yu is going to Bing City to meet with his connections. Although Teacher Sun does not like these type of actions, everyone is making use of their connections for their future. When Teacher Sun saw Li Shixiang park the jeep at the main gate of the school, Teacher Sun completely believed Feng Yu. Feng Yu's brother-in-law is really someone capable. So young, and he can drive a jeep. The jeep at the school gate attracted the gaze of many students. Some that knew Feng Yu even went up to touch the jeep. Although it is common to see this kind of jeep in the city, in the countryside, only the leader can sit in these types of vehicles. Even their principal still commutes by bicycle to and fro from school. Feng Xue, the midterm exam is coming. Where are you going? Li Na asked while pulling Feng Xue aside. I'm going to look for connections to enter high school. I might even be able to enter high school without taking any exams. By the way, you want me to help you as well? Feng Xue asked, deliberately trying to annoy her. Li Na almost cried. She had thought that Feng Xue had changed for the better, but he is still an opportunist who wants to reap benefits without putting in the effort. I will take the exams myself and don't need your help, Li Na said, and she turned to run back to school, crying. Feng Xue opened his mouth and wanted to call her. But forget it. He can explain to her later when he returns. Now Kirilenko is the most important thing. Hello, we are looking for Mr. Kirilenko from Moscow. Feng Xue stood at the International Hotel reception. Young man, you know Kirilenko? Why are you looking for him? The hotel receptionist asked. Sister, you can make a phone call to him. He asked my brother-in-law to come. My brother-in-law is outside in that car, Feng Xue said. The receptionist made a call. Once the call is connected, she exchanged a few words in Russian telling the other party that someone is looking for him. Kirilenko came downstairs and saw Feng Xue. Kirilenko is very happy to see him and gave him a bear hug, carrying Feng Xue feet off the ground. Feng Xue is almost out of breath due to Kirilenko's hug. Feng Xue struggled to get out of the hug. Once freed from Kirilenko's hug, Feng Xue quickly told him that the jeep is outside and he knows a place with good erguo too, Chinese white liquor. They can chat while having drinking. Kirilenko had a strong impression of erguo too. The taste is good and he likes it very much. Hearing Feng Xue's words, Kirilenko dragged Feng Xue excitedly out to the car. Feng Xue is still in his teens and he cannot drink. Li Shiqiang, on the other hand, is driving so he can't drink as well. Kirilenko is the only one drinking. After half a bottle of wine, Kirilenko's face began to turn red. Feng Xue chatted with Kirilenko for a while, and Kirilenko told Feng Xue about his family background. After listening to Kirilenko's background, Feng Xue had a shock. He didn't expect Brother Qi had such backgrounds. Kirilenko's father is an Air Force colonel of the Soviet Army. Feng Xue had also heard his name, and he seems to be promoted to a general in future. Kirilenko also has a brother. His brother is in the army and is also doing well. Kirilenko is also in the army, but he is not interested. He only wants to enjoy life. Because of his father, Kirilenko got a position in the logistic department. He often used procurement as an excuse to travel and pocket a sum of money along the way. The last time he came to Bing City is for a site visit. During that visit, he brought back a lot of things, and they were well received in the Soviet Union. The relationship between the Soviet Union and China have just eased, and there was not much trade between both countries. Some of Kirilenko's friends had wanted some ham and canned goods, but they have no connections to purchase them. As such, Kirilenko became a representative to come to China to purchase these items. The last Kirilenko met Feng Xue. He saw Feng Xue's ability. Not only Feng Xue helped him to purchase a lot of merchandise, he also arranged for the goods to be sent to the airport warehouse. Furthermore, Kirilenko knows that for someone in China to drive a jeep, it means that someone in the family is most likely to be a government official. Having authority means that person is capable, and a capable person can help him to purchase a lot of goods. Kirilenko had brought a lot of money this time, and he is prepared to buy in bulk. In the eyes of Feng Xue, Kirilenko is a golden pig waiting to be slaughtered. In this era, it is guaranteed to profit from the bilateral trade. If Feng Xue had remembered correctly, the two countries will soon sign a series of tax-free trade agreements, but he can't remember if these agreements had started or not. Brother Kirilenko, I have forgotten to tell you something the last time you were here. Just nice you came here now, and I will be straight with you. Chapter 24, Can't Refuse. Chapter 24, Can't Refuse. Kirilenko, who had unknowingly finished a bottle of erguo too, raised his eyebrows and asked, What? Brother Kirilenko, I am guilty of cheating you. Feng Xue said, Have you deceived me? What do you mean? Kirilenko shook his head, feeling puzzled. Remember the last time you bought those goods back? In fact, the value of those goods is less than 70,000 renminbi, but I told you it is 80,000 renminbi. I had thought that you were not coming again. So, I tried to earn a bit. Now, I felt very guilty. I will return you the money tomorrow, and this time, I promise to not earn from your purchases. Feng Xue said. Li Shiqiang is still leisurely eating peanuts when he suddenly felt a chill in his spine. It's June, but why he suddenly felt cold? He looked up and realized that the talk is not going well. This Soviet Union bear seemed angry and he is glaring at Xiaoyu. I had trusted you, and yet you cheated me? Shouldn't our friendship be sweet and beautiful, like our country's? Kirilenko asked angrily. We were not friends then. But now, we are friends, and this is the reason why I am telling you the truth. If you don't want me as a friend anymore, it's fine. Feng Xue said, pretending to be sad. Kirilenko thinks back to his last trip. The goods he brought back last time only recorded the quantity and no price on the receipt. As such, he claimed that he used 80,000 rubles and not RMB to buy those goods. Although he gave some of those goods out as gifts, he still made a lot of money from selling the rest of it. The time Kirilenko came alone is to prevent others from knowing the exact price of these goods. He wants to earn more so that he can afford to buy a cart of vodka and drink every day. If Feng Xue is not here to help him, then the things he bought in China will not be cheap, and he is not able to make such high profits when he returns. He also wants to make this a long-term business. He had even arranged for a train carriage. No, this Feng Xue must be part of this deal. It is just 10,000 renminbi. Compared to what he earned, it is not even 10%. Just treat it as tips for Feng Xue's hard work. But next time, he will have to reconsider working with Feng Xue. Kirilenko suddenly grinned, revealing an ugly smile. What are you talking about? Of course, I still treat you as a friend. You deserve that 10,000 renminbi bucks. We are friends, and let's not talk about that. Let's discuss the things I wanted to buy this time. Seeing this, Soviet Union bear smiled. Li Shiqiang felt relieved. Just now, he was worried that if this hairy bear were to hit people, should he fight him? It is not about winning the fight, but Kirilenko is a foreigner, and regardless of the outcome, Li Shiqiang is sure to lose. Feng Xue also smiled. Well, since you treat me as a friend, then this time no matter what and how much you want to buy, I will help you get the cheapest price. You can also engage a translator to accompany us the whole trip. Kirilenko waved his hand. No need, I trust you. After dinner, Feng Xue was invited by Kirilenko to stay at the International Hotel, as Kirilenko wanted to discuss in the evenings. Feng Xue then told Li Shiqiang to pick them up at 8 in the morning and also to check with his friend at the Sales and Marketing Cooperative if they have any unsold goods. My dear Feng, would you like to try some cigar? Kirilenko asked. Feng Xue smiled and waved his hand. I'm not used to it. You have a lot of guts, I like you. I had brought 300,000 rubles this time, and I want to spend it all. The ham, canned fruits, candy, etc. are very good, and the handkerchief with flowers are very popular. Kirilenko said. Handkerchief with flowers? Those are pillowcases. Forget it. Since you all think that those are handkerchiefs, then let those be handkerchiefs. Anyway, you paid and you can call it whatever you want. No problem. You just come with me tomorrow and see what you need. I will help you bargain, and I guarantee that the price will be favorable to you. But this time you are getting so many goods. How are you bring it back? Feng Xue asked. Feng Xue is curious. Shipping by air is too expensive. By train. I have a friend who would help me get a train carriage. So, there is no problem with transport. I am taking the train back this time too. Kirilenko replied. Feng Xue can't help but envy. Having connections means having ways to do things. Kirilenko can get a train carriage just like getting a cabbage from the market. The two chatted for a while, and came the sound of Kirilenko's snoring. Feng Xue regrets staying at the International Hotel. At least, he shouldn't agree to be with Kirilenko in a room. This snoring is just like an electric saw. The next morning, Li Shiqiang picked them up and drove to the Sales and Marketing Cooperative. Manager Su, who had gotten the news of them coming, waited at the door. Manager Su, we are here again. Do you have anything good to recommend this time? Feng Xue asked. Yes. Honey, canned food, biscuits, milk powder. If you are getting these in bulk, I can give you a good price. Manager Su immediately mentioned those unpopular products. Yes, that's what Li Shiqiang told them to do. Now Feng Xue wants to build a good relationship with Kirilenko, so he directly translated everything and told the truth to Kirilenko. Kirilenko is very surprised and looks at Feng Xue. He thought to himself, Feng Xue is telling me that these things are not selling well and are selling cheap. He doesn't want to make money? Friend. This type of people is definitely a friend. Yes, I want all these. And this, that too. Also, I want those goods I bought the last time. You decide the quantity to match my budget. Kirilenko said. Manager Su, I can help you sell all these biscuits, powdered milk, etc. This time how much free gifts are you giving us? Feng Xue asked. How much do you want? The manager is a bit annoyed. This kid is too good at bargaining. Feng Xue looked at the price of all goods and changed everything to 80%. Impossible. We cannot change the price. Manager Su said. Su manager, don't be so inflexible. You are now considered self-employed. You think we don't know the cost of your goods? Furthermore, we are buying a lot of things this time. Feng Xue said. No matter how much you buy, I cannot agree to this price. The most I can give is 3% off the total price. Manager Su replied. What if we are buying 1 million renminbi worth of goods? Feng Xue sat on the chair, crossing legs. How much? 1 million. Manager Su asked. That's right. This is a big boss from the Soviet Union behind me. This time, he wants to transport a train carriage full of goods back. He will spend at least 1 million renminbi. If you are unable to supply us with 1 million worth of goods, no problem. We can go elsewhere. Even if there are not a variety of goods, we can go a few more places. Also, we can save some money that way. Feng Xue said. No, don't go elsewhere. Other places do not have the varieties like us. You wait a while. I will make some calls. I promise I will give you enough goods for 1 million renminbi. Manager Su said. Manager Su, I will not ask how much you earn from this deal. But shouldn't you lower the price a bit more? Feng Xue asked. No problem. I will talk to my suppliers. I promise you the cheapest price. We will never cheat our brother from the Soviet Union. Manager Su replied. Feng Xue turned to Kirilenko and told him that Manager Su is contacting his suppliers, guaranteed to offer them the cheapest price. Feng Xue also emphasized that he will not be earning a single cent from this deal. No. My dear Feng, I must pay you. How about 5%? You have to make sure I buy these things are of good quality, low price, and the quantity. Kirilenko said. Kirilenko suddenly got wary of Feng Xue. He doesn't want money? What if Feng Xue cheated him? No, must give him money, and then sign a contract with him. If Feng Xue cheats him, then he can go to the police. Chapter 25, A Lovely Kirilenko. Chapter 25, A Lovely Kirilenko. Kirilenko insisted on signing a contract and giving Feng Xue a fee. Feng Xue can only reluctantly agree and sign the contract. But down in his heart, he is jumping with joy. However, the more Feng Xue said, the more suspicious Kirilenko becomes. They had only met a few times and are not familiar with each other. Why is Feng Xue willing to help him for free? Sure enough, Kirilenko bites the bait and insisted Feng Xue to accept payments for his service. After signing the contract, Feng Xue also calmed down a lot. This trip lasted 2 to 3 days, and they can earn 60,000 renminbi. More importantly, Kirilenko had the intention of doing this business for long term. How can Feng Xue have no other ideas? In the future, there is a very popular industry, which is intermediation services. An intermediary earns commissions by introducing two parties for business deals. Because there are no goods, there is no cost in this business. It is very suitable for those who had no capital but have a lot of networks. At first, this industry is started by those rich second generations who had a lot of connections, but it soon develops into a striving industry. To be a good intermediary, one must have a rich source of customers and a variety of goods. Most importantly, he has to know a lot of people. Does Feng Xue know anyone who does business? No, but from today onwards, he will have a lot of sources for goods, and these goods are in demand in the Soviet Union. In this era, speculation is considered a crime and had not been abolished yet. The planned economy is transiting to a market economy. There are many who are smart, but they are mainly from the coastal areas. For example, the village secretary of the nation's #1 village, Huaxi village, had set up a factory producing small hardware even before the government allows. Later, after the policy had changed, that factor even became a positive model for others to follow. In Longjiang, where it is near to the borders, there are few who dare to do this line. Feng Xue also did not intend to do such business. What he wanted is barter trade. He will send some domestic goods over to Kirilenko, and Kirilenko will send some goods back. With goods in hand, Feng Xue is not considered speculating. Real speculation refers to the use of the opportunity, hoarding of goods, making imitations, manipulating prices, and disrupting the market, profiteering behavior. Feng Xue is not doing any of these. I want more of this more, Kirilenko said. Feng Xue looked at what Kirilenko pointed, shocked a moment. Big white rabbit sweets. Kirilenko is a grown-up, and yet he put one sweet into his mouth. Isn't that what kids eat? This towel and this scarf. More. I want more of these hairpins. These socks, red color ones, more. Feng Xue noticed something. Why are the things Kirilenko wanted are for girls? Brother, are you going to open a shop dedicated to women customers? Feng Xue asked. No. I am selling to the art troupe. The art troupe is one of those that asked me to procure for them, and they like these stuff. Kirilenko answered. This Kirilenko is indeed capable. He can even do purchases for their art troupe. Feng Xue is convinced that this trade can be done for a long time and is able to bring in huge profits. Girls like these things. Feng Xue also bought a red hairpin for Lina. It seems that Lina likes red color. Less than half an hour, Manager Xue had contacted all his suppliers and their representatives arrived at the cooperative's office. Everyone is trying to sell their products to Feng Xue at the same time, giving Feng Xue a headache. Shut up. I am Mr. Kirilenko's representative. You all fill up a form first. Feng Xue shouted. Earlier, when they were photocopying the contract, Feng Xue used a white paper to draw up a form and photocopied more than 10 copies. Now Feng Xue is giving each of them a copy. The form clearly indicates the name of the manufacturer, the nature of the manufacturer, the type of goods, price, quantity, contact number, etc. This is the important step for Feng Xue to bypass Manager Xue in future. When Feng Xue told them the types and quantity of the goods, Manager Xue quickly recorded it down. This deal alone will achieve his quarterly sales target. Unfortunately, he did not see Feng Xue keeping all those forms. This might be the last time Manager Xue earned from Feng Xue. After Manager Xue discussed with the supplier's representatives, he sat down with Feng Xue and talked about the discounts. They finally agreed at 7% discount, which also includes the transportation of goods to the railway station and loading the train. The total price for this transaction is only 1.02 million renminbi. Feng Xue had discussed the quantity with Kirilenko to decide. But after discount, the price is lower than expected and Kirilenko still has a lot of money left. Feng Xue consulted Kirilenko if he needed anything else. Kirilenko looked around and suddenly stared at the gloves on the counter. Feng Xue immediately got the message and discussed with Manager Xue to clear all his stocks of gloves for 100,000 renminbi. Kirilenko bought him sausages using the rest of his money. They signed the contract with Manager Xue and wrote a receipt the same way like last time. Only the type and quantity of goods are written. The column for the price is empty. Li Shiqiang drove Kirilenko back to the International Hotel for his suitcase. Once back at the cooperative, Kirilenko opened his suitcase and took out stacks of rubles. Altogether 300,000 rubles on the table. When the Manager Xue reached out for the rubles, he was stopped by Feng Xue. Manager Xue, according to the exchange rate, you still have to return us more than 30,000 renminbi. What goods are you going to exchange for with the money? Feng Xue asked. Manager Xue smiled. He doesn't care. What do you care so much? Because I had also signed a contract. I have to obey the law. We will use these 30,000 renminbi to get instant noodles. If you are able to give us more, then perhaps next month we will still come back to you to purchase more goods. Feng Xue said. Instant noodles are fast-selling goods. Feng Xue saw it in the warehouse, but Manager Xue did not recommend to Kirilenko. However, there is only one type of instant noodles, Hua Feng brand's seafood noodles. This is an old brand. This company is still in production until Feng Xue's rebirth. With regards to the exchange rate issue, I had asked them to give us some instant noodles. You just cook these noodles in boiling water for 5 minutes, and you can eat it. If you add a piece of ham sausage, it will taste better. Feng Xue told Kirilenko. Kirilenko did not know what instant noodles were, but he was delighted to know that he is getting more goods. He thought that he had used up all his 300,000 rubles to buy those goods, and didn't expect to have more goods. It seems that signing a contract with Feng Xue is good. This way, Feng Xue will be more responsible. Because of his future business, Kirilenko decided to give Feng Xue some benefits. These are for you, Kirilenko said. No, it's too much. Feng Xue said, while looking at the 20,000 rubles in front of him. You deserve it. We are friends, and you should not refuse me. I will be coming to Bing City again in future. Please continue to help me, Kirilenko said. Feng Xue accepted the 20,000 rubles unwillingly. This Kirilenko is really lovely. Chapter 26, Registering a Company. Chapter 26, Registering a Company. Bang! Feng Xingtai banged on the table. This son really needs to be disciplined. Skipping classes and now, he still wants to set up a company? He thinks it is so easy to set up a company. Dad, don't worry. We are doing business with Russians. The state is also encouraging us to do business with them. We have the geographical advantage, and we have to make good use of it. If not, within 2 years, those businessmen from the south will come and grab this opportunity, and we will earn a lot lesser. Feng Xue said. Money, money, money. All you know is money. Do you intend to stop schooling? Are you still going to high school? University? I let you go to school is for you to have a good future and not earn money. Feng Xingtai scolded. I did not say that I am setting up the company. It is you that will be registering the company, and the company is yours. Feng Xue said. He would like to register the company himself, but registering needs to have an ID card. Feng Xue is less than 16 years old, and he does not have an ID card yet. How can he register the company? I register the company. Feng Xingtai asked. Yes, a trading company. There are such companies in the south now. It is reported in the newspapers every day. The Great One had also encouraged entrepreneurship. It is contributing to the nation's economic development. Towards people of his parents' age, it is important to use grand-sounding words. Is it? Feng Xingtai looks at his wife, but Zhang Muhua can only shake her head. She didn't know either. Dad, I said before, stop playing mahjong at night and watch more news. Another thing, this time I go to Bing City is not to play. It is for business. This trip, I earned 80,000 renminbi. Feng Xue said. How much? Feng Xingtai and Zhang Muhua asked. 80,000 renminbi. Only 2 days. I had also made arrangements with the other party. He will be purchasing another batch of goods sometime later. If we want to make money, we must grab this opportunity. Don't you want to live in a big house? Don't we want to fetch grandpa and grandma to stay with us? Once you agree to set up a company, we can buy a big house with more than 100 square meters in Bing City. Feng Xue said. Feng Xue did not dare to tell them that many rich people live in houses which are more than a few hundred and even thousand square meters of the house. He knew that his parents will not believe. It's a long way to go to brainwash them. Dad, if you don't agree, I won't be able to study in peace. Midterm exams are coming. This will affect my results. Feng Xue said. Then what about our fields? Feng Xingtai asked. Feng Xue rolled his eyes. Hire people. We will stop farming in future. We will rent the fields to others. Whoever wants to farm, let them go and farm. We will move to the city and enjoy life. Feng Xingtai turned and looked at his wife. What do you think? I don't know. You decide yourself. Zhang Muhua had been shocked by the conversations between this father and son. These two had talked about earning a few thousand at the beginnings to earning tens of thousands. Now they are even talking about setting up a company. She totally cannot catch up with their thoughts. But she believed that her son, who had to go to school, cannot be wrong. Besides, how can her son cheat her? Hearing his wife's words, and from the look of her eyes, Feng Xingtai knew that his wife really wants to live in the city. Feng Xingtai said, Fine. I will go and register a company tomorrow. If you can't enter the city's high school, I will shut down the company. Having persuaded his parents, Feng Xue returned to school with a peace of mind. It is almost midterm exams, and he needs to start revision. Although he has more than 20 years of foresight, he had only focused on investments and never did other business. He wants to enter the university and study management. At the same time, know some classmates and recruit some talented ones among them to help accomplish his dream of having an economic empire. When Feng Xue is studying hard study, Feng Xingtai came to Bing City with his identity card. Li Shiqiang had heard from Feng Xue and had been waiting at the train station. Using the borrowed car, Li Shiqiang sent his future father-in-law to the Trade and Industry Bureau. In this era, it is simple and fast to register a company. Unlike the future, where is it very strict. Li Shiqiang had already found out the procedures and brought Feng Xingtai to do the necessary procedures. The whole process will take about 1 day, and the company will be officially registered the next day. Uncle, come and take a look. This is the office of our Taihua company, Li Shiqiang said. Although it is called an office, it is actually a rented warehouse near to the train station. This warehouse had been modified to 2 stories. The upper story is divided into many rooms which are the office and dormitories. The company's first employees were the young men Li Shiqiang hired to collect the bonds. They had stopped collecting treasury bonds from door to door. With the opening up of the bonds trading, the prices of treasury bonds had risen. Now, Shin City treasury bond prices had risen to 101. 30 renminbi for a 100 renminbi treasure bond. Just by traveling between Bing City and Shin City, Li Shiqiang is earning more than 1,000 a trip. Feng Xue said that these people are useful. One of them will follow Li Shiqiang to Shin City, while the rest will clean up the warehouse. According to Feng Xue, the warehouse is going to be filled with goods, and their salaries will soon to be doubled. Feng Xue had wanted to have a 1-to-1 contribution ratio and spilt the company equally with Li Shiqiang. But Li Shiqiang is clear. This company can make money is due to Feng Xue, and he is just a runner. So he rejected Feng Xue's offer. Furthermore, this time, Feng Xue's investment is quite big. It involves almost all of Feng Xue's money. Li Shiqiang is also a bit reluctant to give up on the treasury bond business. In the end, the company is registered with a startup capital of 200,000. Feng Xue accounted for 90%, which is 180,000 renminbi, and Li Shiqiang accounted for 10%, 20,000 renminbi. The general manager is Feng Xue. Feng Xue and Li Shiqiang are deputy managers, and others are salesmen. If the Kirilenko had not given Feng Xue an additional 20,000 rubles, it would be hard for them to continue the treasury bond business after taking out 200,000 renminbi. Other than this 200,000 renminbi, rent, renovations, and other miscellaneous expenses, they still have about 100,000 renminbi left to trade treasury bonds, and they would still be able to earn about 1,000 per trip. Feng Xue had discussed with Li Shiqiang. There is no need to be so clear with their initial capital. Li Shiqiang had been busy with the treasury bonds business, and Feng Xue insisted their earnings to be split equally. Li Shiqiang, however, did not want so much. His family had not invested much initially, and Feng Xue is the one who had thought of this idea. Feng Xue had also given him some of the profits from the deals with Kirilenko. If not for Li Shiqiang's firm refusal, Feng Xue wanted to give him more. But after some time, Feng Xue thought it doesn't matter. When Feng Xue becomes successful in future, he will not forget his brother-in-law and his family. When Feng Xue heard from Li Shiqiang that Feng Xue had invested 180,000 renminbi into the company, he almost fainted. His son's business is getting bigger and bigger. Chapter 27, Sentiments. Chapter 27, Sentiments. In the blink of an eye, it is late June and also the high school entrance exams of Longjiang province. The exams in this era are not as crazy as the exams in future, where there are parents waiting outside the classroom to pass their kids towels and water. This is especially so for this small farm. There is not much attention to the exams at all. However, the leaders at the farm and the school knew the importance of this exam. The more students that can be admitted into high schools and vocational schools, the greater the credit is for the leaders and teachers. Firstly, is the food in the school canteen. There are more varieties, and the prices are cheap. Those first years and second years are on holidays. So, there are lesser people at the school, and the taste becomes better. The food gave Feng Xue the biggest impression for this exam. As for the examination, there is no comparison with the future. In his previous life, Feng Xue had studied at university, and after graduation, he got to take the examination for the broker license. There were fierce competitions for every examination. As such, he is unfazed by the atmosphere of the current exam. The exams went on for 3 days. Feng Xue felt that he had done well for his exams. The school teachers asked them to list the 3 schools they wanted to enter, and Feng Xue listed the 3 high schools in the city. His first choice is the best high school in the city. Because of Feng Xue's influence, their class worked hard during this semester. Feng Xue knew that compared to his previous life, many of his classmates who had entered vocational school had registered for high schools. Even if they can't enter the city's high school, they can also enter the high schools in the rural districts. Feng Xue, how were your exams? Lina came over and asked. She is wearing the red hair clip Feng Xue bought for her. I should do well. Should not have any problem to enter the city's high school. What about you? Feng Xue said as he snatched the apple from Lina's hands. Feng Xue doesn't mind. Lina had already bitten the apple, and he took a big bite off the apple. Lina didn't say anything. She was used to it. I should do well on my exams too. How did you fill out your high school list? Let me see. Lina whispered. She wants to go to the same high school with Feng Xue, the same university, and then Lina also filled in the same 3 high schools as Feng Xue list. Seeing Feng Xue stretching over to see Lina's form, she quickly turns over the form. When Dongjun suddenly comes over, Lina, you and Feng Xue choose the same high schools. How did you know? Lina panicked. She was found out. I guessed. But now I am sure. When Dongjun had my evil plans had succeeded, look while Lina blushes. Feng Xue gave Wen Dongjun a push and said to Lina, ignore him. I am going to the city with Dongjun in 2 days. You want to join us? Go and play in the city. Lina's eyes brighten up, but she knew her parents will never agree. I am not going. You two go ahead. I still have things to do. Lina said. There is some disappointment in Feng Xue's eyes. Both of them had been studying and playing together for the whole semester. Feng Xue also felt Lina's attitude towards him had changed drastically from the first time they met. How can Feng Xue not have feelings for her? Besides, Lina is very beautiful and is the belle of the school. If she dresses up a little, she will definitely be more beautiful. Rumors of Feng Xue and Lina dating had spread in the class, but both of them had never admitted or denied. Even Teacher Sun knew about this rumor, but he did not object. It is normal for students of their age to start dating, as it is part of puberty. Anyway, once they entered high school, they will be separated. After Lina left, Feng Xue and Wen Dongjun submitted their list and went back to their dormitory to pack their belongings. Feng Xue, oh, Wen Dongjun said angrily. What do you mean by oh? Both Lina and me will surely be in the best high school, including you. Feng Xue said. Me? Entering the best high school in the city? Stop joking. The most I can enter is the high schools in the district. Wen Dongjun knows his own standards. Although he had worked very hard, but compared to Feng Xue, the difference is too big. Don't worry, I have my ways. You carry on packing. I will go for a run. Feng Xue said. Lina is already waiting at the school stadium. Feng Xue comes to the stadium for runs every day and had dragged Lina along. But today, Feng Xue did not come here for his daily jogs. He holds Lina and sits on the field. He then took a small mirror out from his pocket and handed it to Lina. My gift for you. The mirror is very common, but Lina likes it very much. She kept looking at her red hair clip on her head from the mirror. What do you want from Bing City? I will ask Dongjun to bring it back for you. Feng Xue asked. Let him bring it back? You are not coming back. Lina asked. I will only be back next month. I have something to do in Bing City. Don't worry about high school. We will surely still be together. Feng Xue said. What if I don't do well on the exams? Lina asked. There is no what-ifs. I had arranged everything, Feng Xue said. You arranged everything? How did you arrange? Lina asked, not believing Feng Xue's words. Send gifts. The school's deputy principal is my brother-in-law father's comrades, and my brother-in-law had helped him exchange some foreign exchange and exchange some treasury bonds. My brother-in-law also sent him a few cartons of cigarette and bottles of alcohol. Anyway, you and I will surely be in the best high school in the city. Feng Xue said casually. You gave gifts to the principal? How could you do that? Lina said angrily. Entering high schools should be based on individuals' results. If it is because of gifts, then it is not fair. Feng Xue looked at Lina. Today, she is wearing a simple pale yellow skirt with a white lotus embroidered at the edge of the skirt. When there is a breeze, the flowers will sway. Feng Xue at Lina carefully, and Lina looks down shyly. Inside her, she is having some complicated feelings. She is feeling nervous, shy and happy, all mixed together. When Lina wanted to ask Feng Xue to not look at her, Feng Xue said, I was just joking with you. My sister is not married yet. Where can I find a brother-in-law? Besides, just by our results, we deserve to be in the best high school in the city. Lina stared at Feng Xue fiercely and then playfully gave him a punch. Lina smiled and said, Lotus in the pond next to the hospital should have bloomed. Every summer, I used to go there. It's really beautiful. You must go there and see it yourself. And yesterday, a big butterfly stopped at the windowsill of my house. Lina talked about those small little things which made her happy. When Feng Xue wanted to reach out and hold her hands, the irritating Wen Dongjun ran over. Xiaoyu, Uncle Feng is here to pick us up. He is outside the dormitory waiting for us. Lina hurriedly stood up. Feng Xue, I am going home. See you next time. Feng Xue's outstretched hand stopped in midair, and he gave Wen Dongjun a vicious stare. Why can't you appear a minute later? Lina returned to the classroom, took her bag, and ran to the school. From far, she can see Feng Xue loading his belonging into the tractor cart. She waved to Feng Xue and ran towards her home direction. Chapter 28, The Lost Wen Dongjun. Chapter 28, The Lost Wen Dongjun. Wen Deguang came to Feng Xue home in the evenings. He is here to confirm what he had heard from his son. His son, Wen Dongjun, had told him that Feng Xue's brother-in-law is able to help him enter the best high school in the city. Feng Xingtai was shocked. That Xiaoli is so capable. But Feng Xingtai saw his son making eyes at him, and he just goes along with it. He promised to help Wen Dongjun. After Wen Deguang left, Feng Xingtai's face changed and took out the feather duster to question Feng Xue. I need to find some company. Maybe next year, my sister might be getting married and move out. I can't be living alone in Bing City, right? Aren't you worried? Feng Xue asked. Looking at his son's irritating face, Feng Xingtai really wants to beat him up. But what his son said made sense. He will worry about his son living alone in Bing City if his daughter gets married. Can Xiaoli arrange Wen Dongjun's entrance to the best high school? Feng Xingtai asked. He didn't really think that Li Shiqiang is capable of accomplishing it. It's already done. The vice principal had already instructed the admission officers. Don't look at me this way. When did your son lie to you? Feng Xue asked. You wet your bed when you were 4 years old, and you lied that you spilled your drink on the bed. When you were 6 years old, you broke Mr. Li's cherry tree and you lied that it was the wind. When you were 8 years old, you, Feng Xingtai said. Come on, Dad. Did you pick me up from the streets? Feng Xue is speechless. His father is bringing up his dark history and must be stopped. He is a genius, and he will become a legend. Everyone will be scrambling to learn from him, and there might be people who will be writing a biography for him. His father must forget these embarrassing incidents. If these are recorded in his biography, he won't be able to face everyone. The next morning, Feng Xue carried a backpack and met up with Wen Dongjun. The pair took a bus to Bing City. Xiaoyu, over here. Li Shiqiang stood behind a group of people, waving his arms. Brotherly, this is my childhood friend Wen Dongjun. This is Brotherly, my sister's boyfriend. Feng Xue said. Good afternoon, Brotherly. Wen Dongjun greeted. Same to you. Let's go. The car is in front. Li Shiqiang said. When on the jeep, Wen Dongjun immediately asked, Brotherly, you can afford a jeep? Does everyone in the city can afford to buy jeeps? Li Shiqiang replied embarrassingly, No. Only a handful of people can afford to drive in the city. I had borrowed this jeep from a friend. He is working at the city's transport department. This jeep is about to be scrapped. Other than going to the countryside, they seldom use this jeep. I gave him 2 packets of cigarettes to borrow it. I heard that they are going to eliminate a batch of vehicles and planning to sell these vehicles off cheaply. I have the intentions to buy one. Feng Xue eyes widen. Brotherly, the city is going to eliminate the batch of vehicles? Are there any Volga? Volga. This old jeep creates lots of black fumes when moving. During winter, it is freezing to stay in this jeep. But the Volga is different. It is a sedan car. Lada. There is no Volga. But there are Lada, produced by the Soviet Union and is from the same factory with the Volga. During the 80s, there are many Lada vehicles. Lada vehicles were also used as taxi in the capital and the Santana. The prices are not too high too. Li Shiqiang said. Santana. If it is not more than 20,000 renminbi, then buy a Lada with the company's money. You can use it first. But if there are business deals and need to use the car to fetch or send guests, you need to drive them around. Forget about Santana. I do not like that car. Feng Xue said. Didn't you had other uses for the company's money? You want to use it to buy a car? Li Shiqiang asked. Don't worry. Someone will be sending us money soon. Feng Xue said. When Dongjun heard Feng Xue and Li Shiqiang talking about buying a car, he thought, what the hell? Buy one if it is not more than 20,000 renminbi? That is 20,000 renminbi. I had never even seen so much money in my life. Also, what company are they talking about? We have reached. The ancestor of this restaurant owner is a royal chef in the Qing dynasty. His mutton dishes are very nice. Both of you go in and order the food first. I will go and fetch your sister. Li Shiqiang said. The last time when Dongjun came to the city was a few years ago. There are lots of changes to the city. The people here wear very nice clothes, and this restaurant is very big. It is big enough for more than 10 big table. Waiter, I want to order 1 lamb rack, 1 double-cooked pork slices, 1 of your special beef, 1 8 treasure chicken, 1 squirrel fish. Well, those are all meat dishes. Give us some radish dishes and 4 cans of jianli bao. Okay, that's it. Feng Xue said. 8 treasure chicken. Feng Xue ordered a lot of dishes in one breath. Both the waiter and Wen Dongjun were stunned. Don't talk about if they are able to finish all the food. These dishes are not cheap. The total will cost at least 30 renminbi. Feng Xue saw the waiter staring at him and said, My brother-in-law drove out to fetch my sister. Hurry and send the order to the kitchen. They should be here when the food is served. The waiter looked at the Feng Xue and nodded. Xiaoyu, you ordered so many expensive dishes. Will your brother-in-law get angry? When Dongjun whispered, Doesn't matter. My brother-in-law has money. You don't worry. He will get angry if I ordered those cheap dishes. Feng Xue replied. Li Shiqiang and Feng Danning arrived the same time as the dishes were served. Both of them did not mention anything about ordering too much food. Feng Xue and Wen Dongjun did not hesitate and start eating. As they are in their puberty stage, they can eat a lot, but they are still unable to finish all the food on the table. Feng Xue chatted with Li Shiqiang while drinking his soda. Brotherly, are you still traveling to Shun City these few days? Of course. You let those lads rest, but we still need to give them their salaries. They have been playing poker every day. Li Shiqiang replied. There are almost no more treasury bonds for them to collect door to door. What's left is to trade treasury bonds between the 2 cities. Feng Xue had let those lads work at Taihua Company, but other than cleaning up the warehouse, doing some simple renovations, they had nothing to do. The amount Li Shiqiang earned from trading treasury bonds between the 2 cities is barely enough to cover the living expenses, food, and salary of those lads. Brotherly, they are our future followers. Since I am free these few days, I will train them for a bit. I guarantee that they will help us earn a lot more in future. Feng Xue said. Now Feng Xue have a need for talented intermediary agents. Those that know what goods are in demand, able to sell off goods at high prices, know what type of goods sells the best each location, and where to get cheapest goods. 1 month training should be enough for only Bing City Market. If Feng Xue really wants to train them well, he will still need to see if these lads are suitable for this job. When Dongjun felt lost after hearing what they said, Brotherly often go to Shin City? Brotherly is also paying the salary for his workers to play poker, and Feng Xue is going to give training. Okay, I trust you. After eating, we will go to the mall. Both of you are starting high school and will need a few sets of new clothes, Li Shiqiang said. He knows that Kirilenko is coming again within the next few days, and they will be able to earn some money. At the mall, when Dongjun's eyes became wide again. This mall is really big. The clothes here are beautiful. There are even toy guns that look like real guns here. Li Shiqiang brought them around Bing City for 2 days and didn't go to Shin City. When Dongjun is impressed with the city life and made up his mind, he must study in the city's high school. Chapter 29, Business Negotiations, Lowering Prices. Chapter 29, Business Negotiations, Lowering Prices. When Dongjun went back to the farm, but Feng Xue stayed in Bing City. The company had just started, and there is a lot of work for Feng Xue. He needs to make the final decisions on many matters, such as the company's rules and regulations. Before Feng Xue had come up with the rules, Li Shiqiang ran over to him with a telegram. The telegram is in Russian. It must be from Kirilenko. Feng Xue is still thinking when they will have their first deal since they set up the company, and Kirilenko's telegram came in. In the current era, there are not a lot of places where you can make an international call. Feng Xue can only go to the post office to make his call to Kirilenko. The staff at the post office thought that Feng Xue is joking when Feng Xue said that he wants to make an international call. Feng Xue is still a teenager, and yet he wants to make an international call. When the staff wanted to chase Feng Xue out, Feng Xue threw 2 pieces of 10 RMB notes on the counter, picked up the phone, and dialed Kirilenko. The staff checked the notes to see if they were real. The notes were indeed real. Before the staff could tell Feng Xue about the rates, Feng Xue had already started to speak in Russian. The staff was shocked. This kid actually called Russia and can speak Russian so fluently. While on the phone, Feng Xue wrote down a list of items on a piece of paper. The phone call lasted for 5 minutes. He had wanted to leave the post office and let the staff keep the change, but the staff stopped him. 5 RMB a minute. Your call is 5 minutes and 30 seconds. The total is 30 renminbi. The post office staff said. Feng Xue shuddered at the cost of long-distance charges. It is too expensive. He then took out another 20 renminbi. He needs to make a few more phone calls. Once he finished his phone calls, he rode a bicycle back to the company. At the company, Feng Xue sat in the newly renovated office and let the others stand outside the company, pretending to be very busy. In less than 10 minutes, there is someone standing outside the entrance asking loudly, "Is this Tai Hua Trading Company?" "Yes." "Who are you looking for?" One of Feng Yu's staff asked. "I am looking for your manager Feng. I am sales representative Wang Hua, from Three Brothers Canning Factory." Wang Hua replied. "Oh, canning factory again. Today, you are the 3rd canning factory representative. Okay, go up the stairs and turn left. You can see the manager's room. It is written on the door." Feng Yu's staff said. Wang Hua thought to himself, 2 other sale representatives from canning factories had came? This means that they don't really need canned food or had already bought canned food. How can I negotiate this deal? Wang Hua went upstairs and knocked the office door. He heard someone asking him to come in, and he opened the door. Seeing the person behind the desk, he understood why the voice is so familiar. This is the kid that helped the Russian guy buy things at the cooperative the other day. This kid is the manager? Isn't him a bit too young to be a manager? But Wang Hua had been a sales representative for a number of years and had traveled to many places. At some places, he had seen bosses that are younger than Feng Xue. Most likely, these people are rich second generations with strong family backgrounds. He wonders who is Feng Yu's father. Could it be some government official's son? "Hello, Manager Feng. I am Wang Hua from Three Brothers Canning Factory. We can produce the country's best-selling canned fruit. We also took the gold award last year at XX province." Wang Hua said. Feng Xue smirked. Provincial awards are just local protectionism. It does not have any value. Not to mention, the award, Wang Hua said, was later exposed to be organized and fixed by a few businessmen to give awards to themselves. In Feng Yu's previous life, this method had been used countless of times. But for now, Having such awards still seems prestigious to many. Oh, Three Brother Canning Factory? How did you know that we need a batch of canned fruit? Feng Xue asked. Wang Hua stopped for a moment and thought. Didn't you let someone call me? If you didn't call me, who the hell made that call? Half an hour earlier, Wang Hua was in the hotel when he received a message from the hotel boss saying Tai Hua Trading Company is buying canned fruits. The one who had left this message even left the company's address. For Wang Hua, it doesn't matter who is the one who left the message as long as he is able to sell his canned fruits. A friend told me. Wang Hua replied. Really? You must have a lot of friends, but we had just spoken to 2 other canning factories. The prices they offered is quite attractive. We are already preparing the contracts. You are late. We hope to work with you in future. Feng Xue said while holding his empty teacup, indicating to Wang Hua that he does not want to negotiate any business with him. Wang Hua anxiously said, Mr. Feng, our canned fruits taste particularly good, and we have ready stocks in Bing City. Our warehouse is not far from yours. You can go over and take a look yourself. Furthermore, our prices are also cheap and selling well in the market. Wang Hua is anxious. He even used honorifics on Feng Xue. Is it? But the other 2 factories also have ready stocks, and besides, I had already promised them, and their prices are really cheap. Feng Xue replied and mentioned the word cheap again. Ours is cheaper. Only 3 renminbi for a can. Wang Hua replied. 3 renminbi? It is too expensive. The other 2 factories are offering around 2 renminbi. Feng Xue said. Although he does not know the exact cost price of canned fruits, he knows that it will not exceed 2 renminbi. If not, canned fruits will be selling for 4 to 5 renminbi in stores. Ours can have more weight. Ours is about 1 kilogram per can, while theirs are only around 600 grams. Wang Hua said. Come on, it's all the syrup and water. The fruits in there are about the same. Okay, we will get in touch with you next time. Feng Xue interrupted Wang Hua. Mr. Feng, we can be a little cheaper. 2 renminbi and 60 cents for a can. This is the cheapest we can go. Any cheaper, it will be at cost price. Wang Hua had seen the number of goods Feng Xue bought when Feng Xue helped Kirilenko buy things. If Wang Hua is able to clinch this deal, he will achieve his quarterly target. I will buy some if it is 2 renminbi and 20 cents. Feng Xue said. 2 renminbi and 20 cents is really not possible. The lowest I can go is 2 renminbi and 40 cents. We didn't even offer such low prices to the cooperatives. I also promise you that these goods will be fresh and are canned within the month. Wang Hua said. This era, there are not much additives and preservatives in canned foods. As such, canned food had a shorter shelf life. Many dishonest businessmen changed the expiry dates on the packaging and export to other countries. To them, this is only a one-time business and they don't care. Feng Xue frowned and said, 2 renminbi and 40 cents. How many stocks do you have in your warehouse? 500. Wang Hua replied loudly. Feng Xue shook his head. That's not enough. Wang Hua happily said, I can ship more from the factory. Only takes 3 days to arrive. How much more do you want? Even 1,000 cans also no problem. Then send another 500 cans over. I want peach, hawthorn, and assorted fruits. I will make the payments 2 days after the goods are loaded. Any problems? Feng Xue asked. No problem, absolutely no problem. I will contact our director. Mr. Feng, shall we sign the contract first? Wang Hua asked. Wang Hua took out a contract with the company's stamp from his bag. The quantity, unit price, type, and amount are blank, and Wang Hua filled up this information in front of Feng Xue. Feng Xue looked at the contract carefully. There are very few provisions in the contract, but they were very clear and precise. It states the responsibility of both parties and the penalties for breaking the contract. Any party which default will have to compensate the other party double the amount. Feng Xue smiled and took out the company's stamp from the drawer. He stamped on the contract and signed Feng Xingtai on the contract. If the other party try to be funny, Feng Xue can just disregard this contract. Okay, go and prepare. The latest is 5 days, and I will need to load the shipment. If the sales are good, I will look for you again next month. Feng Xue said. Thank you, Manager Feng. I am staying at Jiaxing Hotel, room 201. This is the number to the hotel. You can contact me anytime. Wang Hua said. After Wang Hua left, Feng Xue smiled. He remembered that this canned fruits cost 2 renminbi and 90 cents at the cooperative. Now it becomes 2 renminbi and 40 cents. That Manager Su really earned a lot last time. But now Manager Su can no longer make any money from him. Chapter 30, Buying Cars. Chapter 30, Buying Cars. Many sales representatives from factories came to look for Feng Xue. They were there to negotiate deals with Feng Xue. Some of them are contacted by Feng Xue, and some are the contacts Li Shiqiang got from his friend at the cooperative. These people came like a swarm of flies once they heard that there is a company doing wholesale for their products. Feng Xue had a silver tongue, and with some small tricks, he managed to fool these salesmen. He got the products at a very lower price, and all of them agreed to collect payments 2 days after Feng Xue loaded the shipment. Only 3 factories require some partial down payments. These 3 factories are state-owned enterprise, and they must collect down payments. Down payments? Feng Xue sneered. He changed the down payment to deposit. Deposit and down payments are completely different in China. Deposit means the goods are reserved. According to the contract, one party must pay the other party double the deposit amount. For down payment, it means that the deal is finalized. If one party breaks the contract, he would have to compensate the other party double of the full amount. Feng Xue is not that stupid to be fooled. Feng Xue only knows what Kirilenko probably wants. However, the quantity is not confirmed yet. If there are slight differences in the quantity, Feng Xue is confident that these factories will not pursue any compensations from him as he is considered a big customer and there will be future orders from him. Even if there are compensations, Feng Xue can also afford. If it is a down payment, then Feng Xue still have to pay the full amount of the goods which Kirilenko does not want. These salesmen were very surprised by Feng Xue's ability to take note of these wordings. They did not expect someone so young to be so alert. Feng Xue is not easily fooled, but they still agreed to sign the revised contract. The provisions of the new contract are very clear and precise on the responsibilities of both parties. The date of payments is also clearly stated. Do you think the state-owned factory salesmen are very honest? They will also seek compensations and block people's door for payments. Of course, in this era, it is uncommon to go to court for compensations. So, both parties must be careful, and if they did not receive any payments, they will not do the loading. The reason for Feng Xue's request making payments the day after loading of the goods is to create a reliable impression. After a few deals, he will be able to get a longer credit term with these factories. When that happens, there will be no need for Kirilenko to come over personally. With just a phone call, Kirilenko can order the types and quantity of goods, and Feng Xue will just send it over. Kirilenko can make payments after he received the goods. At that time, Feng Xue's international trade can be considered officially started. He can use a small amount of money to do trading of large quantities of goods. On the 3rd day, those goods had reached Bing City. Some of the factory's warehouse is not big enough to store them and are sent directly to Tai Hua Company's warehouse. Feng Xue's warehouse quickly filled up, stacking to the brim. During this time, Li Shiqiang is still trading treasury bonds. Although treasury bond prices had raised a little in Bing City, the price in Xin City is still higher. Li Shiqiang can still earn a bit from the differences in prices. Feng Xue let Li Shiqiang carried on doing this business. He knows that once more cities opened up the trading of treasury bonds later in the year, this trade will hit the peak. But to travel between cities every day is too tiring. Feng Xue would have quit a long time ago. The last trip almost tired him to death, and the smell on the train is unbearable. Feng Danying also complained about Li Shiqiang several times. Because of his traveling, they had little time to meet up. However, Li Shiqiang just smiled. Feng Xue had told him that this trade can only last until around June next year. Once most cities opened up treasury bonds trading, the prices between cities will stabilize. While there are still differences between cities now, they must grab this opportunity to make money. After next year, there will be no more money for them to make. Li Shiqiang also has good news for Feng Xue. His comrade had told him that the government is replacing a batch of old cars. The government had already purchased new cars. However, the city is disposing the old cars in batches of at least 3 cars and are not selling to individuals. Feng Xue raised his brows and said, "This is not a problem. Isn't it only just 3 cars? We will just buy 3 cars. 1 Jeep and 2 Lada. We can always sell one of the Lada away. I do not believe there are no buyers for such good cars. There are no problems with the conditions of these disposed government cars. These cars were all properly maintained, and there is absolutely no problem with the cleanliness. Once they got the cars, they can just send them for an overhaul, and it will be as good as new. There will be no problems selling it. Xiaoyu, 3 cars can be too expensive. The Jeep is still fine. Only around 10,000 renminbi. Lada cost at least 40,000 to 50,000 renminbi. Do we still have enough funds in the company?" Li Shiqiang said. Feng Xue had thought that since most commodities are cheap in this era, Everything else is also cheap. He had forgotten that cars are much more expensive compared to his time in his previous life. This is especially so for imported cars. The prices are outrageous. There are enough company funds. Their business deals are worth millions, but Feng Xue had only used 60,000 renminbi as deposits. He only needs to make the full payments after loading the goods. There are still about 100,000 RMB in the company's account. So what if it is expensive? We are not short of money. Later, you will drive the Jeep during summer and Lada during winter. This is the company's benefits to the top management. Brotherly, help me get a license too. Feng Xue said. You can drive? Li Shiqiang looked at Feng Xue in astonishment. PSSSSSSSD, it's only driving a car. At our farm, any family who owns a tractor will know how to drive. Don't worry. Later we will find an empty lot, and I will show you my driving skills. Feng Xue said. If we get 2 cars, will Uncle Feng be angry? Li Shiqiang hesitated. If you don't say and I don't say, how would he know? Money earned is to be spent. Don't you want to drive a Lada? Feng Xue replied. Feng Xue is a person who likes to live a good life. If he can drive a good car, of course, he will drive one. If he is not short of money now, he will buy imported cars such as Mercedes and BMW. Well, I'll go talk to my comrade and see how much it costs for the 3 cars. He is working there, and I will ask him to pick 3 of the better ones. Li Shiqiang said. Brotherly, treat him to a dinner and give him a red packet. Don't be stingy. Give him 100 renminbi. Feng Xue said. 100 renminbi? That is more than a 1-month salary. But Li Shiqiang nodded. He knows that this money cannot be saved. Li Shiqiang acted quickly. As Taihua Company is the first company which wants to buy the cars, the city government gave them a good price and even allow Li Shiqiang to choose from the fleet. Most of these cars had not been used much. It was a waste of these cars as the city is not using them and not assigning them to the villages. Even when the city is getting new cars and there is a shortage of cars in the villages and small towns, the city still chose to sell these cars. Li Shiqiang's comrade had informed him in advance there are 2 70% new Lada and an 80% new Jeep. But they are too dirty and people seldom use them. Li Shiqiang pretended to check every car by opening the hoods. But in fact, he is looking for the markings his comrade left for him. I want this, and this one. Where do I make the payment? Li Shiqiang said. Feng Xue was taking a nap when he woke up by the sound of car horns. He looked downstairs and saw the 3 cars. Finally, he can seat in a sedan. He had enough of that broken Jeep. This era, driving a Lada is comparable to driving an imported sports car in his previous life. Now it's time to go for a ride. Chapter 31. Who is earning more? Chapter 31. Who is earning more? Kirilenko had just stepped out of the airport, and he saw a Russian car, Lada. Kirilenko felt very proud to see his country's car in China. But Kirilenko never expects Feng Xue to step out of that Lada. Feng Xue changed car? He had changed into a Russian car for me? This is a really good friend. Feng Xue, on the other hand, had never expected that changing car will increase Kirilenko's impression of him. He only wanted a more comfortable ride. Ji Xiong, Chinese. Welcome to China again. I had arranged a dinner and top-grade erguo to welcome you. Feng Xue said. Kirilenko is feeling puzzled by the way Feng Xue addressed him. But when he heard erguo, Kirilenko's eyes lit up. After a heavy meal and drinks, Kirilenko is high again. Feng Xue explained to Kirilenko that Ji Xiong is a short form in Chinese for brother Qi. Hearing this, Kirilenko is delighted. He held Feng Xue's hands and insisted Feng Xue to stay with him at the International Hotel. But Feng Xue refused. Sleeping in the same room with Kirilenko? Kirilenko might be able to fall asleep, but Feng Xue will be tortured the whole night. The last time Feng Xue shared a room with Kirilenko, he didn't even sleep a wink. Feng Xue thought to himself, wait till I learn how to fart while sleeping, grind my teeth, snore and talk in my dreams. I will share a room with you again. We shall see who can fall asleep first. The next day, Kirilenko saw Li Shiqiang waiting for him at the entrance of his hotel. Li Shiqiang then drove him to a strange place. This looks like a warehouse. The doors of the warehouse opened, and Kirilenko saw a warehouse full of Soviet Union's fast-selling products. What is the meaning of this? Did Feng Xue prepare for him? Kirilenko heard a familiar voice from upstairs. It seems that Feng Xue is arguing with someone. Just when Kirilenko reached the 2nd floor, he saw someone leaving the office and slammed the office door loudly. Feng Xue is also shouting in the office. Seeing Kirilenko, Feng Xue smiled and said, Brother Qi, you are so early today. Did you sleep well last night? Feng, I heard you arguing with someone from downstairs. Did something happen? Kirilenko asked. Feng Xue faked a troubled expression and said, Nothing. It is just the cooperative. They refused to sell us any more goods as they had changed the manager. I had contacted other suppliers, but the prices are high as this is the first time working together. Feng, you had worked hard for me. I can understand. It doesn't matter if it is slightly more expensive. Kirilenko said. No. I will not let you suffer losses. I will get you the same prices like last time. Those goods downstairs are the same price as last time. I will reject those goods that are more expensive. I can't let you lose money. Feng Xue said. This time, it is Kirilenko's turn to feel embarrassed. He rubbed his hands and said, Feng, my brother, I will tell you the truth. Actually, these goods are very profitable in my country. It doesn't matter even if these goods are slightly more expensive. Feng Xue said, How much profits can you get if my goods are so expensive? You still need to factor in the transportation costs. It will be good if you are able to get 10% profits. No. You don't understand the situation in my country. There is a strong demand for such goods. I am able to make around 40% profits. Kirilenko said. Fuck. Feng Xue couldn't help but curse in his heart. He had estimated Kirilenko's profit to be quite high, but he never expects it to be so high. The last time, Kirilenko brought 300,000 rubles worth of goods. That means his profits is about 120,000 rubles. Feng Xue suspect that what Kirilenko said is pure profits. That is after deducting the transportation costs and his commissions. Feng Xue suddenly remembered that the Soviet Union is currently preparing their defense against the U.S. due to President Reagan's Star Wars program, Strategic Defense Initiative, an ambitious project that would construct a space-based anti-missile system. The Soviet Union had utilized all of their resources and industries for military purposes and space programs. Very little resources are used for the civilians. The Soviet's economy is about to collapse. It seems that the time for the first country to leave the Soviet Union is not far away. Now it is the time to trade with the Soviet Union. Other than military industries, the Soviet Union had a shortage of everything else. The Soviet Union's industrial products are still more advanced compared to China. This is the time to acquire machinery and parts from them. China is still lacking in many industries, and if it is possible to import these industries' machinery from the Soviet Union, then earning a large amount of money is not a dream for Feng Xue. But it is not easy to obtain the import and export permit. Feng Xue's company still does not have any import permits. His company only have export permits currently, and there are still many unfavorable conditions along with it. For instance, if there are foreign currencies in the account, then Feng Xue can only withdraw in RMB. The government will keep those foreign currencies. During this era, creating revenue from trades is important for the government. The banks monitor transactions very closely. The government allows exportation, but it will be very troublesome to do importation as foreign currencies are needed. For coastal provinces, they are still able to import from Hong Kong, but it is very difficult to do importation for the inland provinces. Feng Xue passed Kirilenko a list in Russian and said, Brother Qi, come, take a look. This is a list of items. Let me know what items you want. I will give you the lowest price. I will not let my brothers suffer. There are tears welling up in Kirilenko's eyes. This is a real friendship. He had only mentioned these items in the phone call, and Feng Xue remembered everything. He even arranged everything for me, saving me the trouble. In the list, there are other items which Kirilenko didn't mention in the previous phone call. Those items are dirt cheap in China. Kirilenko goes through the list carefully and fills in the quantities. He is getting everything on the list. Feng Xue took out a calculator and started punching in the numbers while Kirilenko enjoyed a cup of red tea. Feng Xue calculated the total amount within 5 minutes. Brother Qi, I had calculated the total including the cost of loading onto the train. It should be around 520,000 rubles. I am confident to lower it further to 500,000 rubles. But I need about 3 more days. Feng Xue said. 3 days? The train carriage I arranged is for the day after tomorrow. How about this? I will accept whatever prices you give me, but I had only brought 500,000 rubles with me. If it is not enough, you can reduce some of the quantities. Kirilenko said. Feng Xue narrowed his eyes. Something is not right. This Kirilenko is not as simple as he looks. Feng Xue had only mentioned the prices of these goods casually earlier, and Kirilenko had remembered everything. It should not be coincidental for the total amount to be slightly more than 500,000 rubles. Kirilenko had calculated a rough estimation. But even if Kirilenko is smart, he can't be as familiar with the prices as Feng Xue. There is also no way for Kirilenko to check the prices himself, as everyone will be quoting him a much higher price. Based on the Feng Xue's pricing arrangement with the suppliers, the total is actually around 430,000 rubles, and Feng Xue can have about 14% profits. Don't worry, Brother Qi. Leave everything to me. I guarantee you I will lower the price to 500,000 rubles. Feng Xue said, and discreetly passed Li Shiqiang a signal. Li Shiqiang said something loudly to Feng Xue, and Feng Xue shook his head, refusing him. Kirilenko looked at them, not understanding what is going on until Li Shiqiang rubs his thumb against his other fingers. Kirilenko finally understood what the both of them are talking about. Li Shiqiang wanted money. Feng, this is 20,000 rubles. Consider this as appreciation for your work. Do you think it is enough? Kirilenko said. Brother Qi, there is no need for so much. Okay, I will just accept it. Rest assured, I will arrange for the goods to be loaded onto your train carriage tomorrow. Feng Xue said while reluctantly accepts Kirilenko's 20,000 rubles. It is always a pleasure doing business with Kirilenko. Chapter 32, The Approval. Chapter 32, The Approval. The very next morning, Feng Xue arranged his staffs to load the goods from the warehouse onto the train carriage. He also argued with some suppliers in front of Kirilenko, making it look like he is trying hard to lower the prices. In fact, Feng Xue is discussing with them if he can make payments after the goods reach Moscow. A few of them agreed reluctantly, but most argued with Feng Xue. This is the first time they are working together and the contract had been signed. Everything must be in accordance with the contract. Kirilenko saw everything Feng Xue had done for him. Feng Xue is a really terrific friend. He is even willing to offend his compatriots for Kirilenko. Kirilenko is still thinking of what gifts to give to Feng Xue on his next trip. But little did he know that he had been fooled by Feng Xue. Killing two birds with one stone. Feng Xue is noting those suppliers that agreed to later payments, and those who had rejected him. He will carry on working with those suppliers who agreed and will kick those that rejected, once he found a replacement. On the third day, after all the goods are loaded, Kirilenko carried a large package of cash to Feng Xue. Kirilenko told Feng Xue that it is not convenient for him to carry so much cash. It is also troublesome to apply for an international bank account and withdraw in China. Feng Xue immediately says he will think of a way to solve this. In future, Kirilenko can just wire the money to him, and he will do the procurement and loading of the train carriage for him. Kirilenko hesitated and said that he will have to consider. They will discuss further on his next trip. As the amount involved is too big, Kirilenko also has to be careful. The next time he comes over, he will also bring a few people who know about trading with him. If possible, he wants to sign a contract with Feng Xue too. As soon as Kirilenko left, Feng Xue's office was packed with people. The goods have been loaded and according to the contract, it is time to collect payment. Feng Xue waved his hand. Let's go to the bank now. This is our first cooperation. I will not drag or owe any payments. Our future deals will depend on how much sincerities you all have. Bringing 450,000 rubles to the bank manager was shocked. This is a big client with so much foreign currency. There is nothing much to say. The bank does not have enough RMB. No problem. Some suppliers are willing to accept bank transfers. Some also indicate that they are willing to accept foreign currencies. Accepting foreign currencies? The bank manager will never agree. Doing foreign exchange is very profitable those days. The branch manager immediately requested the main branch to send some cash over. After the suppliers left, the branch manager grabbed Feng Xue and asked where he gets so many foreign currencies. After learning that Feng Xue had just completed a business deal with a Russian, the bank manager felt disappointed. He thought that this is only a one-time business deal. The bank manager had been looking for a stable supply of foreign currencies, and he thought that Feng Xue will be a stable channel. Feng Xue leaned back on the sofa and crossed his legs. Manager Xue. Actually, it is not impossible to have a constant supply of foreign currency, but I have some problems with my permits. The manager immediately asked someone to bring Feng Xue a cup of good tea and said, Mr. Feng, what problems are you facing? Maybe I can help. I got a company and I want to do import and export trade. I have all the sales channels and suppliers ready, but I have a problem with the permits. Currently, I only have the exportation permits and no importation permits. I know Mr. Li, Chief of Foreign Trade Department. I can make arrangements for you, but your company's bank account must be with our bank and your exports must not be less than 400,000 rubles a month. Manager Xu said. Manager Xu knew that Feng Xue has his ways of doing business, but does not have any strong backings. If Manager Xu is able to get a few million foreign currencies a year, he might be promoted to the provincial bank. Then I will have to trouble you, Manager Xu. There might be some difficulties to get 400,000 rubles a month, but I can promise you that you can take all the foreign currencies in my account and exchange RMB for me. Feng Xue said. Kirilenko had not agreed to Feng Xue's proposal, and Feng Xue dare not commit to Manager Xu. That's a deal. I will ask Chief Li out tomorrow for dinner. The place would be. Manager Xu said. How about the Harem Western restaurant? I will make a reservation. Feng Xue said. Manager Xu's eyes brighten up. Harem Western restaurant is very expensive. That's settled. Tomorrow afternoon, 5 o'clock. Manager Xu said. When Feng Xue drove Alada to the bank to pick up Manager Xu the next day, Manager Xu was very impressed. For someone who is able to drive imported cars in this era, must be someone very capable. Chief Li's car arrived at Harem Western restaurant exactly at 5 o'clock. Manager Xu immediately steps forward to shake his hands with both hands. Feng Xue only lifted one hand and briefly shake Chief Li's hands. Chief Li immediately thought that this young man is a bit arrogant. Fortunately, Chief Li is still satisfied with the restaurant. The dishes Feng Xue orders are the restaurant's specialties. He had ordered salmon, lamb chops, grilled shrimp, and many more. After eating for a while, Manager Xu said, Chief Li, Brother Feng's permit needs your help to get approval. Chief Li puts down his wine glass and said, It is not easy to get approval for importation. The government is encouraging exportation now. If it is exportation, it will be easy to get approvals. Chief Li, now China is opening up and encouraging us to do trading. Although what I wanted is importation, but it is also enriching our country's products and raising the living standards of our people. Feng Xue said, You mean you are doing all these for the good of everyone? Chief Li said. Chief Li is being very sarcastic, but Feng Xue doesn't mind. He knows that Manager Xu is more anxious. Feng Xue had heard that the quota for foreign currencies for Manager Xu is quite high this year, and Feng Xue is confident that he is able to deal with Chief Li. Chief Li, look at this article in People's Daily. Our country is mending the friendship with the Soviet Union. Every time my client comes, he sends our domestic goods by train carriages to Moscow. This is a good chance to our country's development. Besides, the things I wanted to import is not something that can be produced in China now. What if I buy such things back from the Soviet Union and we study it ourselves? Is this not considered a contribution to our country's modernization? Feng Xue said. Chief Li looked at the People's Daily. The message is very clear. China is encouraging foreign trades, especially with the Soviet Union and the US. China has also signed a number of trade agreements with them. Coastal provinces are the forerunners in China's economic developments. There is a huge gap between coastal provinces and the inland provinces. But for the province Feng Xue is located, it is next to the border with Russia. During the meeting yesterday, the provincial leaders had asked the Office of Foreign Trade to encourage and focus on the import and export trade at the borders and raise the people's living standards. The leaders also wanted the Office of Foreign Trade to ensure that there will be several import and export trading companies this year, and also the company's turnover must hit a certain amount. Actually, Chief Li is very worried now. There are very few people doing imports and exports businesses. To many Chinese, the Soviet Union is a strong country, and why would such a strong country need their products? Furthermore, the industrial products from the Soviet Union are very expensive. How can one make money doing imports? Manager Xu leaned over and whispered to Chief Li. Chief Li, please help me. I still got a high quota to meet for foreign currencies. In fact, Chief Li was only playing hard to get. Deep inside, he was jumping with joy to hear that someone wants to do import and export business. He can answer to his leaders now. If you say so, I will consider it. Xiaoyu, come to my office tomorrow. I will go back to a meeting regarding your request now. Chief Li said. Chapter 33, isn't this? Chapter 33, isn't this? One meal and his problem are settled. It is only after the meal. Feng Xue remembered that this is the year when trades between China and the Soviet Union reach its peak. The nation's leaders had already spoken, and even if Feng Xue didn't ask for help, he should also be able to get approval. As a matter of fact, the trade between Longjiang and the Soviet Union has never ceased. Even during the times when Sino-Soviet diplomatic relations are strained, there are still a lot of smuggling activities. During winter, when the rivers are frozen, one can just drive a truck over to the Soviet Union. When the relationship between both countries is better, there are some border checks. But these checks are just formalities. Just look at Lada and Volga cars. In Heilongjiang, the number of Lada and Volga cars is the highest in the country. There are more Lada and Volga in Heilongjiang than the total number of China's imported cars. The next morning, Feng Xue drove to the Office of Foreign Trade. The Office of Foreign Trade is located in a building with many other departments. There are many people queuing at other departments, but only the Foreign Trade Department is empty. It seems that Chief Li is not doing well. A man came out after Feng Xue knocked on the door. Feng Xue explained his intentions and was invited in. Chief Li is reading the papers and ignores Feng Xue. This is a common method for people of high positions to show their superiority. However, this might work for others, but not Feng Xue. Chief Li quietly raises his head and looks at Feng Xue. Feng Xue is sitting comfortably on the sofa with his legs crossed. Chief Li thought to himself, this kid is not anxious at all. Xiao Feng, when did you come in? Chief Li asked. I just arrived. Sorry to disturb you. Feng Xue said politely. Feng Xue thought to himself, I don't believe your secretary did not report to you when I come in. By the way, yesterday you said that you have a company that wants to apply for import permits? Chief Li asked. Yes. Feng Xue replied. We had discussed this during a meeting yesterday. We can approve your application, but there will be some restrictions. Chief Li said. If the government does not allow me to import certain items, I will never import those items. Feng Xue replied. In his heart, what rubbish. I can make so many profits with normal commodities. Why should I go and touch those contraband? Feng Xue is very clear. He will only import the things that he is permitted to import. How much do you import and export in a year? I meant the value of the goods. Chief Li asked. Feng Xue paused to think for a while and said, there should be 5 million this year. 6 months have 5 million. Then for 1 year should be over 10 million. Even if I discounted the amount, there should still be 7 to 8 million. This young man's business is really big. Feng Xue added, in rubles. Chief Li took a deep breath. Ruble? Convert to RMB. It should be 30 to 40 million. This is not some small trades. Even some state-owned factories did not have so much in a year. Their foreign trade office's import task is only to get 100 million rubles, and this boy can achieve 1/10 of the target? Although surprised, but Chief Li acted calm and replied nonchalantly. Okay. Feng Xue checked. 10 million rubles for a year of import and export is not the highest in Longjiang. But for private enterprise, it is definitely the highest. Now Chief Li knows about Feng Xue's ability. It is Feng Xue's turn to get some perks from him. Chief Li, what does our province lack? As long as the Soviet Union allows to export, I can get whatever you need. Maybe our province will be the province with the most trade with the Soviet Union within 2 years. If there are more trading companies, then there will be more taxes. Of course, this is all under the leadership of Chief Li. Feng Xue said. Odd is Secretary Zhao and Governor Wang's credit. Chief Li is overjoyed but pretended to be humble. If the Foreign Trade Office is able to let these companies can earn foreign exchanges and increase taxes, it would be a big political achievement for him. Maybe he can even be promoted before his retirement. But firstly, this company must be as good as what Feng Xue said. Chief Li had asked his men to check Feng Xue's company. The registered capital is only 200,000 renminbi, and yet Feng Xue claims to be able to achieve 10 million rubles worth of trades? This kid must be using some loopholes. This era, the laws are not perfect. There are many loopholes to be exploited. For instance, Li Shiqiang's treasury bonds business is also considered a loophole. If it is like Feng Xue's previous life, there will be internet and the prices will be the same everywhere. But now, this loophole can be exploited, extremely lucrative and also legitimate. Only a handful of people knows about this. Chief Li doesn't care what loopholes Feng Xue is trying to exploit. He only wants to hit his own quota of 100 million. It is better if Feng Xue is caught doing something illegal and his assets will be confiscated. This way, Taihua Trading Company will become one of Foreign Trade Office units. The important thing is that with this is the first private company. He can answer to his leaders and also let the leaders will notice his department more. Here, brings this note to Deputy Chief Zhang. He will tell you the relevant formalities and what to do. Chief Li said. Feng Xue looked at the note. There is nothing much written on the note. But Feng Xue had heard that government officials have secret codes in their writings. For instance, the signature and punctuation marks. However, Feng Xue did not notice anything special with this note. Thanks, Chief Li. Once the approval papers are out, let's have a meal together again. I would like to receive some guidance from you. Feng Xue said. Chief Li is very satisfied with Feng Xue's attitude. But treating him to a meal? Forget it. Now the top is clamping down hard on corruptions. If Feng Xue got caught abusing some loopholes, he might get into trouble too. Holding the Chief Li's note, Feng Yu went to Deputy Zhang's office. Feng Yu felt this Deputy Zhang looked a bit familiar when he enters the office. Feng Yu saw some documents laying around, and these documents were signed off by the name Zhang Ruiqiang. Feng Yu remembered. Isn't this Deputy Zhang is the future Bing City's mayor? It happened during 1997 privatization of state-owned enterprises. At that time, Zhang Ruiqiang was scolded by Bing City citizens, but later, a lot of people said that he did the right thing. If not for Zhang Ruiqiang's determination for privatization, many people are still not laid off and still earning miserable salaries. These people's lives became better after privatizations. In future, he will be one of the leaders in the ministries and commissions. If Feng Yu is able to get hold of him, Feng Yu will be getting a lot of benefits later. Feng Yu never expect to see Zhang Ruiqiang in the Foreign Trade Office department now. In Feng Yu's mind, how do I build a good relationship with him? Seems like it will be a painstaking task. Feng Yu does not expect Zhang Ruiqiang to help him much in future. Feng Yu only needs Zhang Ruiqiang to be fair and not let others find trouble with him. Within the next few years, Feng Yu's business will be expanding, and there will be many people creating problems and trouble for Feng Yu. Chief Zhang, I had come to do the paperwork for my company's import permit. Feng Yu had omitted the word deputy, making Zhang Ruiqiang's title nicer. Deputy Zhang looked up and said, "Have you brought all your documents? Let me see." Chapter 34, Fan. Chapter 34, Fan. Zhang Ruiqiang looks at the Feng Yu's prepared documents. All necessary documents are in place. The documents are ready, but the company's general manager does not seem to be the person in front of him. Who is Feng Xingtai? Zhang Ruiqiang asked. That's my dad. He went out to do sales. Chief Zhang, what other documents do you need from me? Feng Yu asked. Everything's here. You fill up this and come back in 1 week time. Zhang Ruiqiang said. Feng Yu is a bit disappointed. Why didn't Zhang Ruiqiang make things difficult for him so he can have the chance to build a good relationship with him? But at the same time, Feng Yu knew that Zhang Ruiqiang had a good reputation. If not, how can Zhang Ruiqiang promote so fast in the future? Feng Yu is in a very good mood when he left the Foreign Trade Office. Once the import papers are out, his company can earn a lot of money. Once back at the company, Feng Yu sent all the lads out to do market research. Don't know what is market research? No problem. You just go to every major marketplace, shops, and ask what are the things that sell well in the Soviet Union and what are the things they want from the Soviet Union. Although these young men have no experience, they are willing to endure hardship, and they are also very smart. But after sending them all out, Feng Yu regretted. Feng Yu is alone in the large warehouse. There is no one to speak to, no computers, and no television. The warehouse is also stuffy and is no wind at all. With nothing to do, Feng Yu can only start writing the company's rules and regulations. Then Feng Yu suddenly had inspiration and started writing the rules. He had only wanted to write 108 rules, but found that it is not enough. Well, 1008 rules too much for his staff. When Feng Yu is writing rule number 368, the lads came back. Everyone is sweating buckets. It is only the start of summer, and the weather is so hot. Buy some electric fans tomorrow. The heat is killing me. Feng Yu said. Manager Feng, electric fans are very expensive and still need to use electricity. We can just use normal fans. One of the lads said. Handheld fan. These lads are feeling embarrassed. Last month, they did not do anything and Feng Yu still give them 100 renminbi salary each. Where else can they find such good boss? As such, they want to save for Feng Yu. Feng Yu asked, how much is the electric fan? The cheapest electric fan in the mall is more than 100 renminbi. The better ones are about 400 to 500 renminbi. The lad replied, what the hell? The electric fan's so expensive now? There should be no technologies involved for electric fans. There should be at least 8,000 to 10,000 factories producing fans in China now. Why did the price still so high? Yes, I bought one electric fan for my family a few days ago. About this big and can still rotate. It is made of metal and the wind is strong. Another lad said, wait a minute, all metal? So, one electric fan, made from steel should be at least more than 5 kilograms? Now steel is not cheap. No wonder the electric fans are so expensive. It is all material costs. A standing metal fan. But are these manufacturers stupid? Why use steel? There is plastic now, light and durable. This way, the cost will be lowered. Bigly, do we have any factories producing electric fans in Bing City? Feng Yu asked one of the lads. Everyone turned and looked at Feng Yu, making him confused. We are from the factory that produces electric fans. Our fans are very durable. The one at my house is 6 years old, and there is no problem. The lad said. Feng Xue forgot that these lads are the children of the motor factory workers. An electric fan can last for 6 years? No wonder the factory can't make money. Who knows the factory leader? Feng Xue asked. All the lads looked at the Wuji gang. This Wuji gang is the son of the factory leader. My uncle is the head of the second workshop. Can be considered a leader. But now the second workshop is operating 1 day and rest 2 days. Even if they produce more products, they have no way to sell them. Wuji gang said. Go visit your uncle. Tell him I am giving them a big order. Feng Xue said. Xiao gang, is this your friend? Wuji gang's aunt sighed. This kid chose dinner time to visit. It's fine if he comes alone for dinner, but he brought a friend along? Now the factory is not making money. Wuji gang's uncle is only getting 50% of his monthly salary for the past few months. Good afternoon, Auntie. We are looking for Director Zhao. Feng Xue said with his most handsome smile. Xiao gang just came. Must have not eaten. The food will be ready soon. Let's eat together. Director Zhao said. He was sitting on the sofa watching TV when he saw his nephew brought a friend over. He thought Wuji gang must have fought with other people and came over to hide. But something is not right. How come he is carrying cigarettes and alcohol? Did this kid steal from the factory? Hi, Director Zhao. I am Feng Xue, Deputy Manager of Taihua Trading Company. I have some business to discuss with you. Feng Xue said. Director Zhao looked at Feng Xue. What did this kid say? He is the deputy manager of a trading company? How old is he? Sit down, what do you want to buy? But let me be straight. We will not sell the factory's products cheaply to you. Director Zhao said. Feng Xue smiled and said, I want to buy a batch of electric fans. Fan? How much do you want? Although there is no stock in the factory, their workshop can easily produce hundreds of units a day. If the order is big, he can let other workshops to produce together. If not, he can let the workers work overtime. The first batch, I want 10,000 units. Feng Xue said. How many? 10,000 units? No problem. I can deliver within 10 days. Director Zhao is overjoyed. If he can sell 10,000 fans, it will be enough for this month's factory salary. Director Zhao slowed down. What I wanted is not the current fans that your factory is producing. I want something smaller and lighter. Feng Xue said. Now, the electric fans produced are those standing fans. Every fan is more than 1 meter tall and weighs a ton. Feng Xue wanted those small table fans. In addition, Feng Xue wanted to use plastic as the main material. Unless necessary, all metal parts have to be replaced by plastic, especially the blades. Smaller and lighter? What do you mean? Director Zhao asked. Except for the parts where steel is needed, the rest will be plastic. For example, the fan blades. The height should be about 30 to 40 centimeters, and the motor can also be smaller. Feng Xue said while gesturing with his hands. If it produces this way, who would buy it? Firstly, the wind does not reach your face. Secondly, it will not be durable. Director Zhao said. Feng Xue smiled and said, Director Zhao, don't worry about this. I will order 10,000 units first. Just tell me if it can be done and how much is the cost. Director Zhao hesitated for a while. The factory is able to produce the fans Feng Xue wanted, but can it really sell? Aren't these inferior products? Will their factory's reputation be tarnished? I need to speak to my leader first. Director Zhao said. Director Zhao, very soon your workshop will not be able to pay your workers' wages. I heard the consumer products your factory produce is not doing well in the market and sales have been dropping. Look at your dinner. There is not even a meat dish. You don't have to worry if I am not able to pay you. You can ask Xiao gang how much is he getting a month. He had started working for my brother-in-law 3 months ago. Feng Xue said. Wuji gang said, Uncle, I am earning 100 renminbi a month, and there are bonuses at the end of the month. The company also provide lodgings and meals. Director Zhao said surprisingly. You earn 100 renminbi a month. The average wages of their factory workers are not even 100 renminbi. What trading company is this? Feng Xue seems quite rich. This matter must be reported to the leaders immediately. The workers are still waiting for their wages. I will go to factory director Li's home now. You all eat first. Don't wait for me. Director Zhao said. Chapter 35. No one wants to use their trademark. Chapter 35. No one wants to use their trademark. Old Li, come have dinner. Director Li's wife said. You eat first. I got no appetite. Factory director Li replied. But you still got to eat. I know the factory is not doing well, but your health is more important. Director Li's wife said. Not doing well? It is doing very bad. I am the deputy factory director in charge of production and sales. Now, Most of the workshops in the factory are operating 1 day and resting for 2 days. The workers are being paid for half of their salaries for the past few months. If this carries on, many families will be starved to death. Director Li said. Knock, knock, knock. Oh, is old Zhao? Have you eaten? Come in and accompany old Li for a drink. He had not been sleeping well. Director Li's wife said when she opened the door. Sister-in-law, drinking can wait. I got something urgent for Director Li. Director Zhao said. Old Zhao, what it is urgent? Did something happen at the factory? Director Li stood up from the sofa. The factory is closed at night now. Could it be someone came and steal from the factory? There are still military products in the factory. It's good news. Director Li, today my nephew brought a big boss, Director Zhao said. After listening to Director Zhao, Director Li is deep in thoughts. It is a good thing to have such a big order and the requirements are not high. Their factory is capable of producing the fans based on the requirements. But Director Zhao's worries is not unreasonable. Made of mostly plastic? Isn't that an inferior product? Once dropped, and the fan might be broken. It is not durable at all. It will destroy the reputation of their factory. But now, the factory is facing many problems. There is no work for the workers and the factory is not making any money. The factory is not able to pay the workers' salaries and even the medical expenses cannot be reimbursed. Every day, there are workers asking for their salaries. This week, there have been 3 times workers coming up to his house to ask for their salaries. Director Li even have to lend his own savings to his workers every month. Now there is an order coming in, but he is not sure if he should accept it. Director Li, I think we can take on this job, and we must take on this job. If we don't have any orders this month, we can't even pay our workers half of their salaries. Director Zhao said. What about the reputation of our factory? We are a reputable old factory with many honors in the past. We cannot let people say that we are producing inferior products now. Director Li said. We can talk to the boss to use their trademarks, and we only produce the fans. There are many factories doing this in the south. Why can't we do this too? Director Zhao said. You mean as an outsourced manufacturer? Director Li sighed. Theirs is a state-owned factory. Now they have to lower themselves to being an outsourced manufacturer for a private company. Director Li, there is no other way. We can't be waiting for orders from the government forever. Last year, there is an order from the top to produce fans. But what happened in the end? We got to sell those fans off at a loss. This boss I spoke to seems to be quite agreeable. He didn't ask anything about the prices and say he wanted 10,000 units. Even if it is 5 renminbi a unit, that is also 50,000 renminbi. Director Zhao said. Okay, is the boss still at your house? I will go with you to meet him and get this order. There is still maintenance costs for the machines, even when we are not using them. Might as well do something with it. Director Li said. Old Li, where are you going? You have not eaten your dinner yet. Director Li's wife shouted. I am not eating. I am going over to old Zhao's house to discuss some work. Director Li replied. Feng Xue looked at the food on the table. He couldn't believe this is the home of a workshop director. On the table, there are only 3 dishes. 2 vegetable dishes and 1 scrambled eggs. If the leaders of the factory are living like this, what about those normal workers? Aunt, you and uncle are living like this now? There is no meat at all. Wu Jigang asked. He doesn't have the appetite looking at these dishes. At Tai Hua Company, every meal has meat and he is used to it. It's good to have something to eat. You uncle, as one of the leaders in the factory, had lent all his money to the workers. Don't say meat. We are lucky if we can afford to eat eggs once or twice a month. Wu Jigang's aunt said. Wu Jigang did not know that the factory is so miserable now. Anyway, he sends 60 to 70 renminbi home every month. His family should not be suffering like this. Feng Xue and Wu Jigang both only ate a bowl of rice and put down their chopsticks. They did not touch the eggs. Anyway, they can always grab something to eat later on their way back. There is the sound of the door unlocking and Director Zhao walked in with a stranger. Director Li is here. Have you eaten yet? Director Zhao's wife hurriedly stands up to greet Director Li. Feng, this is our factory Director Li. He decides all the major decisions at the factory. He is here to discuss with you. How much are you willing to pay for a unit? Director Zhao said. The factory director is retiring soon and does not care about the factory. Every day, he will be faking illness to stay in the hospital. Director Li, the first deputy director, is in fact the person in charge of the whole factory. Feng Xue shook hands with Director Li and said, Hi Director Li. Let's sit down and discuss. Director Zhao's wife made a few cups of tea, and Wu Jigang stood behind Feng Yu like a bodyguard. When Director Li saw Feng Yu, he got a shock. Director Zhao had told him that this Feng Yu is young, but he never expects Feng Yu to be so young. If Director Li knows that Feng Yu have not even passed his 16th birthday, he would have fainted. Fan with no cover and clip base. Director Li, I believe Director Zhao had told you my requirements. Other than the motor, all other parts, if possible, should be plastic. The motor does not need to be big. The fan blades are all plastic, so it is fine too for the power to be smaller. There is also no need for the protective covers for the fan blades. Feng Yu said, What? You even want to drop the protective cover? People will get hurt if the blades fly off. Director Li said angrily, This guy is really an unscrupulous merchant. How can it hurt anyone? Have Director Li ever seen a ceiling fan? Why does the ceiling fan have no protective cover over the fan blades? Besides, ours is plastic fan blade, and the speed is lower. Even when the fan is running and you put your finger in, you will only feel a slight knock. This is my requirement. Feng Yu replied. Stick your finger in? Then the speed will be too slow. How can there be wind? Director Li asked. As long as the wind is stronger than those hand fans. Smaller power can also save electricity. Isn't it better? This fan only needs one speed and don't need to oscillate. Feng Yu said. Also, the base can be smaller with a large clip. The fan should be able to stand on the floor or clip onto a table or the top of a wardrobe to become a top-down ceiling fan. Feng Yu continued. This type of small fan is very popular in Feng Yu's previous life. Director Li and Director Zhao were stunned by Feng Yu's new design. They didn't know that electric fan can also design this way, but from the looks of it, it should be quite promising. If we are able to manufacture the fans you wanted, how much are you paying us for one fan? Director Li asked. Electric fan with cover and clip base. I had calculated. The cost should be around 10 renminbi for one fan. I will give you 20 renminbi. Those that can oscillate and with protective covers, the cost will be slightly higher. I will pay you 30 renminbi for these types. If your factory can manufacture, I will order 10,000 units of each type now. Feng Yu said. Director Li and Director Zhao looked at each other and discussed. It can be done. Both types of fans if using plastic, the profit is around 8 renminbi per unit. The profits for 20,000 units will be 160,000 renminbi. Okay, but we have a request. This fan cannot be using our factory's trademark. You need to register your own trademark. Director Li said. Feng Yu is shocked. He didn't want to collect any design fees from them. He just wanted to help the local state-owned factory. But now, they don't want to use their trademark. They have doubts about these fans. Feng Yu couldn't be happier to use his own trademark. Fine. Then I will register a trademark and it will be named Wind and Rain. Feng Yu said. P.S. Feng Yu's trademark is Wind and Rain, Feng Yu, in Chinese. It sounds similar to his name Feng Yu. Chapter 36, Wind and Rain Fan. Chapter 36, Wind and Rain Fan. In order to speed things up, Feng Yu asked Director Zhao to get his workers to produce several prototypes. No time to design, no ready materials. It doesn't matter. It is only to test the wind power. The outer layers that should be plastics can use cardboards now, and the blades can just cut out from some plastic board. No, the wind is too strong. Need to reduce. The blades are too big. Need to be smaller. This blade is too thick. Reduce the thickness by half. This power cord is too long. 2 meters will do. Feng Yu kept giving his inputs. After 3 hours, the 2 old workers finally have 2 prototypes that Feng Yu is satisfied. Manager Feng, how are you going to transport this fan? There are no protective covers for the blades, and the blades might be easily broken. Director Zhao asked. The blades don't need to be fixed at first. Let the customers buy them back and assemble themselves. This base too. We will give the screws to them, and also an instruction manual. Even children will know how to assemble the fan. Feng Yu said. Assemble it yourself? Director Zhao and Director Li looked at each other. Assemble electrical appliances yourselves? But it is quite simple. Even without the instruction manual, one can also figure it out. Here, this is my Wind and Rain logo. This must be in a conspicuous place. Feng Yu wrote Wind and Rain in Oracle bone scripts, and there is an inverted mountain with 3 raindrops below. He had prepared this logo in his previous life. No problem. I will contact the old Wang of the plastic factory and let them produce spare parts for us. But Feng, we need to collect a deposit first. Director Li said. Okay, I will come with a contract and deposit tomorrow morning. Is 100,000 renminbi deposit enough? After the products are loaded, I will pay 80%. The rest will be paid at the end of the month. Oh yes, don't keep using white color. I want more color varieties for my fans. Blue, red, pink, green, and all bright colors. The fan blades can also be in different colors. Feng Xue said. Feng Xue knew the factory is now in a difficult position. This 100,000 renminbi deposit is to assure them. Once the fans are produced and accepted by the market, Feng Xue is confident that he can sell all these fans within this province. Director Li also promised Feng Xue that the 20,000 fans will be ready in 5 days. All the workshops in the factory will be focusing on Feng Xue's fan. The workers will be working in 3 shifts, 24 hours a day. If it is not for the plastic factory, Director Li have confidence that this order will be ready in 3 days. The next day, Feng Xue signed the contract and paid the deposit. He then went to the Trade and Industry Bureau to register his trademarks. Now the most important thing is to enter the market. No one knows about wind and rain fans. If Feng Xue just put the fans on the market, there will not be many who will notice it. No one will even know that there are fans selling for only dozens of RMB now. What's need to be done now is advertising. Longjiang Daily Newspaper. Today there is a big boss at the newspaper president's office. It is said that this big boss is going to place a large ad in the newspaper. This era is unlike the later generation's newspapers where more than half of it are advertisements. The newspaper now has lesser pages and more contents. There are only a few advertisements. Feng Xue does not want to place small classified ads. He wants to place at least a half-page ad for continuously 1 week. Mr. Feng, this page should be all news. There are no ads published on this page yet. We do not have this precedent. The president is a little troubled. This Feng wanted to buy the full page for 1 week. President Zhang, Longjiang does not have only one newspaper. Other than the daily newspaper and the evening newspaper, there are also lifestyle newspapers. You look at this lifestyle newspaper. The layout of the front page is spilled. Half of it is small articles, and the other half is Japanese electrical appliances advertisement. Feng Xue said. President Zhang looked, is really so? Advertising is now allowed on TV, and so is the newspaper. But he's still hesitant as Feng Xue wants the full page. 7 days, 7,000 renminbi. Feng Xue said. 1,000 renminbi a day? This is not a small amount. Adding all the classified ads, it is also less than 200 renminbi a day. Seeing President Zhang still hesitating, Feng Xue said again, my company can add 1,000 renminbi more. It is only for 1 week. Why can't President Zhang try it out for 1 week? If everything works out, the newspaper's income will increase a lot, and all the newspaper staff will be grateful to you. Feng Xue said. 14,000, and I will agree. President Zhang said. 2,000 a day? It is too expensive. The lifestyle papers only cost 500 renminbi for half a page. I have already stated my highest offer. Feng Xue replied. We got more readers than lifestyle. President Zhang argued. But we are selling products and lifestyle is more suitable for our target segment. How about this? 9,000 renminbi for 1 week. Feng Xue said. 10,000 renminbi. At least 10,000. This is a full-page ad. It is different from a half-page ad. President Zhang said. Deal. Feng Xue said. Feng Xue began to write his advertising message, the design of the ad. He wanted the ads to begin the next day. Seeing Feng Xue's advertisement, President Zhang felt that Feng Xue have brain damage. Spent so much for such an ad. Even if the ad does not introduce your company, it should also introduce the manufacturer or introduce the technology involved, price, quality, or whatever. But you just wrote these few sentences? With such a large page, and you only write a few dozens of words a day. This is a waste. One small ad is enough. July 1st is an important date in China. On this day, many people are reading the newspaper at work just like any other day. Translator's note. July 1st is the founding day of the Communist Party of China. Hey, what is wrong with this page? The whole page has 3 eye-catching slogans. Follow the party wholeheartedly for modernizations and new days. Celebrate the party's birthday, a China's new chapter. Everyone's heart goes towards the party, and the wind and rain will see the rainbow. Translator note. This is a poem in Chinese. It is some propaganda praising China's modernization and reforms. Today is the party's founding day. It is very normal for the newspaper to use a page to write some congratulatory statements. But this page is too weird. This typesetting is too messy. The 3 slogans are neither read horizontally nor vertical. But, instead, it is read from 3 different directions. Why does it look like an electric fan? Not to mention, if the outlines are connected, It is really an electric fan. At the very bottom of the page, there are a few words. Wind and rain fans. Your summer's good partner. Advertising is done, but there is not much effect. No one paid much attention to this wind and rain fans, and no one wanted to buy. A cheap fan will also cost more than 100 renminbi. The more expensive ones will cost a few hundred RMB. Those who are willing to fork out so much money would have bought the fan long time ago. Those who are not willing will still be not willing to buy the fans. But Feng Xue don't care. This is a series of ads. The effectiveness of the ad can only be seen at the end. 7 days is enough for people to remember this wind and rain fan. Now there is a more important task at hand. Taihua Trading have less than 300,000 renminbi. Once the production of the fan is completed, Feng Xue must come up with 400,000 renminbi. But Feng Xue had already thought of a good solution. Chapter 37, Consignment. Chapter 37, Consignment. Manager Su. Long time no sees. Feng Xue said, "Oh, it's Mr. Feng. What brings you here?" Su manager said happily when he saw Feng Xue. Every time this kid brings the big boss from Russia to his shop, he can clear half of his stock. "I am here to send you money," Feng Xue said. Hearing what Feng Xue said, a wide grin spread across Manager Su's face. "What do you want to buy this time? What is the quantity? Rest assured I will give you the best price." Manager Su said, "This time I am not buying things, but I would want Manager Su to help me sell things." Feng Xue said. The smile on Su manager's face vanished instantly. Sell things? He still has a lot of merchandise in the store that can't be sold. Since individuals are allowed to set up their own shop, many small shops have sprung up and seriously affected the business of the cooperatives. Moreover, what good things can Feng Xue have that the cooperative doesn't have? All the suppliers have been working with him for a long time. During festivals and holidays, these suppliers even gave him gifts. How can he stop working with these suppliers? Sell things? What do you sell? Xiao Feng. We have everything in the cooperative, and there is no more counter to display other things. Manager Su said. He had addressed Feng Xue as Xiao Feng instead of Mr. Feng. This shows his attitude towards Feng Xue had changed. Electric fan. Feng Xue replied. Electric fan? You better go somewhere else. Now the mall is also selling electric fans. There are also very few people coming to the cooperative to buy fans. Manager Su flatly rejected Feng Xue. Manager Su, wait a while. Let me finish first. My sales model is different from others. I will leave my fans with you, and the price is fixed. Every fan sold, I will give you 3 to 5 renminbi. I will take back everything that is unsold. Feng Xue said. Manager Su thought to himself, no need to come out with money to bring in goods. Leave these fans with me to sell, getting 3 to 5 renminbi for every fan sold. He will take back all the unsold goods. This idea is not bad and doesn't use up any of my funds. Anyway, it is summer now. Number 3 to 5 renminbi. You think it is so easy to place your goods at the cooperative? Our cooperative sells only the best products. I want at least 10 renminbi for 1 unit. Manager Su said. Manager Su had thought carefully. The cheapest electric fan is also about 100 renminbi. The profits should be around 30 to 40 renminbi. He only asked for 10 renminbi is because he does not need to fork out any money to bring in the goods. Manager Su, our electric fans are not so expensive and there are not many profits. Our fans are selling around 50 to 60 renminbi a unit, and my profit is less than 10 renminbi. If the sales are good, I can give you 5 renminbi per unit. But if the sales are not good, I can't even give you 3 renminbi. Feng Xue replied. Manager Su couldn't believe his ears. An electric fan selling only for 50 to 60 renminbi? How is it possible? It is not even close to the production cost. The motor, steel, the switches, etc. will at least add up to 80 to 90 renminbi. If the materials are of better quality, the cost will be more than 200 renminbi. How can Feng Xue's cost be so low? How can there still have profits? What brand is this fan? Are these defective goods? Manager Su asked. The cooperative must not have any defective or fake goods. Wind and rain brand. This is definitely not fake or inferior goods. The fans are manufactured and designed by our motor factory. See, I have even placed an advertisement on Longjiang Daily. Feng Xue said. Feng Xue took out today's newspaper and pointed it out to Manager Su. Manager Su just remembered the page he saw in the papers this morning. He was still wondering what is this wind and rain fan and why he had not heard of this brand before. So, it is because the product is not launched yet. Is this from the motor factory? Manager Su asked. Absolutely. You can ask around. If I cheat you, I will give you all the electric fans I left with you. Feng Xue replied. What Feng Xue said is the only half-truth. Of course, the motor factory produced these fans, but they are only the outsourced manufacturer. Manager Su thought that Wind and Rain is one of the motor factory brands. If so, then give me at least 5 renminbi. The electric fan will occupy some space in the shop and also occupy space in the store. If it is too little, we will not bring in your fans. Manager Su said. He still wants more profits. Our fans are not big. How about this? We have 2 models of electric fans. The big ones are selling for 59 renminbi, and I will give you 4 renminbi for every fan sold. The smaller ones will be selling for 49 renminbi. Every unit sold, I will give you 3 renminbi. I will also give you an additional 50 renminbi for every 100 units sold. This is the highest price I can give you. It can't be you earning more than me. You do not even have any cost. Feng Xue said. Manager Su thought, on average, 1 unit can still have 4 renminbi of profit. This electric fan is selling so cheap. One should be able to sell 100 units in the whole summer. That equates to 400 renminbi, and there is no cost involved. Most importantly, this money will go into his own pocket. Okay, but next time that old Russian comes to buy things, you must bring him to my shop and let him buy more. Manager Su said. No problem, maybe he will come this month. I am also looking forward to him coming again. Feng Xue replied. Feng Xue took out a prepared contract from his bag and handed to Manager Su. This is not right. Mr. Feng, why do we need a deposit? Manager Su asked. Manager Su, this deposit is only for 1 month. 1 month later, we will tally your sales and I will return the deposit to you. I can't be leaving my goods with you and you don't leave a deposit with me. What if my fans get damaged or lost in your shop? Feng Xue said. But still, it is too much. According to the original price and at least 100 units, it is too expensive. What difference is there if I purchase the goods myself? Manager Su replied. Of course, there is a difference, and it is a big difference. If you purchase the goods yourself, how much are you going to sell the fans for? If the fans are not sold, can you get any refunds? I am undertaking all the risks. No matter how many fans you sell, you still stand to gain. Feng Xue said. Manager Su thought for a while, and he remembered the 400 renminbi profits. Finally, he said, okay, I want 100 units. But can the deposit be lesser? Those 2 models, every 100 units, and the deposit will be 50 renminbi per unit. Total 10,000 renminbi. Okay, Feng Xue said. Wait, how is this not the Motor Factory Company stamp? Taihua Trading Company. I have never heard of this company. Manager Su said. This is the sales agent for Wind and Rain Fan. The boss and the director of the motor factory is. If not, how can the fans be so cheap? Feng Xue said. He purposely stopped his sentence halfway. It is up to Manager Su to interpret what he means. This way, Feng Xue is not responsible. Manager Su has a suddenly see the light expression. But who cares? He is in no position to question what the motor factory is doing. After signing the contract, Feng Xue went to the #1 department store and persuaded the manager of the mall. When the mall manager saw the cooperative had already signed the contract, he also agrees to the same conditions and 200 units of each model. Then Feng Xue went to the smaller department stores in each district. These smaller department stores saw that the #1 department store had signed the contract. They also ordered at least 200 units each. That very day, Feng Xue got an order of 1,400 units total. He will be receiving 70,000 renminbi deposit from the next day onwards. He got enough money to pay the motor factory now. Chapter 38, Sales of Wind and Rain Fans. Chapter 38, Sales of Wind and Rain Fans. In Bing City, many people have noticed the strange advertisement in Longjiang Daily. Every day, there are only a few sentences in a full-page ad. Today the ad wrote, hot summer, cool breeze. Yesterday was hot sun in the sky, time to give some quality gifts. The day before yesterday. But at the bottom of each ad, there is a slogan, Wind and Rain Fans, your summer's good partner. For 5 consecutive days, everyone who read the newspaper will see this unique advertisement. This advertisement quickly became the talk of the town. People talked more about this ad than the news about the homicide case. Hearing people talking about the Wind and Rain Fan on the street, Feng Xue knew his advertisement was successful. Now, when someone mentions electric fan, people instinctively will think of wind and rain fans. On the 5th day, the production of the 20,000 electric fans are completed and Feng Xue made the 80% payment. But Feng Xue did not take out all the fans. He only took out 2,000 fans from the factory. Everyone at the motor factory is curious. Even if it is 80% payment, the motor factory has also made some profits. Why this Feng Xue paid for the fans, but did not collect all the fans? Could it be Feng Xue wants to return the goods? Director Li discussed with Director Zhao. They conclude that even if Feng Xue wants to return the goods, they will not accept it. They even reminded Feng Xue about the remaining payments due at the end of the month. If they did not receive the remaining payments, they will keep all the remaining fans at the factory. Even if they can't sell these defective fans, they can always give these fans to their workers as their salaries. Anyway, the factory had already covered their cost. Feng Xue did not pay any attention to the motor factory. The reason he only collected 2,000 units is that he does not have enough space in his warehouse. After sending the 1,400 units to the various stores, Feng Xue still have 600 units remaining in his warehouse. If Feng Xue had collected 20,000 units, he will 10 more warehouses to store these fans. Since the fans are still sitting in the motor factor, Feng Xue can save on inventory cost. On the 6th day, a real advertisement finally appeared in the newspaper. A picture of a table fan with a slogan written in red, wind and rain fans. Breaking price, 59 renminbi. In the evening, Feng Xue held a meeting with everyone in the company at the warehouse. Have you all sorted the information? Which store is selling better? Which store is not selling well? Is there any stores that did not display our fans or adjust the prices? Feng Xue asked. The problem with using consignment mode of distribution is that the consignee creating problems for the consignor. For example, the consignee will claim that the product is not selling well and ask for higher profits. Or, if the product is selling well, they secretly adjust the price higher. There might be some consignees which will use the product to promote a more profitable product by comparing both. Feng Xue had stated in the contract clearly. Once any of the terms were breached, Feng Xue will not pay any consignment fees, will not refund the deposits, and the consignee will have to pay Feng Xue at least 10,000 renminbi as compensation. Feng Xue thought his staff would tell him that some stores or all the stores had breached the terms of the contract. In this era, these managers are from government units, and they have a sense of superiority over the private companies. Also, they think that no private companies will dare to sue them even if they breach the contract. But in reality, it is not as what Feng Xue had expected. No one had breached any terms of the contract. Feng Xue's fans simply do not sell. Manager Feng, the cooperative sold 3 today. I saw the staff at the cooperative tried very hard to promote the fans, but no one is interested. It is also the same for the first department store. The fans are displayed in a very conspicuous position at the electrical counter, but only 5 people bought the fans. That is at least better than Dongli department store. They only sold 1 unit today. At least those department stores had sold something. Taiping department store has not sold anything yet. Manager Feng, will we be stuck with these electric fans? Everyone kept talking about what they observed today. Feng Xue listened carefully and nodded. These lads had not skived and had been working hard. Manager Feng, these electric fans are not selling at all. What do we do? One of Feng Xue's staff asked. Feng Xue smiled. Wait. 3 days later, you will see the result. Tomorrow, all of you will go. On the 7th day, the last day of the daily newspaper advertisement. This time, the advertisement is showing the 49 renminbi electric fan. There are 2 photos. The first photo is a fan clip on the table, and the second photo is a picture of a truck coming out from the motor factory. In the afternoon, Manager Su from the cooperative is frowning. This fan is not selling well. The price might be much cheaper compared to other fans, but no one knows about these fans. Didn't Feng Xue say that he will be advertising these fans? By putting 2 photographs and a few sentences? How can this be considered an advertisement? Hello, what would you like to buy? A salesman asked a customer who had just walked into the cooperative. Are you selling wind and rain fan? The customer asked. Yes. There are 2 different models. Each model has a variety of colors. Which model do you want? The salesman replied listlessly. The one in this newspaper. Is it really 49 renminbi? The customer asked. The salesman looked at the newspaper and took out a fan with exactly the same color and model from the shelf and said, yes, 49 renminbi. Okay, I want one. No, give me 2. I will buy one for my father-in-law too. The customer said. Okay, what color would you like? The salesman asked happily. Manager Su had said that he will get 1 renminbi commission for every fan sold. Whatever. Hurry up and give me my change. The customer said, and he threw 10 pieces of 10 renminbi notes on the counter. The salesman quickly returns the change and passed the 2 fan boxes to the customer. This is not right. Why is the box so small? You can't even fit the fan blades in. The guest said loudly and looked suspiciously at the salesman. It is as if the salesman is a cheat. You see, this fan blade is separated when you go home. Open up the fan blades and screw it in. It is very easy and even kids can do it. The salesman said, "Hey, it's interesting. Just nice. I can give it to my son as a toy." The customer said. Manager Sue smiled when he saw a customer bought 2 fans. But he was curious. Why did this customer buy 2 fans? He flipped to the advertisement in today's Longjiang Daily. There is a photograph of a truck leaving the motor factory. It seems that people knew that these fans are the products of the motor factory and are assured of the quality. The manager did not know that there were more reasons behind this. Feng Xue asked his staff to go to crowded places and spread the news, telling people that wind and rain fans are manufactured by the motor factory. So what is plastic? Plastics are also sturdy. There is no difference with the wind from steel blades and plastic blades. Furthermore, these plastic fans are selling so cheap. The money people use to buy one steel fan can buy several wing and rain fans. There are also other advantages of using plastic. It does not rust and the colors are bright too. Cleaning can be done with just a wet piece of cloth. These electric fans are small and convenient for storage during wintertime, unlike those big, bulky, and heavy steel fans. There is also an important feature of these fans. It is safety. Even when you stick your fingers in, you will only feel a slight pain. There will not even have a scratch on you. Wind and rain fans had been advertising in the papers for 1 week. Besides, can the motor factory produce inferior goods? Old Wu had one wind and rain fan, which was a gift from his grandson. He was so proud of it, and even showed it off to everyone for hours. After such encouragements, some people went to go to the mall or the cooperative to inquire about wind and rain fans. After looking at the displays, some people bought it on the spot, while some went home to consider. But most of those who considered will decide to buy it the next day. That afternoon, the city's department stores and the cooperatives had sold a total of over 100 electric fans. Out of these 100+ fans, only 3 are other brands and the rest are all the wind and rain fans. After a week of advertisements, wind and rain fans had occupied a strong position in people's mind. Wind and rain fans are now selling first. Chapter 39, Arrogant Workers. Chapter 39, Arrogant Workers. For the past 3 days, the fans were selling very well. Every day, there were at least 100 units sold, and the number is still increasing. On the streets, many people are talking about the fans. The conversations were mostly about someone's son or daughter bought an electric fan for the family, etc. It is just like the big color TV in the past. Manager Sue had already called and ordered for 200 more fans. The department stores close early, and many people don't have time to go there due to their work. However, the cooperatives are different. They close at 8 in the evenings. Those who had to work will go to the cooperatives after they finish work. As such, the sales of the fans were the highest at the cooperatives. A few days ago, Manager Sue was still regretting bringing in the fans and using 10,000 renminbi for the deposit. Although this way of bringing in goods seems to be more secure than buying the goods, and there were no risks, but there was still the 10,000 renminbi locked up as the deposit. Now, Manager Sue does not think so. Only a few days had passed, and it is still not the hottest time of the year yet. So far, the electric fan sales had been good, and it will be better in a few days' time. Since there was no risk and the fans are selling well, why not bring in more goods? In addition to the cooperatives, the departmental stores were also beginning to order more fans. It is still not the weekends yet. They might be out of stock by weekends. Now, the only fans sold at the stores are wind and rain fans. The other brands of fans were not sold at all. Almost everyone talks about the wind and rain fans. Produced by the motor factory, cheap, fashionable, light, convenient, and safe. The first department store even hangs a huge banner outside their store to promote these fans. Once again, Feng Xue gathered all his staff at the warehouse. Firstly, it is to celebrate the success of the wind and rain fans. Everyone had worked hard these few days. Feng Xue gave out a special bonus of 20 renminbi for each of his staff to reward them. Secondly, Feng Xue wanted to train them on how to handle customers. Xiaoyu, if we were to treat the customers with this type of attitude, will they still buy our fans? Li Shiqiang frowned. This Feng Xue is not making any sense. Everyone was happy to receive bonuses, but they can't accept Feng Xue's way to treat the customers. It was unacceptable to everyone. Feng Xue had told them that when a customer comes, they don't need to laugh at his jokes, no need to serve them tea or offer cigarettes. They had to act impatient and don't care if the customer is buying or not. The wind and rain fans were only popular in Bing City. Feng Xue does not have the time nor energy to develop the distribution channels outside of Bing City. However, Feng Xue knew that there will be some smart businessmen coming to him. The branding of wind and rain fans is too strong in Bing City. Now, there is a strong demand and shortage of supply for wind and rain fans in the market. There are definitely many businessmen who wanted to buy the fans at wholesale price. Feng Xue is not worried that his fans do not sell well. Feng Xue was also taking precaution against the motor factory. He asked Wu Jigang to tell Director Zhao that there were rumors that some people wanted compensations from the factory for producing inferior products. Director Zhao immediately reports this matter to Director Li. Director Li then issued a public statement that the factory had nothing to do with wind and rain fans. The factory had only rented their warehouse to Tai Hua Trading Company. Some businessmen went to the motor factory as they wanted to get the goods directly from the source, but they were all rejected by the motor factory as the motor factory absolutely did not produce any wind and rain fans. Those few who insisted that it was the motor factory manufactured the fans were thrown out by the factory's securities. These businessmen had no choice but to go to Tai Hua Trading Company. As soon as the businessmen entered Tai Hua Trading Company's warehouse, they frowned. It was not because of the location of the warehouse. These businessmen were from the south and had even been to companies located in small villages. They frowned because of the number of stocks in the warehouse. There were only a few hundred fans in the warehouse. Does that mean that Tai Hua Trading also had limited stocks? Excuse me, is this Tai Hua Trading Company? Are the wind and rain fans from your company? Zhang Ruikuan, a businessman from Shun City, asked politely. Who are you? The wind and rain electric fans are from our company. What has this got to do with you? Wu Jigang said. Zhang Ruikuan was shocked. What is wrong with this guy? However, Zhang Ruikuan tolerated Wu Jigang's attitude as he still wants to make money. This is my business card. I am the general manager of Jinyuan Trading Company and would like to speak to your manager. Zhang Ruikuan said. Not free. Our boss is busy. Can't you see I am busy too? Go away. Wu Jigang said rudely. Zhang Ruikuan is speechless and thought to himself, didn't you hear me? I am here to discuss business with your boss. Aren't you afraid that your boss will know about your attitude towards your customers? If you are from my company, I would have fired you a long time ago. Wait till I see your boss. Zhang Ruikuan put on a smiling face and at the same time, took out a packet of double happiness cigarettes and passed one stick to Wu Jigang. Brother, have a cigarette. Get lost. How can you smoke in a warehouse? Wu Jigang scolded. Zhang Ruikuan paused and quickly passed the whole packet of cigarette to Wu Jigang. Brother, don't be angry. It is all my fault. You keep this packet of cigarette and smoke later. I am here to speak to your boss about wind and rain fans. I want to buy some back. Wu Jigang kept the cigarettes in his pocket and then looked at Zhang Ruikuan. You want to buy our fans? Why don't you say earlier? Zhang Ruikuan wanted to cry. He thought, I wanted to say, but have you gave me an opportunity to say? Zhang Ruikuan can only smile and nodded his head. Yes, yes, yes. It is all my fault. I had forgotten to tell you. Wu Jigang had an of course it is your fault expression and asked slowly. Then how many units do you intend to consign? Consign. Zhang Ruikuan is in doubt. What consign? I want to purchase a batch of fans and sell it at Shin City. Purchase? We do not sell these fans. We only do consignments. We do not have many fans left to sell ourselves. Wu Jigang said and waved his hand. He then turns away to carry on his own business. Zhang Ruikuan pulled Wu Jigang. Brother, I know that you are holding a senior position in the company. Please sell some to me. 1,000 units will do. I will give you 1 renminbi per unit. Wu Jigang brushed off Zhang Ruikuan's hand and pointed to the warehouse door. You want to bribe me? Get out. Brother, if you think 1 renminbi is too little, we can discuss how much. Zhang Ruikuan pleaded. Out. Wu Jigang shouted. Sorry. It is all my fault. In fact, I myself also despise bribery, but everyone in the south does this. Brother, can you speak to your boss to sell me some fans? We can discuss the price. I am willing to pay 35 renminbi for a unit. Zhang Ruikuan said. Zhang Ruikuan had calculated. The cost for 1 electric fan is about 30 renminbi. The cost will even be lower if it is produced in large scale, economies of scale. The price he offers will allow Tai Hua Trading Company to earn a profit of 5 renminbi per unit. That means a total of 5,000 renminbi profits for 1,000 units. Of course, once after he shipped the fans back to Shin City, he will sell one unit for 50 or 60 renminbi. He still can get a profit of 10 renminbi. 35 renminbi? It is not even enough to cover the cost. The cost for the smaller model is about 40 renminbi and the bigger one is about 50 renminbi. Since you are very sincere, I will give you some news. If you really want to buy, come again at 10 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. Okay, that is enough chatting for today. I still got many things to do. But, Wu Jigang said. Zhang Ruiqiang left. He got to raise some money from friends. He must get the fans tomorrow when he meets the boss. He can tell that these fans will be selling fast in Shin City, just like Bing City. The same thing happened to more than 10 people. Every one of them got the same treatment and message. All of them will be coming in at 10 o'clock the next morning to talk to the boss in person. Feng Xue, on the other hand, is currently in Motor Factory Director Li's office. Author's notes. That era, the southern provinces, especially the coastal areas, have a lot of businessmen. These businessmen are very smart and kept looking out for goods to trade. Many made their fortune from trading. Chapter 40. An even more arrogant boss. Chapter 40. An even more arrogant boss. Manager Feng. Now everyone is saying that the wind and rain fans belong to the motor factory. You should come out and clarify this. Director Li said. These type of plastic fans is considered inferior products and will affect the factory's reputation. Sorry, there were some problems in the communication with the newspaper regarding the advertisement. They had used a photograph which we did not approve. I will clarify with them. Feng Xue said. Feng Xue is laughing inside, but he still apologized to Director Li. The salary levels are still not high for the majority of the people. Although the price of his electric fans was cheaper by 20 to 30% compared to other brands, it is still considered a big-ticket item. Even if the electric fans are made of steel, will someone bear to throw or drop such expensive item on the floor? It is just like the introduction of Apple phones in the future. Nokia was ridiculing Apple. How can Apple introduce a phone without doing any drop test? Who is going to buy? But what happened in the end? Who is willing to throw a 5,000 to 6,000 RMB mobile phone? Of the mobile phone, Apple's sales kept increasing and Nokia, from being the market leader, became a loss-making company. Eventually, Nokia's mobile phone division was sold by the parent company. The reason is the same. Director Li is currently having the same mindset as the management of Nokia. Not all things that are strong and durable is good. In fact, for Feng Xue, there is also another benefit for producing plastic fans. Plastic fans are more fragile and easily broken. Isn't that better? If the fans are still in working condition, who is willing to buy more fans? In 2 years' time, China's economy will get better and the people will become wealthier. There will be many who are willing to spend on electric fans. Director Li, I had come here today to tell you 2 things. First, I will collect all the remaining fans within the next 2 days. Second, I want another batch of electric fans. Are you still interested to continue to manufacture these fans? Feng Xue said. Director Li's eyes shine. Still want another batch? If Feng Xue ordered another 20,000 units, the factory can earn money again. This way, the factory will be able to pay back part of the salaries owed to the workers. Of course, it will be the same condition. We will not use the Motor Factory's brand for these fans. We guarantee that we will produce 20,000 units in 5 days. No, 3 days. All workshops will have to focus on the production of these electric fans. It includes the workshops that are doing the production of military products. Anyway, the order for military products can be completed within a few days if the workshops are doing overtime. 3 days, 20,000 units? Then I want 100,000 units. Can you finish it in half a month? Feng Xue asked. Of course. What did you say? How many units do you want? Director Li had wanted to say of course, but he noticed that the quantity he heard seems to be a bit wrong. 100,000 units. The same conditions. 10% deposit will be transferred to the factory's bank account. Feng Xue said. Feng Xue had said 100,000 units casually, as if it is like 100 or 1,000 units. 15 days. No, it will be completed in 14 days. There will absolutely be no problem with the quality and quantity. Director Li replied excitedly. Director Li really wanted to ask Feng Xue. You sell this kind of inferior electric fans, you are not afraid of people coming after you. But for the factory's sake, he kept quiet. The more units they produce, the lower their cost will be. The profits for 100,000 units is about 850,000 renminbi. This amount can cover the arrears salaries of the workers and also the medical reimbursement owed to the workers. Feng Xue took out the prepared contract. Director Li read through the contract and signed it. After signing the contract, he immediately called all the workshop directors to a meeting. This batch of fans must be ready in 2 weeks' time. The workshop directors almost jumped with joy when they heard that the owner of the electric fans placed another order, and this time the order is 100,000 units. The workshop directors that were not involved with the production of the electric fans previously began to jostle for the job. The military's orders can wait. They want to get a slice of this pie first. The more fans the workshop produce, the more money the workshop gets. Of course, the workshop assigned with the most number of the fans is still Director Zhao's second workshop. The rest of the workshop directors did not protest against this decision, as it was Director Zhao who introduced this big client to the factory. But if anything goes wrong with these fans, they will brush off any relationship with Director Zhao, and Director Zhao will have to bear the biggest responsibility. Feng Xue was awakened by the sound of knocking at 8 in the morning. This is the bad thing about the warehouse. The big iron gate amplifies the sound of knocking throughout the warehouse. Manager Feng. There are more than 10 people standing outside the door. They seem to be yesterday's customers. Wu Jigang reported to Feng Xue while Feng Xue is eating breakfast. Who is the one who knocked on the gate? Feng Xue frowned. The one who knocked on the gate must be chased away for disturbing his sleep. No one knocked on the gate. There were some people who had heard the news and came on their own accord. Those people that we asked them to come were unhappy, and there were some arguments and pushing between the two parties. During the pushing, someone accidentally knocked on the gate. Wu Jigang explained. Wu Jigang is also speechless. Early in the morning, there were people fighting at their doorsteps. But he dares not to be angry with them, as these people are here to buy their fans. Go to the door and ask them to wait quietly. Those who are not willing to wait can get lost. Last night, I had told you all that there will be a lot of people coming today, and you all have to be alert. Chase those who try to come in early away. Feng Xue said. Wu Jigang went down and stood at the gate. When he opened the gate, someone rushed in. Wu Jigang and his other colleagues pinned him down. I remembered you. Xing Company, right? Who let you in? Our company will not do business with you. Get lost. Wu Jigang shouted. What do you mean? The representative from Xing Company asked. It is our boss's rules. Our boss said we will not do business with people who do not follow rules. You are now listed on our company's blacklist. Blacklisted, you understand? Now get lost. It is no use staying here. Wu Jigang said. When the representative from Xing Company left, Wu Jigang said loudly to others. All of you listen well. Those we had asked to come at 10 o'clock will come in first. Those who had come here on your own accord will come in after 10:30. If any one of you tried to come in early, talk loudly, or unhappy with our arrangements can leave now. With the example of the representative from Xing Company, everyone obediently obeyed the rules. However, this is not the most irritating part. The door of the warehouse was opened wide, and these people can see Wu Jigang and several people inside, playing poker. As the temperature rose, these people can only wait patiently in the sun. They dare not walk to the shade. Who knows when the company's boss will suddenly allow them to enter. At 10 o'clock, the first group of people went in. Wu Jigang and the rest of the staff checked the identity of these people to make sure these people were the ones who had come yesterday. In the warehouse, the first group of people looked left and right and did not see any boss. They only saw a teenager sitting there. Hey boy, where is your boss? Someone asked. Feng Xue got angry. Which company is this? Can't you see everyone is standing, and I am the only sitting? You. Get out. Our company will not do business with you. Feng Xue said angrily. After Feng Xue spoke, Wu Jigang introduced Feng Xue to the rest. This is Manager Feng. He is the one you all are looking for. That man is dumbfounded. This boy is the boss. Is he even 20 years old? But before he can say anything, Wu Jigang and the other staffs chased him out. The other people were shocked. They knew that the staffs of this company were very arrogant. Now they understood why the staff behaved this way. The staff had learned from their boss. This boss is even more arrogant. Someone got thrown out because of saying something that offended the boss. But in order to earn money, they have to endure. Author's notes. That era, the more arrogant one is, the more likely they will be viewed as capable. Translator note. That era, China have really weird cultures. Being arrogant or viewed as capable will no longer work now. Chapter 41, Setting the Rules. Chapter 41, Setting the Rules. Feng Xue looked at Wu Jigang, who was holding a stack of forms. Wu Jigang immediately gave out the forms to everyone and let them fill out the forms. They looked at the form. Company's name, nature of the business, contact person, contact details, etc. They all understood the reasons for asking this information. But the last one, acceptable wholesale price of the electric fans. What the hell is this? They looked around and don't know what to write. What if they fill in a high price, and this crazy boss used the highest price as the wholesale price? The person who filled in the highest price will be the enemy of everyone. If they fill in a low price is also not good. They can imagine what this manager phone will say. You filled in the lowest price. There is no sincerity at all. Get out. One of the businessmen suddenly noticed that manager phone was not paying attention to them. They started whispering among themselves to decide the wholesale price. This way, everyone will fill in the same price. Everyone whispered and discussed for a long time. Finally, they decided the wholesale price for the two models of fans, which were 40 renminbi and 48 renminbi respectively. They also supervised each other and does not allow anyone to submit the forms first. They will submit the forms together at the same time. Feng Xue only looked at one form and nodded. Good. You all are sincere about this business. Every unit at 40 renminbi and 48 renminbi. Although we will almost have no profits for this pricing, we are willing to accept. We will treat this pricing as the promotional pricing. The wholesale price will be fixed at this price. Anyone disagree? Everyone kept quiet, and Feng Xue was satisfied. Look, chasing away someone will act as a warning to others. How many units are you all going to buy? Feng Xue asked. 1,000. One of them shouted loudly. Others saw that Feng Xue had not sent the man away, and they all also shouted. There were 800, some 1,500, up to 5,000 units. The one who shouted 5,000 units is a fat man and looked like an unscrupulous businessman. He was crossing his arms, with his head held high, looking down on the rest. He was from the southern province. The southern provinces are hotter and are definitely a bigger market compared to the north. Wu Jigang, who had been consolidating the forms, handed summarized report to Feng Xue. There were 4 provinces overlapped and more than 10 provinces are blank. Okay, now I will tell you all the rules of our company. Feng Xue said. Hearing what Feng Xue said, these businessmen thought in their heart, I knew you still have rules. Everyone can see how our company's wind and rain fans fared from the sales in Bing City, the most northern province of China. You all are here because you all know that these fans can sell and will sell well. The summer in other provinces are hotter than Longjiang province, so you all know what to expect from the sales of our fans. In fact, we had wanted to build our own sales channels in other provinces. Since you all came, I will give you all a chance. According to our company's plan, there will be only one dealer for every province. Now, those I read out the names will go to the left side of the room, and those that I didn't call will go to the right side of the room. Feng Xue said. Wu Jigang called out names of those businessmen whose provinces overlapped. They looked at each other and walked unwillingly to the left side of the room. The rest had a sigh of relief. It seems that they have no competitors in their provinces. That was just the first rule. Now, the second rule. Every province will have only one distributor, and the minimum order for the fans cannot be less than 5,000 units. This standard is set by that fatty over there. If anyone is unable to order so many units, you can leave now. Feng Xue said. This time, that fatty is not complacent. Everyone was glaring at him. That fatty is cursing Feng Xue in his heart. You obviously wanted these people to order more units. Why let me take the blame? Who was willing to quit? Wind and rain fans were inexpensive and of good quality. Furthermore, it is summer now and it is the best time to sell electric fans. There should not be any problem to sell 5,000 units in a province. If they do not have enough money, they can borrow. Even if they can't borrow, they can find other people to cooperate. In short, they cannot give up this rare opportunity. If they quit this time, then based on this manager Feng's temper, they will be blacklisted. You all agree to it? Very good. Then I tell you all the third rule. Pay first, then deliver the goods. Feng Xue said. This rule is a bit unacceptable. Most of the business deals were to pay a down payment or deposit first, and the rest after the goods went on sale. But these businessmen knew that those who do not agree will be chased out of the room. The fourth rule. The retail price in your province cannot be higher than 15% of Bing City's retail price. Also, you cannot sell the goods to other provinces. If I found out, then it will be considered a breach of contract, and the damages is 500,000 renminbi. Feng Xue continued. Not able to enter someone else's market made some of these businessmen a little uncomfortable. They thought, forget it. I can just stick to my province, and even if I sell to other provinces, as long as I don't get caught by Taihua Trading Company will do. Fifth rule. Cannot damage the image of Wind and Rain brand and Taihua Trading Company. If there are imitations or fakes in your market, you must first to stop them or inform our company. Feng Xue said. Once the wind and rain fans are introduced to the southern market, those unscrupulous southern businessmen will soon launch imitations. To put it plainly, there is no technical content for electric fans. Based on the number of electric fans factories in China, any one factory can produce imitations anytime. But when the imitation appears, the wind and rain electric fans will no longer guarantee Feng Xue the high profits. Feng Xue is making an average of 19 renminbi per unit. The profits for 100,000 units is 1.9 million renminbi. Feng Xue's initial capital is only slightly more than 300,000 renminbi. Unfortunately, Feng Xue preparation is too late. If he had so much money 2 months ago, he will have ordered the production of more than 500,000 units and set up his own sales channels. This way, the imitations will have no way to enter the market. Another thing that made Feng Xue frustrated is that he is unable to apply for patents for his fans. Even he is able to apply for the patents, it will also take at least 6 months. 6 months later, it would be winter. Who will still buy his fans? These electric fans are also considered a one-time business. Feng Xue is able to do it this year, but this business cannot be done again next year. Feng Xue knew that next year, these businessmen will be getting their goods from other places or start their own productions. But this summer is enough for Feng Xue to become a millionaire. Actually, Feng Xue had wanted to set 108 rules, but he was afraid that these businessmen will run away. Anyway, these 5 rules are enough. If these businessmen followed his rules, then he can still do these electric fans business next year. The 4 businessmen from the repeated provinces had also discussed among themselves. All of them are unwilling to quit. So, they decided to share the market. Of course, Feng Xue will not refuse them. Most of these businessmen do not have enough funds for the minimum order of 5,000 units. They still need to borrow money or find someone to cooperate. But Feng Xue had a pleasant surprise. These 4 provinces wanted more than 5,000 units. They had divided the province themselves, and they can estimate how many fans can be sold in their own areas. When the rich fatty heard that they can order more than 5,000 units, he thought, since we can order more units, then can we be the dealers for 2 or more provinces? Chapter 42, Continuing Orders. Chapter 42, Continuing Orders. 181,000 units. This is the total number of units these businessmen wanted. The fatty had ordered 12,000 units, and he occupied 2 southeast provinces' market. The contract was signed upstairs. All of them agreed to the goods delivered in 3 batches at an interval of 1 week. The first batch will be this week, and it will be cash on the spot in exchange for the goods. The reason Feng Xue gave was to ease their liquidity. Even if Taihua Trading was to deliver all the goods, most of them do not have enough to pay. But the real reason was Feng Xue do not have enough goods on hand. There were some who said they could not wait and wanted to take all the goods now. But once they saw Feng Xue staring at them, they instantly shut up. This arrangement is also good for these businessmen. Although the quantity is lesser, at least they will not have any liquidity issues and will not need to cooperate with others. After the first batch of people left, the people waiting outside were worried. They saw the first batch of people carrying a contract each. They were afraid that all the goods were bought by the first batch of people. When Wu Jigang asked them to go in, they all rushed to Feng Xue. Don't you know the rules? Be quiet. Whoever talks again can get out. Wu Jigang shouted. It was the same as the first batch. Wu Jigang gave them the forms. Those provinces that overlap will stand on the left and the rest on the right. The conditions were the same. At least 5,000 units for one province. Taihua Trading Company will not care if how many of them from the same province split the order, but there can only be one company who is the authorized distributor for that province. Now there were only 7 provinces in the west that have no distributors. These provinces are highlands, and there were more nomadic people there. They even have problems accessing to electricity there. As such, the electric fan sales will not be too good. In view of this, Feng Xue lowered the conditions for these provinces. Those remaining people who were willing to take up these provinces could stay, those unwilling can go. Looking at Feng Xue's attitude, some people left. At the same time, they made up their mind to look for factories to produce themselves. The 7 provinces were eventually taken up by 7 people. For these people, Feng Xue not asked them to order more than 5,000 units. 1,000 units are enough. Feng Xue wanted everyone in China to know about the wind and rain fans, creating a brand effect. In the future, this brand effect will inevitably bring more profits to Feng Xue. Manager Feng, The total order is 238,000 units. Our existing stocks and those that are being manufactured at the factory is not enough. We need to order another 130,000 units from the motor factory, Wu Jigang said when he passes a report to Feng Xue. Not bad. Starting tomorrow, we can see the money coming in. Arrange the order of delivery from north to south. Our fans will be the best-selling fans in the country, Feng Xue said. Director Li had been all smiles this morning. During the morning meeting, all the workshop directors had told him that morale is high on the ground. The workers knew that they have work to do and the factory will be paying them all their salaries. However, Director Li still have some things to worry about. What is the factory going to do in the second half of the year after the production of this batch of electric fans is completed? Knock, knock, knock. Director Li, Xiao Feng from Taihua Trading is here, Director Li's secretary said. Ask him to come in, Director Li replied. Sure enough, the first thing Feng Xue said after entering his office made him jump with joy. Director Li, we would like to add more orders to the electric fans. We want to add another 150,000 units, Feng Xue said. Wu Jigang had told him that they were short of 130,000 units. But Feng Xue felt that there will be some distributors who will order more. So, he decided to prepare more units, just in case. Moreover, the additional 20,000 units are only 500,000 renminbi. Feng Xue is not worried that the domestic market is not able to take in another 20,000 units. Even if the domestic market is not able to take in these 20,000 units, he can always depend on Kirilenko. The Soviet Union might be more advanced than China, but the things they produced were big and bulky. Even though the summer is short in the Soviet Union, this type of beautiful, convenient, cheap electric fans will still be able to sell well there. Besides, Feng Xue also gave those businessmen ideas on how to sell, advertise, and promote these fans. He even promised to reimburse half of the advertising cost in the provincial newspaper. Director Li never expected Feng Xue to add 150,000 units. With this additional order, the factory will have more than 1 million renminbi of profit. It will be enough for all the workers' salary for the second half of the year. No problem. The same conditions. We signed a contract now, Director Li replied anxiously. He can only calm down after the contract is signed. Wait a minute. Feng Xue suddenly waved his hand. Director Li's heart skipped a beat. Feng Xue wants to lower the price. Manager Feng, this price is very reasonable and cannot be lowered, Director Li said. Feng Xue laughed. He did not intend to bargain on the price. What Feng Xue wanted is a faster delivery date. Director Li, you misunderstood. I did not intend to bargain. I am talking about time. I need these 150,000 units to be delivered together with the 100,000 units on the same day. If you are able to do it, then I will let you take this order. If you are unable to do it, never mind. I had contacted the first motor factory in Lin Province. They said that they will be able to deliver, Feng Xue said. Director Li grabbed Feng Xue's hand. Manager Feng, how can you say this? We had a good working relationship. Why would you want to pass the order to Lin Province's first motor factory? Their factory is much smaller than us, and their workers are not as skilled as us. But the time is too short. We will not be able to finish the order. Our factory is now operating 24 hours, and we even stopped working on the military orders. That is your problem. This is the only request I have for this order. If you are able to complete the order based on my request, we will sign the contract immediately. If not, then I'm sorry, Feng Xue replied. At this time, Wu Jigang's uncle Director Zhao entered the room and said loudly, "We can complete the order." Director Li looked at Wu Jigang. Director Li had started as a worker in this factory and climbed up to where he is now. He knows how many units can the factory produce. It is impossible to produce 250,000 units in 2 weeks. But Director Zhao gave Director Li reassuring look and told Feng Xue, "Manager Feng, can you give us a minute?" Feng Xue made a hand gesture and slowly drank from his teacup. "Old Zhao, I know you want to take on this order, but that Xiao Feng is very smart. He will unquestionably state the date of delivery in the contract and will not let us extend," Director Li said. He knows that the factory absolutely cannot complete this order. Director Li, if they can find the first motor factory in Lin Province to produce these fans, why can't we do the same? Director Zhao said. Director Li's eyes widened. You mean we subcontract the order to Lin Province's first motor factory? Chapter 43, Mom and Dad are here. Chapter 43, Mom and Dad are here. Director Zhao was able to come up with this idea was because of his nephew. His nephew had inadvertently revealed to him. Wu Jigang had told him that Taihua Trading is contacting the first motor factory in Lin Province. Why not let Bing City Motor Factory take the order and then subcontract to other factories? Even though there will be lesser profits, but at least the factory can also get half. Director Zhao immediately rushed to find Director Li. He was at the door when he heard their conversation. Feng Xue really wanted to give the additional orders to another factory. He immediately barged in. After the contract was signed, Director Li was full of praise for Director Zhao. If it weren't for old Zhao's quick thinking, the factory would lose this business. 150,000 units can be passed to 3 other factories to produce. Each factory 50,000 units, and Director Li will split the profits equally with these factories. Bing City Motor Factory will have a profit of at least 600,000 renminbi for this order. Although the profits were less than the expected, it was better than nothing and will not delay the production of military orders. Old Zhao had worked in the factory for so many years. It is time for him to be promoted. Feng Xingtai and Zhang Muhua had just finished the sowing of their fields, and they noticed that Feng Xue is still not back yet. They decided to go to the city to look for him. Every time Feng Xue called them, he will tell them the company is making lots of money. Since they are making money, Feng Xingtai and Zhang Muhua decide to buy a house in the city for their daughter. This way, it will be convenient for their son to go to school as well. What? Brotherly, you say my dad and my mom are coming? Almost reaching. Feng Xue asked. Yes, they called last night. I will fetch them at the bus station. I had booked the hotel room too. Li Shiqiang replied. Li Shiqiang no longer trades treasury bonds. He was very busy at Taihua Trading. Feng Xue had told him about Taihua Trading's profits. The profits from treasury bonds were peanuts compared to Taihua Trading. As such, Li Shiqiang stopped doing the treasury bonds trading. Also, that Russian will be coming again soon. While Li Shiqiang is at the bus station, Feng Xue instructed Wu Jigang to clean up the office and warehouse. When the staff heard that the big boss of the company is coming, they hurriedly clean up the whole warehouse. They were worried that the big boss's temper will be the same as Feng Xue. Will they be asked to go if the big boss feels that their performance is not good? Manager Feng had said that they will be getting a bonus of 100 renminbi this month. If they perform well, they will be getting a year-end bonus of 300 renminbi, on top of New Year gifts. This is much more compared to what they were getting at the motor factory. Li Shiqiang was worried. Uncle Feng had been putting on a serious face and keeping quiet on the journey to the warehouse. Upon reaching the company, Li Shiqiang hurriedly got off and opened the door for Feng Xingtai and Zhang Muhua. Li Shiqiang then leads the way. Feng Xingtai had been to the company, but it was the first time for Zhang Muhua. Welcome, 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 welcome. At the gate, they saw 10 young lads rushed out of the warehouse and stood in 2 rows clapping and shouting welcome in unison. Dad, Mom, you have finally come. Feng Xue came out and said enthusiastically, What's all this? Get them inside. All these formalities are scaring me. Feng Xingtai said with a straight face. All right. Everyone back to work. Feng Xue waved and walked over to hold his mother's hand to lead her inside. Mom, you have not been to the company yet. Look, this big warehouse is all ours. What do you think about the decor and renovations? There are offices, meeting rooms, canteen, worker quarters, Feng Xue said. Feng Xingtai pulled Feng Xue and whispered, Where is the toilet? There, at that corner. In this area, we are the only warehouse with flushing toilets. Feng Xue said. Before Feng Xue can finish, his mom and dad rushed to the toilet. 1 minute later, both of them came out refreshed. Both of them were so stern throughout the whole journey, is because they needed the toilet. Mom and Dad, how was that welcome? Do you feel like superstars? Feng Xue smiled and asked. What superstars are you talking about? Do you know why we are here? You had been telling us that you were busy making money. How much have you made? Tell us now. Zhang Muhua asked. Li Shiqiang had told them that the company had spent over 100,000 renminbi for 3 cars. This good-for-nothing child, 100,000 renminbi, can buy 3 houses in Bing City. Feng Xue sat on a chair, crossed his legs, and began to shake his legs proudly. Feng Xingtai slapped Feng Xue on his head and said, Stop shaking and tell us now. Feng Xue looked at his mother with innocent and complained, Mom, Dad hit me. You should be slapped. We asked you a question and you are still not answering us. You look at Xiaoli, he is so fast at doing things. Feng Yu's mom said. Li Shiqiang smiled and said, Uncle, Auntie, Xiaoyu is very capable. This company had made lots of money. Feng Xue had just shown a proud expression when he saw his dad raising his hands and is about to slap him again. He hurriedly said. The company had made more than 1 million RMB. Slapped. The back of Feng Yu's head was slapped again. Dad, why did you hit me again? Feng Yu asked. How many times have I told you to not tell lies? Now you even dare to lie to me? This company had just started not long ago, and you were telling me we had made over 1 million RMB? You know how much is 1 million RMB? Feng Xingtai said angrily. Feng Yu stood up and replied angrily. Who is lying? You can ask Brother Li if the company is making so much money. Feng Yu's father and mother turned and looked at Li Shiqiang at the same time. Li Shiqiang nodded and said, Uncle, Auntie, the company really had earned over 1 million RMB. What? Earned 1 million? Feng Xingtai's voice went from loud to soft. There were many people in the warehouse, and he does not want outsiders to know about this. Yes, we really make over 1 million. The orders were signed, and we will receive the first payments in a few days. All the money will be in our account half a month later. Dad, Mom, what do you want to buy? Let me know, and we will go and buy later. Feng Yu said proudly. Son, are you doing anything illegal? Listen to me. Don't do anything illegal. Zhang Muhua said worriedly. Mom, what are you thinking? Your son is a genius. I can't even finish earning from legal means. Why would I earn from illegal stuff? If you don't believe, you can ask Brother Li. The money we earned is absolutely clean. Feng Yu said. But in his heart, the first deal with Kirilenko is not counted. Li Shiqiang once again acts as a witness for Feng Yu and assured Feng's father and mother. In Feng Yu's mind, this is wrong. I am your son, and Brother Li is only your future son-in-law. Why the both of you don't believe my words, but believe Brother Li's words? Am I picked up from the dumpster? Now you mentioned, your father and I really wanted to buy something back. We wanted to buy an electric fan. I think it is called wind and rain fans. I heard that it is cheap and easy to use. Old Zhao from our village had one which was given to him by his son. Zhang Muhua said, Mom, this wind and rain fan is our company. We gave every employee 2 fans, and the profits we made were from selling these fans. Feng Yu explained. Slapped. Feng Yu is slapped on the back of his head again by his father. The fans are from our company, and yet you don't give your own family 1 fan. Feng Xingtai said. Feng Yu. Dad, can we just talk normally? Chapter 44, Choosing a House. Chapter 44, Choosing a House. In the evening, the whole family gathered together for a meal in a restaurant. Li Shiqiang's parents came as well. As they were no longer trading treasury bonds, Li Shiqiang split the remaining money, slightly more than 110,000 renminbi, equally between the 2 families. Li's father had wanted Li Shiqiang to go back and work at the post office. These few months, they had also made more than 50,000 renminbi. It is enough to buy a big house. However, Li's father does not want his son to lose his iron rice bowl. Uncle Li, Brother Li still have to work in the company. The company cannot do without him. Besides, he is also a shareholder and considered one of the bosses. Feng Yu said, What boss? Didn't the company belongs to your family? Li Shiqiang's father asked curiously. Feng Yu just realized that Li Shiqiang did not tell his family that he owns 10% of the company's shares. In the worst-case scenario, there will still be a profit of 3 million renminbi from wind and rain fans, and Li Shiqiang's share will be at least 300,000 renminbi. Why should he go back and work at the post office? When Li Shiqiang's parents heard that he will be earning at least 300,000 renminbi this year, their hands trembled. It was only after a few cups of tea before they calmed down. It was a wise decision to let his son stop working at the post office, and an even wiser decision to let his son date Feng. Dannying. Feng Yu secretly observed. He noticed that the Li family were happy and were not jealous of his family. Feng Yu is relieved. The Li family seems to treat the Feng family as one of them. Li's parents heard that Feng Xingtai and his wife will be going to buy a house tomorrow. They also wanted to go together. They wanted to buy a big and spacious new house. Everyone understood what this means. Li Shiqiang sat there grinning like a Cheshire cat. On the other hand, Feng Danying's face turned red and bowed her head down shyly. Move aside. You know how to drive. Feng Yu was just about to sit in the driver's seat when he was dragged aside by his dad. Dad, I have been driving for more than half a month. You can ask Brother Li about my driving skills. Feng Yu said. When did you learn how to drive? Feng Xingtai is shocked. He did not know that his son can drive. Your son is a genius. Name me something I don't know. Feng Yu replied. Really? The soybean in our field needs to be fertilized. I will see how you do the farm work in 2 days' time. Feng Xingtai said. Dad, you are joking with me, right? Feng Yu said and shut his mouth. He obediently moved to the back seat with his sister. Li Shiqiang drove his family in front, leading the way while Feng Xingtai followed. Hey, this car is very comfortable. It is not loud nor shaky. Feng Xingtai had wanted to drive this car yesterday, but Li Shiqiang had booked the hotel next to the company. They can just walk over to the hotel from the company. Dad, if you like it, drive it away. Or we can just buy new cars. Your son is not short of money. Feng Yu said proudly. Nonsense. Didn't you say yesterday? This is the only time you can get such high profits. In future, the profits will not be so high. Zhang Muhua said. Don't worry. Your son still has lots of ideas for making money. Feng Yu replied. His real specialty is investments, and a great bull market is coming. Along the way, everyone chatted happily. Half an hour later, the car pulled to stop. Uncle, Auntie, Mom, Dad, this building was built last year and had just finished renovation this year. Look at this floor plan, it is quite spacious. Li Shiqiang said. Li Shiqiang had chosen this place as it is close to Feng Yu's future high school and Feng Danying's workplace. It only takes 10 minutes to walk to the school or the hospital. From here to the shopping street is also about 10 minutes walk. It is located in the city center and the property prices will soar in future. This way is to Xiaoyu's school. That way is to Danying's workplace. That direction is to the shopping street. The first department store is over there. And this place is not far from the train station. It takes less than 20 minutes to reach there by foot. There are also 2 bus stops nearby. Even though this house is slightly expensive, but I think it is worth it. Li Shiqiang said. How expensive? 30,000 renminbi a unit? 50,000 a unit? Feng Xingtai asked. An unrenovated unit is about 1,000 renminbi per square meter. One unit will cost over 100,000 renminbi. Li Shiqiang replied. What? A square meter is more than 1,000 renminbi? And it is an unrenovated unit? These evil property developers, who will buy such expensive houses? Feng Xingtai shouted. I will buy. Feng Yu interrupted. This is too cheap. I will buy 2 units. Slapped. Feng Yu was slapped on the back of his head by Feng Xingtai again. What are you shouting? You think you can make the decision? Looking at Feng Yu's arrogant expression, Feng Xingtai is about to blow his top. It is over 100,000 renminbi for a unit, and you want to buy 2? Why do you need 2 units? Feng Yu looked at his dad and said, Dad, didn't you said you were going to buy a house for me to live? Why can't I give my opinions? You look at sister. She also wants to live here. The Li family was more straightforward. They wanted to buy a new house for their son and don't mind the price. It was also because their in-laws were presented. They don't want to lose face. Son, let's go and view the units. Li Shiqiang's father said. What the saleswoman said was similar to what Li Shiqiang just said, but the saleswoman was able to articulate better. He talked about the lightings, Feng Xue, elevator, convenience, and so on. What interested most to Feng Yu was that this building is a high-rise building, and there is an elevator. Feng Yu is not willing to climb stairs. Even if it was the 2nd floor, he felt tired. In essence, he is a lazy person who will absolutely not stand if he can sit. His goal is to retire leisurely before 30 years old. At the lobby, Feng Yu pressed the elevator's button casually and stepped inside the elevator. The saleswoman looked at Feng Yu curiously. From the dressing of this family, they don't look like they are rich. How come the way they speak were so arrogant? Want to buy 2 units? I will thank the gods if you all are able to afford one. And also, this young man seems to be even more familiar with elevators than her. Does he take the elevator often? I am afraid of this elevator. Will it fall? Zhang Muhua whispered. Feng Yu gave his mom a relaxed expression. The elevator quality was still considered good in that era. It is not like the quality of the elevators in future where the elevators were installed even when it had not passed the safety tests. The unit was a bare room. There was no renovation yet. Feng Yu walked around and planned how to renovate and decorate the house in his mind. The unit only has a few rooms, but it doesn't matter. Feng Yu can always buy 2 units and break down the wall in between. This way, 2 units will become 1 and there will be more rooms. He got to plan and asked people to renovate. Finally, he can live in a high-rise building. How do you feel about this unit? The saleswoman looked at Li Shiqiang's father. It was very obvious that the couple were getting married and their families were buying this unit for them. She wondered, what does this man do? He can afford to drive a car and wanted to buy this unit. We want all 4 units on this floor. Feng Yu said while waving his arms. 2 units. We will get these 2 units. Feng Xingtai said while pulling Feng Yu to one side. The good-for-nothing son. What's the use of getting so many units? Feng Xingtai had discussed with Li Shiqiang's father. They will buy a unit each on the same floor. It will be easier to look out for each other. Feng Yu looked up the sky and wondered. I am the one who earned this money. Why I can't express my opinions? 3 rooms and 1 hall are not enough. When mom and dad come over, isn't he going to be thrown into the study? You want 2 units? Please wait a moment. I will prepare the contract for you. The saleswoman said excitedly. She did not expect this family to agree so fast. A unit cost more than 100,000 RMB and they bought 2 without batting an eyelid. It is always a pleasure serving rich people. Author's notes. Some people said that 1988, the state-owned enterprises were not so poor. In fact, in 1988, there was an overproduction of goods, and a large number of state-owned enterprises can only give out partial wages. It was also this time, China started selling their resources to other countries, of which Japan benefited the most. Chapter 45, Shopping at the Mall. Chapter 45, Shopping at the Mall. 2 sets of this leather sofa. This glass coffee table, also 2 sets. This double bed, we want 4 sets. We want the imported Siemens mattress. Also, give us 2 sets of your best electric water heater. 2 Ashwood bookshelves. 2 Panda brand 18-inch color TVs and 2 Little Swan washing machines. 2 Okma refrigerators, Feng Yu said. At the first department store, Feng Yu is buying everything he sees and he can still give the reason to buy. For example, the sofa and mattress are to have a good rest, bookshelves are to read and study, color TV is to watch the news to understand state affairs, etc. Anyway, Feng Yu is rich. These things, although expensive, but it will not be more expensive than a house. As such, Feng Xingtai just lets Feng Yu buy whatever he wants. The salesman, who was following them, was stunned. These were all big-ticket items. A normal person will have to save for months to buy 1 item. It was fine if this young man is buying so many items, but everything this young man wants was 2 sets. Young man, these are all very expensive. I think you should discuss with your family first. The salesman reminded Feng Yu. This family looked like they were from the village. Maybe they thought these items were cheap. Feng Yu looked at the salesman. Call your manager out. Tell him manager Feng from Tai Hua Trading Company is here. Tai Hua Trading Company. The salesman was confused. It was a supervisor of the household appliances department saw Feng Yu and hurriedly asked the salesman to inform the manager. You don't know about Tai Hua Trading Company. Our best-selling wind and rain electric fans are from Tai Hua Trading Company. Within half a month, the wind and rain electric fans had brought over 1,000 RMB of profits to the departmental store. Also, there was an increase in the traffic, especially at the home appliances department. This young man is a prestigious guest of the store. Feng Xingtai saw Feng Yu talking loudly with the salesman and wanted to know what happened. Just when he was about to walk over, a well-dressed man walked over and invited all of them to the manager's office. Xiao Li, what is happening? Feng Xingtai whispered. They had been walking around the department store and suddenly, they were brought to an office and served tea. Xiao Yu knows the manager of this departmental store. Li Shiqiang said. He felt that this is normal. He represented Tai Hua Trading Company, and when he goes to any departmental store, the managers will be outside greeting him personally. Please sit down and have some tea. Try my special cigarettes too. The manager said politely. He had regretted to sell wind and rain fans on consignments. If they had directly purchased the goods, they would have higher profits. If only they had not worried about the fans will not sell or not. If only they knew that the wind and rain electric fans will be so popular. Manager Feng, I heard that other than Bing City and Longjiang, all other places have distributors selling your fans, and their wholesale prices are quite low too. The departmental store manager said. Hearing the departmental store manager addressed Feng Yu as Manager Feng, everyone, except for Li Shiqiang, were shocked. This kid had just graduated from junior high school, and the departmental store manager addressed him as manager? Yes, not just Longjiang. All other provinces have distributors except for Bing City. Manager Lu, is there anything wrong? Feng Yu deliberately asked. Ha. Manager Feng, do you think we can get the goods at the wholesale price too? Manager Lu asked. Well, it is also not impossible. We will talk about this next month. We gotta wait till the contract ends this month. Feng Yu said. Manager Lu is not willing to wait until next month. He felt the more fans he sold, the more he loses with the current consignment model. Manager Feng, let's discuss a bit more. We promised to get more fans from you. How about 1,000 units? Manager Lu asked. The first departmental store is the biggest shopping mall in Bing City. Although they had many competitors, Manager Liu is confident that he can sell all 1,000 units of fans in this summer. Manager Liu, I am here today because I had just bought a house. I intend to buy some furniture, household appliances, and renovation materials. Feng Xue said, what do you want to buy? I will ask my men to deliver to your doorsteps and install for you. The renovation materials manager is my good friend. I will call him personally and ask him to give you the best materials at the lowest price. Do you have anyone doing your renovations? If no, I can help you get a contractor. I guaranteed that the contractor will finish your renovations fast. Manager Liu said. Since Liu manager is so sincere, then this contract issue can be discussed further. Tomorrow, you come over to my company. The wholesale prices will be the same as the other distributors. Feng Xue said. He knew that once he started wholesale, these consignees will want to switch from consignment to purchasing the fans directly. He had already prepared, and today, he is only taking advantage of Manager Liu. While Feng Xue and Manager Liu were discussing the contract's conditions, the rest were watching. Li Shiqiang's parents were in awe by Feng Xue. Look at this Feng Xue, so capable, and even the manager of First Department Store had to speak to him so politely. Feng Xue's parents were very proud. During the next 1 hour, everyone kept quiet and did not give any opinions when Feng Xue started his shopping spree again. Using Feng Xue's words, money is meant to spend. If we were to buy something, we must buy the best. Anyway, Feng Xue is paying for all the purchases. Feng Xue also tried to persuade his parents to stay in Bing City and don't return to the farm. They had only a small plot of land, and it is meaningless to farm. Their son is rich now. They should be enjoying their life at home. Maybe, Feng Xue missed his mother's cooking too much. Unfortunately, Feng Xue's parents refused. They were not accustomed to the city life and have no friends here. As such, Feng Xue decided to buy a new house for them in the village. When Feng Xue's parents left, they drove the Jeep away. At the farm, the road conditions were not that good. So, the Jeep is more suitable for them to drive at the farm. Anyway, the Jeep was parked at the warehouse and seldom used. Behind the Jeep was a delivery truck. Feng Xue had bought some home appliances for their farmhouse. His parents had chided him for spending so much, but the smile on their faces said otherwise. There were no big renovation companies in that era. Feng Xue also don't trust those small companies. So, Feng Xue employed a few experienced renovation workers, and he himself oversees the renovation. The walls were painted, floor tiles changed, installation of the toilet bowls and bathtubs, etc. Just the renovation cost, not including the workers' salaries, was about 100,000 renminbi per unit. Feng Xue did not tell his family, and they thought the renovations cost only 10,000 to 20,000 renminbi. In his previous life, Feng Xue had seen the renovation cost higher than the value of the house. In another 2 years, Feng Xue want to re-renovate the house again. The workers were very efficient. The renovations were completed in a few days. After the renovations were completed, Feng Xue called the first departmental store to deliver all the furniture and home appliances. Once everything was completed, Feng Xue sat on the leather sofa and looked at his newly renovated modern home. This was the design of his home from his memories. Finally, a home he is used to. Chapter 46, Brother Key's Team. Chapter 46, Brother Key's Team. Ring, ring, ring. Hello. Feng Xue picked the phone on the coffee table, crossed his legs, and leaned back on the couch. It was much more convenient to have a phone at home. Fortunately, Li Shiqiang used to work in the post office and was able to arrange fast installation of telephone lines in their homes. The others still got to wait in line for their installation. Xiaoyu, there is a telegram from Kirilenko. Do we need to get ready? Li Shiqiang asked. He is very excited. Every time Kirilenko comes, they are able to make a fortune. Feng Xue suddenly sat up and said, Wait for me at the company. I am coming over. After reading the telegram, Feng Xue asked a lawyer to come over at once. The telegram states that Kirilenko will be coming with a team to inspect Bing City Market and to look for a trading partner. Li Shiqiang heard the contents of the telegram and asked Feng Xue, Xiaoyu, the telegram did not mention us. Are they looking for other business partners? Feng Xue said, This business partner is definitely us. First of all, we had cooperated a few times and we understand each other. Second, I can speak and write Russian. There will be lesser issues in communicating. Also, this telegram is sent to us. This meant that they have the intention to work with us. Lastly, we have the funds now and we are on equal standings. If they are able to take out 1 million rubles, we can also take out 4 million renminbi. Seeing Feng Xue's confidence, Li Shiqiang had no more worries. Although Feng Xue is still a teenager, he is more capable of business than him. Also, when it comes to business, Feng Xue had not made any losses yet. For instance, Feng Xue said that treasury bonds would be allowed for trading over the counter, and it really happened. Feng Xue also said that the electric fans will sell, and the fans really sell like hotcakes. Now, Feng Xue said that Kirilenko will work with them, and Li Shiqiang strongly believes Feng Xue's words. When the lawyer came, Feng Xue spoke to the lawyer in the office for a long time. Feng Xue wanted to understand some of the government policies, and will his business plan violates any laws or regulations. After understanding the laws, Feng Xue is, even more, looking forward to the arrival of Kirilenko. This time, Kirilenko really brought a team. There was a total of 12 people excluding him. Feng Xue and Li Shiqiang's car can only fetch less than half of them. The rest of the people got to take a taxi to the hotel themselves. Brother Qi, this time you bought a big team. Are you preparing for a big business deal? Feng Xue asked. Feng, I went back and considered the things you said last time. I think it can be done. But I am not alone. I cannot make the decision myself. Kirilenko said and pointed to the one sitting next to him. It seems that this team consists of not only his subordinates, but also his business partners. Kirilenko also discreetly winked at Feng Xue. Your name is Feng Xue? You are that Kirilenko's friend? You two have a good relationship, but I don't care. To do business with us, you must first show your sincerity. The young man next to Kirilenko said. Feng Xue put down his teacup and asked, Sincerity? What you mean by sincerity? These are the things we want. How much are you charging us? The young man said. Feng Xue picked up the paper and discreetly looked at Kirilenko. Aren't these items the items Kirilenko bought last time? But the quantity seems to 1/10 of last purchase. Seems like Kirilenko is not trusted by his business partners. About 50,000 rubles. The quantity is too little. It is hard for me to negotiate for lower prices. Feng Xue replied. The last time Kirilenko spent 300,000 rubles, and the items and quantity in this list are worth about 30,000 rubles. Feng Xue deliberately set a higher price. He knew that Kirilenko must have marked up the prices further when he returned to the Soviet Union. Kirilenko was relieved to hear Feng Xue's price. The last time, he spent 300,000 rubles for the goods and reported the cost to be 470,000 rubles. He even said that it was because he found a very good Chinese friend who helped him get this special price. Now with what Feng Xue said, Kirilenko is not afraid of these partners suspecting him. Kirilenko thought, every time I am the one to go to China. The rest just wait at home and split the profits. Why can't I earn a bit more? If not for me and Feng Xue are good friends, how can we get so many cheap goods in China? Several other people nodded. The prices of those Chinese goods were indeed what Kirilenko said. Even if this Feng Xue is trustworthy, he still needs to be qualified to do business with them. Kirilenko had said Feng Xue is very capable and know a lot of people in Bing City. This needs to be proven too. Feng Xue looked at these young men. He knows that they were the same as Kirilenko. They must be the sons of the Soviet Union Army's high-ranking officers. Every one of them was very arrogant. If Kirilenko is here to send money, then these people are here to be slaughtered by Feng Xue. Feng Xue only said one sentence, and these people believe that Feng Xue is indeed a very capable person. Taihua Trading Company is the first company in Bing City to have import and export trade approval. Feng Xue said loudly. As for whether Taihua Trading was the first company to get the permits, there was no way for these Russians to find out. Anyway, Feng Xue just said that to fool them. The way Feng Xue said this sentence was confident and impactful. Sure enough, these people all had the look of amazement. This young man which Kirilenko found is really very capable. I still have a question. You want to trade with us, but do you have money? If you want us to help you buy goods, you need to have money first. Our business deals must be at least 500,000 rubles. The young man said. Feng Xue made a startling expression and said, 500,000 rubles? So many of you, and yet so little money? Didn't I tell Brother Qi that it should be at least 1 million rubles? If you all only have so little money, I think I will find another partner. Feng Xue thought that so many people came on this trip, it must be some big business deals. But he did not expect these people were so far off from what he had imagined. It seems that Feng Xue had expected too much from these second generations. Some of Kirilenko's friends were embarrassed. It was not easy for them to gather 500,000 rubles. The Soviet Union's economy was worse than China at that time. They were only the second generation of army officers and not businessmen. Kirilenko stood up and tried to ease the embarrassment. He said, Feng, my friend, we had cooperated several times before. Why not carry on working together? Also, we have the advantages of transportation. We are able to arrange train carriage from here to Moscow. We are very sincere to do business with you. As long as the goods you want from the Soviet Union are not contrabands or against the law, we can get it for you." Several other people also nodded in agreement. As long as Feng Xue is willing to work with them and supply them with cheap goods from China, they have no problems. Feng Xue reluctantly agreed, and everyone started drinking happily. After those people were drunk, Feng Xue pulled Kirilenko to one side. Kirilenko had his arms around Feng Xue's shoulder. He thanked Feng Xue for helping him in front of his friends. The fathers of these people had higher ranks than Kirilenko's father, and these people actually looked down on Kirilenko. They followed Kirilenko to China was because they suspected Kirilenko was doing something behind their backs. Kirilenko told Feng Xue that he wanted to carry on working with Feng Xue. If Feng Xue is able to come out with 50,000 rubles, Kirilenko will help him settle the rest. Feng Xue looked seriously at Kirilenko. "Brother, I was not joking. I really have 1 million rubles. If you can really get the goods I wanted from the Soviet Union, then we will sign the contract tomorrow." Kirilenko was shocked. Feng has 1 million rubles? Chapter 47. Importing Secondhand Luxury Cars, sponsored by Dark Meepking. Chapter 47. Importing Secondhand Luxury Cars, sponsored by Dark Meepking. The next day, Kirilenko and his team went to Taihua Trading Company. Kirilenko and Feng Xue signed a trade agreement. The agreement states the terms and responsibilities of both sides, such as the Soviet Union side is in charge of the transportation of goods from Moscow to Bing City, payment terms, delivery time, etc. However, there was no mention of the type of goods in the agreement. "Brother Ki, what do you all want this time? Do you have any good recommendation?" Kirilenko asked casually. Feng Xue snapped his fingers, and Wu Jigang entered the room, holding 2 wind and rain electric fans, and placed on the table. "Have a look. This is currently the most popular electric fan in China. Wind and rain electric fans. Safe, light, beautiful, and economical. I purposely kept some for you," Feng Xue said. The group of Soviets' eyes grew big when they saw the electric fan can be clipped on tables, chairs, cabinets, etc. They even gasped in surprise when Feng Xue put his fingers into the fan blades and didn't injure himself. The Soviet Union, just as Feng Xue guessed. They do produce electric fans, but they were the same as China. They produce those metal, expensive, bulky, noisy, and poorly designed electric fans. 14 to 15 rubles a unit? It's too cheap. Kirilenko immediately ordered 20,000 units. If it wasn't because they don't have enough money, they would want more. The rest of the goods were mainly food products, such as ham sausage, canned goods, sweets, Jianlibo drinks, and the rest were textiles products. The Soviet Union is one of the world's leaders in heavy industry, but their light industry was now being overtaken by China. Feng Xue calculated the total price. He added 5% more to the wholesale price of the electric fans, and with the fans, the total added up to nearly 600,000 rubles. Kirilenko and his partners do not have enough money. But Feng Xue waved his hand. "It is just 100,000 rubles. I believe you. If you still have train carriages, I can even send you more goods. This trade can even don't need to use so much money. You can just deliver the things I want at the same time to offset the differences. We can barter." Barter trade. The Soviets looked at each other. Based on their past experiences, they should be paying Feng Xue the full payment first before Feng Xue load and deliver the goods. After they receive the goods, they will then load the goods Feng Xue wanted and deliver to Bing City. At the same time, Feng Xue would need transfer the full payments to them before they deliver the goods. But what Feng Xue just said was to ask them to ship over the goods he wanted from the Soviet Union as payment for the differences. But they are in charge of the transportation, and Feng Xue still got to pay for part of the transportation charges. Feng Xue is not afraid that they will con him. Feng Xue might not trust others, but he still trusted Kirilenko. As long as Kirilenko still want to make money, Feng Xue is an important business partner. Sure enough, Kirilenko agreed on behalf of the rest. In the Soviet Union, they were about to use 20% to 30% down payment to get the goods first. The balance can be paid off 2 months later. The Soviets immediately start to discuss what other goods they want. When they had ordered 1 million rubles worth of goods, Kirilenko asked Feng Xue, what are the goods he wanted from the Soviet Union? Used cars. European-made second-hand cars. As long as there are no problems with the vehicle's performance and reasonably priced, I will buy everything you can find. Feng Xue replied. In that era, the tariffs for imported cars were very high. But for used cars, the tariffs were just like ordinary goods. It was very cheap compared to new cars. In China, There are many people who like imported cars but are unable to afford. They can only afford to buy domestic cars. Feng Xue remembered in his previous life, there was a rich woman from Shanghai who made her fortune from importing second-hand luxury cars. She made a few billion within 10 years. She had shipped the cars in via the sea, and it took a long time for one shipment. Feng Xue, on the other hand, will be importing these cars in via railway. The advantage of using rail was the fast, and Bing City is very near to the borders. Feng Xue is very confident that he can quickly capture the northeast market and gradually expand to the whole northern region. Kirilenko and his partners had a troubled look. They thought that Feng Xue will want a lot of things. With their family backgrounds, they can even help Feng Xue get contraband items. But they did not expect Feng Xue only wants second-hand European cars. They do not have the supplies in their hands. If the quantity is big, it will be very troublesome. But they had already promised Feng Xue that they are able to get whatever he wanted. Feng, we are able to get second-hand cars for you, but not in big quantity. Kirilenko said embarrassedly. Feng Xue raised his eyebrows and said, never mind. You just pick those luxury cars will do. Mercedes, BMW, Volga, or sports cars like Ferrari, Lamborghini, etc. I only want the expensive ones. If Kirilenko were to get some Lotto or something, there won't be any profits for Feng Xue. European countries had lower tariffs between each other. The price difference for a BMW in the Soviet Union and China can be more than doubled. Feng Xue will bring in the second-hand luxury cars from the Soviet Union, and he will refurbish and repair these cars in China. He will then sell it off at double his cost price. He is not worried that there will be no market for these cars. Feng, besides second-hand cars, you want anything else? The machines produced in our country are very good and advanced. You interested? Kirilenko asked. Feng Xue thought for a while and said, then I want some spare parts. For example, the spare parts for machines used in farming and spare parts for tractors. My side is still doing market research. I will let you know when I need other things. No problem, we can easily get these things. Kirilenko replied. They were all relieved. With their background and connections, they can easily get the spare parts for Feng Xue. This time they only had 500,000 rubles and bought 1 million rubles worth of goods. Feng Xue had 1 million rubles and asked for 1.5 million rubles worth of goods. This way of doing business allowed both parties to buy more goods at a time. Transactions will still be recorded in the books, but only a portion of the money will be deposited into their accounts. After finalizing the details of their trade, Feng Xue asked curiously, every time you transport so many goods back, how do you pay the tax? The things Kirilenko bought every time were very miscellaneous and were piled together in the train carriage. Feng Xue was very curious about how Kirilenko passed customs and how he paid the taxes. Kirilenko winked at Feng Xue and said, those goods are military supplies. We do not need to pay taxes. Fuck. These people were more shameless than he imagined, transporting these goods back as military supplies and profit themselves. Can Feng Xue also avoid taxes? Of course not. His company is a private enterprise, and it is a must to pay taxes. Although the tariffs were much cheaper for second-hand cars than the new ones, they were still very expensive. Feng Xue had also inquired about tax rates for the metal spare parts, and the taxes were not low too. How can he avoid taxes legally? Feng Xue had thought of this problem when he wanted to do the second-hand luxury car business. He had discussed with the lawyer and concluded that he can import these cars as another item. Although he still has to pay taxes, the taxes will be 90% cheaper and legitimate. Importing cars have to pay taxes, but what about importing car parts or importing scrapped metal? If all the tires and seats were removed from the car would be considered as scrapped metal. The tires and seats can then be imported as parts. Once the scrapped metal and parts arrived, they can be reassembled into a car. The 50% or 60% tax will be lowered to below 20%. This is the loophole. As long as he is able to do it 3 to 5 times, Feng Xue's 1 million rubles will become a few million or even more than 10 million. When that happens, he will have the funds to enter China's financial market as one of the big boys. Chapter 48, Cars Assembly. Chapter 48, Cars Assembly. Kirilenko and his team went back to the Soviet Union soon after signing the contract. They had left their contact details for Taihua Trading. This way, Taihua Trading can contact them once the procurement of the goods is completed, and Kirilenko can arrange for the transportation. Kirilenko will also help Feng Xue to source for the things he wanted in the Soviet Union and will contact him to see if he is willing to accept the price they offer. Feng Xue passed the procurement of goods to Li Shiqiang and the rest of his staffs. They went back to the suppliers which had worked with them previously. The prices were the same as last time. If the suppliers do not agree, they will look for new suppliers. While Li Shiqiang and the rest of the staffs were busy with the procurement, Feng Xue went to the motor factory with Wu Jigang. Manager Feng, is it about the progress of the order? Rest assured, there will certainly be no delays in your orders. In fact, the second batch is also completed. Director Li said, Congratulations. I heard that the old factory director is going to retire, and you will be promoted to take over his position. Feng Xue said, Director Li is currently the deputy director of Motor Factor, number 2 man in the factory. Ha. It is not decided yet. Although Director Li said so, he was smiling nonstop. The old factory director had requested for an early retirement due to his illness. As such, Director Li was next in line for this position. He had proven his capability by turning around the factory from losses to profits. Who else can compete with him for the position? I came here today for a few reasons. Firstly, is to congratulate you. Secondly, is to check the progress of production, and lastly, is to ask if the motor factory is interested in doing car assembly business. Feng Xue said, Car assembly? I'm afraid not. Director Li shook his head regrettably. He wanted to do it, but he can't. His factory had lots of skilled workers, but their expertise was not in automobiles. The factory also can't afford the car assembly production lines too. It is not complicated and does not need any large machinery. It is just installing some tires and seats and spray painting. I think your workers should be able to do that, right? Feng Xue smiled and said, Even Feng Xue himself is able to install the tires and seats. How can these level 8 skilled workers from the motor factory don't know? Just tires and seats? I don't get what you mean. Director Li replied. Feng Xue explained to Director Li. He told him that he will import a few batches of scrap metal and then assembled into a car, refurbish the exteriors, and then sell. The quantity is not a lot, but he needs some workers and a place to do the assembly. Is it legal? Director Li asked worryingly. The law did not say that this is illegal. I will get the permits for selling the cars. You just tell me how much you are charging me for each car. Feng Xue replied. I need to have a meeting with the rest of the directors first. Can I get back to you tomorrow? Director Li asked. Feng Xue got up and said, No problem. If you do not want to do it, I can go to the Bingfei factory. They are producing cars themselves too. After Feng Xue left, Director Li immediately called all workshop directors for a meeting to discuss if they should take up this job, and if so, how much should they charge. When the workshop directors heard that there is a new job, all of them start to compete for this job. They do not care whether if it is legal or illegal. Even if it is illegal, the contract would have been signed and Taihua Trading will still have to pay them. If Taihua Trading is unable to pay them, they can always confiscate the cars as their payments. Also, the motor factory is a state-owned enterprise, and they can easily push all the responsibility to Taihua Trading. What can the city government do to them? If the city government does not allow the factory to do it or punish them, then fine. The city government can pay for the workers' salaries themselves. This discussion did not even last a minute, and it became a competition among the workshops to get the job. Installing tires and seats is much easier than assembling a large generator. How can they not know how to do it? Feng Xue had said that he will go to Bingfei factory if they do not want to take on this job. Why should they pass this opportunity to them? All this while, Bingfei factory had been better off than them. To say that the motor factory had no money is not really true. The account had a lot of money, which was the grants given by the state for research purpose. They cannot touch those grants. There were also many bad debts. The leaders of the motor factory had been under a lot of stress. Since there is a job now and money coming in, how can they reject? Just look at wind and rain electric fans. The fans had been selling well in the market, and soon, the fans will be sold throughout the whole country. No one had any complaints that these fans were inferior goods, and the factory's reputation had not been tarnished. This Feng Xue is still quite reliable when doing business. In the afternoon, Feng Xue received a call from Director Li personally. The motor factory is willing to take on the job, but the quantity cannot be too small. There must be at least 30 cars each time, and their profit cannot be less than 1,000 renminbi per car. Feng Xue agreed. Although the motor factory charges was a bit high, it was still acceptable. Once these cars were shipped back, assembled and refurbished, his profits can be a few million RMB. Feng Xue also told Director Li that the refurbished cars will be temporarily stored at the motor factory, and he will pay them for the inventory costs. The maximum is 1 month, and he will collect the cars. After 2 days, Kirilenko finally called, but it was not good news. Feng Xue did not know that during this era, the Soviet Union was the same as China previously, where they had closed-door policies and they were self-sufficient. The most popular cars in the Soviet Union were Protagonist, Lada, and the Volga, as well as a small number of British imported cars and Japanese cars. Feng Xue had told Kirilenko that he does not want the Soviet car. That means there was only British imported cars and Japanese cars left. Japanese cars in the Soviet Union were mostly smuggled in and were mostly right-hand drive. As such, Japanese cars still need to do a lot of modifications. On British cars can meet Feng Xue requirements. Feng Xue was a bit disappointed. He can only import one country's cars. Why can't the Soviet Union import German cars, French cars, or other European cars? It was only then it occurred to him that the Soviet Union's relations with Germany and France were not very good. Even if there were cars from these countries, the numbers were very low. Forget it, British cars will do. But what were the brands? Feng Xue wanted to know if there were any brands he knew from his previous life. After Kirilenko told Feng Xue about the British automobile brands, Feng Xue was excited again. Rolls-Royce, Jaguar, Aston Martin, Rover, Land Rover, Bentley, and Lotus. Every single brand was considered luxury cars brands in his previous life. Although some of the brands had been acquired by other companies, the brand value still remains. I want the cars from all these brands. As long as the car chassis, engine, and other core components have no problem, the other does not matter. I will take in whatever you can get, Feng Xue said excitedly. Feng Xue also wanted to change cars. This old Lada should be scrapped and replaced with Rolls-Royce, Aston Martin, or Land Rover. Kirilenko told Feng Xue about the prices of the cars. Kirilenko had contacted a businessman who specializes in British brand used cars. The last time Feng Xue signed the contract with them, had said something that let them felt humiliated. So, Kirilenko and his business partners tried their best to not let Feng Xue humiliate them again. The businessman had not wanted to sell his cars to them as the price they offered was too low. But these Soviet Union's army officers' second generations told him that these cars were for military use, and if he must sell the cars to them cheaply. Otherwise. Anyway, the price of the cars was at the lowest. The usual prices for these cars were about 100,000 to 200,000 rubles. Now, these cars are only less than 60,000 rubles. Kirilenko had slightly more than 30 cars on hand now, and the total price is more than 1.5 million rubles. Feng Xue immediately agreed. He can forego those farming tool spare parts for all these cars. Feng Xue then requests Kirilenko to ship these cars as soon as possible. He will transfer the price differences over. As soon as these cars were refurbished, Feng Xue's assets will double. Chapter 49, The Wait. Chapter 49, The Wait. The production for the electric fans was very fast. Within less than a month, all the orders were completed. Those distributors who had signed the contract collected their last batch of goods. Taihua Trading Company now have a few million RMB in the bank account. There were some other brands of cheap electric fans appearing in the southern provinces, but the quality was not too good. As wind and rain electric fans had already occupied the major cities' market, there was no market for these cheap fans. However, these cheap brands focus on the small towns and villages, and they still did quite well. Feng Xue was very satisfied. These distributors had learned from Bing City. They signed the contract with the big departmental stores first and got the first mover advantage. At least for this year, there was no other electric fan factory that can compete with wind and rain fans. Wind and rain electric fans were way ahead in terms of sales and profits. Feng Xue is not the only one who had earned a fortune. The distributors also earned a lot. In the south, the development of the cities, population size, and temperature were higher than Bing City. The distributors raised the price by 15%, and the fans were still selling fast. Some distributors still ordered more fans. The goods for Kirilenko had been loaded onto the train carriages and was listed as food and textile products on the exportation documents. With the help of the Office of Foreign Trade, everything went smoothly. 500,000 rubles was transferred to the company's bank account. Manager Zhu was very excited to know this news. This young boss is really capable. In such short time, he brought in 500,000 rubles. The leaders at the Office of Foreign Trade were also happy too. They were able to show their results to the provincial leaders. Feng Xue wanted at least 30 cars per shipment. So, for the first batch, Kirilenko made some adjustments. He added some Japan's Toyota Crown to the shipment of the total value to reach about 1 million rubles. Feng Xue also wired the payments to Kirilenko's company bank account. Director Zhao? Oh no, I should be calling you Chief Engineer Zhao now. Factory Director Zhao, the spare parts are almost reaching Bing City. Are your trucks ready to pick them up? Feng Xue asked over the phone. Ha. It's Deputy Chief Engineer. The parts are here? My side is ready, and I will send my trucks over now. Director Zhao was happy. It was announced yesterday that he was promoted to the Deputy Chief Engineer. His promotion can be considered due to Feng Xue's credit. The used cars were all sent to the motor factory for assembly, painting, cleaning, and refurbishment. The factory even selects a group of workers who had some knowledge about cars together. This was to ensure everything goes smoothly. They still wanted to carry on their cooperation with Feng Xue. These cars will take 1 week to complete, and Feng Xue finally got the time to return to the farm. The high school admission notice was announced. It took 3 hours for Feng Xue to get to the farm. It had just rained the day before, and the road was a little muddy. His old Lada had almost got stuck in the mud several times. Feng Xue already decided that he will keep a Land Rover from the batch of used cars for himself. Lina was slowly walking home from school. She got her high school admission notice. She was admitted to the best high school in Bing City. But the thing that made her happier was Feng Xue was also admitted to the same high school as her. A total of 4 people was admitted to that high school. One of them had always been the top student in their school. It was normal for that student to enter the best high school. Lina knew she had performed well for the admission exams, so it was not a surprise for her to be admitted. As for Feng Xue's admittance to that school, she does not want to know the reason. However, how did Wen Dongjun get admitted too? The reasons her school teacher gave was there were very few people applying for that high school this year, and Wen Dongjun got lucky. Those students who had scored better than the Wen Dongjun, but did not dare to apply, must be regretting now. The teachers also felt sorry for those students. The graduation rate of that high school was very high, and there was no university entrance exam. Lina was smiling while she walks. She will be at the same school with Feng Xue. She wonders if she would be in the same class with him. It would be best if she is sitting beside him. When she remembers that Feng Xue had not contacted her for such a long time, she got a little angry. Feng Xue had been away at Bing City for 1 month and is still not back yet. Didn't Wen Dongjun come back a few weeks ago? Why is Feng Xue taking such a long time? Forget it. If Feng Xue returns today, she will not be angry with him. But is he coming back today? Horn. A car horn sounded behind her, and Li Na moved to the side of the road. There were not many cars on the road. What's with the honking? Show off. A wolf whistle sounded from the back. Li Na was finally angry. How can someone actually behave like a hoodlum and take liberties with her in the street? When she turned around and wanted to start scolding, she smiled. Feng Xue, it's Feng Xue. He is back. Li Na, where are you going? The admittance notice was issued. Feng Xue asked with his head out of the car's window. Yes. You just got back? Li Na replied. Yeah. I drove for 3 hours. By the way, I don't know where to collect the notice. Can you take me there? Feng Xue asked. The school was only so big. How could he not know where to collect the notice? However, Li Na did not expose Feng Xue's lies and walked towards the car. Feng Xue got off the car and opened the door for Li Na. Please get in. Where did you get the car? You know how to drive? Li Na asked curiously. In the whole farm, only the government officials were eligible to drive this kind of car. Although the rich families also drive, the cars they bought were mostly domestic jeeps which were cheap. I bought it. The car is comfortable. Sit tight. Let's go? How is my driving skills? I tell you the truth. I had been driving for more than 10 years. Feng Xue said proudly. Bullshit. How old are you now? Have you seen a car when you were young? Li Na asked while rolling her eyes. Feng Xue smiled and kept quiet. He really had more than 10 years of driving experience, but it was his previous life. Here, this is for you. I saw this and thought that it will look good on you, so I bought it. Feng Xue said while passing a pink hair clip with a bow to Li Na. Who wants your gifts? Li Na said, and she snatched the hair clip from Feng Xue. She can't wait to wear the clip on her head. Feng Xue adjusted the rearview mirror for Li Na to admire the hair clip on her head. He wanted to give Li Na other things, such as clothes, jewelry, and so on. But Li Na was still living on the farm, and if she took Feng Xue gifts, how can she explain to her parents? This hair clip was a more suitable gift. It was cheap, and Li Na will be able to explain to her parents. Most importantly, Li Na liked hair clips. Feng Xue looked at Li Na. Her smile can let one forget about his worries. What do you always look at me? Li Na bowed her head and blushed. Feng Xue teased her and said, I am looking in the rearview mirror. I need to see if there are any cars behind. Li Na paused for a moment and stared angrily at Feng Xue. Ha. I am just teasing you. I kept looking at you was because you are beautiful. Feng Xue said. Li Na's face became even redder. Her head bowed lower and said, Nonsense. Feng Yu smiled and did not reply her. He drove slowly to the school. Author's notes. Some people commented that British cars are all right-hand drive. This is correct. But for the cars that were exported to the Soviet Union were confirmed to be left-hand drive. I had confirmed it with pictures. It is just like Japanese cars. Japanese cars are also right-hand drive, but when they export left-hand drive cars to China. Chapter 50, Playing by the Riverbank. Chapter 50, Playing by the Riverbank. At the school, Feng Yu collected Wen Dongjun and his admittance notice. He wanted to stay a while with Li Na, but she got to be home at noon. After Feng Yu left, teachers were gossiping behind his back. The kid's family struck lottery? I heard that his sister found a rich boyfriend. Look at the car Feng Yu drove. It was the same as the government officials. Those female teachers, in particular, lamented their fate. Why can't they find a rich boyfriend? In this era, as long as one is daring, willing to endure hardship, doing business will definitely earn more than working for others. Feng Yu doesn't care about these remarks. Let's go and play at the riverbank tomorrow. I will pick you up. Feng Yu said to Li Na. I can't. My parents will not allow me. She replied. It will not be just us. Tell your parent that it is classmates gathering. There are only 4 of us who are admitted to 3rd high school. We have to look after each other. You just tell your parents these, and they will definitely allow you to go. I will ask Lu Kuan to go too. Feng Yu said. Li Na also wanted to go out and play. She nodded and asked. Then, what time tomorrow? 8 in the morning. We can have a picnic at noon, and I will send you back before nightfall. Feng Yu replied. Back home, Li Na told her mom and dad, and they really agree. She will be attending high school in the city. They have to look out for each other and not be bullied by other students from the city. Feng Yu invited Lu Kuan, and he also agreed. Lu Kuan was a bit excited when he heard that Feng Yu will be driving the jeep to fetch them. He had not sat in a jeep before. Mom, Dad, I'm back. Feng Yu shouted when he reaches home. Oh, my son is back. Have you taken your lunch? Tell me what you want to eat, and I will go and cook. Zhang Muhua said. She was very happy to see Feng Yu. Feng Yu had stayed 1 month in Bing City, and she was a bit not used to not having her son by her side. A bowl of noodles for lunch will do. Can we eat dumplings at night? Feng Yu asked. Okay, you sit and watch TV first. Zhang Muhua replied. Where is Dad? Feng Yu asked. He went fishing with your uncle Sunday. Now he got a jeep, he kept showing off. The fishes he caught is not even enough for the petrol. Zhang Muhua replied. Feng Yu smiled. How much can the petrol cost? Anyway, the amount Feng Yu earns in a month is enough for his parents to spend a year. In the afternoon, Feng Yu passed the admittance notice to Wen Dongjun, and both of them played Super Mario Bros. For the whole afternoon. Since his son was admitted to the city's best high school, the 3rd high school, Wen Daguang just let them play. The next morning, Feng Yu topped up the petrol the jeep, fetched Wen Dongjun, Li Na, and Lu Kuan, and drove to the riverside. Once at the river, Wen Dongjun took off his clothes, wearing only shorts and holding a tube, rushed to the water. Lu Kuan was the same too. Feng Yu and Li Na just carry the fishing rod and net, and slowly walk to a water bay place to fish. Riverbank, breeze, grass, water, weeping willows, sunny. This scenery is as beautiful as a painting. Li Na sat quietly beside Feng Yu. She was wearing a bright yellow dress and the pink hair clip given by Feng Yu yesterday. Feng Yu was still admiring Li Na's beauty when, splash, water was splashed onto Feng Yu's face. This wonderful moment was broken. Stop fishing. Come and play in the waters. The water is not cold. Wen Dongjun said. Wen Dongjun's face suddenly became very annoying. Splash. Lu Kuan also splashed water at Feng Yu. Feng Yu really regretted his decision to ask these two along. After a few splashing, Feng Yu got irritated and took off clothes. Wearing only a pair of shorts, he entered the water and started splashing water at those two. Soon, Li Na also entered the water to play. Li Na's dress quickly wet, and Feng Yu hurriedly shouted stop. He stood in front of Li Na and asked her to go change to a set of clothing in the jeep. This dress can be left on the roof for drying. This dress was wet and sticks to Li Na's body. Feng Yu can see, but he does not allow others to see. Come, I will teach you how to swim. Feng Yu pulled Li Na away from those two idiots. Li Na entered the water again, and Feng Yu slowly lead her to the deeper part of the river. They stopped when the water level reaches slightly above their necks. Li Na clung onto Feng Yu's arm and dared not let go. Trust me. Relax and slowly lift up your feet. I will hold you. Feng Yu said. Li Na shakes her head. If she raises her feet, won't she be drinking the river water? Feng Yu suddenly floated and looked at Li Na. Li Na loses her grip on Feng Yu's hand and fell backward. But Feng Yu caught hold of Li Na's waist with both his hands and slowly helped Li Na float on the water. Don't be afraid. I am beside you. See, it is very easy. As long as you are not afraid, you can float. Our teacher said before, the density of the human body is lesser than the density of water, therefore we can float. Feng Yu said. Li Na stopped flailing her hands and feet. She slowly relaxed, and she found herself really floating on the water. But how can I turn over? She asked. Slowly turn your waist. I will hold you, don't worry. Feng Yu said. When Feng Yu was holding her, his hands accidentally brushed against Li Na's butt. Li Na panicked and started flailing her arms again. Sorry, it was an accident. Feng Yu apologized. It's okay. I don't mind. Li Na closed her eyes and whispered. Don't mind? Is this an encouragement? Splashed. A handful of water splashed onto Feng Yu's head. What are you two doing here? Come and play together. Fuck. It is the idiotic Wen Dongjun again. I am teaching her how to swim. You go and play first. We will join you in a while. Feng Yu shouted while wiping the water off his face. You teach swimming? I am the master. I knew how to swim when I was 3, and when I was 5, I bathe in the river. My nickname is the White Fish of the River. Wen Dongjun said proudly. Swimming with a tire inner tube and still have the nerve to say he is the White Fish of the River? Feng Yu pointed to Wen Dongjun's back and shouted. Run, there is a snake. Wen Dongjun got frightened and desperately waved his arms around for a minute. The splashes were high, but he only swam a meter. Feng Yu sneered at Wen Dongjun. Even turtles are faster than you. Whitefish. Lu Kuan came over to Wen Dongju and said, he is just teasing you. There are no snakes. Let's go over there. There is a shrimp trap, a long cage, fishing for shrimp. Feng Yu turned towards Li Na and rubbed his hands together. Come, let's continue with our swimming lessons. I'm tired. You help me up. I will wash the cherries and plums. Let's have something to eat. Li Na said. Fuck. It was all Wen Dongjun's fault. Disrupt my plans. Feng Yu helped Li Na slowly stand up and walk back to shore. Li Na went to the back of the jeep, wrung her clothes and shorts dry, and took the fruits to the water edge. While she was washing the fruits, Feng Yu went back to the fishing place and pulled up the fishing rod. The bait had been eaten up. Fortunately, Wen Dongjun and Lu Kuan stole the fishes in the fish trap. Although the fishes were small, it was enough for them. They made a small fire and start grilling the fishes using small tree branches. The four sat together and start eating the fishes. In addition to grilled fish, there was grilled ham, roast lamb, grilled clams, and grilled shrimps. After they were full, they laid down on the grass and started talking about their dreams and ambitions. I want to be a scientist and invent many new things. And I will build rockets. Lu Kuan said loudly. Scientists are boring. I want to be a government official, and when I become a high-ranking official, I will be in charge of you. Wen Dongjun said. Li Na smiled and said, I want to be a teacher like Mr. Sunday. I want to help those who can't afford to study. Feng Yu spread open his arms and said, my dream is to make money. Make a lot of money and along the way, help you all realize your dreams. Chapter 51, The Idiot Wen Dongjun. Chapter 51, The Idiot Wen Dongjun. Hey, come quickly. There are a group of ducks here. Wen Dongjun lying in the bushes and waving at Feng Yu. Persuaded by Wen Dongjun, Feng Yu stole the shotgun from home again to go hunting with Wen Dongjun hunting. Only this time, Lu Jichuan is not around. He had joined the army. Feng Yu always wanted to ask Lu Jichuan if, on that day, Feng Yu did not go along, did not encounter the bear, will he harm Wen Dongjun? But in any case, the tragedy in his previous life did not happen and also allowed Feng Yu to earn a large sum of money ahead of time. Feng Yu decided to let this matter pass. Perhaps, even Lu Jichuan himself also do not know the answer. When people are impulsive, they do a lot of things which they regret after. Aim properly, and at the count of 3, we fire together. Are you ready? 1, 2, Feng Yu said. Bang, bang. 2 shots were fired, one after another. Wen Dongjun stood up and cheered. Feng Yu was very pissed off. I said at the count of 3. I had only counted to 2, and you fired. Feng Yu said angrily. When Feng Yu fired, the other wild ducks had already flown off. What did you say? I didn't hear you. See, I shot a duck. I am a sharpshooter. Wen Dongjun said proudly. Feng Yu. This idiot. Wen Dongjun strode over and picked up a wild duck with half a body left. Shit. Both rounds hit the duck. The duck, which weighed about 1 kilogram, was left with half a kg of meat. Ha ha. With this duck looking like this, how are you going to eat it? Even if you are able to clean it, can you even make a dish? Feng Xue mercilessly ridiculed Wen Dongjun. At least I am better than you. But this duck, forget it. Leave it here. Wen Dongjun hesitated and decided to throw this duck away. This gun should be used on a big animal and not on birds. Feng Xue said, hunting birds is not fun. Well, there will not be any prey coming over for the next half hour. I saw there were many dandelion and mushrooms near the woods. We cannot go back empty-handed. Wen Dongjun said. Feng Xue looked at Wen Dongjun and thought, what sort of odd thinking is this? Have you ever seen a hunter go hunting and comes back with wild mushrooms? I am someone who is earning millions by the minute, and I am here accompanying you to hunt. Now you are asking me to go pick wild mushrooms. Let's go. What are you waiting for? Wen Dongjun said. Wen Dongjun dragged Feng Xue back to the woods. Wen Dongjun was picking wild mushrooms happily, while Feng Xue was looking around lazily. Whose land is this? There are watermelons. There are watermelons over there. The weather is so hot now. Let's steal a melon to quench thirst. Feng Xue said. Wen Dongjun's eyes were shining brightly. There is a watermelon farm? Let's go. Watermelons freshly picked from the farms is sweeter than those bought from the stores. Wait a minute. I think this land belongs to Uncle Tian. Uncle Tian is very fierce. If we are caught, it will be hell for us. Feng Xue said. I saw Uncle Tian in the morning. He went to the village to sell his melons. There should be no one in the farm. I tell you, I am an expert in picking watermelons. I will pick the best melon for you. Wen Dongjun said proudly with a trust me look. Snapped. Using the shotgun butt, he started breaking open watermelons. Not ripe. Change to the next one. Snapped. Another watermelon was smashed. Not ripe. Don't want. When Wen Dongjun starts smashing the 8th watermelon, Feng Xue hurriedly stopped him. Is he really the expert he claims to be? Even if he had smashed up all the melons on the farm, he also can't find a good melon. Stop. That one is ripe. Let's eat quickly and then go back to see if those ducks came back. Feng Xue said. Okay, we will just eat this. A few days ago, I came here with Liang brother. The 3rd melon I picked was the best one. Wen Dongjun said with a proud face. Feng Xue wanted to ask him, what is there to be proud of? When these two were each holding half a watermelon and eating, a small figure appeared behind the farm shack. Tianjia was sent by his mom and dad to watch over the melon farm. He was about to take a nap when he heard some voices outside. Thieves stealing melons. Everyone was from the same village. If one was thirsty and picked a melon to eat, it was fine. Tianjia will not stop and will even help them cut the melon. Tianjia had decided to ignore Feng Xue and Wen Dongjun at first, but when Dongjun started to smash melons after melons. This guy was not here to eat melons. He was here to create trouble. Tianjia mustered up his courage and went over. Those two were still eating the melons and did not notice him. You are stealing melons. Tianjia suddenly jumped out and shouted. Wen Dongjun quickly dropped the watermelon, turned and pointed his shotgun at Tianjia. Tianjia was shocked. Do you need to bring a shotgun to steal melons? The dark muzzle was pointed at him and his legs grew soft. Feng Xue quickly pushed the shotgun upwards. You crazy? How can you point the shotgun at people? Wen Dongjun laughed and said, it was not loaded. He then pulls the trigger to proof it. That is not right also. You look at Tianjia. He is so scared and is about to cry. Feng Xue put the shotgun down and walked to Tianjia. Wah! Tianjia began to cry. He was too scared and forgot to cry just now. Less than half a minute, Tianjia's small face was covered in tears. Wen Dongjun was stunned. He only wanted to frighten this little kid. Who knew that this kid will get so scared? When Wen Dongjun was young, he even dares to light firecrackers in his hands. Don't cry. I was only joking with you. Wen Dongjun tried to comfort Tianjia. Wah. Tianjia was still crying. Wen Dongjun began to panic. If Tianjia complained to his dad, he will get a beating. Stop crying. Tell me what do you want? Wen Dongjun said impatiently. Daddy asked me to watch over the melons, and you smashed all the melons. Tianjia said while crying. Don't cry. I will pay for all these melons. I will give you 3 cents per half kg. All these melons, we will round off to 50 kilograms. I will give you 5 renminbi for these melons. Wen Dongjun took 5 renminbi from Feng Xue and put it into Tianjia's hands. Feng Xue turned to look at Wen Dongjun and thought, why do I need to pay? Forget it. It was also my idea to steal the melons. Tianjia stopped crying and hold on to the money with his small hands. No, you too are going to hunt. Take me along. Can you even lift this shotgun? Even if you are able to carry the shotgun, Can you handle the recoil? Hurry and go back. We will be going off. When Dongjun replied. Suddenly, there was the sound of a vehicle coming. Not good. Uncle Tian was back from selling melons. Feng Xue and Wen Dongjun looked at each other and started running. This was not the time to think about hunting or picking mushrooms. They ran back to their car. In the afternoon, Tianjie and his father went to Feng Xue home. After listening to the whole story, Feng Xingtai kept apologizing to them and beat up Feng Xue with the feather duster. After Tianjie and his father left, Feng Xue laid down on the sofa and let his father apply medicine on him. Feng Xue felt he was innocent. He did not bully Tianjie, and the 5 RMB was from his pocket. Why must he compensate them again? That little brat must have pocketed 5 RMB. But the next day, Feng Xue felt much better after he saw Wen Dongjun. Wen Dongjun was hung up and beaten by his father with willow branches. He was also slapped repeatedly till his nose bled. See if he still dares to point a gun at others. Most importantly, Wen Dongjun's mother did not stop his father this time and also helped to beat their son together. The couple had a good time playing mixed doubles. They even broke a few willow branches. You think you got into the 3rd high school in the city and you can do whatever you want. If your character is not good, no matter how much you studied is also no use. Both of the shotguns from both families were smashed, and it seemed that they would never go hunting again. The next day, Li Shiqiang called and said that the cars were ready. There were even people asking about the prices. He needs Feng Xue back at Bing City. Feng Xue finally found an excuse to escape from the farm. He got to stay away from this idiot Wen Dongjun. Wen Dongjun always get him into trouble. Translator notes, pointing a gun, loaded or not, at anyone is not right. In fact, guns should only be used under the supervision of a responsible adult. Although Wen Dongjun is an idiot who does things without using his brains, he is still Feng Xue's best friend. Chapter 52. Increasing the brand recognition. Chapter 52. Increasing the brand recognition. Xiaoyu, you are finally back. What is the selling price of these cars? There are several people asking about the price of the cars. Li Shiqiang said. Have they left their contact details? Feng Xue asked. Yes, but why you don't allow us to sell? Won't the value of the cars depreciate if we hold on to them? Li Shiqiang asked. Feng Xue glanced at Li Shiqiang and said, Who said that? Didn't those people offer a price for those cars? Are the prices they offered very high? I guarantee that the prices will be even higher within 3 days. According to Feng Xue's request, every model of the cars must have one that was refurbished. Feng Xue wants to push the selling price of these cars up. What were the luxury cars in China now? 2 brands, Mercedes-Benz and BMW, had just gained some popularity in China. Toyota's popularity was also increased from the south to the north. The most popular model is the Toyota Crown. The brand recognition of other automobile brands in China was still relatively low. Although there were some luxury cars in China, there were not many people who knew about them. For example, other than Rolls-Royce, which was still a bit well-known, the other British luxury cars which Feng Xue imported were still relatively not known to many. Majority of the rich people in China now were newly rich tycoons who had not much education and liked to compare and show off extravagantly. But there were only a small number of imported cars in China. Many times, they can't even get their hands on one imported cars even if they had the money. Furthermore, there were a large number of those tycoons who were just rich, but not particularly rich. These people desperately need a good car to show off their status, and they can't afford imported new cars. This is the market segment which Feng Xue wants to target. Those who know how to drive come over. Your job for the next few days will be stationed outside of those big hotels and companies. Go there and brag. Feng Xue said. Everyone was stunned. What type of work is this? Today, 2 very special cars appeared at the entrance of the Bing City Hotel. The cars were very eye-catching and very low. One blue and one red. Everyone that walked past couldn't help but take a second look at them. The 2 drivers got down from the car and got into an argument. How you drive? Do you know how to drive? My car is worth more than 1 million RMB. Jaguar. Have you ever heard of Jaguar? Can you afford it? A young man wearing big sunglasses came down from the blue car and pushed the young man from the red car. The young man had deliberately mentioned Jaguar twice loudly. You think you are the only one who drives a good car? My car is also more than 1 million RMB. Lotus. Lotus sports car. Do you know about Lotus? The red car's driver retorted loudly. Mine is a sports car. If I step on the accelerator, you can only see my taillight. The Jaguar driver said. Lies, you carry on lying. I still have not seen any cars that can outrun my car on the streets of Bing City. Not happy. How about a race? The Lotus driver said. Sure. You think I am scared of you? The Jaguar driver replied. These two drivers turned, got into their cars and started their engines at the same time. Swish, and suddenly they were gone. Wow. The onlookers gasped in shock. These cars were really fast. No wonder it cost more than $1 million. But none of them noticed that neither of the cars had any license plate. Buy a car for more than 1 million renminbi? If one had so much money, he can deposit in the bank and interest alone can allow him to last his whole lifetime. Just then, a big boss came out of the hotel, pointed to the direction of those two cars, and asked his followers, "What cars are those?" "Quite fast. Even faster than my Volga." "Boss, I don't know too. I will go and ask." His follower replied. The follower came back after a while and told his boss the name of those two cars. Jaguar and Lotus. Both are sports cars. Sports cars? Sounds like the cars are fast. Go and find out where can I buy one and how much are they selling. The boss said. The same thing happened at many high-end places. The cars were cars which were not heard or seen before. But these cars were very beautiful. Some looked elegant, some looked prestigious, some luxurious, and some were domineering. And these cars were not seen before in Bing City. But from the arguments between the drivers, they learned that these cars were all imported luxury cars and very expensive. There were some who liked to show off, sent people to ask around. They wanted to know who owns these cars and where to buy them. If they were the ones who drove these cars around, others will know that they were rich. For 3 consecutive days, Feng Xue sent his staff out in the afternoons and evenings to promote his cars. On the 3rd night, someone finally, accidentally, mentioned that Taihua Trading Company was selling these cars. Taihua Trading Company. All the people who wanted to buy these cars were looking for Taihua Trading. News in their circles spread. Mercedes-Benz and BMW are nothing. These are British cars. You know the Queen? The Queen who had sat face to face and argued with the Great One? She also sits in this car. Is this Taihua Trading? Who are you looking for? Wu Jigang asked. I am the general manager of Din Tai Garment Factory, Zhao Dintai. This is my business card. Zhao Dintai said. Clothing factory? We don't buy clothes. Wu Jigang said and tried to show Zhao Dintai out. I'm not here to sell clothes. I heard that your company have British cars. Can you show me? Zhao Dintai replied. How did you know? But the quantity is not many and many people are looking at them now. You gotta wait for them to finish first. Wu Jigang said. Please, brother. I am in a hurry to buy one. I can give cash. Zhao Dintai said. The day before yesterday, he had some business negotiations with a neighboring province boss and the boss took a look at his car, an FSO, Fabrica Samakodao Osaboic, and left. The boss said that Zhao Dintai cannot even afford a decent car, which also means that he was not financially stable. That boss was only driving a domestic-produced Audi 100. Zhao Dintai had heard that Taihua Trading have a batch of imported, almost new second-hand luxury cars. These cars, after refurbishments, looks exactly just like new. If he bought an imported luxury second-hand car, and who will know if he did not say that the car was second-hand? This way, when others look at the car he drove, they will know that his company is doing very well. People don't know the brand of this car. It doesn't matter, as long as he accidentally mentioned that the car is more than 1 million RMB. Wu Jigang brought Zhao Dintai to the motor factory. Feng Xue had instructed them to bring these people there at 2 o'clock in the afternoon sharp. Let these people know that there are many others who were interested in their cars. This was to prevent these people from bargaining. At first, many of them, like Zhao Dintai, wanted to negotiate about the price. A used car for more than 500,000 renminbi. But Taihua Trading Company's staff were firm. If you are not willing to buy, there will be others who are willing to pay this price. These people also test drive the cars, and they themselves know the condition of the cars. They look at the attitude of Taihua Trading. Taihua Trading was being very firm with their prices and confident of the quality of these cars. Forget it. No point trying to bargaining. These cars were still much cheaper than an imported Mercedes, and the handling was really good. Also, the exterior looks new. Who will know that these cars were second-hand? Just like this, the 8 people gathered on the first day bought the cars. Taihua Trading Company's account got 4 million renminbi cash. The next day, they sold 7 cars, and the 3rd day 5 cars. The rest, including the several Toyota Crowns, were sold on the 4th day. However, Feng Xue kept one Land Rover for himself. Seeing his business was so good, Feng Xue immediately called Kirilenko to ask him when can the second batch of cars arrive. Chapter 53, Song Xiaofeng. Chapter 53, Song Xiaofeng. When Kirilenko learned that Feng Xue had sold all 30 cars in less than a month, he was shocked. He was still in the process of acquiring the second batch of cars. There were not a lot of British luxury cars around Moscow. According to Kirilenko, the most he can acquire was another 100 cars, and this was still under the name of the Soviet Union Army. Otherwise, he might not even acquire so many cars. Feng Xue was not satisfied. He wanted to earn 1 billion RMB with this used car business. Now, it seems that after deducting the cost, taxes, etc., the most he can earn was 10 million renminbi. If others knew what Feng Xue was thinking, they would have vomit blood. 10 million renminbi was still considered little. Now, there was not even a lot of millionaires in China. There was also good news. Kirilenko and his partners must have made a lot of money. This month, they wanted 1 million rubles worth of goods. Feng Xue had already asked Li Shiqiang to contact the suppliers. With Li Shiqiang around, Feng Xue can just throw all these tasks to him. However, this good mood did not last, and trouble came knocking on Feng Xue's doors. At first, Feng Xue thought it was from the government officials. Could it be the government does not allow him to do second-hand car business? But after listening to his staffs, he got the whole story. There were some people who wanted to buy their cars, but all their cars were sold. Why bother him with these small matters? Just tell these people that the cars were sold out, and they have to wait for a month. Although Feng Xue was grumbling in his heart, he still drove to the company. He wanted to see who this arrogant customer was. He wanted to show his staff how he handles this type of customer. At the company, he noticed some things were off. How come there were so many people and his staffs were so scared? His staffs were children of the workers in the motor factory. Since young, they had been causing troubles and fighting. What were they frightened off? Wu Jigang, what's going on? Feng Xue asked. So you are their boss? Feng Xue. An arrogant voice came out. Feng Xue turned and saw the one who spoke was sitting looked on a chair. This is too arrogant. My people were all standing, and you are seated on a chair? You think you own this place? You are, Feng Xue asked. You don't even know Master Song, and you dare to do business here in Bing City. A man standing behind the chair shouted. His tone sounded like there was no one in Bing City who didn't hear about Master Song. Feng Xue really do not know who is this Master Song. He had asked about all the leaders in Bing City and the province. He never heard of anyone with the surname Song. Wu Jigang moved to Feng Xue's side and whispered, Manager Feng, this is Song Xiaofeng. He is the nephew of Song Laosi. People called this Master Song as Longjiang No. 1 Young Master. You should have heard of Song Laosi. Song Laosi? Feng Xue was surprised. Song Laosi was a resounding figure in Bing City. He was one of the top 10 triad bosses in recent history. Many years after he was shot, there were still stories about him. Song Laosi was a common bricklayer and later, he did only demolition works. Using his violent methods to evict and demolished buildings, he quickly gathered a group of followers. He now monopolized all demolition works, and even construction projects also needed his approval. If he does not approve, no buildings can be built. The most famous rumor about Song Laosi was that when he began to do demolition, the residents are unwilling to relocate. Song Laosi gathered those residents together and in front of them, chopped off his own little finger. He then told the residents, if any of them was able to do what he just did, they do not need to relocate. The residents were shocked. No one muttered a single word, and the relocation and demolition works were quickly completed. Song Laosi's reputation quickly spread. Relying on his men and ruthless ways of doing things, he chased many demolition companies away. During every fight, Song Laosi was always at the front and he was detained multiple times. But every time he was released, he became more popular and arrogant. Later on, he hooked up some connections with the city's government officials and from then, no one dares to provoke him. After Song Laosi got rich, he had a second legend about him. Tearing down old houses every day and being a groom every night. Rumors said that Song Laosi was a lecher. When he saw a woman he fancied on the streets, he would directly pull that woman into his car and rape her on the spot. After the deed was done, he would throw the woman and a stack of money off his car. A lot of women dare not to speak up, but there were some women who report to the police, and the outcome was always insufficient evidence or someone taking the rap for Song Laosi. Those that reported him ended up with broken bones, and their families were not spared too. There were many other rumors about Song Laosi. For example, some said that his followers dare to shoot people and Song Laosi owned more than 100 hunting rifles. Although these rumors were a bit exaggerated, Song Laosi was no doubt the biggest boss of the northeast provinces. This Song Xiaofeng was Song Laosi's only nephew. Song Laosi also does not have any sons, and he will be passing his territory to him in future. No wonder this Song Xiaofeng was so arrogant. Feng Xue suddenly smiled and warmly walked over to Song Xiaofeng. He held Song Xiaofeng's hand and said, I humbly welcome Master Song. If you need anything, you can just pass a message. You don't need to come down in person. It was not Feng Xue eating the humbly pie. If he remembered correctly, in another 2 months' time, there will be a gang clash between Song Laosi and another Bing City gang. Song Laosi did not die from this clash, but his nephew passed away in the clash. With someone about to die, Feng Xue don't mind being humble. Song Xiaofeng nodded his head. Everyone in Bing City had to give him face. He had come down to this small trading company and waited for half an hour. But since this kid was so humble, he decided to let it go. I heard your company are selling sports cars? I want the one which the logo is a leopard. Song Xiaofeng asked. That brand is called Jaguar. British manufactured and was the favorite with the British royalties. You like that car? But all my cars were second-hand. Feng Xue replied and deliberately stressed that he was selling used cars. With Song Laosi's status, Song Xiaofeng still need to buy second-hand cars. What's second-hand or first-hand? You think I care about this? New cars need to book and will take a few months before the car is delivered. You give me a second-hand Jaguar now. Don't worry, I will pay you. Song Xiaofeng said. Master Song can't wait, but all my cars were sold out. The earliest I can get you the car is about 2 weeks later. Feng Xue said. Feng Xue doesn't care who the cars were sold to. If he had any cars in hand, he will definitely sell to this short-lived Master Song. Feng Xue was not ready to confront Song Laosi. There will be someone else to deal with him. 2 years later, Song Laosi will be caught and sentenced to death by the firing squad. Feng Xue just want to keep a low profile and build his own empire. But the biggest problem Feng Xue faced was that he had no car now. If this Master Song had said so earlier, he would have kept a good car for him. I come to you for the car, and you must give me the car I want. Song Xiaofeng shouted. Chapter 54, Nightclub. Chapter 54, Nightclub. Feng Xue's eyes narrowed and his expression turned back to normal. He continued to smile and said, People always praise Master C. Feng Xue is referring to Song Laosi for having loyalty and will never suppress normal commoners. Seems like these rumors were false. You dare to speak ill of my uncle? Song Xiaofeng suddenly stood up and grabbed Feng Xue by the collar. If you want a car, you have to wait. There is nothing I can do if all my cars were sold. However, I still have a Land Rover. If Master Song doesn't mind, I can give it to you in exchange for a promise. Feng Xue said calmly. Ha ha, you are an interesting young man. You got guts, but you were said was right. We, from Zhonghua Company, are reasonable people. Where's the Rover car? I would like to see if it is worth a promise for me. Song Xiaofeng said. Song Xiaofeng was influenced by Song Laosi and spoke like a gangster. Song Laosi had always taught him to be reasonable to others. But if the other party doesn't listen to their reasons, then use fists, knives, and guns to speak to them. Since this Feng Xue was being so reasonable, and even want to give him a car, he will not beat Feng Xue up. Here it is. Feng Xue pointed to the Land Rover parked outside the door. This Land Rover looks nicer than the Jeep, but it is still a big Jeep. Why should I drive this car? Since you don't have any sports cars, then get me a luxury car. I heard you were able to get Rolls-Royce. Don't tell me you are keeping the Rolls-Royce for yourself. Song Xiaofeng asked. Big Jeep? Land Rover really can be considered as big Jeeps. But this Jeep is not for the average people. In the United Kingdom, only the royal guards can drive this Land Rover. This Land Rover is very sturdy. Master Song is driving a BMW, right? I bet you if these two cars collided, the BMW will fall apart and the Land Rover will just get scratches. Feng Xue said. Are you serious? Song Xiaofeng asked. If the Land Rover was really so sturdy, he would want to get one. The last time he went to catch a rival boss, his car was crashed by his rival and the rival boss escaped. If he were to encounter such incident again, he will just drive the Land Rover head on. You, go and try if this car is really so sturdy. Song Xiaofeng handed the key to one of his followers standing behind. Crash. Feng Xue's heart skipped a beat. This fucking madman. Song Xiaofeng asked his follower to drive the Land Rover into Tai Hua Trading's rented warehouse, Big Iron Gate. Luckily, Feng Xue intent to dive this Land Rover, and he had reinforced the front bumper deliberately. The Land Rover was really unscathed from the crash. Ha ha. Good car. This is a really good car. I will accept it. What promise do you want from me? Song Xiaofeng said happily. He decided to accept the Land Rover without hesitation. Feng Xue pointed to his staffs and said, These are my staffs. I hope that if they inadvertently offended Master C or Master Song's followers in future, you will go lightly on them. Song Xiaofeng raised his eyebrows and asked, only this. He thought Feng Xue would have what difficult conditions. He never expects that Feng Xue only wanted some protection from him. If Feng Xue don't provoke them, they are also lazy to create trouble for Feng Xue. That's it. Master Song, you agree? Feng Xue replied. No problem. There is a newly opened nightclub not far from here. I will treat you tonight. Song Xiaofeng said. Song Laosi liked to go to nightclubs, bar and other places. Song Xiaofeng used to go with him to such places, and he had got used to these places. Master Song, I don't know how to dance. Feng Xue said. You are rejecting me. Song Xiaofeng sneered. No one in Bing City can reject his invitation. No, I really don't know how to dance. Okay, I will be there. Feng Xue replied. Ha ha ha, that's right. You guys will go too. 7 o'clock today. I will buy you all drinks. Song Xiaofeng said happily. After Song Xiaofeng and his men left, Wu Jigang and the rest crowded around Feng Xue. Manager Feng, we should be mixing around with this kind of person. Song Laosi did all sorts of bad things and will definitely be shot if he was caught. This Song Xiaofeng is also not a good person. This will affect the company. Wu Jigang said. Feng Xue waved his hand to stop Wu Jigang. Feng Xue also know about this, but can he really not go? These people are lawless and they even dare to beat up government officials. Feng Xue is just a small businessman. Feng Xue is starting to miss his previous life. At least, his previous life was a much safer place and there were not many triads around. But since Song Laosi and his nephew were not far from death, Feng Xue will just stay low and let them do whatever they want. We will just go and play tonight. Just treat it as some form of relaxation. But don't mix with them too much. Treat them as strangers. This Land Rover in exchange for a peace of mind. At least, if you guys inadvertently offended their gang members, we can look for Song Xiaofeng for help. Feng Xue said. After dinner, Feng Xue and his staff went to the nightclub. Song Xiaofeng's men had been waiting at the door. They had bought the 10 renminbi tickets for them, and when Feng Xue arrived, they were lead inside. This nightclub was much better than what Feng Xue imagined. He could see hints of the future nightclubs in his previous life. There were long rotating lights, mirror reflective ball, scanning lights, lantern chain, mushroom lights, UFO lights, and strobe lights. There were many sofas surrounding the dance floor and stage. There was also a live band and dance performances on the stage. Many young men and women were dancing on the dance floor. At one corner, there was a bar counter selling drinks and finger food. Song Xiaofeng was sitting in a corner. There were many empty sofas beside him. No one dares to sit near to him. Come, sit down. Just order what you want. Today I am buying. Song Xiaofeng said. Feng Xue was very uncomfortable. The Land Rover was worth at least a few 100,000 RMB. Treating them to drinks and food here only cost a few hundred RMB. Song Xiaofeng was still acting generously now. Go and dance. I will sit here for a while. Feng Xue told his staffs. Feng Xue was not very fond of such noisy places, especially the dance floor. So, he was not interested in joining them. He asked for a glass of orange juice and drank slowly. A heavy makeup girl suddenly sat beside Feng Xue and held on to Feng Xue's arms. Why are you sitting here? Come and dance with me. Feng Xue pulled his hand from her and said, You go and dance. I don't know how to dance. It's easy. You just twist about. I will teach you. The girl pulled Feng Xue's hand again. Brother Feng, you must be open at this sort of places. You don't like this girl? Never mind. Just tell me which girl you like, and I will bring her over. Song Xiaofeng said while hugging a girl. The girl beside Feng Xue looked at him imploringly. Master Song had asked her to accompany Feng Xue, and if she does not do a good job, the consequence will be dire. Feng Xue sighed and put his hands around the girl's shoulders. Master Song, this girl is fine for me. I will drink something first, and then dance later. The girl beside Feng Xue was just a teenager. At her age, she should be still schooling and not be here. It seems that there was no difference in these types of places between now and the future years. Brother, it will be dancing in the dark soon. Come and dance with me, the girl said to Feng Xue. Author's notes. Airbags were only installed in cars after 1988. Europe's earlier models of Mercedes-Benz were the first few models to be installed with airbags. Chapter 55, Yuan Yuan. Chapter 55, Yuan Yuan. Dancing in the dark. Feng Xue was not interested in dancing, but when he heard dancing in the dark, it sounds interesting to him. The girl pulled Feng Xue to the dance floor. Seeing Feng Xue followed the girl to the dance floor, Song Xiaofeng smiled. He had not seen any guys who didn't like dancing in the dark. Song Xiaofeng also pulls the girl beside him and headed towards the dance floor. The girl placed Feng Yu's hands on her waist and her hands on the Feng Yu's shoulder. The girl was not tall, and she needs to tilt her head upwards to look at Feng Yu. Both of them danced slowly on the dance floor. Feng Yu was looking around, and everyone was in the same position as them. So, this is dancing in the dark. What's your name? Feng Yu asked. You can call me Yuan Yuan, and I will call you brother, okay? She looked at Feng Yu and smiled. Her eyes narrowed into a crescent. The music suddenly changed and the lights on the dance floor slowly become dim. There was only strobe lights, one dim and one bright. Brother, let's dance, Yuan Yuan said. Yuan Yuan stepped back, held Feng Yu's hands, and starts to twist her body. To say this was dancing, in fact, it was just randomly twisting and turning their bodies. Feng Yu was also affected by the surrounding atmosphere and began to twist his body. Feng Yu had been exercising, and compared to him in his previous life, he was healthier and stronger. Feng Yu remembered some dance moves he saw in his previous life. Although those were not complicated dance moves, Feng Yu seems natural and confident. Brother, you dance very well, Yuan Yuan said. You are also a good dancer. I don't know how to dance. I am just a beginner, Feng Yu said modestly. But in his heart, he wanted Yuan Yuan to carry on praising him. After 5 minutes, Feng Yu started to become a bit breathless and sweaty. Yuan Yuan had already stopped dancing a long time ago, but Feng Yu was still dancing, and she dared not to go off. Yuan Yuan, we had danced for a while. I'm tired. Let's go and drink some juice, Feng Yu said. The music changed again. This time, it was classical jazz. The strobe lights suddenly stopped flashing, and there were only some dim lights on top. The visibility was only about 1 meter. Yuan Yuan suddenly pulled Feng Yu's hands and came close to Feng Yu. Feng Yu still don't know what's going on, and soon, the lights became dimmer till they were all out. Feng Yu felt a soft body leaning against his chest and a pair of arms hugging him around his waist. Brother, this is the dancing in the dark, Yuan Yuan said softly. The voice of Yuan Yuan sounded in his ear and exhaled her hot breath. What surprised Feng Yu the most was Yuan Yuan placed Feng Yu's hands from her waist to her butt. Feng Yu's hands became stiff and he moved his hands back to her waist. In both his lifetimes, he still had not experienced something like this. Brother, am I not pretty? She felt Feng Yu's hand move away and couldn't help asking Feng Yu. No, I am just not used to this, Feng Yu replied. Brother, you listen carefully to your surroundings. Listen carefully, Yuan Yuan whispered into Feng Yu's ears. Feng Yu heard the sound of rubbing and moaning all around him. Those who came here for dancing in the dark were mostly couples, those looking for excitements, and there were also some hostesses. When the lights were off and everyone was out of sight, all the men were no longer restrained. These men really wished that they were born with 4 hands. The women, who were willing to dance in the dark with these men, were used to these touching and rubbings. Maybe there were not any real actions happening there, but there will definitely some touching here and there. It was summertime, and everyone don't wear much clothing. Most of the women were wearing skirts and dresses, giving these men easy access. In less than a minute, Feng Yu heard some heavy panting. Perhaps some couples were doing more than kissing. These sounds stimulated Feng Yu. Just by listening to these sounds was unbearable to him, not to mention he was still hugging a young girl. Yuan Yuan suddenly placed her small hands under Feng Yu's shirt and started to caress his back. Brother, I am wearing a short skirt and my top is loose. You can place your hands under my top, Yuan Yuan said. This was no longer hinting. This was an invitation. Feng Yu can no longer control himself. His hands slowly moved under her top. Yuan Yuan was leaning her head on Feng Yu's shoulder, and a soft moan came out from her mouth. Feng Yu can feel the heat from her breath through his clothes. Feng Yu's hands slowly probed upwards. Although Yuan Yuan was still a teenager and her body was not fully developed, she still has a shapely body. She was not wearing a bra. Feng Yu's hand moved upwards and there was no obstruction. Seems like Yuan Yuan was prepared when she came here. Song Xiaofeng had asked her to accompany Feng Yu and to give him a good time. She dares not go against his order. Her skirt was soon raised up by Feng Yu. His hand was caressing and squeezing her butt. Yuan Yuan's butt was very smooth and Feng Yu can't take his hands off her. Everyone around was doing the same thing. Some even moaned loudly. The sounds from around him and the temptations from Yuan Yuan were stimulating Feng Yu even more. Brother, I think you are uncomfortable. I will help you unzip, Yuan Yuan whispered into Feng Yu's ears. Before Feng Yu can refuse, Yuan unzipped Feng Xue, and her small hand snaked her way into his pants and inside his underwear. Feng Xue could not help but stepped back and accidentally brushed against others. No, it was not brushed against someone. Feng Xue had accidentally brushed against someone's head with his butt. The people behind were. Yuan's hands were very gentle and skillfully slid into Feng Xue's underwear from the waistbands. Yuan, let's stop now. If they turn on the lights, others can see what we are doing. Feng Xue tried to stop Yuan. Brother, dancing in the dark normally will last for about half an hour, and before they switch on the lights, the music will stop first. No one can see. Yuan replied. Yuan was so familiar with this. It seems that this was not the first time she came here to dance in the dark. Why are you here? Why are you not at school? Feng Xue asked suddenly. Why are you talking about this now? Besides, I need to be able to pass my exams if I were to be admitted to a school. Furthermore, my family cannot afford to send me to school. Yuan replied. Feng Xue was tongue-tied. He didn't know what to see at that moment. Yuan suddenly turned around with her back leaning against Feng Xue. She tiptoed and used her thighs to clamp Feng Xue's manhood. She then slowly moved her perky but to the music. Brother, you are still not coming? Or, should I use my mouth to help you? Yuan asked. There was such service in this era? A groan escaped from Feng Xue. He suddenly felt that it was not a bad idea to come to the nightclub today. With a more than 40-year-old mind and a teenager's body, it was impossible for Feng Xue to reject Yuan. Lina was still young, and Feng Xue does not intend to touch her now. But today, things had escalated to this point. Feng Xue was reluctant to push Yuan away. When Feng Xue finally pressed Yuan's head against him, he shivered and jerked a few times. Yuan slowly stood up and helped Feng Xue tidy up his clothes. Just then, the music stopped. Feng Xue took out a 10 renminbi note from his pocket and gave to Yuan. You go and play yourself. I will chat with my friends for a while. Chapter 56. Too much. Chapter 56. Too much. Feng Xue was in a good mood. He thought that this Song Xiaofeng was actually not bad. If not for Song Xiaofeng dying soon, they might even become friends. After all, Song Xiaofeng was the first person to invite him to such places. When Feng Xue went back to the sofa, he saw Yuan waving the 10 RMB note proudly at Song Xiaofeng. Feng Xue's good mood was instantly gone. Ha, brother Feng, they made a bet with me just now. I said that you were someone with strong determination and will not submit to their temptations. But it seems like they were right. Men are all the same. Song Xiaofeng said. Feng Xue smiled and said, yes, men are all the same. How can you compare yourself to Master Song? He came here as only to drink and dance. If he wants to play, we will get to a hotel later. The girl sitting beside Song Xiaofeng said arrogantly. Brother, was it comfortable? Do you want me to accompany at night? Yuan asked happily and stretched out her hands to touch Feng Xue's face. Feng Xue's face turned red. He had never expected that with his 40-year-old mind, and yet he was fooled by a teenage girl. Feng Xue found this humiliation harder to swallow than someone spitting on his face. Fortunately, the rest of the company did not come over or perhaps still do not know what happens. If they were to know what happened, the trust and respect towards Feng Xue will be gone. Feng Xue had thought that Yuan was some pitiful girl who must do such things at this age to survive, but it seems Feng Xue was wrong. Yuan was actually proud of what she did to Feng Xue, and even made fun of Feng Xue. Feng Xue had some good feelings towards Yuan, but it was gone in an instant. Master Song, I am tired from dancing. I want to go back first. Feng Xue pushed away Yuan and wanted to leave that place. So early? It seems that you are not as fit as what you appear to be. Yuan said. She was still making fun of Feng Xue. Song Xiaofeng and his girl also laughed loudly. Song Xiaofeng asked, Brother Feng, do you want to eat some good stuff to increase your stamina? Feng Xue replied, I got something on in the morning. I need to go off first. Feng Xue got up to leave. He wants to go back and think of the ways to get evidence against this Song Xiaofeng and let him go to jail for the rest of his life. But Song Laosi was good friends with the police chief from the city, so it will not be easy to touch him. Wait, did I said that you can go? I am still here, and yet you are leaving? Are you disrespecting me? Song Xiaofeng said arrogantly. Master Song, what do you want? Feng Xue asked. Nothing much. Today, I had treated you to food, drinks, and even get you a girl. Don't you think you should give something in return? Song Xiaofeng said. Feng Xue thought, fuck. Today you took my Land Rover which was worth more than 500,000 renminbi. 500,000 renminbi. There are lots of people who can never make 500,000 renminbi in their whole life. The drinks and dance were only worth a few hundred RMB. Got me a girl, or got me a girl to humiliate me. Okay, today is my treat. Here is 1,000 renminbi, Feng Xue said. Feng Xue had afraid that things will go wrong, so he brought more money. He needs to get out of this place and find a way to get back at Song Xiaofeng. Brother Feng, what do you mean by this? How can I ask you to pay? Song Xiaofeng asked. Feng Yu's heart sank. 1,000 renminbi was too little. This was too much. Master Song, what do you mean? Feng Yu replied. Nothing much. Recently, my company is not very busy. My staffs had nothing much to do. I heard that Tai Hua Trading's businesses were not bad. I intend to ask my staffs to go over to help you. You don't need to thank me. Your company have 10 staffs? I will also send 10 staffs over to help you. Then the profits we will share 50 to 50. Isn't this fair? Song Xiaofeng replied. Sure enough, this was Song Xiaofeng's agenda for this invitation. He wanted Feng Xue to give him half of his profits. Without coming out with a single cent and wants to spill half of his profits? Impossible. But Song Laoxi's men were all used to using violence to settle things. Even weapons were used, and people had been disabled, and some even disappeared. If Feng Xue does not agree, this Song Xiaofeng will be going to use force on Feng Xue. Initially, Feng Xue intended to wait for 2 months. This Song Xiaofeng will be killed by Song Laoxi's enemies anyway. But now, Feng Xue changed his mind. This Song Xiaofeng was digging his own grave, took his car, humiliated him, and now want to take away his goose, which lays golden eggs. Feng Xue can no longer tolerate him. Master Song, send your men to my company tomorrow. We can discuss further. Feng Xue said. Ha ha. Good. Here, let me offer you a toast. Song Xiaofeng said happily. Feng Xue finished a mug of beer. Very good. Brother Feng, one more mug. Toast to our business. Song Xiaofeng said. Song Xiaofeng is too much. Song Xiaofeng's actions lead to Feng Yu's face became gloomier. Feng Xue decided to fall out with Song Xiaofeng tomorrow, and he is not going to entertain Song Xiaofeng anymore. Master Song, I am a bit drunk. Tomorrow I will be at my company waiting for you. Feng Xue said, and stood up. Feng Xue got up and went out. Wu Jigang and the rest of his staffs followed. The smile on Song Xiaofeng's disappeared, and he threw the mug he was holding onto the ground. The girl beside him was startled. She tried to wipe the beer on Song Xiaofeng's clothes with her hands. Get lost, Song Xiaofeng shouted. Song Xiaofeng kicked the girl. The girl sat on the ground, but she did not dare to go off. Instead, she crawled back and continued to help Song wipe his trousers. Master Song, do we need to teach this Feng Xue a lesson? His company only had so few people. Tomorrow I will bring a group of people over and smash up his company. If he still doesn't relent, we can burn down his company. One of Song Xiaofeng's followers came over and said, Nonsense. We own this company too. Tomorrow send someone over to negotiate. We are able to get quite a big sum of money every month from them. This type of smart people who can make money must be pulled over to our side. If he is disabled or died, who is going to make money for us? Song Xiaofeng said. Master Song is right. So I will go over tomorrow. The follower asked. Okay, you will go? I trust your ability. Song Xiaofeng nodded and turned to the girls. Go to the hotel. I will teach you all a lesson today. We were all waiting for Master Song to punish us. The girls laughed. After leaving the ballroom, Li Shiqiang walked over and asked, Xiaoyu, I saw you and Song Xiaofeng quarreled. This Song family are crazy. You have to be careful. Crazy? One might be afraid of a living madman, but a dead madman? It is not so scary. Brother Li, I remembered our company's warehouse is located in crippled Wang's territory. Feng Xue remembered that in Bing City, there were another 2 gangs around. Although these 2 gangs were not as powerful as Song Laoxi, they were not afraid of them. According to what was about to happen from Feng Yu's previous life, Song Laoxi's nephew was killed by crippled Wang in 2 years' time. Now, Feng Xue wants to bring forward this event. Chapter 57, Making Use of Others Part 1. Chapter 57, Making Use of Others Part 1. In Bing City, other than Song Laoxi, there were 2 other forces. The 2 forces were Crippled Wang and Brother Ku. Song Laoxi mainly does demolition business. Crippled Wang focuses on nightclubs, bars, and massage parlors. Brother Ku's business was mainly gambling. These 3 gangs had lots of men. There were rumors that they even had hitmen, and they owned more than 90% of the hunting rifles and pistols in Bing City. Ironically, it was also because of them, the law and order were much better than before. Normally, these 3 gangs were at peace with each other. But since the beginning of last year, Song Laosi started to frequent nightclubs and bars. To cripple Wang, there was a sign of Song Laosi stepping into his territory. Although cripple Wang was crippled, he had a large number of ruthless people under him, and he was also not afraid of Song Laosi. If Song Laosi wants to be the biggest boss in Bing City, he will have to eliminate cripple Wang and Brother Ku. Now, Brother Ku was being neutral. He does not mention anything about surrendering to Song Laosi, and he was not willing to have any confrontation. But cripple Wang was not happy with Song Laosi. He wants to challenge Song Laosi. The grudges between these two were said to have started because of a cinema ticket seller. Both men had liked that cinema ticket seller, and when cripple Wang was about to make his move, Song Laosi sent his men to abduct that girl. After Song Laosi raped her, he gave her 10,000 renminbi and left. Cripple Wang felt insulted. The girl had told Song Laosi that she was cripple Wang's girl, and yet, Song Laosi still raped her. This was a slap to cripple Wang's face. Cripple Wang was also ruthless. He sent his men to kill Song Laosi's brother. This brother of Song Laosi was the only surviving brother of his. The rest of his family were killed by his other enemies long time ago. Of course, Song Laosi had his revenge on his enemies. Song Laosi had no concrete evidence that cripple Wang was the one who had instigated the killing of his brother. He also does not want to have a confrontation with cripple Wang. Especially he had his only surviving family member, Song Xiaofeng, by his side. Song Laosi intends to slowly erode cripple Wang's turf. But first, Song Laosi needs the support of Brother Ku. However, Brother Ku still remains as a neutral party. Feng Xue also did not know that it was cripple Song who had killed Song Laosi's last family member, Song Xiaofeng, in the future. There was another rumor that it was Brother Ku who had killed Song Xiaofeng and then framed cripple Wang. In any case, cripple Wang and Song Laosi were enemies. Feng Xue does not need to join cripple Wang's gang. All he needs to do was to create some coincidental events between both parties, and there will be an all-out war between the two fractions. These three bosses had an unspoken rule between them. They can have guns, but the other smaller gangs can't. They can fight and slash each other, but the other smaller gangs can't. They also seldom target the innocents. Instead of targeting these people, they even offered protection for them. In their words, these innocent people were for them to make money from. As such, these three bosses will help out if they encounter any problems. For example, Song Laosi had a business. 100,000 renminbi for a leg. As long as one has the money and the other party does not have any backings, Song Laosi will make sure that person will become crippled. This business also angered cripple Wang. Although cripple Wang's condition was due to congenital paralysis, he hates people calling him a crippled. Crippled Wang prefers everyone to call him Master Crutches. However, every time he met Song Laosi will purposely address him as cripple Wang loudly. When Li Shiqiang and the rest learned of Feng Xue's plan to borrow the power of cripple Wang, they tried to persuade Feng Xue to give up. Anyway, the Land Rover was given to Song Xiaofeng, and he had promised to create trouble for them at Taihua Trading. Feng Xue smiled and shook his head. This Song Xiaofeng will not be coming to create trouble for them. But instead, he wanted half of the company and money. If they were to give Song Xiaofeng half of the company's money, the company will close down. When Li Shiqiang and the rest heard this, they also can't accept this. Their days just have gotten better, and 2 days ago, Feng Xue had brought everyone lots of rice, flour, and cooking oil for everyone as company's reward. Now someone is taking away everything from them. Only Li Shiqiang does not think like that. He advised Feng Xue, Xiaoyu, you can make use of cripple Wang to drive Song Laosi away. But what if cripple Wang turns around and bites you? Feng Xue winked and said, what if we did not ask cripple Wang for help, and he came over on his own accord? Cripple Wang come over on his own accord? Li Shiqiang didn't get it. Feng Xue asked everyone to come over. Today they got to sleep later. They must plan well and let cripple Wang come over to their company tomorrow. If Song Xiaofeng's men did not come over tomorrow, then it's fine. But if they really appear, then the fun will begin. Song Xiaofeng woke up at 9 o'clock in the morning. Last night, he had 3 rounds with this girl. They only fall asleep in the early hours. Song Xiaofeng slapped the girl's butt and said, go out. I got things to do today. I will look for you another day. The girl got up and hurriedly got dressed. She doesn't even dare to wash up at the hotel and left. She knows that Song Xiaofeng was ruthless and she will be in big trouble. Song Xiaofeng gets unhappy. Although the girl was not paid for her services every time she accompanies Song Xiaofeng, she dare not reject him. Her only hope was for Song Xiaofeng to get a new target and forgets her. Song Xiaofeng washed up and ate his breakfast downstairs. His followers had been waiting at the door for him. "Good morning, Master Song." "Good morning. Have Toad come back yet?" Toad was his follower which he had sent to Feng Xue's company. "Master Song, let's talk about it in the car," his follower said. Song Xiaofeng looked at this follower suspiciously. Did something happen to Toad? From Feng Xue's attitude yesterday, he doesn't seem to be the type that dares to go against him. In the car, the follower quickly said, "Master Song, both of Toad's legs were broken. He is not lying in the hospital. Who dares to touch my man? Call everyone here. We will now go and smash up that company." Song Xiaofeng shouted. He didn't expect Feng Xue to have this courage. "Master Song, I have not finished. Toad's legs were not broken by Feng Xue. It was Cripple Wong who did it," the follower said. "What? Cripple Wong? How did Toad offend Cripple Wong? Could it be that Toad did not pay for last night at the nightclub?" Song Xiaofeng asked. He was not afraid of his uncle, Song Laosi, and the police, but he was afraid of Cripple Wong. This Cripple Wong was someone who dares to go against his uncle, and he had lots of grudges with his uncle. Could it be that Cripple Wong intends to have an all-out war against Song Laosi? "Of course, we paid yesterday. Old Master Song had instructed us to pay when we go to such places. We must not be looked down by others. Not only we got to pay, we got to give them more," the follower replied. "All right, then why did Toad offend that Cripple Wong?" Song Xiaofeng asked. "I heard that Toad went to Taihua Trading this morning and was ready to collect the first sum of money from them. But he got into an argument with Feng Xue. Toad claims that he wants to break Feng Xue and make him a crippled for the rest of his life. Just happened, Cripple Wong walked past and heard what Toad said. Crippled Wong got angry and got 4 of his men to pin Toad down. Crippled Wong then personally used his iron clutches to break both of Toad's legs. Crippled Wong even announced that, in future, that warehouse area will be his territory and Song Laosi men are not allowed to enter there. Toad was the first example for the rest. The follower said, "Cripple Wong, we'll see about this." Chapter 58, Making Use of Others Part 2. Chapter 58, Making Use of Others Part 2. Cripple Wong was awoken early by his men early in the morning. His men had told him that Song Laosi's men had come into his territory to collect money. Cripple Wong did not really care. Both parties just had a talk and Cripple Wong agreed to not go into construction and demolition businesses while Song Laosi will not touch nightclubs, bars and bath centers. But Cripple Wong did not expect Song Laosi men to come and collect money from a trading company. This made Cripple Wong unhappy. If everyone behaves like Song Laosi, the economy will collapse. It was not that Cripple Wong is worried about the economy. But if the economy collapsed, who will patronize his entertainment businesses? Cripple Wong's men explained the whole situation to him, and he found out that it was not Song Laosi, but Song Xiaofeng. If it was Song Laosi, Cripple Wong might let this matter go. But Song Xiaofeng was just a young punk, and him coming into Cripple Wong's territory to create trouble was a slap in his face. Cripple Wong also added that he was not sure if it was Song Laosi's idea. After all, Brother Ku had promised to stay out of all these and recognize Song Laosi's position as the leader in Bing City's underworld. Could this matter a form of testing by Song Laosi to see Cripple Wong's reaction? Cripple Wong was still hesitating. What if Song Laosi and Brother Ku join forces? He will be in big danger. But at this juncture, another Cripple Wong's man told him that Song Xiaofeng was at one of their nightclubs last night. Song Xiaofeng proclaimed loudly at the nightclub that if anyone dares to go against him, he will break anyone's legs and let the be a cripple for life. This sentence completely irritated Cripple Wong. There were only a few people who dared to call him cripple in Bing City and even the Longjiang province. He was afraid that his man had heard wrongly, and he will end up with a reputation for bullying the young. Since his men had said that Song Xiaofeng will be going to Taihua Trading Company today, Cripple Wong will also make a trip there. If Song Xiaofeng were to apologize to him, he will let the matter rest. But Cripple Wong did not expect that he had just arrived at the door of the Taihua Trading Company. He heard someone shouting loudly about breaking one's legs and making him a cripple for life. He also heard rude remarks about him and said that sooner or later, he will be killed by Song Laosi. Cripple Wong's anger went out of control. He ignored the other guy's explanations and ordered his men to pin that guy down. Cripple Wong personally broke both of that guy's legs. Said that I am a cripple on crutches? I will let you be worse off than a crippled. I will make sure you will spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. Toad woke up early in the morning. He will be representing Song Xiaofeng to go to Taihua Trading Company to take over 50% of the company's shares and make sure the future profits will go to Song Xiaofeng. However, at Taihua Trading Company, Toad heard from Feng Xue and the rest that they will be closing down the company. That means that Taihua Trading will not be providing Song Xiaofeng 50% of their profits. Toad was furious. He had promised Song Xiaofeng that he will get this matter done and will bring back the money. He thought to himself, fine, since you want to close down your company, then give us your last month profits. We got people working in the banks. We are able to check how much were their profits last month's. Little did he know that Feng Xue would be so stubborn today. Not only he refuses to pay Toad the last month profits, Feng Xue also said that he will not be giving Song Xiaofeng a single cent in future. Toad was furious. He pointed to Feng Xue and the rest of the staffs, swearing and cursing like what he used to. In the heat of the moment, Toad accidentally mentioned something about breaking their legs and making them cripples. Toad seldom said threats about breaking legs. But he was not scared. Even the police cannot do anything to him. But he was unlucky today. Cripple Wong just happened to be there. Just when he finished saying that sentence, Cripple Wong came rushing in and without any words, broke both of his legs. This time, Toad was finished. Not only he couldn't complete Song Xiaofeng's task, he also offended Cripple Wong. He was also unsure if Song Xiaofeng will help him get back at Cripple Wong. Even if Song Xiaofeng was willing to help him get his revenge, Song Xiaofeng was also no match for Cripple Wong. Since last night, Feng Xue had asked his men to spread rumors at many nightclubs. The rumors were recently, Song Xiaofeng likes to break people's legs and let them be crippled. 8 out of 10 nightclubs in Bing City were owned by Cripple Wong. These rumors can easily make their way to Cripple Wong's ears as his men were stationed at all these nightclubs. Wu Ji Gang and the staffs also exaggerated that Song Laosi will be taking over the whole of Bing City's underworld. Song Laosi will also be collecting protection fees from businesses in Bing City, and they were expanding their territory into Cripple Wong's area. Wu Ji Gang made sure Cripple Wong's men heard these rumors so that Cripple Wong gets to know about it. Early in the morning, Song Xiaofeng's man, Toad, came over. He had thought that everything will proceed smoothly and fast. But Feng Xue delayed his time by offering him cigarettes and tea. When Feng Xue heard that Cripple Wong had left his house, his attitude changed and rejected Song Xiaofeng's proposal. Feng Xue rejected to give them money straight in Toad's face. Sure enough, Toad was furious at that time. But if it wasn't for Feng Xue got more people at the company, Toad would have thrown the stool at Feng Xue. When Cripple Wong's car reaches the warehouse door, Feng Xue began to lead Toad to say the words he wanted him to say. I have 2 legs. Even if I offend Master Song, I am still able to run and hide. I am going to close my business now. What else can you all do to me? Feng Xue said to Toad. So what if you have 2 legs? I am telling you. Today you will have to agree to our terms, even if you are unwilling. Do you believe that I will break your legs and make you a cripple for the rest of your life once you step out of this door? Toad shouted. Even you break my legs, I can also be successful like Master Crutches. Feng Xue replied. Crutches your ass. You think this is Cripple Wong's territory and we don't dare to touch you? Let me tell you, Cripple Wong is also afraid of our old Master C. Maybe next time, there will not be any more Cripple Wong. You better. Who are you guys? What are you all doing? Cripple. Master Crutches? Toad shouted. Cripple Wong did not give Toad the opportunity to explain, and he directly asked his men to pin him down. He swung his iron crutches and break both of Toad's legs. He then instructs his men to throw Toad at Song Laosi territory. Now even a small fry from Song Laosi's gang dares to insult him. The rumors might be true. Seems like Song Laosi wants to swallow up his territory. You are from Taihua Trading Company? Who is the boss here? Cripple Wong asked while sitting on a chair. Good morning, Master Crutches. I am the person in charge of this company. You can call me Xiao Yu. Feng Xue said while passing a cigarette to Cripple Wong. Yo, so young and you are running a business? Not bad. What's your relationship with that guy just now? Cripple Wong asked. Feng Xue had reminded him of his past when he started his first business. That person was Song Xiaofeng's follower. Yesterday, Song Xiaofeng took a car from me and now, he wanted to take away my business. That was the reason we got into an argument just now. We had just started arguing and you arrived. Feng Xue replied. Well, rest assured. This area is my territory. I will take care of you. Song Laosi will not come again. You just mind your own business and earn as much as you can. If there are people who don't follow rules and force you to do businesses against your wishes, you can come and look for me. In your free time, visit my nightclubs more often. Young people should frequent such places more. Cripple Wong said. Cripple Wong left, and Feng Xue and his staffs were relieved. This cripple Wang was the same as the rumors. Although he was a gangster, he will not suppress ordinary folks and other businessmen. He only focuses on his entertainment outlets. From the incidents that happened today, the war between Song Laosi and cripple Wang looks set to begin. Translator notes, thank you Josue for the support. I will do my best. Chapter 59. Opportunities to create trouble. Chapter 59. Opportunities to create trouble. Feng Xue instructed everyone to not go out for the coming weeks. If they have nothing to do, stay in the company or at home. His staffs were the family members of the motor factory, and they stayed at the factory's dormitory. Song Laosi doesn't dare to go to their dormitory to create trouble. The dormitory had security guards, and there were those jobless young lads, which numbered close to 100 staying there. These young lads were fierce when it comes to fighting. Also, the motor factory produces products for the military and had close ties with the military. Song Laosi dared not to offend the military. Feng Xue also went back to his apartment in the city to avoid Song Xiaofeng's revenge. Feng Xue believed that the crippled king will start the war soon. When that happens, Feng Xue will find ways to report this matter in the newspaper for the higher authorities to take note of this matter. After cripple Wang crippled Toad, he was still not satisfied. He waited for Song Laosi to give him an answer for his men's actions, but to no avail. However, Song Laosi was still in the dark of what had happened. Song Xiaofeng had kept this matter from him. Toad had been by Song Xiaofeng's side all this while, and if Song Xiaofeng didn't report this matter, Song Laosi also won't know. Song Laosi was not a low-key person. He had built a large villa in Jiangbei last year. The villa was more than 1,000 SQ/m, and the construction cost alone were more than 5 million renminbi. There was ballroom, bar, chess room, saunas, gym, etc. in his villa. With the renovation costs included in, the total cost for the villa was astronomical. Song Laosi was playing mahjong with 3 other triad bosses from other provinces at his villa when someone entered the room. Song Laosi looked up and saw his nephew Song Xiaofeng entering the room. Xiaofeng, come over and meet your uncles. Song Laosi waved. Song Xiaofeng greeted Song Laosi's friends obediently and stood behind Song Laosi. Song Laosi saw Song Xiaofeng's actions, and he knew that Song Xiaofeng had something to tell him. Guangjing, come and play for me. I am going to the toilet. Song Laosi said to his right-hand man. Song Laosi's right-hand man sat down at the mahjong table while Song Laosi left the room with Song Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, today so many uncles came to see me. You should be happy for me, Song Laosi said. Song Laosi was very happy. These triad bosses came to see him today means that they had acknowledged him as the underworld leader in Longjiang province. He will be the one and only triad boss of the whole province soon. Uncle, Toad's legs were broken today, Song Xiaofeng said. Toad? The one who had been following you? Who did this to him? Song Laosi's face changed. It doesn't matter if Toad was in the right or wrong. Toad was a member of his gang and his follower. For someone to break his legs, it means that someone was not respecting him. Those that do not respect him must be taught a lesson. It was cripple Wang, Song Xiaofeng said. Cripple Wang. Song Laosi lit a cigarette. Cripple Wang was a ruthless person. During their last meeting, they had both agreed to not meddle with each other's business, and Cripple Wang will not vie the #1 position in the underground world with him. Why did Cripple Wang break Toad's legs? Song Xiaofeng explained the whole matter to Song Laosi. Of course, Song Xiaofeng had exaggerated the story and missed out some portions of it. He said that Toad had gone to Cripple Wang's territory to help him buy a car, and Cripple Wang broke both of his legs without listening to his explanations. Additionally, Toad had said that it was a misunderstanding and he was Song Laosi's men, and Cripple Wang still carry on breaking his legs. Song Laosi's eyes narrowed and pressed out his cigarette in the ashtray. So, that Cripple Wang wants to start a war with me? It must be Cripple Wang had heard news of these bosses visiting me today, and he was not happy. The timing was too coincidental, which resulted in Song Laosi to misunderstood Cripple Wang. Actually, Cripple Wang knows that these people will be visiting Song Laosi today, but he doesn't care. Cripple Wang's business was mainly in Bing City, and he doesn't care about the other cities in the province. He also doesn't have the intentions of expanding his territory to other cities. He was not like Song Laosi, who was in construction and demolition business. Song Laosi wanted to expand his business throughout the province and slowly enter other provinces. As such, Song Laosi needs to have a title, such as Boss of Longjiang, in order to expand his territory to other provinces. Song Laosi knew that Cripple Wong had been unhappy with him. Although Song Laosi's power was bigger than Cripple Wong, he could not eliminate him in one go. Also, he can't use his close ties with the government against Cripple Wong. If he asked the government to act against Cripple Wong, he would lose the respect of others. Song Laosi had just come to an agreement with Brother Ku with regards to his position as the #1 boss of Longjiang, and now Cripple Wong is creating trouble for him when bosses of other triads came to visit him. If the bosses from other cities knew that he can't even take care of his own backyard, they would not acknowledge his status as the #1. Song Laosi proclaimed that everyone is afraid and respected him in Bing City. He even has the intention to get a position in the provincial government in future. But now, Cripple Wong came and gave him a slap on his face. This matter will not be forgotten so easily. Cripple Wong needs to give him an explanation. Okay, I know. You go back first. I will not let this matter rest so easily. I will personally get revenge for you, Song Laosi said. Song Xiaofeng said, "Thank you, uncle." Okay, no need to thank me. Later accompany those uncles for a few drinks. In future, you might need their help, Song Laosi said. That night, Song Xiaofeng drank till he was drunk, and he instructed his men to smash up Taihua Trading Company. He was in no position to meddle with the issues between Song Laosi and Cripple Wong, but he can just vent his anger on a small trading company. What? The company was smashed? Don't be anxious. We will split into 3 groups. Brotherly, you go and report to the police. We had sent gifts to the police station, and they are obliged to act if we encounter any trouble. We might not expect them to arrest anyone, but they have to protect us from this happening again. We can promise them to sponsor more money in future. Ask Wu Ji Gang to look for motor factories directly. Just tell him that the corporation between Taihua Trading and the motor factory will stop because our company was smashed and we will close our business. The motor factories still have some authority in Bing City. If the motor factory is able to get the government to act, then Song Laosi might not dare to create any more trouble. Ask Sun Liang to come to my house. He will accompany me to look for Cripple Wong and ask Cripple Wong to deal with Song Laosi. I want to see what can Song Laosi do to us. Oh yes, we need to rearrange the warehouse. Smash those empty bottles all over the warehouse and make our warehouse look worse than before, Feng Xue instructed. Feng Xue and Sun Liang went to 7 to 8 entertainment outlets before he found Cripple Wong in a bath center. Master Crutches, I came to you to ask for your help, Feng Xue said with a sad expression. Cripple Wong thought for a while and said, You are Xiao Feng from the trading company in the warehouse area? What happened? Did someone create trouble at your company? Cripple Wong was surprised. Yesterday, he had instructed his men to keep low and don't create unnecessary trouble. But the next day, something happened. Who was the one who had to defy his instructions? Master Crutches, I had prepared a 100,000 renminbi red packet. Please help me to talk to Master Song. We did not do anything to Toad, and there was no reason for them to smash up our warehouse and company. Feng Yu said, What did you say? That bastard Song Xiaofeng send his men to smash your company. Cripple Wong's trembled in anger. This Song Xiaofeng, instead of coming over to apologize to him, he still dares to create trouble in his territory? This means declaring war on him. Yes, we suffered great losses. All my goods in the warehouse were destroyed. Master Crutches, am unable to continue my business. Feng Yu said. He took out a stack of 100,000 renminbi notes and placed it on the table, pushing it towards Cripple Wong. However, Cripple Wong pushed the stake of RMB back to Feng Yu. If he accepted this 100,000 renminbi, it would be against the rules he set. How will he command respect from his followers in future? You take this money back. I promise you I will settle this matter for you, Cripple Wong said. Chapter 60, Amulet. Chapter 60, Amulet. Song Laosi had just sent the bosses from other cities out of his villa and was about to go look for Cripple Wong. His right-hand man, Li Guangzheng, came up to him and told him that Cripple Wong sent his men to notify them that he will be waiting for them tonight at Jinli nightclub. Song Laosi's expression became gloomy. He had yet to look for Cripple Wong, and Cripple Wong came to look for trouble with him? Seems like keeping low for the past few months had led to Cripple Wong thinking he was weak. Although Jinli nightclub was Cripple Wong's territory, Song Laosi was not afraid. He had more men, and his men were fiercer than Cripple Wong's men. Furthermore, Jinli nightclub is also in Bing City. In Bing City, Song Laosi is afraid of no one. If Cripple Wong dares to fight it out with him, then he shall see who dies first. Feng Yu was accompanying the police officers at the scene, calculating his losses. The warehouse was almost empty in the first place. There were not many stocks other than a few samples. Also, Song Xiaofeng's men did not enter the warehouse. They did not even break the lock outside. All they did was to splash paint on their doors and use stones and iron bars to damage the doors. But Feng Xue let his men create a fake crime scene. His men broke the lock with a sledgehammer from outside and smashed all the samples on the floor, making the warehouse messy. Officer Xie, look at these. Look at all the damages done to our warehouse. I believe that these 2 months, we had done our part. We had sponsored food and clothes to your station. Now our company becomes like this. Someone has to account for this. Li Shiqiang said loudly. Feng Xue secretly nodded his head. The previous 2 deals with Kirilenko had led to a good partnership with his suppliers. Every time the suppliers send their goods, they will also send some free gifts or samples to them. Feng Xue will then let his staff split these samples and gifts among themselves. Those remaining, he will send to the police stations. Although these gifts were not expensive, they were practical. Those gifts were mainly food products such as rice, oil, cigarettes, etc. In this era, most people were poor. When the police chief gave out these free gifts and samples to his men, he also felt proud. Xiaoli, Xiaofeng, don't worry. Did you all offend anyone recently? We also need a direction if we were to investigate this case. The police chief, Officer Xie, said. He had received gifts from Taihua Trading Company, and he felt embarrassed that such things happened to the company. How would I know? We are doing business and we don't offend people easily. Officer Xie, can you get more people to patrol this area? My request is not too much, am I? Feng Xue said. He said there was to prevent Li Shiqiang from saying anything about Song Xiaofeng. Even if Feng Xue or Li Shiqiang mentioned anything about Song Xiaofeng, Officer Xie also don't dare to do anything about it. The most, he would get someone to take the rap. There will be repercussions if this were to happen. Song Xiaofeng will take revenge on them again. If Feng Xue were to act against Song Laosi, he will not want to give Song Laosi to have any opportunities to return to power. Okay, I'll go back and speak to the rest. Officer Xie said. Officer Xie wanted to leave, but Feng Xue stopped him. Officer Xie, I have a small request from you. Can we have a signage from the police? A signage? What signage do you want? Our police station does not give out signage. Officer Xie replied. He was feeling puzzled. Feng Xue sighed. In the future years, placing a police signage with the police logo and contact number on the door, there will be lesser people creating trouble for that household or business. Many people will think that this business is affiliated with the police. Now to ask for a picture was not realistic. But to get a sign from the police, and on the signage wrote the following words, "Partners of the police, together we will build a safer country," would let others think that this company is under the protection of a certain police chief. People who want to create trouble would think twice. Officer Xie, it is just an ordinary signage, just like an amulet to ward off people who want to create trouble for us. Oh yes, I had prepared 50 wind and rain fans for your station to improve your working environment. Feng Xue explained. You don't really need to do this. Officer Xie replied, smiling happily. His office still has no fans and their budget had been tight. No, we are partners to the police and we are building a safer nation together. This is the least I can do to show my support. Feng Xue said. After Officer Xie left, Feng Xue called Li Shiqiang over. Although he had pulled the police chief over to their side, they also have to take care of the people under Officer Xie, especially the patrol officers. These officers should be entitled to night patrol allowances. These allowances will help these officers to get something to eat during their patrols. It would be best if Song Laosi misunderstood that they have strong connections with the police. Also, they have to build their relationships with the officials above of Officer Xie. After settling Officer Xie, Wu Jigang and another staff returned. They had ridden bicycles, and they were sweating. Jigang, what did Director Li said? Li Jigang asked before Feng Xue can open his mouth. Director Li is not willing to get involved in this. But they were willing to give us a signage based on Manager Feng's instructions. I will put up the signage now. Look, this is the signage. Partner of Bing City Motor Factory. But Manager Feng, how can this signage be useful? Wu Jigang pointed to the signage and asked. Feng Xue smiled and said, of course one signage might not be useful. But when we have a lot of signages, then it will be very useful. These signages were equivalent to an identity. In the future years, many companies wanted to get some form of recognition from the government bodies, such as People's Representative, member of some government committee, etc. These recognitions act as some sort of amulet and also prove that the company was doing well. As long as there were a lot of signages and awards from government bodies at their door, There will be lesser people creating trouble for them. There was another advantage. These awards and signages will show that the company have lots of connections and will give them more bargaining power when it comes to business negotiations. But Feng Xue was a bit disappointed when he heard that the motor factory had refused to come forward to help him. A large hydropower station had just been completed, and the motor factory will be collecting the payments from them. For time being, the motor factory was not short of funds. If the motor factory was willing to help Feng Xue, all they have to do was to let their superiors in the government know about this matter, and someone will warn Song Laosi to stop. But Feng Xue had other ways. He can get another amulet from the city government. Deputy Chief Zhang? Am I disturbing you? Feng Xue asked. Oh, it's Manager Feng. Come in. What brought you here today? Zhang Ruiqiang asked. Chief Zhang, I am here to let you know that I will be closing down my trading company. What procedures do I have to do? Feng Xue said. Zhang Ruiqiang was surprised. Tai Hua Trading was one of the companies which his department helped to get the permits. 2 days ago, the chief still praised Tai Hua Trading. This month alone, there were already more than 3 million rubles worth of trades. The department still has the intention to make Tai Hua Trading as an example for other trading firms to learn from. Manager Feng, what happened? Did that Russian cheated you? Zhang Ruiqiang asked worriedly. No, that Russian will not do this to me. My company was very profitable. But I am not sure who did I offended, and yesterday, my company and my goods in the warehouse were smashed and destroyed by someone. The police still had not found the culprit yet. Rather than worry day and night, I would rather close down my business. I am preparing to move my business to Shen City. Although it will be a bit troublesome, it will still be better than now. Feng Xue said. Manager Feng, Shen City is quite a distance from the Soviet Union. Furthermore, you will have to start all over again there, and it won't be as convenient as Bing City. You rest assured. I will call Chief Zhao of the provincial government and tell him about your problem. He will take note of it and will not let some gangsters harass you. Zhang Ruiqiang said. This? All right. By the way, the police station gave me an idea. If I am able to put some government awards on my door, it will be very effective against these troublemakers. Can your foreign trade department give me any awards? Feng Xue asked. Zhang Ruiqiang looked at Feng Xue. This should be his real purpose for coming here. But never mind. They had been giving out these types of awards and signages all this while. Also, he had heard about the triads and gangs in Bing City. His superior had the intention of putting him in charge of getting investments in the city and promote international trade. Zhang Ruiqiang had long wanted to drive these gangs and triads out of Bing City. Okay, I will get my men to send it over once it is ready. In future, if Manager Feng needs to procure anything, remember to support our state-owned enterprises. Zhang Ruiqiang said. Try? Of course. I will take note of it. Thank you, Chief Zhang. Feng Xue replied. The two exchanged some greetings, and Chief Zhang also put across some requests to Feng Xue which he agreed willingly. After leaving the foreign trade hall, Feng Xue felt refreshed. With so many amulets, Song Xiaofeng will not dare to touch Tai Hua Trading Company again. In a few more days, Song Xiaofeng will be in an urn. Chapter 61, Small Tricks. Chapter 61, Small Tricks. Feel free to donate to me using this link paypal.me/noobtranslator or Patreon. After waiting for a day, there was still no news of Song Xiaofeng's death. Feng Xue can't stand it anymore. He was the target of Song Xiaofeng, and being a target does not feel right. Especially when Song Xiaofeng was someone who would try all means to get even and doesn't follow any rules. Feng Xue was not sure when will Song Xiaofeng attack him. In a few days, the second batch of used cars will arrive at Bing City. What if Song Xiaofeng sends his men profits? Kirilenko had told him that there were not many luxury cars left. After this incoming batch of cars, and another batch sometime later, Feng Xue might have to wait up to 2 years. The timing for the next 2 batches of cars was just lovely for Feng Xue. These 2 batches should take the whole year for Feng Xue to sell. Next year, there will be an excellent opportunity for Feng Xue to flip his assets a few folds. But for that to happen, Feng Xue needs to make money from the next 2 batches of used cars. If Song Xiaofeng were to take away half of his profits, Feng Xue would be losing money. He might as well give up on this business and concentrate on doing exportation business. Feng Xue was scolding Cripple Wang in his heart for being so slow to act. At the same time, he was also thinking of ways to add oil to the fire. It turned out that Cripple Wang was furious when he learned that Feng Xue's company had been smashed by Song Xiaofeng's men. He was not mad because Feng Xue's company was destroyed. He was furious because instead of Song Xiaofeng going to apologize to him, Song Xiaofeng still dares to create trouble. In his territory, This had made him lose face. Cripple Wang had already sent his men to inform Song Laosi to bring Song Xiaofeng to apologize to him. But Song Laosi already had the support of other triad bosses from other cities, and he had self-proclaimed to be the #1 boss of Bing City. How can the #1 boss bring his own nephew to apologize to his enemy? Song Laosi only sent 100,000 renminbi to Cripple Wang and said that Song Xiaofeng was drunk when he gave the order. The 100,000 renminbi was sort of payment to settle this matter. Song Laosi doesn't care if Cripple Wang keeps the 100,000 renminbi or the money goes to Tai Hua Trading. He sent the money was just to shut Cripple Wang up. Under the persuasion of his men, Cripple Wang kept the money. This was considered an act of goodwill from Song Laosi. If Cripple Wang did not accept and kept harping on Song Laosi, they would eventually have to fight each other head-on. Now, Brother Ku was keeping quiet and waiting for the chance to eliminate both of them. Having a war with each other would just benefit Brother Ku, and he will eventually take over Bing City. As for Tai Hua Trading Company, Cripple Wang just sent one of his men to bring 10,000 renminbi over and said that the 10,000 renminbi was Song Xiaofeng's compensation for the damages. Feng Xue looked at the 10,000 renminbi on the table with his eyes twitching. Let the matter rest. How can he let this matter rest? Why did Cripple Wang kill Song Xiaofeng in his previous life? Why did Cripple Wang not kill him this time? Song Laosi can still live for a few more years, but Song Xiaofeng must die now. Feng Xue thought for a while and asked Wu Jigang to follow him to look for Cripple Wang. He also brought 100,000 renminbi with him. Why are you here again? Didn't I send the compensation to you? Why? You think the compensation was too little? Cripple Wang frowned. No. I am here to thank Master Crutches for helping my company. I had received the compensation from Song Xiaofeng. This is our thank you gift from Master Crutches and your men. Feng Xue said, while pushing the bag containing the 100,000 renminbi towards Cripple Wang. The bag does not have any zipper. The 100,000 renminbi can be seen by Cripple Wang and his men without opening the bag. Cripple Wang looked at Feng Xue. What is this kid thinking? I sent him 10,000 renminbi, and he came back to give me 100,000 renminbi as thank you gift. What do you mean by this? Cripple Wang asked. Master Crutches, I shall be honest. All I wanted was a peace of mind. I know you had already sent words to Song Laosi. I believe Song Laosi will not find trouble with my company because of you. But this time, my company had offended Song Xiaofeng. He is arrogant and does not abide by the rules. I am afraid that he will seek revenge again. Feng Xue said. Cripple Wang stared at Feng Xue. In his heart, he thought, what do you mean? You think that my words have no weight. But he thought about what Feng Xue said and found that Feng Xue actually made sense. Song Laosi was someone that will still abide by the rules of the underworld. But Song Xiaofeng's reputation was horrible. Furthermore, he was also unhappy that Song Xiaofeng did not even come personally to apologize to him. If Song Xiaofeng really came back and create trouble for Tai Hua Trading Company, it will really cause Cripple Wang to lose face. Does Song Xiaofeng dare to go and find trouble with Feng Xue? No one can be sure. Rest assured, Song Xiaofeng will never come to you again. Cripple Wang said. Thank you, Master Crutches. I am relieved to hear that. If you need me for anything in future, just let me know. Feng Xue said. Feng Xue left without even taking a second look at the 100,000 renminbi on the table. Master Crutches, this kid is not bad, but he is worried about nothing. Song Laosi had already given us the compensation. What's there for him to worry about? Cripple Wang's follower casually said. Hearing what his follower said, Cripple Wang was not happy. Song Laosi had only sent his men over and not come to him personally. At least Song Xiaofeng should make the trip. This Song Laosi was getting more and more arrogant. If he still doesn't do anything, Bing City will fall into Song Laosi hands within 1 year. On the way back to the company, Feng Xue kept looking at Wu Jigang. Wu Jigang felt uncomfortable from Feng Xue's actions. He asked, Manager Feng, if you have anything on your mind, you can say it to me straight. You are making me uncomfortable. Feng Xue said, Jigang, I have a task for you, but I am afraid that you are not willing to do. Wu Jigang tapped on his chest and said, Manager Feng, just let me know what you want me to do, and I will do it. It doesn't matter if your task is related to the company or your own personal things. One word from you, and I will complete it. I want you to get beaten up. Feng Xue said. Wu Jigang asked with an awkward expression, Manager Feng, don't tell me you want me to be a sandbag for you to vent your anger. Feng Xue shook his head. The one hitting you is not me. You need to be beaten up by Song Xiaofeng. Why would his men hit me? Didn't Cripple Wang said that Song Xiaofeng will not come and disturb us again? Wu Jigang asked. If he doesn't come and look for us, we can take the initiative and look for him. Sorry, Jigang, but you will have to suffer a bit. When this thing is over, I will give you 10,000 renminbi. Manager Feng, I will not accept your money. It is just a beating. I can still take tea. But why do I have to be beaten up by them? Wu Jigang still doesn't understand. It doesn't matter. As long as you promise me to complete this task, you have to keep the money. This is to compensate you. Tonight, we will go and have fun at the nightclub ballroom to play. Don't tell anyone about this, including Brother Li. Feng Xue instructed. There was an old saying in northeast China. It is either peaceful and quiet or blows up and make the matter worse. Night. Feng Xue and Wu Jigang drove out. Li Shiqiang thought Feng Xue was going to the motor factory and didn't ask anything. Remember, later when you are getting beaten up, scream loudly. Scream as if you are in great pain. Feng Xue reminded Wu Jigang. Rest assured, I know what to do. Wu Jigang replied. You must not fight back and protect your head with your arms. Curl your body up. Feng Xue said. Manager Feng, you had repeated 6 times. Wu Jigang said. Do you remember? Feng Xue snapped. Yes, I remember. Wu Jigang replied. After driving to a few nightclubs, Feng Xue found his Land Rover. Autumn nightclub. Feng Xue walked in front, and Wu Jigang followed. He gritted his teeth. Getting 10,000 renminbi for a beating was not the main reason he agreed to this. It was doing Feng Xue a great favor that was the main reason. He helped Feng Xue, and he knows that Feng Xue will take care of him in future. The nightclub was very crowded. Feng Xue scans the area and saw Song Xiaofeng at a corner with his men. Feng Xue chatted with Wu Jigang and walked towards Song Xiaofeng's direction. It was as if they did not see Song Xiaofeng. Chapter 62. Everyone can act. Chapter 62. Everyone can act. Feel free to donate to me using this link paypal.me/noobtranslator or Patreon. Song Xiaofeng was grounded at home for the past few days by his uncle Song Laosi. Although Song Laosi's villa has everything, he still felt bored. Today he was finally allowed to leave his uncle's villa, and he immediately brought his men to the nightclub. He just likes the feeling of playing with different girls. In his words, every girl has her own flavor. Just when he saw a target and was about to send his men to pull the girl over, he saw someone that was in his mind for the past few days. Since this kid appeared in front of him, it would be a waste to not get some money out of him. Song Xiaofeng still has to pay for Toad's medical expenses. Since he happens to meet Feng Xue here, he decided to ask Feng Xue to pay for Toad's expenses. Anyway, Feng Xue had indirectly caused Toad's legs to be broken by Cripple Wang. Feng Xue was looking for a place to sit with Wu Jigang when he saw 2 men appeared in front of them. You two. Master Song asked you to get over there. One of the 2 men said. Feng Xue and Wu Jigang's eyes met, and without uttering a word, followed Song Xiaofeng's men. Song Xiaofeng was leaning back into a sofa with crossed legs. He was holding a glass of whiskey. Isn't this Brother Feng? How come you are here today? Song Xiaofeng asked. I just happened to pass by and decided to come in for a drink. Master Song, you are here too. Bring the tab from Master Song's table to me. Feng Xue said enthusiastically. No need. I, Song Xiaofeng, don't have the habit of letting others buy me drinks. But my brother, Toad, was injured at your office a few days ago. How are you going to settle this matter? Song Xiaofeng said while shaking his rock glass. He doesn't even look at Feng Xue. Feng Xue looked over to Wu Jigang, and he knew what to do. Wu Jigang stepped forward and shouted. He is not injured by us, and our company was trashed by your men. Song Xiaofeng coldly glanced at Wu Jigang. He doesn't need to say anything, and his men rushed up. All it takes was 1 glass bottle, and Wu Jigang was on the floor. The 4 men surrounded him and start raining blows on him. Wu Jigang already knew he will be beaten up. With the protection padding protecting his stomach area, he wrapped his arms around his head and curled up to defend himself. Even if he is injured, the injuries will also not be too severe. Wu Jigang screamed loudly when on the floor. He shouted for mercy. Feng Xue also shouted at Song Xiaofeng. Master Song, ask them to stop. How much compensation do you want? Just let me know. If I can afford it, I will give it to you. He is going to die soon. Song Xiaofeng closed his eyes, one hand holding the rock glass and the other swaying around in the air. His expression was like he is enjoying some music and his hand swaying to the rhythm. He likes to listen to the screams of those who don't obey him. The more miserable, the more excited he is. The satisfaction he got from these screams is far better than sex. The beating carried on for about 5 minutes. Wu Jigang's cry was getting weaker. Suddenly, Song Xiaofeng raised his left fist, like the ending movement of a music conductor. His men stopped and stood back behind Song Xiaofeng. Feng Yu hurriedly went over to check on Wu Jigang. He started to regret. This was not what he expected. He thought Song Xiaofeng's men would just beat up Wu Jigang for a while and stopped. He did not expect the beating to carry on for so long. Wu Jigang was beaten up severely. His face is full of blood, and his body was trembling nonstop. When Feng Yu looked at Wu Jigang's eyes, the latter was still able to blink, and his eyes were still very clear. Feng Yu felt relieved. At least, Wu Jigang had not injured his brain. Earlier you said you wanted to compensate for Toad's injuries. How much do you think a man's leg is worth? Song Xiaofeng asked slowly while slipping on his whiskey. 100,000 renminbi, Feng Yu quoted a price. Now the average annual income in Bing City is not more than 1,000 renminbi. 100,000 renminbi is the lifetime wages of many people. 100,000 renminbi? Humph, you think we are beggars? At least 400,000 renminbi. I will not bargain with you. 2 legs and the other injuries, total 1 million renminbi, and I will let this matter rest. Song Xiaofeng sneers. He knew Taihua Trading had made a few million last month. 1 million renminbi shouldn't be a problem for Feng Yu. 1 million? Feng Yu sucked in a deep breath and said, Master Song, isn't 1 million too much? Too much? Then how much do you think your 2 legs are worth? Why not I break both of your legs, and we let the matter rest? Song Xiaofeng said with disgust. Some people just can't grasp the situation. Feng Yu still wanted to bargain with him. If Feng Yu always behaved this way, he will break his legs now and still ask for compensation. Fine. I will pay 1 million. Give me 3 days to raise the money, and I will send it to you, Feng Yu said unwillingly. Looking at Feng Yu, Song Xiaofeng was elated. He was able to vent his anger and still got a sum of money coming in. After paying Toad's medical expenses, he will even have at least a few 100,000 left. Like swiping a fly, Song Xiaofeng waved his hands to ask Feng Yu to get lost. He then pointed to a pretty girl who was leaving the dance floor. Tonight, she is the one. The nightclub business was not affected even when Wu Jigang was beaten up by Song Xiaofeng's 4 followers. Everyone pretended not to see. Only a few more daring customers looked over to find out who was the one who had provoked Song Xiaofeng. Feng Yu really despised these twisted people. They thought that people like Song Xiaofeng were very awe-inspiring. When he is in prison or dying on the streets, they will understand that these are all stupid and not prestige. Feng Yu helped Wu Jigang out of the nightclub. When their car had left the area, Wu Jigang began to groan. How are you? Do you have any fractures? Don't worry, we are reaching the hospital soon. Feng Yu said. It's okay, I got the padding on. Wu Jigang said, and pulled out 2 plastic boards from underneath his clothes. Luckily Song Xiaofeng's men had used their legs to stomp on him. If they had used their fist, they would have felt the plastic paddings. With the paddings protecting him, Wu Jigang did not sustain serious injuries. After the hospital examination, Feng Yu was relieved. Wu Jigang only sustained minor injuries. After 2 injections, he is allowed to go home. All he needs was to recuperate at home for 2 months. Jigang, don't tell anyone about what happened. Rest assured, Song Xiaofeng is finished, Feng Yu said. That night, Feng Yu went to a few places to look for Cripple Wang. He finally found him relaxing in a pool of a bath center. Cripple Wang frowned when he saw Feng Yu. This kid again. Did he think that after giving me 100,000 renminbi, I am to solve all his problems? When Feng Yu saw Cripple Wang, he put on a pitiful look on his face and said, Master Crutch, you got to help me. What's the matter? Crippled Wang asked. Master Crutch, today I went to the nightclub with a friend to relax, but we met Song Xiaofeng there. He asked his men to beat up my friend and me for no reasons. My friend is seriously injured and is currently still lying in the hospital. I was also beaten. You look at my injuries. Feng Yu said. He beat you for no reasons? Cripple Wang asked. He did not believe what Feng Yu had said. We were at Autumn nightclub. You can ask your men. We had just entered the nightclub, and we were immediately beaten up by Song Xiaofeng's men. Song Xiaofeng also said that even if Toad's legs were broken by master crutches, but it happened at my company. So I have to pay him 1 million renminbi as compensation. My company is still new. Where can I raise such a big sum of money? Feng Yu replied. Cripple Wang's face changed. On the surface, Song Xiaofeng had beat up Feng Yu and his friend. But actually, it was a slap in his face. Humph, Song Laosi. This time it is your nephew that didn't play by the rules. I will not hold back on him. Chapter 63, War, Part 1. Chapter 63, War, Part 1. Feel free to donate to me using this link paypal.me/noobtranslator or Patreon. Cripple Wong asked Feng Xue to go back first. He will investigate this matter first before giving Feng Xue an answer. He cannot believe Feng Xue's one-sided claims. He asked his men to get those who were watching over Autumn nightclub over. The circumstances were indeed what Feng Xue had said. Feng Xue and his friend had just entered the nightclub, and they were beaten up by Song Xiaofeng's men. Song Xiaofeng even asked Feng Xue to compensate him 1 million renminbi, using Toad's injuries at Feng Xue's office as an excuse. As to how seriously injured was Feng Xue's friend, it was needless to investigate further. To be beaten up by 4 men for 5 minutes, he must be seriously injured. Furthermore, Song Xiaofeng did not pay for the damages that day. The follower, who was relating the circumstances to Cripple Wong, had eyed the girl which Song Xiaofeng brought back that day first. As such, he exaggerated a lot. For instance, Feng Xue had mentioned the name of Master Crutches, but Song Xiaofeng still ignored and even asked his men to hit them harder. Cripple Wong can no longer keep quiet this time. Even this Song Xiaofeng dared to be so arrogant in his territory. This shows that Song Laoxi's power had increased a lot. If he were to keep quiet and let this matter rest, within 1 year, there would be no Master Crutches in Bing City. Useless. What did I say before? At our nightclubs, there must be no fights. If there are fights every day, who will come to our nightclubs? Where can we earn money? No money. What are you going to eat? Cripple Wong scolded the follower responsible for that nightclub. That follower was smart and asked, Master Crutches, do we look for Song Xiaofeng with regards to this incident? Of course. By creating trouble in my territory means not giving me face. Go and bring him over. Let Song Laoxi come over personally to bring him back. Feng Xue spent the whole night at the hospital taking care of Wu Jigang. Wu Jigang does not want to notify his family for the time being. The next morning, Feng Xue saw a familiar person appearing in front of him. That person is one of Cripple Wong's men. Manager Feng, I represent Master Crutches to visit your injured friend and also bring you a message from Master Crutches. Song Xiaofeng was captured by Master Crutches. We are waiting for Song Laoxi to come over. Cripple Wong's man looked over at Wu Jigang, whose whole body was covered in bandages. Song Xiaofeng's men were merciless, but what he did not know was that the bandages were requested by Feng Xue. There was no need for these bandages. But Feng Xue gave them red packets money and said that the more bandages, the faster the wounds will heal. The doctors, after receiving the red packets, used a lot of dressings on Wu Jigang. They hoped that they could meet these types of ignorant patients more frequently. Help me thank Master Crutches. This money is to treat you and your brothers to drink. Feng Xue said. After sending Cripple Wong's man out, Feng Xue woke Wu Jigang, who was pretending to be in a coma, up. Feng Xue took out the 2 electric fans from under the bed and started blowing at Wu Jigang. Under this summer heat and thick bandages, it will be easy to get heat rashes. Manager Feng, you go back first, I am fine. Wu Jigang said. Feng Xue had not only personally taken care of him for 1 night, and even arranged a single room with toilet for him. This was the treatment for government officials. Feng Xue had spent a lot of this type of treatment. I will stay and take care of you. You can't even go to the toilet yourself. Feng Xue said while looking at the mummy on the bed. Time for injection. Turn over and show your buttocks. After this injection and 2 bottles of drips, you can be discharged. You are his brother? Don't interfere with the doctors next time if you don't know anything. There is obviously nothing wrong with him, and yet you asked the doctors to bandage his whole body. You even brought 2 fans for him. Do you really have too much money to burn? A young nurse came in and started criticizing Feng Xue while preparing the injection and drips. Feng Xue suddenly saw Wu Jigang's eyes brighten up and started wriggling his body to expose his buttocks. Feng Xue shook his head. He finally understood why Wu Jigang wanted him to go back first. After injection and hanging the drips, Feng Xue went over beside the nurse and said, Sister, I would need to trouble you to take care of my friend for the next 2 days. Our hospital treats all patients the same. There are no special treatments. The nurse said. Feng Xue whispered, I will tell you the truth. My friend is here for you. I know his injuries are not that serious. Under this summer's heat and wrapped in thick bandages, all these are just for him to stay in the hospital for a few more days so he can get closer to you. The young nurse's face turned red and secretly looked at Wu Jigang. She thought this guy was an idiot. So, it was because he likes her. For someone who can afford to stay in this type of ward, have 2 electric fans blowing at him, and came to the hospital in a car, his family must be quite well off. She heard from other nurses that Wu Jigang is not bad looking and his height is about 1.8 meters. Feng Xue took out a few hundred RMB notes and handed over to the nurse. What do you mean by this? The young nurse asked unhappily. Nothing much. If my friend wants to eat anything, please help him. Feng Xue replied. Feng Xue returned to the ward and smiled at Wu Jigang. Okay. I had found out that the young nurse is single and she will be on the day shift this week. I had asked her to take good care of you. Whether if you can get her is all up to you now. I am going back now and visit you later in the evenings. Song Xiaofeng was captured by Cripple Wang, and Cripple Wang even sent word to Song Laosi. If he wants to rescue Song Xiaofeng, he will have to go and see him personally. This incident was shocking to Song Laosi. He tried to find out what had happened, but he soon found out that Song Xiaofeng and his followers were all captured by Cripple Wang. He had already given Cripple Wang 100,000 renminbi last time. Cripple Wang had also accepted the money. What did he want now? Song Laosi was furious. His nephew is his only family member left, and his Achilles heel. He will not forgive anyone that dares to touch his nephew. He called a few dozens of his men and left to look for Cripple Wang in his Mercedes-Benz. Cripple Wang knew Song Laosi was on his way over, and he was prepared too. In Autumn nightclub, there were over 30 men, metal pipes, machete, shotgun, and pistons. If Song Laosi wanted to get Song Xiaofeng back by force, then it will depend on whose life is harder. A few vans parked at the entrance and a few dozen men alighted from the vans. Despite the summer heat, they were dressed in long-sleeves clothes and their clothes were all bulging. A Mercedes-Benz then came and the front passenger door opened. Song Laosi's right-hand man, Li Guangjing, alighted and opened the rear passenger door. At the same time, he opened an umbrella. Song Laosi slowly alighted from the car and looked at his men. He was quite pleased with what he saw. So what if this is Cripple Wang's territory? I had brought so many men with me. If he does not release Song Xiaofeng today, then there will be bloodshed at this autumn nightclub. Song Laosi thought to himself. A few of his men were instructed by Li Guangjing to enter the nightclub first. Song Laosi and Li Guangjing slowly walked into the nightclub. Cripple Wang was seated at a table in the middle of the nightclub, drinking beer. When he saw Song Laosi entered, he looked up and sneered. Song Laosi, you have been too busy. I had invited you over a few times, and you finally show up. Song Laosi sat down opposite Cripple Wang, took a gulp of the ice-cold beer on the table, and said, Cripple Wang, just because I turned down your invitations, you captured my nephew. You better give me a good reason for this. Hearing the way Song Laosi addressed him, Cripple Wang banged the table with the beer bottle and said, You want me to give you an account? Your nephew had created trouble multiple times at my nightclub. How are you going to give me an account for that? Chapter 64, War, Part 2. Chapter 64, War, Part 2. Feel free to donate to me using this link paypal.me/noobtranslator or Patreon. The two underworld bosses from Bing City sitting at the opposite end of the table. They looked like they were just casually chatting in the neighborhood, but each word that was spoken had murderous intent. Cripple Wang, my nephew, was drunk, and it's normal for drunk people to behave this way. You can just send someone to pass a message. You think I will not compensate you for the damages? Now you ordered your men to capture him. It is a slap in my face. Song Laosi said with a gloomy face. Cripple Wang had captured his nephew because of such small matters? He is too arrogant. Drunk? Humph. Got drunk after one glass of liquor? Song Laosi, can you use your brains when you speak? You care about your face. Then what about mine? Cripple Wang replied. Fine. I am not here to argue with you today. We can talk about who's right and who's wrong another day. You release Song Xiaofeng first. Not harming family members is the rule of the underworld. Song Laosi said. He was a bit wary of Cripple Wang as Song Xiaofeng was still in Cripple Wang's hand. Cripple Wang waved his hand, and his men brought out Song Xiaofeng and his followers. Other than Song Xiaofeng, the rest had both their legs broken. Although Song Xiaofeng's legs were not broken, he was beaten up. When he saw Song Laosi, he struggled and shouted, Uncle C, Cripple Wang sent his men to capture me and beat me up. You have to revenge for me. Hearing what Song Xiaofeng had said, Song Laosi's face changed. This nephew of his was not very smart. Not to mention that he had only attended a few days of school, he still doesn't know how to analyze the situation. You are still under Cripple Wang's control, and you are still shouting. Sure enough, Cripple Wang was furious when he heard what Song Xiaofeng said. He was already angry when Song Laosi called him Cripple Wang, and now, this Song Xiaofeng dares to call him Cripple Wang in front of so many people and still wanted revenge. No respect for your elders. Seems like I need to teach you a lesson on behalf of Song Laosi, Crippled Wang said. Just after Cripple Wang finished his sentence, his men gave Song Xiaofeng 2 tight slaps. Song Laosi felt like these 2 slaps were on his face. Song Laosi stared hard at the one who had slapped Song Xiaofeng. He was Cripple Wang's close follower and his bodyguard. His status was similar to Li Guangjing. Song Xiaofeng opened his mouth and still wanted to say something, but Song Laosi shouted, "Shut up!" If not for Song Xiaofeng still being held in Cripple Wang's hands, Song Laosi would have ordered Li Guangjing to kill Cripple Wang immediately. Cripple Wang, you had taught him a lesson. I will bring him back and educate him properly. Let's forget about everything and let this matter rest. Song Laosi said. I taught him a lesson is because of what he said. But my nightclub had suffered losses, and you still need to compensate me. Not much. 100,000 renminbi should be enough. Cripple Wang replied. With so many followers here, he should give some money to everyone, and Song Laosi should be the one to come up with this money. Each man will get about 2 to 3,000 renminbi. Rewarding them with this money can also gain their loyalty. Song Laosi suppressed his anger and nodded. Fine. I will send you the money later. Release him first. I will not release him if I don't see the money. Cripple Wang had long wanted to talk down at Song Laosi. You think people are looking up at you, and you are the big boss? Furthermore, if Song Laosi doesn't pay him later, what can he do? Since it was only a matter of time they go to war, why not get some money first? Cripple Wang, earlier the police had seen me coming over to your place. If we were to have a showdown today using firearms, it would not be nice. Song Laosi still wanted to create a clean image for himself. He doesn't want any bloodshed here, as this will destroy the clean image he created for the past 2 years. Threatening me? Ask your men to go get the money. I shall wait here. Even if the police is here, so what? I own this place. What wrong with having a little chat with my friends at my own place? These knives are for cutting watermelons. Cripple Wang replied happily. Song Laosi also have today. Song Laosi looked at Li Guangjing, and Li Guangjing walked out to Song Laosi's Mercedes-Benz. He took out 100,000 renminbi from the boot. The money in the boot was Song Laosi emergency cash. Earlier, Song Laosi did think of not paying Cripple Wang after he rescued Song Xiaofeng. He must teach Cripple Wang a lesson. If he doesn't teach him a lesson, his position as the leader of Bing City's underworld might be in jeopardy. The money was handed over to Cripple Wang, and Cripple Wang was smiling happily. He waved to his men, and they released Song Xiaofeng. Song Laosi turned and left the nightclub with Song Xiaofeng. Li Guangjing followed closely behind, walking backward, without taking his eyes off Cripple Wang. Song Laosi entered his Mercedes-Benz with his nephew, and he made a cutthroat gesture to Li Guangjing. His nephew's injuries were more severe than it looks. When he thought of Cripple Wang's arrogant and proud look, he could not endure any more. When Song Laosi's car left the premises, Li Guangjing rushed back to Autumn nightclub with his men. But Cripple Wang had already gone through the back door. The only ones waiting for them were his men. Li Guangjing was Song Laosi's right-hand man and the best fighter. It was reasonable to say that he had single-handedly helped Song Laosi occupy half of his current territories. If Li Guangjing dies, then Song Laosi's power will drop by half. Both sides did not use their firearms, but wield knives and metal pipes instead. It was a mess with both sides clashing together. The fight did not last long. The doors to Autumn nightclub opened after about 15 minutes. Li Guangjing walked out, covered in blood, and drove away. Inside the nightclub, about 60 to 70 men were lying on the ground injured. Some of them had broken arms or legs, some had deep cuts, and there were some with stabbed wounds. Cripple Wang threw the beer bottle on the floor when he heard Li Guangjing had escaped. Useless. Everyone was incompetent. He had over 40 men, and they were outmatched by less than 30 men. They even allowed Li Guangjing to escape. Li Guangjing's escape made Cripple Wang worried. This Li Guangjing seems to be better than the rumors. Master Crutches, if I had stayed behind, I would have killed that Li Guangjing. Cripple Wang's right-hand man, Lang Qing said. Cripple Wang shook his head and said, You cannot go. Even if you kill Li Guangjing, you can also not stay by my side. Even if we eradicate Song Laosi, we still have to be wary of Brother Ku. Just when Cripple Wang was discussing with his men, someone knocked on the door and told him that Feng Xue is here again. Master Crutches, I passed by Autumn nightclub just now, and I saw Li Guangjing running out. Don't tell me that Master Crutches had clashed with Song Laosi because of me, Feng Xue asked with a deeply touched expression. Cripple Wang did not reply Feng Xue, but only smiled. Master Crutches, Because of me, your men were injured. I must do something for them. This is 100,000 renminbi. Master Crutches, if you think this is not enough, let me know how much is needed. I will find ways to raise the money and send it over. Feng Xue said while patting his chest. Feng Xue wanted not only Cripple Wang to see him as someone loyal, but he also wanted Cripple Wang's men to know. In future, when Cripple Wang got into trouble, he does not wish Cripple Wang's men to think that it was him that backstabbed Cripple Wang. Brother Feng, Master Crutches will not take your money. But we were unable to kill Song Xiaofeng today, and even let Li Guangjing rescued him. Because of you, Master Crutches had put in a lot of efforts. Now there is a chance for you to repay Master Crutches. Will you do it? Lang Qing interrupted. Feng Xue is dumbfounded and thought to himself, fuck. Don't tell me he wanted me to go and kill Song Laosi. Fuck your sis. I don't even dare to kill a chicken. Chapter 65, Serious Issue. Chapter 65, Serious Issue. Feel free to donate to me using this link paypal.me/noobtranslator or Patreon. Lang Qing scoffed and despised Feng Xue when he saw his terrified expression. You think I am asking you to kill Song Laosi? With your terrified expression, even if I give you a gun, you also don't dare to fire. I am talking about finding professional killers to kill Song Laosi. But the fees for professional killers is not cheap. Lang Qing said. Feng Xue was relieved. Anything will do, as long as he does not need to kill Song Laosi himself. But these people were really lawless. Initially, he just wanted these two gangs to blow up this matter. The bigger, the better. Feng Xue will even think of ways to make matter worse. This would let the provincial government take note of this matter. If the higher-ups act on this, these two gangs would have no chance to escape. And these two groups of people would rat Brother Ku out to save themselves. When that happens, Bing City will go back to its peaceful days. But now, he found out that things had gone beyond his control. These people were going all out to kill each other. They even told him about it, and Feng Xue cannot feign ignorance. Master Crutches, I did not hear anything. But I think this small incense burner looks good, must be an antique. Why not sell it to me? I offer 300,000 renminbi. Feng Xue said. He was now thinking of ways to get out of this. He only wanted to watch the show from the sidelines. Cripple Wang looked at the small incense burner in front of Guan Yu's statue on the altar. The incense burner was given to him by one of his men. He estimated the cost to be about 10 or 20 renminbi. Since you like it, then I will sell it to you. Lang Qing, get someone to clean it up. Master Crutches, I will send the money over tomorrow. I do not know about anything else. Feng Xue said. He made it very clear that he does not want to get involved in this matter. Cripple Wang nodded and said, we are only making a normal trade. At the bank, Feng Xue looked for Manager Zhu to withdraw 300,000 renminbi. Because of Manager Zhu, the withdrawal was expedited. Back at his office, Feng Xue put the incense burner at one corner and sat in his chair. He began to think of ways to get rid of all these people at one go. The key was to get evidence. Without evidence, these people would still be at large. But in this era, the camcorder was too big, and cameras were not small either. Carrying these around would be too conspicuous, and no one would dare to do such things. Even if he hides in one corner and take pictures, he might not get any useful pieces of evidence. Feng Xue can only pray that these two groups of people would fight each other to death. It would be better if they used their firearms, and the higher-ups would act earlier to confiscate all hunting rifles. Rebirth into this era, making money would be much more comfortable than the future. However, it was much more dangerous. Especially guns. Even his house has shotguns. One can imagine how lax the gun control laws in this era. An old broken incense burner sold for 300,000 renminbi. Master Crutches was still very satisfied with Feng Xue's attitude. This 300,000 renminbi would be enough to compensate his followers. As for the money to hire the professional killer, he had prepared long time ago. There were 7 Southerners in Bing City. Their leader is called Western Bun. It was said that he likes to eat Western bread with stuffing, and his surname happens to be Yang, same pronunciation as Western. Thus, it became his nickname. Western Bun's most famous battle in Bing City was he alone, armed with only a handgun, killed a rich and powerful boss in front of more than 10 followers. He does not do business, collect protection fees. He, along with his 6 other brothers, did some kidnappings, extortions, and revenge killings. In less than 2 years, he became notorious and was named the 4th boss of the underworld. As these 7 men don't occupy territories or fight with others over territories, they were only considered as ruthless outlaws and not a fraction. Song Laosi, Cripple Wang, and Brother Ku had wanted to recruit them, but Western Bun was not interested in working for others. Even though they only had 7 men, no one dares to eliminate them, as these 7 men had guns and were ruthless. If any one of them escaped, he would be a threat to the one who tried to remove them. This time, Cripple Wong wanted to hire Western Bun and his men. If these 7 men attacked Song Laosi would either be dead or severely impacted by the attack. When that happens, Cripple Wong will take the opportunity to swallow Song Laosi's territory and become the leader of the whole Longjiang province underworld. Cripple Wong had thought of this plan a long time ago. Even if he were to be caught by police, he could feign innocent. The most, he would be locked up for a few days to assist in the investigation. But what he did not expect was that Western Bun was not interested in this business. Western Bun might be ruthless, but he is not brainless. Song Laosui had so many men and not easy to kill. Even if he is able to kill Song Laosi, some or even all his brothers might die in the process. Cripple Wong had offered a considerable sum of money for this task, but Western Bun was not short of cash. Furthermore, he was the only one that had killed someone. The rumors that all of them had killed people were spread by them to make others fear them. However, they often beat up people. Western Bun not taking up this job made Cripple Wong very helpless. His men, under the leadership of Lang Qing, had no problems clashing with Song Laosi. But to assassinate him, other than Lang Qing, no one else dares. If Lang Qing left him, he would have no usable men by his side. And if he were to kill Song Laosi, how would he compete with Brother Ku? Brother Ku runs gambling dens and does loan shark businesses. He even pushed people off buildings when they failed to repay their debts. He is a genuinely ruthless man. Lang Qing reminded Cripple Wong that Western Bun dare not kill Song Laosi was because he felt that he had no chance to escape after he killed him. But what if we asked Western Bun kill Song Xiaofeng? Song Xiaofeng is Song Laosi's Achilles' feet. Once Song Xiaofeng is killed, Song Laosi would be affected and can no longer think straight. When that happens, he is bound to make mistakes, and furthermore, his right-hand man, Li Guangjing, was severely injured now. That will be the best chance to kill Song Laosi. Sure enough, when Western Bun heard 300,000 renminbi for Song Xiaofeng's life, he hesitated. Song Laosi is a challenging target, but Song Xiaofeng is easy. Song Xiaofeng frequents bars, nightclubs, and night spots. Any of these places would be suitable for them to act. Also, after killing Song Xiaofeng, they can just reveal Cripple Wong is the mastermind, and they can escape to other provinces for a period of time. They can come back after Cripple Wong kills Song Laosi. Western Bun asked for 500,000 renminbi to kill Song Xiaofeng. 500,000 renminbi, and he guaranteed to kill Song Xiaofeng. Cripple Wong thought for a while and agreed. This is an excellent opportunity and cannot be missed. After he killed Song Laosi, he can take over his business, and 500,000 renminbi can be recovered in no time. Feng Xue waited for 2 days and still did not receive any news about Song Laosi's death. This made him quite worried. Why was the fight not started yet? They have to fight and make it on the headlines. This way, all the triads and gangs will disappear from Bing City, especially Song Xiaofeng. Feng Xue wished Song Xiaofeng would drop dead now. These few days, Feng Xue got to know a police bureau deputy chief of Chief Xia. Feng Xue spent another sum of money to increase the police presence in his company premises. He believed that he would be able to talk his way out if he was caught by Song Laosi. But the rest of his staff can't. He cannot take the chance, and if anyone got hurt, he would regret for the rest of his life. After another day passed, and Feng Xue finally got good news. Chapter 66. History had changed. Support me by using this link paypal.me/noobtranslator or Patreon. Song Xiaofeng was grounded for a few days in his uncle's mansion again, and he couldn't stand it anymore. But his uncle wanted him to recuperate from his injuries, and furthermore, Li Guangjing was also injured from the fight with Cripple Wong's men. Recently, it was very dangerous outside. At first, Song Xiaofeng thought his uncle was right. But after 2 days, he noticed that nothing had happened. Cripple Wong did not create any trouble when Li Guangjing was injured, and his uncle, Song Laosi, did not seek revenge on Cripple Wong. He thought things were the same as before, and both sides had come to an agreement to let the matter rest. The clash 2 days ago had attracted the attention of the provincial government, but his uncle had connections with the officials inside. He just said that was just a small fight and did not affect other citizens. There was also no complaints, so this matter was dismissed. Based on the past experiences, after attracting the attention of the police, they would lie low for a while. Song Xiaofeng had endured for several days, and just happened that Song Laosi had gone out that day. He decided to sneak out to get some girls. The followers, who were supposed to look after him, were threatened by him and had no choice but to accompany him out. One of his followers drove his Land Rover and sent him to the city. Song Laosi's mansion was in Jiangbei, north of the river, and the city is in Jiangnan, south of the river. On the way, Song Xiaofeng began to ponder. Today, he wants to get a coquettish girl to satisfy his pent-up energy. But he and the driver did not notice that after they left the mansion, there was a jeep following them from Jiangbei to Jiangnan. They reached a nightclub which was not opened by Cripple Wang, and Song Xiaofeng, as usual, sat on a sofa at a corner. There were 2 to 3 men guarding the doors at the nightclub. Although they were Cripple Wang's men, Song Xiaofeng doesn't believe that these 2 to 3 men would dare to touch him. Soon he found his target, a 20-plus hot chick dressed in a body-hugging cheongsam. With only one glance, Song Xiaofeng could felt he was getting hard. One of his men went over to the girl and told her that Song Xiaofeng wants her. She was brought over to Song Xiaofeng, and Song Xiaofeng did not stay long in the nightclub. He went back to the Land Rover with the girls and instructed his follower to drive them to a hotel. They were still in the vehicle, and Song Xiaofeng started to touch the girl everywhere. Upon approaching the hotel, passing a cross junction, a tipper truck suddenly appeared. Boom! The Land Rover was hit on the side and hit the railings by the road. The tipper truck did not stop and collide onto the Land Rover for the second time. When Song Xiaofeng was still in a daze inside the vehicle, the tipper truck reversed into the Land Rover and dumped a whole load of gravel onto the car, burying it. The driver of the tipper truck then alighted and fled into a dark alley. On the other side of the alleyway, his brothers were waiting for him. Song Xiaofeng was feeling hurt all over his body, and just when he wanted to scold the driver, he noticed the darkness outside. What happened? How did outside become dark? When the gravels and sand slipped into the vehicle through the half-opened windows, he realized that his vehicle was buried in sand and gravels. Someone wants to bury him alive. Song Xiaofeng nearly pissed in his pants. This is Bing City. Who dares to mess with him? Could it be Cripple Wang? He really wants to go all out against his uncle? He started to dig the sand and gravels with his hands. He wants to get out. He wants to live. Song Laosi was returning home after drinking with his friends. When he passed by a cross junction, he noticed there seems to have an accident in front. He wanted to tell the driver to make a detour, but the driver suddenly shouted, "Master C, that car seems like Master Song's." Song Laosi was shocked. That was Xiaofeng's car. Song Xiaofeng now only uses this red Land Rover, which was said to be the only one in Bing City. Half of the bonnet was not buried, and the driver recognized it at first glance. "Stop the car. Go down and check." The driver got off and ran over. He began to dig through with his hands. Song Laosi and another of his men also got off and helped to dig with their hands. Even though it was a fully loaded tipper truck, there was not enough gravel to bury the Land Rover entirely. The gravel was not too thick, and less than a minute, the driver felt a moving palm. There was a sapphire ring on one of the fingers. The driver recognized this was the ring which Song Xiaofeng wore daily. With the effort of these 3 men, they dug out Song Xiaofeng's head, but Song Xiaofeng was barely conscious. When they opened the door and carried Song Xiaofeng out, he was already unconscious. The follower and the girl were not so lucky. They were suffocated to death in the vehicle. Western Bun left with his number 3 in a car. His number 3 had crashed the tipper truck onto Song Xiaofeng's Land Rover and dumped a full load of sand and gravel, burying him. All it takes was just 10 minutes to kill Song Xiaofeng. Also, it was a stolen vehicle. No matter how one investigates, no one will not suspect Western Bun and his brothers. Song Laosi might even think that this was indeed an accident. 500,000 renminbi in his pocket so quickly, and they don't even need to leave Bing City. It was all thanks to his 5th brother for coming up with this idea. Can kill Song Xiaofeng and not being suspected. This was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He made a phone call to Cripple Wang and informed him that he had completed the job. He asked Cripple Wang to send his men to verify. He did this was also intimidate Cripple Wang. If Cripple Wang wants to turn him into Song Laosi, he would have to think carefully. If Western Bun is able to kill Song Xiaofeng silently, he can also do the same to Cripple Wang. Feng Xue got the news about Song Xiaofeng's accident. Song Xiaofeng is currently in a deep coma, lying in the hospital. Feng Xue prayed nonstop for Song Xiaofeng to never wake up from his coma. It would be best if he just dies. It was a pity that the driver and the girl were killed in the accident, and Song Xiaofeng was still alive. Later, After finding out the details, Feng Yu learned several reasons why. Firstly, the Land Rover was supposed to be driven by Feng Yu, and he had modified and reinforced the vehicle. If it were Song Xiaofeng's previous Mercedes-Benz, he would already be crushed to death from the first collision. Secondly, during the impact, Song Xiaofeng's head was buried in the girl's breasts. Nevertheless, the girl's figure was stunning. Especially the pair of big bunnies in front cushioned the impact on Song Xiaofeng's head. Thirdly, after the vehicle was buried, Song Xiaofeng was still conscious and started to dig himself out. Just happened Song Laosi passed by and rescued him before he was suffocated. But it was also because he blocked the only hole. The driver and the girl suffocated to death. Feng Yu wanted to cry when he heard that Song Xiaofeng survived because of his Land Rover. If he had known earlier, he would not have modified and reinforced the exterior. He remembered in his past life, all of Song Laosi's family members had died, but now, Song Xiaofeng was not dead and in a coma. It seems that history was changed. Chapter 67, Eunuch Song. Chapter 67, Eunuch Song. Support me by using this link paypal.me/noobtranslator or Patreon. Feng Yu was deep in thoughts. History was changed. Was this a good or bad thing? On the one hand, perhaps the triads and gangs would disappear earlier. But on the other hand, Feng Yu was worried about the world economic trends. Would there be a butterfly effect because of him? But after a while, Feng Yu is relived. Although he was not a famous investor in his previous life, he still has about 20 years of investing experiences. He might not be the best in this era, but he was confident that he was better than most of the people. Moreover, if the economic trends were altered because of him and he could not make use of his knowledge from his previous life, he still has a few million RMB now. Even if he conservatively invests in a building, he would have no worries for the rest of his life. Furthermore, he monitored the stock market recently, and it was the same as his past life. This year, China had just started the stock market, and there was no stock exchange yet. The stocks were still pieces of paper like treasury bonds. Although Song Xiaofeng is not dead, this should be a severe lesson for him. Not to mention, now the city's leader had spoken, Song Laosi would have to lie low, let alone Song Xiaofeng. Soon, Feng Yu received another good news. Kirilenko had informed him that the second batch of used cars was ready. Once Feng Yu wired the money over, he would send the cars over. As usual, a 10% deposit and the balance to be paid after receiving the goods. Later, Feng Yu thought for a moment and knew that the prices quoted by Kirilenko must be high. But since they were doing business, both sides would need to make money to last a long time. Furthermore, these prices were still acceptable by Feng Yu. The last batch of cars were all sold out in just Bing City, and he hasn't even ventured out of Bing City. Feng Yu was thankful to the bank. If loans were readily available for these small business owners, most of them would have taken a loan from the bank and buy brand new cars instead. Kirilenko also ordered a batch of domestic goods, mainly textiles and food products. He also let Feng Yu decide the goods for the remaining 20,000 rubles. Kirilenko really trusted Feng Yu now. It seems that whatever goods picked by Feng Yu would sell for a high price back in the Soviet Union. After meeting Feng Yu, Kirilenko felt his luck had changed overnight. He was making money way faster than before. His reputation rose within the circle of the Soviet Army's second generations, and even his father had benefited from him. Song Xiaofeng slowly opened his eyes and felt his whole body in pain. He looked down and saw his body covered in bandages. Even though it was not to the extent of a mummy, there was still too many bandages. Master Song, you have wake up? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? My whole body is uncomfortable. Where's my uncle? Is the driver of the tipper truck caught? Song Xiaofeng's first thought was to kill the driver of the tipper truck. Not yet. That truck was a stolen vehicle, and someone was helping the driver to escape the scene. Song Xiaofeng was shocked. You mean they planned to kill me? That follower nodded. If that was not planned, why would the driver steal the tipper truck and fled the scene? He even dumped all the gravel on the Land Rover before he fled. It's clear that he wanted to bury him alive. That follower went out to call Song Laosi. Song Xiaofeng was currently at the mansion. Song Laosi had converted a room into a hospital ward. There were doctors and nurses too. Song Xiaofeng struggled to sit upright when he saw Song Laosi entering the room. He immediately asked, Uncle, was it Cripple Wong? Song Laosi shook his head and said, I am not sure. There is no evidence. There were rumors that it was done by Western Bun and his brothers. But Western Bun had no reason to kill you. Don't talk so much now. Let the doctors check on you first. Although Song Xiaofeng's injuries may look serious, but in fact, it was not too severe. His injuries were mainly abrasions, a bit of concussion, and he had no fractures. Looking at him, able to think clearly, he should be fine. Master C, there should be nothing wrong with Master Song. The nurse will change his dressing, and there is no need for injections. Just some oral medication will do. The doctor was relieved. Song Laosi had said that if there were anything wrong with Song Xiaofeng, he would be buried alive. Song Laosi and the rest left the room. Only a young nurse remained in the room to change Song Xiaofeng's dressing. After the bandages were removed, Song Xiaofeng was naked. He stared at the nurse and felt that this nurse is not bad looking. He started touching the nurse's hips with a lecherous smile. The nurse dared not to make any noise or resist. She knew this would happen the day she was forced to come over to the mansion. Song Xiaofeng was still smiling happily, and his expression suddenly changed. What is happening? Previously, he would get hard when he saw a girl like this, but why was it that after touching her for so long, he still does not have any reaction? Refusing to believe this was happening, he put his hand under the nurse's skirt and underwear, but he still did not have any reaction. Go and get the doctor, Song Xiaofeng shouted. The nurse ran out to call the doctor. Master Song, what's the matter? Is there anything wrong with your body? The doctor rushed into the room and saw Song Xiaofeng naked on the bed. He was not surprised as he had seen the look on the nurse. This Song Xiaofeng must have done something to her. Why I have no reaction? What? The doctor did not understand Song Xiaofeng's question. Song Xiaofeng beckoned the young nurse over, and she lowered her head and slowly walked over. Song Xiaofeng lifted her skirt and pulled down her underwear. The doctor's eyes widened and felt himself getting hard. But when he saw Song Xiaofeng staring at him coldly, he immediately looks away. It was now he understood what Song Xiaofeng meant by no reactions. Master Song, you really have no reaction? The doctor asked. You see for yourself, Song Xiaofeng shouted while mercilessly fingered the little nurse. The little nurse dared not make any noise but to bear the pain. That part of yours was not injured in the accident. Oh yes, at the time of the accident, what were you doing in the vehicle? The doctor suddenly thought of something. Song Xiaofeng remembered he had buried his head in between the breast of that girl at the time of the accident. He had an erection, but because of the shock of the crash, he became soft immediately. Could that be the reason why he can no longer erect? After hearing what Song Xiaofeng had said, the doctor concluded that this was a psychological problem. He asked Song Xiaofeng to try other types of stimulations. If the problem still persists, then he can try some traditional medicine. Get the hell out of here. Song Laosi pushed open the door when he heard his nephew shouting. He stared coldly at the doctor and asked, What's wrong? Ignoring the little nurse with her underwear hanging around her knees. Master Song had some psychological issues. I suggest sending him to Beijing or Shanghai for treatment. If you have the connections, it would be best to send him to Hong Kong. I am able to help with all other problems except for this. The doctor said. Song Laosi looked at the soft, limply piece of meat between Song Xiaofeng's legs and understood what the doctor was saying. Is the only remaining male offspring of the Song family going to be a eunuch? Chapter 68, Year 1 Freshman. Chapter 68, Year 1 Freshman. Support me by using this link paypal.me/noobtranslator or Patreon. Upright in character and diligent in the pursuit of knowledge. Standing at the school gate of the third high school, one can clearly see the school motto. Feng Xue reluctantly carried a brand new school bag. He felt that the school bag does not match him. The color of the bag should at least be in gold color to show off his status. School starts 2 weeks earlier in the first year. In Longjiang province, high school students are required to undergo military training. It was said to create bonding between students and instills discipline. How effective was it? No one knows. Although Feng Xue tried to keep a low profile by wearing simple and casual clothes, he still attracted the stares of other students and teachers. It was all because of Li Shiqiang who drove him to school. Is this the child of some officials or big boss? Coming to school by car. When Dongjun, Li Na, and Lu Kuan came to school by car, Li Na and Lu Kuan had brought along their luggage. They were going to stay in the school's dormitory. When they arrived, Feng Xue brought them to pay the school fees first, and then to the dormitory to drop their luggage. Li Shiqiang had made use of his connections and arranged the 4 of them to be in the same class. Feng Xue, Dongjun, you are not going to stay in the school's dormitory? Lu Kuan asked curiously while arranging his bed sheets. My sister had bought an apartment in Bing City. The both of us will be staying there. Hurry, unpack your stuff. My brother-in-law is going to bring us out for some good food, Feng Xue replied. Their parents did not accompany them. Children from the farm were more independent. Standing outside the female dormitory, they saw Li Na walking out in a blue skirt. The three of them were mesmerized by her, and their eyes were transfixed on her. Ahem, Feng Xue was unhappy. These two better watch out. Feng Xue and Li Na were not officially in a relationship, but the teachers at their previous school knew that they were together every day. Li Na would be full of smiles when she was with Feng Xue, and she would become quiet when she was with others. During the meal, when Dongjun was the most hardworking. This guy seems to be bigger and stronger since the last time Feng Xue saw him a few days ago. Before Feng Xue started eating, he picked a piece of lamb for Li Na. This lamb is marinated, and you should try it. Li Na blushed and returned the piece of lamb back into Feng Xue's bowl. She said softly, I can get it myself. Feng Xue, grinning happily, stuffed the piece of lamb into his mouth and then shifted the plate of lamb ribs in front of Li Na. With Wen Dongjuan's eating speed, he can finish the whole slab of lamb ribs in a minute. Eat well. Tomorrow, after the opening ceremony, the military training will start. You will not be able to eat any meat during the training, Li Shiqiang said. When they heard of military training, Wen Dongjun slowed down. Even if he was very fit and able to endure hardship, he could not stand the boring military training. Every day, he would have to march, turn left and right. If only he can play basketball or soccer during the training. Lu Kuan noticed Feng Xue was not worried about the training, and he asked him curiously, Feng Xue, you are not worried about the training? Feng Xue replied with a sad expression, I wanted to join, but I can't. I am sick, and I am exempted from the training. You are sick? What illness are you suffering from? Li Na asked anxiously. Feng Xue took out a medical record from his bag and placed it on the table. Arthritis. It means that my knees will ache whenever I stand or walk. When Dongjun snatched the medical record over and read it, he then said with a cold smile, Bullshit arthritis. I know you well. You can run faster than a rabbit. Could it be that if you don't participate in the training, your knees will not hurt? Feng Xue smiled. You don't need to say it out loud. As a Chinese, there are still wars on two fronts. Yet you are not going to attend military training. When Dongjun despised Feng Xue. Just when Feng Xue wanted to change the subject, when Dongjun stretched out his hand and asked, Where are my medical records? Fuck. This was still the same old Wen Dongjun. He still has the check to reprimand me. Feng Xue thought to himself. I had prepared it a long time ago. From a reputable hospital. Li Na, your medical issue is flat foot. You cannot stand for long, cannot stomp, cannot run. You can also be excused from physical education classes. Feng Xue said. He took out another medical record and passed it to Li Na. Let me see. This record is for Lu Kuan. Paronychia, caused by ingrown nails. Even walking for short distances is hard for you. This is for Dongjun. I will not read out your medical issue. You read it yourself. When Dongjun looked at the medical record and stared at Feng Xue, Feng Xue just shrugged his shoulders. Circumcision. He was also not sure of this medical issue, but it was still surgery and can definitely excuse him from the training. Why was Wen Dongjun staring at him? If he doesn't want the record, he can return it to Feng Xue. Dongjun, what is your medical issue? Let me know. In future, during physical education classes, I can also use it to skip the lesson. Lu Kuan asked and tried to take Wen Dongjun's medical record from him. When Dongjun hurriedly grabbed his record and kept it in his bag, he shouted, Cannot see. All of you are not allowed to look at my medical records. Li Na returned the medical record back to Feng Xue and said, I don't need it. I think the training is not bad. I will be able to know more friends. Furthermore, malingering is not right. You all are cheating the teachers and the school. After Li Na finished saying, she stared at Li Shiqiang. Li Shiqiang felt wronged. These medical records were not from him. Even he allowed these, Feng Dan would also not have agreed to it. During the past few days, Wu Jigang had successfully captured the heart of that nurse. It turns out that the nurse came from a good family. Her mother is a teacher, and her father is the head of a department in the hospital. Wu Jigang had wanted to back out. His father was the only one working in the factory, but Feng Xue encouraged him. Even if her family background is better than yours, you don't need to feel inferior. Think about how much are you earning in a month. Your salary is not lesser than her father. Also, within the next year, I guarantee your salary will double. Under the encouragement and guidance of Feng Xue, and using money, coupled with shamelessly, Wu Jigang waited for the nurse every day at the hospital. He showered her with small gifts and flowers every time they met. He took only 1 week to win her heart. When Feng Xue told Wu Jigang about getting medical records to be excused from military training, he immediately agrees to help him get it. But Feng Xue did not expect when Dongjuan's medical issue to be circumcision. When he thought about it, he still wanted to laugh out loud. I will still be attending the first day and the last day of military training. If not, this set of camouflage fatigues will be wasted. As for the training, you all will know after a few days. You will not even have the time to talk to your classmates. Furthermore, you can still participate with these medical records. When the rest are marching, you can sit by the side and watch them. Feng Xue said. Li Shiqiang smiled and shook his head. This future brother-in-law is too sly. After dinner, everyone went to the amusement park and played for the whole day. When Dongjun and Lu Kuan only chose those exciting rides, Feng Xue accompanied Li Na to the game stalls. He spent dozens of RMB and won 2 small plush toys, which was worth only a few dollars, for Li Na. But when he saw the smile on Li Na's face, he felt the money was well spent. Feng Xue sent Li Na and Lu Kuan back to school before dark. At the school gate, Feng Xue wonders, why is it only year 1? When can I enter university? It is only at that age. Then I can push Li Na down on the bed. Author's notes. PS1. The 2 war fronts were referring to the Vietnam War. It was until 1993 then the fighting stopped. PS2. I attended 10 days of military training when I was in junior high school, 2 weeks when I was in high school, and 1 month when I entered university. Chapter 69. A nouveau riche's face. Chapter 69. A nouveau riche's face. Feel free to donate to me using this link paypal.me/noobtranslator or Patreon. On the first day of military training, after the opening ceremony, Feng Xue submitted his medical excuse. He would rather play basketball than to learn how to turn left and right. But the instructor was not easily fooled. You can't do training? No problem. You can remain here and look after the water bottles of the rest of the students. You want to go home? No way. When Dongjun was lucky, he is playing with his video games at home now. His condition allowed him to remain at home. Feng Xue was the one who submitted his medical leave for him. He didn't even turn up at school today. Lu Kuan and Feng Xue sat together and chatted. He was not allowed to go home too. But Feng Xue and Lu Kuan, who was a top student, did not have any common topics. After a while, they had nothing to chat. The other training participants kept looking at them, making them uncomfortable. The instructor was not very strict, and this made Feng Xue upset. The instructor kept giving the participants breaks, and they could play basketball. But Feng Xue and Lu Kuan could not join them. Humph. The court had cracks all over. Even the basketball frames were all crooked. What's so nice about playing here? Feng Xue said sourly. I guess we are just unlucky. After we graduate from primary school, the school was renovated. After graduating from junior high, the school built new buildings and renovated the sports hall. If we want to play on a new court, we might have to wait till we graduate from here. Lu Kuan said sadly. If it was his previous life, it was as what Lu Kuan had said. It seems like the funding for Bing City's schools had something against his batch of students. But now it was different. Feng Xue is rich. Why not build a new basketball court? That afternoon, there was a guest at the vice principal's office. Xiao Li. No, I should be calling you Mr. Li. Is what you said over the phone real? The vice principal asked. Principal's son, I would not lie about such things. I really want to donate a new basketball court for the school. The old basketball court can be demolished and build a new one at that site. The basketball frames will be replaced with new ones. I had already contacted the workers. Li Shiqiang sat down and said. Earlier in the afternoon, he received a call from Feng Xue who wanted to rebuild the basketball court. Feng Xue even said that money is not a problem. Li Shiqiang understands that money was never an issue. But the reason for donating to the school can be replying to the alma mater, can be supporting the current education system. But it can't be because you like to play basketball. Li Shiqiang asked around. To rebuild the basketball court at 3rd High School would cost about 100,000 renminbi. It includes demolishing the old court, basketball frames, construction material, and the workers' salaries. Just one word from this future brother-in-law, 100,000 renminbi was spent. But after all, it was Feng Xue's money, and he earned it himself. Principal's son kept thanking Li Shiqiang, and even promised him that he will ask the form teacher to take good care of the 3 students recommended by him. These 3 students would have no problems going to university in future. There was something which disappointed the vice principal. Li Shiqiang had already contacted the workers. If only the workers were not contacted yet. That night, Li Shiqiang told Feng Yu that he had already spoken to the vice principal and the work will commence next week. The total cost should be about 100,000 renminbi. So cheap. Brotherly, how did you calculate? 100,000 renminbi is enough. Feng Yu asked. 100,000 renminbi is still considered cheap? I think it is too expensive. It's just scrapping a layer of cement and adding new cement over it, changing the basketball frames, selling the old ones. Li Shiqiang replied. Wait, brotherly, why are we selling away the old basketball frames? Just give it to the school will do. We are not short of these small amounts of money. Also, we should use the best outdoor basketball frames and donate some basketballs, soccer balls, etc. Everything must be the best. At the same time, renovate the volleyball court too. Feng Yu said. Li Shiqiang looked at Feng Yu's nouveau rich's expression and said, how about we change the running tracks? It's not very expensive too. Only cost about 100,000 renminbi. We can change the grass on the soccer field too. We can make it like those stadiums. I think even 1 million renminbi would not be enough for the things you wanted. Feng Yu was startled, and he asked, what? Just these few things would cost 1 million. Then what do you think? Asphalt cement is expensive, and the differences between the cheapest and the most expensive basketball frames are several times. You will only be at this school for 3 years. Just make do with it. With this money, we might as well donate to the schools in the countryside. There are still many children who can't afford to attend schools. Li Shiqiang said. Feng Yu nodded. Before his death in his previous life, there were still a lot of poor children in the countryside who didn't get the chance to receive any education. You have a point. We shall stick to your plan. We can donate the new running tracks or something 2 years later. As for the donations to the schools in the countryside, we can start this year. 500,000 renminbi should be enough for a village school. This year, we shall donate to 2 schools. Next year, 3 to 4 schools. In future, we will donate to at least 10 schools each year, and we can surpass the Shaw Foundation and become the #1 donor for education in China. Feng Yu was getting excited as he speaks. It was as if he saw a new direction for him to work towards too. Even if he could not retire at 30, but without a doubt, his life will be more interesting. Li Shiqiang stretched out his hand and touched Feng Yu's forehead. You are not sick. Stop talking nonsenses. There is no problem donating to 1 or 2 schools. You want to donate to 10 schools every year? Based on your estimations, every year would be 5 million. With our company alone, you think we can last more than 5 years? Feng Yu was still a student attending high school. Maybe he had ways to earn money, but he does not save. In a few days, he can spend what others make in a few lifetimes. Feng Yu looked at Li Shiqiang with disgust and said, during Chinese New Year, I said that treasury bonds can bring us huge profits and you think I am talking nonsense. A few months later, I said that setting up a company can earn money and you don't believe me. 2 months ago, I said that manufacturing plastic fans can make us rich and you thought that the fans will rot in our warehouse. Last month, I said used cars can earn money and you thought that people will not buy as we had priced the cars too expensive. Fine. Stop. You are right. Li Shiqiang interrupted Feng Yu, and at the same time, his eye lit up. Didn't you said that there will be no more supply of used cars soon? You also think that the profit margin for normal used cars is too low. What other ideas do you have for our next business? I still have not thought of any. But don't worry. This time next year will be the time where we earn big money. Feng Yu replied. Feng Yu had estimated that this next batch of used cars can only be sold out at the end of the year. But at least this batch of cars can still bring in about 10 million profits. With the 5 million profits from the previous batch of used cars, the earnings from wind and rain fans and trades with Kirilenko, he would have about 20 million renminbi this time next year. With this 20 million, he can turn it into 200 million in 1 year. When that happens, he will not only donate to the schools, he will also fulfill his promise to his sister and set up a hospital. Feng Yu did not tell Li Shiqiang about the stock market. Now in China, there was no stock exchange yet. Stocks and treasury bonds were still issued and traded at the banks or the bank's subsidiaries. Stock trading would even need to go through the issuer to look for new buyers. It was much more troublesome compared to treasury bonds. He decided to wait a while longer. As long as he starts buying in shares before the new policy was announced. This period of time, he should be thinking about how to kill Song Xiaofeng. Author's note. The next plot would be about the trade with the Soviet Union. Chapter 70. An arrogant freshman. Before Feng Yu can come up with any ideas, Song Xiaofeng had left. There were rumors that he had not recovered from his injuries, and he went to the south for treatment. But there were some who said that Song Xiaofeng was the vanguard for Song Laosi, and Song Laosi was preparing to leave Bing City. As for the second rumor, Feng Xue doesn't believe it. Song Laosi had been operating in Bing City and Longjiang Province for so many years, and even became the most powerful boss. He also had the connections with the officials in the provincial government. He even boasted that he was the distinguished guest of the government's number 2. How could he leave this place? Furthermore, Feng Xue remembered from his previous life that Song Laosi was caught in Bing City, but that was 2 years later. Also, based on Song Laosi's arrogant and revengeful character, how could he possibly leave without getting revenge on the ones that harmed his nephew? But to say Song Xiaofeng left to seek medical treatment was also not right. Song Xiaofeng should have recovered from his injuries as the doctor and nurse were released. If he had not recovered, the doctor and nurse would either be dead or missing a hand or leg. Song Xiaofeng had really left Bing City. This was confirmed by Cripple Wang. His men had seen with their own eyes that Song Xiaofeng had boarded a plane with an air ticket to Shenzhen. Song Xiaofeng had left, and Feng Xue was relieved. Song Laosi did not come and look for him. This meant that he was not aware of Feng Xue's involvement and role in this incident. Anyway, now the triads were staying low and concentrated on making money. No matter which era, when wealth was accumulated till a certain amount, it will translate into power and authority. The company had also resumed its normal operations. Wu Shigong and the rest continued to make door-to-door sales of second-hand luxury cars. Feng Xue gave them a straightforward explanation. Go and look for those bosses who own their own business. These people want to look good and show off their status. If others are driving luxury cars, how can they not buy one? Although the cars were all used cars, if one does not say it out, who will find out? Also, the prices were less than half the price of an imported Mercedes-Benz. It was still an excellent deal. The next 6 months, selling cars became the only job for his staffs. 2 batches, at least 100 cars, and must be sold before year-end. Feng Xue was still watching others doing the military training every day. It is a must to be consistent with his lies. He can't be joining the training now. Finally, the military training ended, and school officially starts. The classrooms were not small, but there were a lot of students. The desks were old and can apparently make out the graffiti done by the previous batch of students. The thing that made Feng Xue pissed off the most was that the teacher arranged 2 people of the same sex to seat together. The only male-female arrangement was a pair of cousins. This era, schools tried very hard to prevent students getting into relationships. It was simply outrageous. Everywhere on the school campus, there will be teachers with red armbands appearing out of nowhere. If they see male and female students holding hands, they would take down the names, ask the students to write a letter to reflect on themselves, and call the students' parents. It was more severe if they were caught kissing. There will be demerit points, and the students might even be forced to change schools or also expelled. It doesn't matter if it was during school hours or after school hours, whether if it was early in the morning at the school field or late at night in the stadium. There would be people from the teaching department lurking around waiting to catch the students when they least expected. Feng Xue really wanted to question them. Getting into a relationship in high school is still considered early? This type of suppression might have stopped some relationships, but it made the students more rebellious. Adolescent students are at the stage where they are rebellious. The more you don't let us do it, we'll do it. This was one of the reasons why university students were so wild and crazy. They were being oppressed too harshly, and once the rules were relaxed, it became easy for them to lose themselves. What about those obedient and honest students? They were unable to find a girlfriend now, and it would be the same for the university. After they start working, they would have to rely on blind dates or getting those unwanted girls. Their life would miss out so much fun. While Feng Xue was not rebellious, but he would also not listen to the teachers. They can say that the students who were in relationships at this age were unable to undertake the responsibility. However, Feng Xue was different. He was a multimillionaire, and he will be responsible to Li Na. In the afternoon, at the school's cafeteria, Feng Xue and Li Na were sitting at the same table eating. Feng Xue, as if there was no one else around, attracted the attention of many students when he picked food for Li Na with his chopsticks. Those 2 must be freshmen. They seem to be in a relationship. From the uniform, you can tell they are freshmen. They are quite daring, and they are not afraid of the big rat sneaking up and catch them. Big Rat was the nickname they gave to the discipline master. It was because he likes to wear gray suits and likes appearing out of nowhere. I bought you a red skirt. Didn't you mention that your desk mate's red skirt was pretty yesterday? I don't want. I had only casually said it. Li Na blushed. She likes whatever gifts Feng Xue gave her, but she was also afraid of other students gossiping. This was not the farm. This was the city. What if they were to be called to the discipline office and informed their parents? I had already bought it. You try it on. Feng Xue said. We have to wear uniforms in school. Li Na said softly. You can wear it on the weekends or after school. Take it. It's pretty. Feng Xue replied. What are you doing? Which class are you from? Someone with a red armband stood in front of them and asked them loudly. Li Na panicked and stood up. She wanted to say something, but Feng Xue pulled her hand and sat her down. Just carry on eating. It will be fine. Feng Xue said. I am talking to the both of you. Stand up. Feng Xue carried on eating, ignoring this person. Disciplinary Officer Li was having lunch at the cafeteria, and he noticed a lot of students looking at a direction. He stood up and looked over. He immediately became furious. The school rules clearly state that students were not allowed to be in relationships, yet they dare to openly disobey the school rules. They must be severely punished. He hurriedly walked over, like what he used to do. He was ready to reprimand these two students in front of others. He must let them know their mistake and make them write self-reflection letters. If necessary, he will make them read out their self-reflection letter in front of the school. Usually, when he appears, students would obediently accept his scolding and even begged him to escape punishment. But today, he did not expect this boy to ignore him. It was as if the boy did not see him. He was agitated and reached out to grab the male student's arm. Feng Xue's arm was caught, but he swiped the hand away. Who the hell are you? Can't you see that I am eating? I am from the disciplinary office. What are you doing? I am eating. You are blind. Feng Xue replied and waved his hand in front of Officer Li's face as if he was checking if he was blind. Which class are you from? Don't you know that the school forbids students to be in relationships? Call your parents. Must call your parents down. Officer Li was furious. This student was too arrogant. He must be punished. Severely punished. You don't accuse us. We are just classmates. Didn't the school rules state that students should love each other? We are just eating together. What's wrong? Feng Xue retorted. Prohibiting students getting into relationships was not wrong, but it should not be prohibiting for the sake of prohibiting. Feng Xue was determined to argue with him and see who was more eloquent. The rest of the students were dumbfounded. This freshman was too arrogant and dared to go head-to-head with Officer Li. Translator notes. I think in the 80s and 90s, very few students dared to talk back to teachers or people of authority. Obedience to authority is an interesting study on obedience in psychology. If you are interested, you can read up the Milgram experiment. Chapter 71, Changing the School Culture. Chapter 71, Changing the School Culture. You need to be so close to each other when eating? Officer Li shouted. Sitting close together meant that we are dating? Who said this? You or the principal? You have never stood close to female strangers? Does that mean that you are dating every time? Feng Xue replied. Roar. All the students burst out laughing, especially when they saw Officer Li's face turned red with anger. You dare to talk to me this way? Who is your form teacher? I will make sure you get demerit points. Whatever. Li Na, have you finished eating? Let's go to the library. Feng Xue's indifference attitude angered Officer Li further. He wanted to reach out and grab Feng Xue, but he remembered Feng Xue had brushed off his hand earlier, embarrassing him. So he grabbed Li Na's arm instead. Ah! Li Na screamed out. Slap. Feng Xue slapped Officer Li's hand. Anyhow, grabbing a female student's arm. According to what you just said, can I interpret as you are molesting her? Feng Xue asked. More and more students crowded around. Initially, it was those who had finished eating, but now, those who were eating stopped and joined the crowd to watch the battle between the righteous freshman and the evil Officer Li. Too exciting. There were even some at the back, cheering Feng Xue loudly. Anyway, they cannot be seen by Officer Li as there were a lot of onlookers in front of them. These students were unhappy with the disciplinary office, but dare not speak up. Finally, someone dares to stand up against Officer Li and the disciplinary office. How can they not cheer for Feng Xue? Feng Xue held Li Na's hand and make their way out of the crowd. On the way out, he winked at Wen Dongjun, and he got the message. Wen Dongjun then incites the other students to block Officer Li's path. No matter what, this matter had blown up. Are you two dating? The form teacher asked sternly. These two students were the ones that the vice principal told him to take special care of. Why did they clash with the disciplinary office? Yes. No. Feng Xue and Li Na gave two different answers at the same time. Li Na looked at Feng Xue in shock. Her relationship with Feng Xue was more than ordinary friends. But they both did not cross the line, or at least they had not verbally admitted to being in a relationship. But Feng Xue said it out now, and it was still in front of their form teacher. "No, teacher. We are really not dating," Lina denied with her beet red face. Feng Xue sighed. This girl must be taught. "Fine. Teacher, we are not dating." The form teacher looked at Feng Xue speechless. From Feng Xue's expression and tone, how can one believe that they were not dating? These two students just can't let others stop worrying about them. Entering Bing City's top high school, and it was still a countrywide AAA-rated high school. Yet they were not concentrating on their studies to get into a good university. What's the difference between them and those at those vocational schools? After university, they would be elites, and they would get good jobs. Can't they settle down at that time? Why must they date during high school? The both of you, write a self-reflection letter. I will speak to Officer Lee. You two will apologize to him, and we will let this matter rest. The form teacher said. We can write the letter, but we will not apologize. Feng Xue said. He thought of how Officer Lee grabbed Lina's arm, and he was still angry. He will not apologize. The form teacher tried to persuade Feng Xue for a long time, but Feng Xue was adamant to not apologize. Finally, he was suspended. He can only return to school when he relents. Feng Xue was ecstatic. Does that mean if he does not relent for 1 month, and he can stop going to school for 1 month? Anyway, his goal was to study liberal arts now and business management in university. These subjects only require him to memorize, and skipping 1 month of the class makes no difference. But after the form teacher left the office, Lina burst into tears. Since kindergarten till now, she had never been suspended. Her classmates would laugh at her, and if her parents knew about this, they would be disappointed with her. What are you crying for? How nice it would be to be suspended for a few days. Anyway, the syllabus now is not that hard. We can read up ourselves. Okay. I will think of something. Tomorrow, everything will be fine. Feng Xue said. Lina looked at Feng Xue with tears rolling in her eyes. What can you do? You certainly will not apologize to Officer Lee. Lina was in a dilemma now. On one side, she wants to go back to class and not get punished, but on the other hand, she does not wish for Feng Xue to bow down and apologize. She knew Feng Xue was a very proud person. My brother-in-law and vice principal's son are good friends. I will ask him to speak to Vice Principal Sunday. Really? Since when did I lie to you? Stop crying. You are turning into a kitten. Feng Xue took out a handkerchief and wiped Lina's tears. Giggle. Lina laughed. You are the kitten. Once again, Li Shiqiang came to Vice Principal's son's office, and Vice Principal's son welcomed him warmly. Mr. Li, thank you for your contributions to the school and the students. Why are you here for today? Vice Principal's son was curious. Didn't the new basketball court construction complete? Could it be Li Shiqiang is going to donate something else? That would be great. He still does not know that Feng Xue was suspended from school. Vice Principal's son, my brother was suspended. I want to know what happened. Li Shiqiang said. Your brother was suspended? How come I am unaware of this? Don't worry. I will call and ask. Feng Xue's form teacher appeared in Vice Principal's son's office and reported the whole circumstances to him. He felt that the punishment meted out to him was not wrong. Openly talking back to the teacher, and the penalty was only to write a self-reflection letter and apologize to the teacher. How can this punishment be wrong? Li Shiqiang crossed his legs and said, Vice Principal's son, I think there is no need to apologize, and only the self-reflection letter will do. My brother is not dating. He is not dating. Right. I want to donate 100 wind and rain fans to the school. I think this hot weather will last for another month. Vice Principal's son laughed and said, Mr. Lee, I also think that the self-reflection letter is sufficient. That Officer Lee is also in the wrong. He can't assume male and female students having lunch together as dating. It could be pure friendship. The next day, Feng Xue and Lina returned to class as if nothing had happened. The two self-reflection letters had only less than 100 words, and they just reflected about the food they wasted at the cafeteria that day. When Officer Lee read the letters, he tore them into pieces. But the disciplinary master told him something, and he cooled down. Vice Principal's son said that it was okay to scold the students, but he must also allow male and female students to be friends. He cannot be too strict and stringent. Officer Lee was not satisfied, but he can't do anything as his superior had already spoken. He can only let the matter rest. Soon, he noticed the school's culture had changed.